Reborn in 1960, My Happy Life in a Mountain Village. Male, farming, drama, historical, romance, slice of life, urban life. Back to 1960. Lu Zhu, who once longed to study and escape the countryside but ended up as a stepping stone to the big city, decides to spend this lifetime with his family. Unexpectedly, he thrived, providing a good life for his family and becoming a highly respected doctor. 1. Number 1 I'm not going to school anymore. Chapter 1. I'm not going to school anymore. Zhu Zi, mother wants to ask you for a favor. Could you stop going to school? Niu Honghua, her face sallow, stood by the edge of the Kong. Her eyes were red and swollen, and her face was filled with guilt. On the other side of the heated brick bed, old man Lu was smoking a pipe with a look of guilt and frustration. However, what was in the pipe bowl wasn't tobacco, but crushed paper mulberry leaves, which tasted very bitter. On the Kong, the recently awakened Lu Zhu rubbed his slightly aching temples. What school? I'm almost 70. What school would I be going to? And this small earthen Kong, this drafty thatched hut, what kind of dump is this? Didn't I just have a few extra drinks because I was worrying about my bastard buying a house? Where the hell did this send me? Lu Zhu instinctively shook his head, trying to clear his mind. Beside him, Niu Honghua misunderstood his reaction as refusal and burst into tears. Zhu Zi, mother knows you love studying, but our family really can't hold on anymore. Your father worked day and night, yet we still owe the production team 30 work points. Now he's broken his leg, he definitely won't be able to work for a while. Your eldest brother and sister-in-law have already exhausted themselves raising 2 kids. Even if they worked themselves to death, they wouldn't be able to support your father and me. Mother is begging you, please stop going to school, okay? What's the use of schooling anyway? Hearing these painful cries, Lu Zhu's body stiffened. He looked up in disbelief at the woman pleading before him. She was a woman whose face bore the marks of many hardships. Her skin was darkened by the sun, her face was covered in wrinkles, and her hair had turned quite gray. Most notably, her sallow complexion was clearly the result of chronic malnutrition. Yet, this was a face Lu Zhu knew all too well. Countless times in his dreams, he had knelt before this woman, wailing in repentance. This was his mother, Niu Honghua. He looked at the strange yet familiar surroundings and his father, who was sighing incessantly beside him. Lu Zhu understood in an instant. He had caught the Transmigration Express to be sent back to this day in 1960. He had caught the Transmigration high-speed rail. He could never forget this day. His father, Lu Fusheng, had broken his leg while working for the production team. His mother, Niu Honghua, had called him back from the county seat, weeping as she begged him to stop attending junior high and go work for the team to earn work points. To be honest, during the Great Famine, for someone like Lu Zhu from a poor rural family to reach the 3rd year of junior high was something many found hard to believe. To a farmer, a son was labor. Why study some useless books instead of earning work points? Unfortunately, in his previous life, Lu Zhu had refused. He had cried and begged his mother to let him study, believing that education was the only way out and the only way to escape the countryside. In the end, his father couldn't bear it anymore and made the final decision to let Lu Zhu continue his studies. As it turned out, Lu Zhu was wrong. Studying indeed allowed him to escape the countryside. He even went to a university in the old name for Beijing. But his father, dragging a broken leg to work, literally worked himself to death in the fields. To keep him from worrying, his mother even kept this a secret until he finished university. Every matter in the family, big or small, was shouldered by his eldest brother, who gritted his teeth and endured. In the end, due to exhaustion, he fainted in the river while building a reservoir and drowned. They never even found his body. 2 women trying to raise 2 children was naturally impossible, leading to one child dying of illness and the other of starvation. The mother-in-law and daughter-in-law suffered one blow after another. Finally, unable to take it anymore, they stole rat poison from the production team and committed suicide together. As for Lu Zhu's attempt to change his fate, it wasn't very successful. Because his family had once been landlords, even though they were reclassified as poor peasants and he was a university graduate, no one dared to hire him. He ended up spending his whole life as a worker in the old name for Beijing. Although the national environment improved later, there was no shortage of university graduates. Combined with his lack of connections and poor social skills, promotions and raises never came his way, and he was never allocated housing. After years of hard work, he finally married a widow and had a child. Then he started struggling to get a house for his child and save money for his son's marriage. Finally, he began laboring to earn money for his bastard, only to die from excessive drinking. Lu Zhu wanted to study to get ahead, but the result was a ruined family and a life of mediocrity. So, study more? Studying really couldn't save him. Enough, that weeping is annoying. Lu Fusheng irritably slammed his pipe. Quote, it's just a broken leg. When my house was being raided back then, I didn't flinch. I can still work. As he spoke, Lu Fusheng stepped off the Kong. The moment his broken leg touched the ground, he gasped in pain. He stumbled, nearly falling, and his dark face turned several shades paler. His father, Niu Honghua, stopped crying and rushed over with a cry to support her man. Seeing his father like that, Lu Zhu gave himself a hard slap across the face. He had been so selfish in his previous life. The crisp sound of the slap stunned the two elders, who didn't know what had gotten into the boy. Father, mother, don't worry anymore. I'm not going to school anymore. Lu Zhu made his promise and stepped forward to help his father lie back down on the Kong. Hearing this, Niu Honghua was first overjoyed, but then her eyes reddened again. Zhu Zi, mother has failed you. Lu Fusheng also had a complicated expression, seemingly wanting to put on a brave face and urge Lu Zhu to go back to school. But the pain from a moment ago told him he couldn't work anymore. In the end, he didn't try to persuade him, but said with a face full of pain, Zhu Zi, it's father who's useless and has held you back. Seeing the two elders actually apologizing to him, Lu Zhu's expression became very complex. Father, mother, please don't say anymore. The more guilty his parents felt, the more Lu Zhu felt like he had been a scumbag in his previous life. Why was he so set on one path in his previous life, insisting on studying? If you don't study well, you'll be mediocre for a lifetime, not much better than farming. Even if you study well, when the wind starts blowing in a few years, whether you can survive it is another matter. I won't say it, mother won't say it anymore. You must be hungry after coming back from the county seat. Mother will go cook for you. Fearing her son would get angry, Niu Honghua didn't dare say more and wiped her eyes as she went outside to cry. Lu Fusheng looked at Lu Zhu and promised, Zhu Zi, don't worry. Father will recover quickly. Once I can get back to the fields, you go right back to school. My son is smart, you're university material. I won't argue with you about me being smart, but forget about school. I want to find another way out, Lu Zhu said with a smile. Schooling had no future, and being a farmer had even less. Working yourself to death for a year only to end up owing money, where was the justice in that? Now that he was back, he had to find a proper way forward. While Lu Zhu was pondering, Niu Honghua walked in carrying a bowl of dark green mush. That was the main food for people during this period, wild vegetable mush. Those with some grain reserves could add some corn flour or sorghum flour. But most people just boiled wild vegetables with water until thick, essentially drinking to fill their stomachs with water. Seeing that indescribable bowl of mush, Lu Zhu's expression was complicated. Seeing this, Niu Honghua spoke up awkwardly, Zhu Zi, the food at home definitely can't compare to your school. Eat this mush for now, and mother will go next door to borrow a couple of wo for you. No need, mother. I'm not that hungry. A bowl of mush is enough. Lu Zhu reached out, took the bowl, and drained it in one gulp. There was no seasoning at all, only a bitter taste. It was truly hard to swallow, but after Lu Zhu forced it down, he noticed his father was secretly swallowing his saliva. He's craving even this? It seems he's truly hungry. Could it be that the family only has these wild vegetables left? 2. Hash. Number 2. Cornbread is delicious. Chapter 2. Wo is delicious. Lu Zhu carried his bowl to the place where the wild vegetables were kept and took a look. Sure enough, the wild vegetables were gone. Looking at Niu Honghua who followed him out, Lu Zhu raised his bowl with some sadness. Mother, is this the last bit of food in the house? Yes. Niu Honghua squeezed out a thin smile. But it's fine, mother will go to the mountain later to dig up some more wild vegetables. Lu Zhu looked at his old mother. It was already late autumn, yet she still wore a simple coarse cloth jacket covered in patches. She was skin and bones, her tendons and bones protruding, which made his heart ache immensely. So the family had already reached this point? He understood that if there were any wild vegetables left to sustain them, his mother wouldn't have begged him to come back and work. Actually, it was normal. These were years of famine, and the common people were all starving. Almost everyone went to dig for wild vegetables. Even though this place was near the mountains and there were plenty of wild vegetables, they couldn't withstand so many people digging day after day. Moreover, it was already late autumn and the weather had turned cold. The wild vegetables wouldn't grow anymore. There wasn't enough grain in the fields, and the wild vegetables were gone. Lu Zhu felt he should think of a way to support the family first. At the very least he couldn't let his parents die tragic deaths like in his previous life. Should he go fishing? Forget it. He didn't have the tools or the ability. The key was that the drought was so severe that many rivers had dried up. Where would he find fish? Go hunting in the mountains? Lu Zhu looked at his own scrawny muscles and chose to give up. If he really went hunting, he didn't know if he would be hunting animals or becoming an extra meal for them. Rather than benefiting the wild boars and wolves on the mountain, it would be better to chop himself up to nourish his parents. Do business? Better not court death. Those guys really devour people without leaving even a bone. Lu Erzu looked at the mottled and worn porcelain bowl in his hand, feeling a chill in his heart. These damn years really don't give the common people any way to survive. Suddenly, as Lu Erzu stared at the porcelain bowl, his vision blurred, and he discovered a vast world appearing before him. This world had no sun but was incredibly bright. Its scope was vast and endless. The ground was incredibly fertile black soil, and there was a river that stretched out of sight, flowing slowly. Good heavens, a golden finger? Although Lu Erzu was already 68 in his previous life, he usually lived quite a colorful life. Occasionally, he would read some rural romance novels and longed for the golden fingers of the protagonists in those books. He hadn't expected that his benefits would arrive just after transmigrating. Lu Erzu couldn't help but show a smile, seeing her son's face full of sorrow over the rice bowl one moment and then a silly grin the next. Niu Hongwa's heart tightened. Her son couldn't be possessed, could he? He must be possessed. Otherwise, why would someone who studied so hard agree so readily to stop going to school? Niu Honghua was extremely flustered. She suddenly remembered the village elders saying that ghosts are afraid of wicked people. If someone is possessed, you should curse at them with all your might. Maybe you can curse the spirit away. If that doesn't work, evil spirits are most afraid of filth. Pour a ladle of feces into the patient's mouth, and they'll be cured for sure. Niu Honghua immediately shouted toward the house. His father, hurry up and take a dump. I have an urgent use for it. In these times, feces and urine were good things, all sent to the fields. For a moment, there really wasn't any fresh supply. Then, Niu Honghua glared at Lu Erzu and cursed. You son of a bitch, get lost right now, or my man is going to take a dump. I'm warning you, his dump is incredibly smelly. It'll reek so much you won't even be able to find your own grave. Lu Erzu had just finished figuring out how to use the space. Hearing these harsh curses as he exited the space, he couldn't help but look bewildered. Mother, why are you cursing at me? Niu Honghua still stared with wide eyes. I'm warning you, don't try to pretend to be my son. My Zhu Zi is very smart. Don't let me catch you in a lie. Mother, what on earth is wrong with you? Lu Erzu was completely bewildered. I ask you, what does 1 + 1 equal? Niu Honghua shouted out the extent of her highest knowledge. 2, Lu Erzu replied instinctively. It's my son, no doubt about it. Niu Honghua's aggressive aura vanished instantly, and she shouted toward the house again. His father, you haven't finished yet, have you? Lu Fusheng's annoyed voice immediately came from the house. Not yet. My asshole isn't a button. How could it be that fast? That's good then. Saves you from needing to eat more because your stomach is empty. Niu Honghua felt even more relieved. Lu Erzu was speechless. He quickly stuffed the rice bowl into his mother's hands and went out. He had just discovered that his space had 3 major abilities. One was storage. He could use his thoughts to put things in and take them out. The second was the ability to plant crops and accelerate their growth. The last was time stasis. Anything stored inside would remain forever in a state where time had stopped. If he planted wild vegetables, his family would have an endless supply of bitterness to eat. Lu Erzu shook the stupid thought out of his head, thinking about where to scrounge up some seeds. Don't even think about the production brigade's granary. If he dared to touch a single grain from there, it would be the great crime of undermining the foundations of socialism. If he had come back earlier and gone to work in the fields with the others, he might have been able to hide a few seeds. Now the crops in the fields had all been harvested, picked cleaner than people's pockets, and everything had been turned over to the warehouse. Truly a bunch of foolishly honest people. Lu Erzu was squatting by the door feeling troubled when he heard a timid call. Little uncle, mother told me to bring you a wo-wo. He turned to look and saw it was his eldest brother's little girl, Lu Yunning. This name was one his eldest brother had specifically traveled to the county seat to ask Lu Erzu to give her. He said Lu Erzu was the most educated person in the surrounding villages, so the name he gave would surely sound good. Lu Erzu had given her this formal name, and then his eldest brother had given her the childhood name, Nizi. At this moment, Nizi was wearing a set of patched-up homespun clothes, dressed like a little beggar. Although she was calling out to her little uncle, she wasn't looking at Lu Erzu. Her eyes were fixed on the wo-wo she held in her hands, and she kept swallowing her saliva. Little Nizi, come here and let uncle have a look at you. Lu Erzu waved his hand happily. In his previous life, he had always been away for school and work, only seeing her a few times a year. Later, this girl died young due to illness, and he saw her even less. Seeing this girl again now, he only felt very happy. This was good. Unexpectedly, after Nizi walked over, she burst into tears. Little uncle, please don't hit me. I only stole a bite because I was so hungry. Can I give you back a wo-wo when I grow up? Lu Erzu was taken aback. Only then did he look at the wo-wo in Nizi's hand and noticed a piece the size of a fingernail missing from the bottom. He could clearly see several small tooth marks on it. Looking at the sobbing Nizi, Lu Erzu's heart immediately ached. He picked her up and was instantly startled. How could this girl be so light? Lu Erzu hurriedly examined the little person in his arms. This little girl was already 6 years old this year. She actually looked very pretty, with an oval face, large eyes, a high nose, and a small mouth, definitely a beauty in the making. But because of long-term malnutrition, her hair was withered and yellow. She was half a head shorter than her peers, and her little arms and legs were as thin as dry sticks. From a distance, that small frame looked like a small watermelon placed on top of a few sticks. Holding her in his arms, she felt light as a feather. This wouldn't do. Don't cry, don't cry. Little uncle won't hit you. Go ahead and eat it, Lu Erzu coaxed gently. Nizi sobbed, her body trembling, but she still held up the wo-wo and said, my mother said this is for little uncle. She won't let me eat it. Alright, little uncle will take it. Lu Erzu took the wo-wo under Nizi's lingering gaze and then handed it back. Little uncle is giving you a wo-wo. Do you want to eat it? If this trick of giving someone their own gift back were used on an adult, Lu Erzu would definitely be scolded to death. But Nizi was dazed. She even forgot to cry and looked at Lu Erzu with a bewildered face. Her little brain was almost smoking from trying to figure out the logic. Forget it, she wouldn't think about it anymore. Anyway, the wo-wo was delicious. 3. Number 3 I have a few corn kernels. Chapter 3. I have a few corn kernels. Seeing Nizi holding the cornbread like a treasure, nibbling on it in small bites with a look of pure satisfaction, Lu Erzu found her adorable, but his heart also ached for her. Several times, he instinctively reached for his pockets, wanting to pull out a piece of candy or a 10-yuan bill to make the little girl beam with joy. But he realized he was penniless, and his stomach even let out an unhelpful growl as he looked at the cornbread. A bowl of wild vegetable porridge really wasn't enough to fill him up. Hearing the rumbling from Lu Erzu's stomach, Nizi paused, then reluctantly held the cornbread up to his mouth. Eat, little uncle. Go eat with grandfather and grandmother. I'm going to find your father. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Lu Erzu quickly set Nizi down and left. Nizi called out from behind in a tiny voice, little uncle, don't tell mother I ate the cornbread. She'll hit me, and the sole of her shoe hurts so much on my bottom. Don't worry, little uncle definitely won't spill the beans. Lu Erzu looked back and smiled. Nizi gave a sweet smile. Little uncle is the best. When I grow up, I'll give you 2 big pieces of cornbread to eat. In this little girl's world, 2 big pieces of cornbread were the most delicious things on earth, and her little uncle had to eat such good food every day. Lu Erzu strode over to his eldest brother's house. In the courtyard, his eldest brother, Lu Deliang, was squatting shirtless next to a pile of timber, seemingly working on some carpentry. Come to think of it, in his previous life, Lu Erzu seemed to recall his mother saying that his eldest brother was determined to learn a trade so he could go to the county seat and earn more money. But he had farm work to do, and being an apprentice didn't pay, so he had always been self-taught. Lu Erzu didn't know if his brother had ever succeeded, but the odds were that he hadn't. Big brother, Lu Erzu called out. Lu Deliang turned his head sharply. Seeing it was his younger brother, his gaze turned complicated. He opened his mouth to speak but hesitated. Understanding his meaning, Lu Erzu smiled. I'm not leaving anymore. I'll stay home and work. Hearing this, Lu Deliang instinctively breathed a sigh of relief, but then he felt bad and quickly explained, well, I didn't mean anything by it. It's actually fine if you go to school, it's just because those words went so much against his true feelings. The habitually honest and simple Lu Deliang didn't know how to continue his fabrication. Seeing his brother's face turn red, Lu Erzu couldn't help but laugh. Alright, why are we brothers being so formal? Seeing his brother's cheerful demeanor, Lu Deliang knew he truly didn't mind staying. Feeling more relaxed, he blurted out, you were always the one acting all pretentious like a scholar, and now you're calling me formal. Lu Erzu thought about it, and it was true. Previously, he had prided himself on being a scholar who would go to university and work for the government, so he had looked down on these country folk. No matter who he spoke to, he always had that annoying, I'm so educated, attitude. He was always so overly polite with his family that it was irritating, making them feel like they had to watch their words around him. After complaining about his brother, the easygoing Lu Deliang immediately forgot all his previous unhappiness and resentment. He happily pulled him over to the woodwork he had done and said, this is a chair I made. What do you think? Lu Erzu looked at the indescribable chair before him, thought for a moment, and gave a thumbs up. It's pretty good. Really? Lu Deliang was pleasantly surprised. Quote, our parents and your sister-in-law all said this chair isn't worth a dime. I didn't expect you to say it's good. Is this the kind of thing city people like? Quick, tell me what's good about it. Big brother, I'm not kidding. If you sent this chair to the police station to be used as a torture device, no matter how hardened the criminal, they'd confess the moment they sat on it, Lu Zhu said with a chuckle. Lu Deliang was stunned. Why does that sound like it's not a compliment? What if a normal person sits on it? A normal person? Then it's over. Society would immediately have one more criminal, Lu Zhu said. Ha ha ha, Zuzi, you really are a scholar. You're killing me. A burst of laughter came from inside the house. It was his sister-in-law, Li Quikwei. Hearing his wife's laughter, Lu Deliang finally understood. With a dark face, he kicked Lu Erju's butt. You little brat, so you were making fun of me? Lu Erju chuckled and headed toward the house, wanting to thank his sister-in-law for bringing him the cornbread. To his surprise, Lu Deliang grabbed him and said, your sister-in-law's pants are ruined. Her pants are ruined? So what? Lu Erju didn't react for a moment until Li Quikwei's slightly embarrassed voice came from inside. Zhu Zi, come back tomorrow. I'll cook a dish for you and let you brothers have a few drinks. Hearing this, Lu Erju slapped his forehead as it finally clicked. People were poor in those days, they couldn't afford clothes or even fabric. Many 7- or 8-year-old boys still ran around the village with bare bottoms. Most adults only had one set of clothes, and it was common to wear them for over a decade, patching them up over and over. When they could no longer be worn, they were passed down to the children. Li Quikwei's pants were ruined, so she probably couldn't get out of bed right now. Naturally, it wouldn't be appropriate for Lu Erzu to go in. Then I won't go in. Thanks for the cornbread you just gave me, sister-in-law, Lu Erzu said quickly. Lu Deliang kicked him in the butt again. I just said you were being formal, and here you go again. Why are you thanking family? Brother, I'm already this old. Can you stop kicking me all the time? Lu Erzu said helplessly. So what if you're grown? Even if you're 100 years old, I'm still your brother. I can't kick your butt? What if I grab your balls? As Lu Deliang spoke, he actually reached out to grab him. Lu Erzu retreated 2 steps in a panic. He really couldn't win against his brother, so he quickly said, Big brother, I have something else. Does our family have any seeds for MMMPH? Before Lu Erzu could finish, his brother clamped a hand over his mouth. Then, Lu Deliang looked around like a thief. After making sure no one was there, he cursed in a low voice. Who dares to hide seeds these days? If the production team found out, wouldn't they hang you up and beat you? And they'd whip you without even taking off your pants, you believe me? The deep-seated frugality of country folk made them feel that having their pants whipped to shreds was more painful than the actual beating on their buttocks. I just want a few grains. Any seeds will do, Lu Erzu explained. We have nothing. Lu Deliang waved him off, but then feeling that was a bit too harsh, he asked hesitantly, how about some saplings? I can dig up a couple of those for you. You just go back to researching your torture devices. Those things are all over the mountains. I don't need your help. Lu Erzu turned and left, annoyed. He had only taken a few steps when Li Quikwei's uncertain voice came from inside the house. Zhu Zi, I have a few corn kernels here. Would those work? Lu Daliang's expression changed. He rushed to close the courtyard gate, then ran back into the house and hissed, You spendthrift woman, where did you get corn kernels? I picked them up from the cornstalk pile while I was feeding the cattle. I was thinking of boiling them to give Nizi a treat. I promise no one saw me. Li Quikwei's voice was a bit weak. I really want to beat you to death. Lu Deliang was fuming. Quote, even if those corn kernels were in the cornstalk pile, they're for the cattle. We can't touch them. Hearing this, Lu Erju's expression became incredibly complex. In these times, livestock really were more precious than people. 4. Number 4 The corn harvest is plentiful. Chapter 4. The corn harvest. Inside the house, Lu Deliang gave Li Quikwei another harsh scolding, making her cry. Before walking out with a dark expression, several corn kernels still clutched tightly in his hand. Lu Erzu sighed. Big brother, why bother? It's just a few corn kernels. Lu Daliang's dark face was full of seriousness, his eyes wide like copper bells. That's what our family thinks, but what about outsiders? To put it lightly, your sister-in-law picked them up, but to put it bluntly, she stole state property. If someone reports her, your sister-in-law won't get off with just a scolding. Seeing that he had just finished lecturing his wife and was now about to lecture him, Lu Erzu quickly said, All right, you're right. Just give me the corn kernels. Seeing his younger brother's impatience, Lu Deliang didn't criticize him further and handed over the corn kernels. Take them back, boil them, and eat them to satisfy your craving. Looking at the 3 corn kernels in his palm, Lu Erzu shook his head helplessly, said his goodbyes, and left. After he left, Lu Deliang remained silent for a while before sighing and returning to the house. The room was small with little furniture, but it was kept very clean and tidy. Li Quikwei was sitting on the kong, covered with a tattered blanket full of patches, wiping away tears. Wife, I was too impatient just now. I was also afraid someone would report you. Lu Deliang coaxed her softly. I'm not angry that you scolded me. I'm just heartbroken. Ever since Nizi heard you say corn could be boiled and eaten, she's been asking me what it tastes like. Actually, I didn't just pick up these corn kernels. I found them by rummaging through the stockpile. That's how my pants got ruined. I originally thought about boiling them for Nizi tonight, but now you've given them all to your brother. I'm not blaming your brother either. After all, I gave them to him. He was forced to drop out of school to come back and support the family. He's actually suffered a lot too. I just feel when will these hard times ever end? Li Quikwei sobbed, covering her mouth and trembling, not daring to wail loudly. Because that would consume too much energy and make her hungry. Lu Deliang, a tough man who could work for 3 days without sleep to rush harvest grain, couldn't help but have his eyes redden upon hearing his wife's grievances. He hated himself for being useless, unable to even fill his family's stomachs or even know how to comfort someone. Lu Deliang stood by the kong, his lips twitching for a long time, before finally blurting out, "You rest first. I'm going to go study carpentry." As long as he had a skill, it would be easier to support the family. In Lu Daliang's view, being a farmer wasn't worth much. Being a worker was what was popular and could sustain one for a lifetime. If Lu Erzu heard this, he would only respond with a massive eye roll. In the future, who knows how many workers would sell their blood and bodies. Forget it. One shouldn't say things that aren't conducive to unity. After Lu Erzu left his older brother's house, he found a deserted corner and, with a thought, sent the corn kernels into his mind space. Operating inside the space was simple. With a casual toss onto the ground, the corn kernels flew into the black soil on their own, dug a hole, and buried themselves. Then, Lu Erzu used his mind to draw out some river water and poured it onto that patch of land. 5 minutes later, the corn kernels sprouted. Although he knew the mind space was powerful, this still made Lu Erzu incredibly happy. He was also very fortunate that his sister-in-law hadn't boiled the corn kernels yet, otherwise planting them anywhere would have been useless. He continued to draw river water and continued to irrigate. Lu Erzu watched as the corn seedlings grew bit by bit, slowly growing ears of corn, and finally maturing into corn cobs. They were big and thick, truly a pleasant sight. He hurriedly used his mind to break off a cob and peeled it open to take a look. The corn kernels stood neatly on the cob, each one plump and golden. It made one want to take a bite. Suppressing his excitement, Lu Erzu stripped the kernels and planted them again. 3 years of corn weren't enough. He needed to keep planting, to plant a lot more, drawing river water to let it irrigate the cornfield on its own. Lu Erzu temporarily exited the mind space. As soon as he came out, his head spun, and he almost fainted. He leaned against a wall for quite a while before recovering. Damn, this mind space is quite taxing on the brain. Lu Erzu cursed under his breath, only to hear his stomach growling incessantly. Fuck, it turns out it was hunger. True, although the school provided subsidies, grain was scarce there too. It was good if one could eat 1 wowo a day. Usually, they relied on corn porridge, and he hadn't seen any oil or fat for 3 or 4 months. That sudden dizziness just now was purely due to low blood sugar and low blood lipids. Without a second thought, Lu Erzu quickly took out 2 tender ears of corn from the mind space and began munching on them. Since the corn wasn't ripe yet and was at its most tender stage, eating it raw didn't taste astringent. Instead, it was very fresh and tender, almost like eating small grapes. With each bite, his mouth was filled with fragrance and sweet juice. After devouring 5 tender ears of corn in one go, Lu Erzu finally felt somewhat full and was no longer dizzy. But he knew very well that eating just corn wasn't enough. He still lacked oil and fat. Only with salt and oil could a person have strength and do more things. Lu Erzu turned his gaze toward the distant mountains. Although he couldn't go hunting in the mountains, there were plenty of birds there. Catching a few birds should still be fine. He immediately ran back to his house, grabbed the wooden basin used for washing clothes, and ran to the foot of the mountain. It was now late autumn. When the wind blew, many leaves had already turned yellow and withered. As the wind blew, the yellow leaves drifted down like snowflakes, accompanied by the beautiful singing of 100 birds on the mountain. The atmosphere was incredibly poetic. If the bold young couples of later generations saw this, they would surely be in the mood to go up the mountain and shake the earth. Unfortunately, Lu Erzu had no time to appreciate it. He only wanted to eat his fill. Lu Erzu found a short wooden stick and tied a long willow branch to the middle of it. Then he propped up the washing basin on the ground at a 45-degree angle, scattered a handful of corn kernels inside, and used the wooden stick to hold up the basin. The willow branch on the stick led behind a tree. Lu Erzu squatted behind the tree, waiting patiently. When he was a child, he had seen other classmates use this method to catch birds, but he had never used it himself, because there was no grain to use as bait, but now he had no shortage of grain. There were many birds on the mountain, and this kind of grain was one of their favorites, so it quickly attracted 5 sparrows. Seeing this, Lu Erzu couldn't help but smile. In his previous life, he had the fortune of eating sparrows boiled by a classmate. Actually, there wasn't much meat on them, and the taste wasn't great. But in these years of famine, it was still a rare delicacy that he couldn't forget for many years in his previous life. Later, when he had another chance to catch sparrows and wanted to reminisce, he found out that these things had become protected animals just as the 5 sparrows entered the trap and Lu Erzu was about to pull the net. He suddenly saw a 7-colored wild chicken strolling over in the distance. Lu Erzu's eyes suddenly lit up. 5. Number 5. Mom, is the chicken delicious? Chapter 5. Mom, is the chicken delicious? This is a 7-colored mountain chicken, also known as a ring-necked pheasant. Although it would become a protected animal a few decades later, it certainly wasn't one now. Moreover, it was much fattier than sparrows and had far more meat. Lu Erzu immediately abandoned his plan to catch sparrows and stared intently at that fat, sturdy wild chicken. Probably because many villagers went up the mountain to hunt, these wild chickens had become quite alert. The wild chicken first looked around cautiously before taking step after step toward the wooden basin. Upon reaching the basin, it didn't put its entire body inside. With a small portion of its body still exposed, it stretched its neck to peck at a corn kernel. Once it confirmed it was food and very fresh, the wild chicken's wariness vanished instantly as it moved closer to feast greedily. Lu Erzu gave the wicker a sudden tug, the wooden stick fell, and the basin trapped the wild chicken. Hey, a chicken is a chicken after all. Give it a little benefit and it lets itself be manipulated, with no regard for the future. Cheep 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 cheep. The wild chicken thrashed wildly inside the basin, screaming incessantly in an attempt to escape. Lu Erzu rushed over immediately, lifted the basin just a crack, and reached his hand in, throwing caution to the wind as he pulled whatever he touched into his mind space. Once the movement under the basin stopped, he glanced into his mind space. Besides a pile of dirt and grass, there was a motionless wild chicken and 2 sparrows. Oh ho, a bonus. Lu Erzu was delighted. Not only did he have food now, but he had also proven his trapping method was feasible. He would continue, then. After all, 1 chicken wasn't enough to feed the whole family. What he wanted wasn't just to feed himself, but to support his parents and repay his eldest brother. After all, his eldest brother had played a vital role in allowing him to attend school peacefully in his previous life. His sister-in-law was also a good person. Her virtue and competence went without saying, but more importantly, the way she treated his family was beyond reproach. She was actually quite good-looking, yet in his previous life, she hadn't remarried after his brother died. If the loss of her child hadn't driven her to despair, she probably would have held on until she saw his mother to her grave. She was even willing to give him the few corn kernels she had risked getting now. Lu Erzu reset the trap and returned to wait behind the large tree. After waiting like this for a whole afternoon, Lu Erzu caught 5 wild chickens and 35 sparrows. A rabbit had actually visited the trap in the meantime, but unfortunately, it wasn't interested in corn kernels and didn't fall for it, but this was enough. Seeing that the sky had already turned dark, Lu Erzu walked home with a smile. Once back outside his front door, he found a deserted shadow, took out all the wild chickens, tied their legs with wicker, and carried them inside. There was no other way. In these times, if anyone saw Lu Erzu with meat, he would definitely be questioned. If he couldn't explain it clearly, not only would he be severely punished, but the chickens would be confiscated and end up in some dog's belly. It was dinner time, and smoke was billowing from other people's chimneys. Regardless of whether they had food, they would at least boil a pot of water to fill up, otherwise they really wouldn't be able to sleep. But when Lu Erzu entered his home, he found the courtyard empty and the stove cold. However, there were several people in the house, and the sound of crying could be heard faintly. It was his mother and sister-in-law crying. Lu Erzu thought something had happened to his father again and rushed into the room, anxiously. "What's wrong? Mom, why are you crying? What happened?" The room suddenly fell silent. The 2 women stopped crying and turned together to look at Lu Erzu. The 2 men were also full of shock, forgetting to puff on their tobacco pipes and letting them burn on their own. Only the little Nizi, Lu Yuning, cried out, "Little uncle is back. Little uncle didn't run away because of me." Wah. Hearing this crying, the people in the room finally snapped out of it. Lu Deliang stood up abruptly and said in surprise, "Zhu Zi, you didn't go back to school?" Back to school? Why would I go back to school? Didn't I say I'm not studying anymore? Lu Zhu was completely confused. Well, since you didn't come back all afternoon, we thought you were just fooling us this morning and had actually run away quietly. Lu Deliang explained awkwardly. Nizi also wiped her tears and said, little uncle, I won't fight you for steamed buns anymore. I'll give you 3 steamed buns when I grow up. Please don't leave, okay? I don't want grandma and mom to cry anymore. The girl thought he was so angry that he hadn't come home all afternoon because she had eaten his steamed bun, and she was terrified. The sister-in-law Li Quikwei quickly hugged her daughter and wiped her tears with her rough palms, feeling heartbroken. Enough already, he's back, so why are you still crying? It's so annoying. Old lady, go make dinner quickly, I'm starving to death. His father, Lu Fusheng, cursed impatiently and shooed them away, but then turned his head to wipe his own tears. Niu Honghua quickly agreed upon hearing her husband's words. In fact, she was also very guilty. It was bad enough forcing her son to stop his studies, but now she had even thought so poorly of him. But that's how rural parents were. An apology was impossible, so they could only make up for it with good food. Thus, Niu Honghua stood up and headed out. Zhu Zi, you must be exhausted after being out all afternoon. Sit down and rest for a bit. Mom will go to the village to borrow some cornmeal and make you some steamed buns. Lu Zhu helplessly blocked his mother and held up the wild chickens he was carrying. Mom, look at this. This is the result of my afternoon's work. The others had been so busy being happy about Lu Zhu's return that they hadn't noticed the wild chickens. Now, their eyes all widened in shock. Seeing them up close, the impact was even greater on Niu Honghua, and she couldn't help but shout, oh, my heavens. Li Quikwei also jumped up, overjoyed. Chicken Liangzi, mom, it's chicken. Hearing the 2 women so excited they could barely speak, Lu Zhu laughed. But when he looked at his father and eldest brother, he found that they didn't show much joy. Instead, they looked quite panicked. Lu Fusheng straightened up abruptly and hissed, what are you 2 fools shouting for? You'll call the security team over in a minute. The 2 women quickly covered their mouths tightly. Lu Deliang even rushed over, grabbed his younger brother's hand, and asked nervously, Zhu Zi, where did you get these chickens? You didn't steal them, did you? Brother, these are wild chickens, not domestic ones. Where would I even steal them from? I caught them with a trap. Remember those corn kernels you gave me? I used them to make a trap. Lu Zhu explained irritably. Lu Deliang looked surprised. So you didn't ask me for those corn kernels at noon just to satisfy a craving? Then, he couldn't help but get excited. My younger brother is so smart, I never would have thought of that. As expected of an educated man, I was overthinking it. How could an educated man do something as bad as stealing? Lu Zhu really wanted to tell his brother that he was wrong. When educated people turned bad, they were more ruthless than anyone. But to prevent his family from misunderstanding, he decided not to say anything more. Everyone was immersed in the joy of seeing the chickens, except for the little Nizi, who was quite clueless. She curiously tugged on her mother's newly sewn pants. Mom, is that colorful thing a chicken too? Can we eat it? As soon as she said this, the people in the room fell silent again. Can we eat it? Of course, chicken can be eaten, and it's delicious too. But Lu Zhu was the one who caught them. Whether they could eat them or not was up to him. 6. Number 6. Brother Chicken, Sacrifice Yourself. Chapter 6. Brother Chicken, Sacrifice Yourself. Because of the little girl's innocent question, the room fell silent for a moment. Li Quikwei picked up her daughter first and said with her head down, Liang Zi, Ni Zi is a bit sleepy. I'll take her home first. In these times, no family had surplus grain. Especially with something so delicious, no one would be willing to share it. So Li Quikwei felt embarrassed to ask for Lu Zhu's food, and even more afraid that she would lose face by showing her greed, so she planned to go home first. The ignorant little Nizi didn't know what was happening. Hearing Li Quikwei say she was sleepy, she quickly shouted, Mom, I'm not sleepy, woo woo woo. Li Quikwei covered Nizi's mouth and hurried out, not even daring to look at the wild chicken, afraid that tears would flow from her mouth instead. Lu Deliang scratched his head and walked out with his head down as well. He felt too embarrassed to eat the chicken his younger brother had caught. Besides, he had called his brother back because he, as the eldest brother, was useless and couldn't support their parents. If he were to snatch food from his younger brother and parents now, would he have any shame left? Lu Zhu quickly stopped the 2 of them, his eyes widening. Where are you going? I'm going to cook. The whole family will eat together later. This one sentence left the whole family stunned again. Li Quikwei couldn't believe Lu Zhu was willing to give meat to her family. Lu Deliang and his parents couldn't believe Lu Zhu knew how to cook. After all, while Lu Zhu might not have been pampered to the point of being fed and dressed by others, he was certainly someone whose fingers had never touched dishwater. When did he learn to cook? Niu Honghua looked at Lu Zhu with a suspicious gaze. His behavior throughout the day had been far too strange. One moment he agreed to stop studying, the next he caught wild chickens, and now he even knew how to cook. This was nothing like the youngest son she knew. Possessed, he must be possessed. It seemed that the scolding at noon didn't work. As expected, did they really have to force-feed him feces? Lu Fusheng, as the father, thought a bit more. He wondered if his son had been bullied at school and was forced to serve people all day, which was how he learned to cook. Seeing the whole family looking at him with suspicion, Lu Zhu felt incredibly stifled. Who told him to be so worthless before? Believe it or not, I'm going to cook now. Our whole family is eating meat tonight. With a dark face, Lu Zhu turned and went into the courtyard. Eat meat? Nizi's eyes lit up, and she cheered. Oh, we're eating meat, Mom. Little uncle said we can eat meat. Liang Zi, what should we do? Li Quikwei whispered to her husband, her watery eyes filled with nervousness and a hint of anticipation. Looking at his happy daughter and his wife who kept swallowing her saliva, Lu Deliang hardened his heart. I'll go help start the fire. He'd throw his pride away for today. He'd mooch a meal off his brother first. Li Quikwei showed a joyful expression, quickly handed her daughter to Lu Deliang, and said happily, how can a man do this kind of work? I'll go start the fire for Zhu Zi. Then what do I do? Lu Deliang hurriedly shouted, go kill the chicken with your scatterbrained mother. Lu Fusheng glared and cursed. What a bunch of worthless lot. You look like idiots when you're greedy for meat. Slurp. As Lu Fusheng spoke, he accidentally let some saliva slip out, making him instantly embarrassed. Lu Deliang immediately laughed. Dad, you're talking about me, but you're drooling more than Nizi. Little Nizi also giggled non-stop, repeatedly stroking her cheek with her finger. Grandpa is drooling, Grandpa is shameful. Hearing his granddaughter make fun of him, Lu Fusheng couldn't keep a straight face either. He laughed and scolded, damn it, I'm also a worthless one. Our family is just a bunch of gluttons. Seeing the three of them still in the mood to laugh, Niu Honghua said crossly, the three of you are just foolishly greedy. Don't you think Zhu Zi is a bit off? Why is he so today? Mom, do you mean to say Zhu Zi is more sensible than before? Lu Deliang asked. Niu Honghua meant exactly that, but saying it always made it seem like her youngest wasn't sensible before. Now that her eldest son had pointed it out, she unhappily pinched Lu Deliang. You brat, how can you say your brother isn't sensible? Lu Deliang felt wronged. Mom, you clearly meant that. I was just following your lead. Get out of here, I'll talk to your father. Niu Honghua couldn't win the argument against her eldest son, so she simply chased him away. Hey, alright, Lu Deliang left happily. He couldn't wait to go out and help his brother start the fire and cook. Just thinking about the smell of stewed chicken made him incredibly hungry. Looking at her silly eldest son, Niu Honghua sighed and looked at her husband. His father, do you think Zhu Zi is possessed? I think you're the damn one who's possessed. Lu Fusheng glared and cursed. Our son has become sensible and knows to be filial to his parents. Isn't that good? What, do you want me to lose my life before that brat, at my age, finally understands how things work? Niu Honghua couldn't talk back after being scolded, but she felt relieved instead. In this life, she didn't trust anyone but her own man. Because back then, Lu Fusheng was the young master of a landlord's family. He grew up without worries about food or clothing and was taught by private tutors. Later, when people started to struggle against the landlords, Lu Fusheng was originally going to escape, but he was set up by his own family. He didn't have time to flee, so to save his life, he pretended to be generous and handed over everything. This led those who didn't know the inside story to actually praise him, which saved his life and even got him the status of a poor peasant in the courtyard. Lu Deliang ran out of the house, only to bump into Li Quikwei, who was running in a panic. What's wrong with you? Why the panic? Zhu Zi is just slaughtering a chicken. Why do you look like you're the one being slaughtered? Lu Deliang teased his wife. Oh my god, that Zhu Zi is practically slaughtering me, he. Li Quikwei was so anxious she couldn't even speak properly. It's not that serious, is it? We're just mooching a meal. If he's unwilling, he'll just chase us away. Is there any need to slaughter you? Lu Deliang said in disbelief. Li Quikwei couldn't explain it clearly and stomped her feet in frustration, simply pushing her husband out. See for yourself. Lu Deliang looked out of curiosity. In the courtyard, Lu Zhu was squatting on the ground, one hand clutching the chicken's neck and the other holding a knife. His posture was steady, and his knife skills were exquisite. Little Nizi was also squatting nearby in a similar fashion, but she didn't dare to look. She covered her eyes with her two little hands, swallowing her saliva while whispering about how pitiful the little chicken was. There was nothing wrong with this. As Lu Deliang was wondering, he discovered that after his brother killed the first chicken, he actually wanted to kill the second one. He instantly understood his wife's meaning and hurriedly shouted, "Zhu Zi, stay your hand, oh no, stay your knife." Lu Zhu knew that his elder brother and sister-in-law were the same. They were thinking of killing one chicken for the whole family to eat together. Believe it or not, these people would even try to make that one chicken last for 10 days to half a month. But with a family of 7, including 5 adults who had been hungry, lacked nutrition, and performed long-term labor, their bodies had long been depleted. Wild chickens didn't have much fat to begin with. Even if all 5 were stewed, he didn't know how much nourishment they could actually provide. Naturally, Lu Zhu would not show any mercy. Brother chicken, sacrifice yourself for the great working people. 7. Number 7 Cornmeal that is as fine as refined grain. Chapter 7. Corn flour like fine grain. Lu Deliang ran over to stop him very quickly. Unfortunately, Lu Zhu had no woman in his heart, and his knife work was as fast as a god's. All 5 chickens had their throats slit, clucking incessantly in Lu Zhu's arms. Lu Zhu looked up, saw Lu Daliang's stunned expression, and shouted helplessly, "Big brother, stop standing there staring. If you don't help, the chicken blood will go to waste." Lu Daliang sighed and crouched down to help hold the chickens, letting their blood flow into a wooden basin. In the future, this chicken blood would become a part of the glorious working people. Since the chickens were already killed and would go to waste otherwise, Lu Daliang simply helped with the slaughtering. It was mainly because he truly felt pained watching his younger brother work. Of course, it was the chickens he felt pained for. Those chicken feathers were such good things. They could be handed over to the production team for work points or stuffed into clothes for warmth in winter. Yet his younger brother actually wanted to scald them with boiling water. They'd be ruined after that. And the chicken butts, such fragrant and wonderful things. Yet his spendthrift brother actually wanted to cut them off and throw them away. Li Quikwei came out of the house again with her mother-in-law, and both women were also heartbroken. It would have been better to keep those wild chickens for laying eggs. But since they were already slaughtered, the 2 of them helped clean them up. The 3 of them carefully and gently plucked the feathers, smoothing each one out before setting it aside. Once the plucking was done, he took out the chicken hearts, livers, gizzards, and intestines to clean them. Meanwhile, taking advantage of the others' lack of attention, Lu Zhu secretly used his space to harvest corn and processed some of it into corn flour. In these years of famine, to make the food last longer, people would grind the entire corn cob. The corn husks, the cobs, everything was ground together and mixed into the flour. The flour produced this way was hard and difficult to digest, constipation was common, and some people even suffered from intestinal obstructions. Lu Zhu naturally wouldn't let his family eat that kind of thing again, so he made the purest, high-quality corn flour. While his family wasn't looking, he secretly brought out the corn flour and put it into the family's grain bag. Then, he took out half a basin of it to start making pancakes. Niu Honghua happened to turn around and saw her son kneading dough. Her eyes widened instantly. "Corn flour? Zhu Zi, where did you get this from?" Her voice was trembling from fear. You could say the wild chickens were caught on the mountain, but surely this corn flour couldn't have been caught on the mountain too. Lu Deliang and his wife also turned around, staring intently at the bag of flour that looked like golden granules. In all their lives, they had never seen such high-quality corn flour. Even back when they ate from the communal pot at the production team, Li Quikwei had snuck a peek at the white flour in the communal canteens, and she felt it didn't even look as appetizing as this corn flour. Lu Zhu had already prepared an excuse and said calmly, "I earned it at school by cooking extra meals for my classmates. They said my cooking is delicious, so this was my wages. I forgot to take it out earlier." The others clearly didn't believe him. "You don't believe me? Just watch my skills." Lu Zhu nimbly took several wild chickens and quickly chopped them into pieces. He also took out the only remaining half stalk of green onion, a piece of ginger the size of a finger, and half a head of garlic to prep. Seeing his beautiful knife work as he prepped the ingredients, Niu Honghua was somewhat surprised. She hadn't expected her son to actually know how to cook, but then she felt another pang of heartache. Those seasonings could have lasted her 3 months, yet he used them all in one meal. Lu Deliang didn't care about all that. Being from the countryside, he had never seen a chef, so watching Lu Zhu's knife skills was like watching an acrobatics show. He couldn't help but clap and cheer. Li Quikwei muttered under her breath that it was the first time she'd seen a man who was better at chopping vegetables than a woman. Only Nizi was focused entirely on the chicken, her mouth watering. Once the pot was hot, he poured in the last bit of oil in the house, tossed in the seasonings to fry until fragrant, and then added the chicken pieces, sautéing them until they were slightly browned. Unfortunately, the soy sauce in this era was too primitive, with no distinction between light and dark soy sauce, but it was enough to add color. Once the chicken was sautéed, he added water. Lu Zhu took out coarse salt from a jar, sighing as he ground it into a fine powder and added it to the pot. Actually, he wanted to make an iron pot stew, but unfortunately, there were no hazel mushrooms or dried beans, let alone potatoes or carrots. Vermicelli? Don't even think about it. Without these few items, the iron pot stew wouldn't be authentic, and the flavor would be much worse. Most importantly, there was no cooking wine. Luckily, there were still some dried chili peppers at home, which could make up for it a bit. Finally, Lu Zhu cut 5 ears of corn into segments and threw them in to at least add some flavor. Once everything was done, Lu Zhu turned back to the others. How's that? My skills are alright, aren't they? Do I look like someone who could cook extra meals for classmates? The others nodded repeatedly, completely convinced, and then they all ran over to examine the cornflour. Lu Deliang instinctively reached into the bag to feel it and was instantly thrilled. Mother, why is this flour so smooth? It's even smoother than Quickwe's face was when she was 17. You big oaf, what nonsense are you talking? Li Quickwe blushed at the comparison. Lu Zhu kindly reminded her, sister-in-law, does my brother mean that your face isn't smooth anymore? Li Quickwe blanked for a moment, then flew into a rage and pinched Lu Dalang's waist. You heartless oaf, I've worked so hard to raise your children, tending the crops during the day and serving you at home, and now you're looking down on me for not being smooth? Ow, ow, ow wife, I didn't mean it that way, Lu Deliang howled from the pinch. Seeing that his wife had no intention of letting go, he immediately turned to Niu Honghua for help. Quote, Mother, tell your daughter-in-law to stop, I'm being pinched to death. To his surprise, Niu Honghua also reached over and pinched him hard, scolding, pinch you? Why shouldn't she pinch you to death? Your claws are covered in chicken feathers and blood, yet you dare to touch such clean corn flour? It would have been better if she hadn't mentioned it. Once Li Quickwe saw the corn flour Lu Deliang had dirtied with his hands, she became even more furious, twisting the soft flesh on his waist a full 360 degrees. Lu Dalang's dark face turned purple with pain, and he quickly fled into the distance to escape the clutches of the two women. But the two women wouldn't let him off, chasing after him to teach him a lesson. Watching his older brother jumping around and howling, Lu Zhu was overcome with joy. Although he was suspected of setting up his brother, watching someone else get beaten was truly entertaining. Beside them, Nizi did feel bad for her father after all, shouting in her little baby voice, Go, daddy daddy, you can win. This made Li Quickwe so angry that she rushed over to pinch Nizi's ear. You brat, have I wasted my love on you? How dare you cheer for your father? Nizi quickly scrambled away. Lu Zhu wanted to catch the girl to protect her, but to his surprise, she bypassed him and ran into the house on her short little legs. Grandpa, save me, mommy is going to eat your Nizi. The smile on Lu Zhu's face stiffened slightly. Even though he was right there, Nizi ran elsewhere. It was clear she wasn't close to him. He really wanted to be close to everyone in the family, so Nizi's instinctive reaction made him feel a bit dejected. But it was normal. He had been away studying, so how could he expect to mend his relationship with his family with just one meal, one they hadn't even eaten yet? He still had to work hard. 8. Number 8. Nizi gave her a kiss. Chapter 8. Nizi gives a kiss. This family war finally ended when Lu Deliang, distressed by the sight of his panting wife and elderly mother, stopped and took his punishment voluntarily. Meanwhile, Lu Zhu had already stuck several corn cakes onto the side of the pot, and bursts of fragrance were already wafting out. Niu Honghua, Li Quickwe, and Lu Deliang couldn't care about anything else anymore. They squatted in a circle around the stove, greedily inhaling the scent of the meat with looks of pure satisfaction. Everyone in the village was poor, and it was normal not to see a drop of grease or a piece of meat for a whole year, so they rarely even had the chance to smell such a thing. Even little Nizi poked her head out from the room to peek. She really wanted to come over but was afraid of being beaten by Li Quickwe. Lu Zhu stood by and watched the few of them, feeling a sense of warmth. He hadn't felt this kind of heartwarming feeling of a family gathered together for decades. In his previous life, although he had a wife, children, and even a bastard, he felt as if he had always been burying his head in work to make money, making money for himself, for his wife, for his children, and for his bastard. Warmth and happiness? Perhaps he had felt them before, but looking back on the past, all he could remember was exhaustion and pain. In this life, he didn't want to live like that. The food was finally ready, and Lu Erzu lifted the pot lid to take a look. The dark brown broth in the iron pot was thick and fragrant, bubbling away, while the savory chicken pieces tumbled inside, releasing an aroma that drew out both cravings and saliva. Then there were the wo-wos stuck to the side of the pot, each one golden brown and incredibly crispy to the touch. Seeing his mother bring over a tiny bowl to serve the meat, he was suddenly amused and exasperated. "Mom, why didn't you just bring a teacup? What's this bowl supposed to be enough for?" Niu Honghua patiently coaxed him. "We don't have teacups at home. Besides, Zhu Zi, in times like these, it's already good enough to be able to eat meat. Everyone can just have a taste with their chopsticks. You don't really expect us to eat our fill, do you?" Lu Deliang and his wife nodded repeatedly in agreement. Only little Nizi shook her head repeatedly, but after receiving a glare from Li Quikwei, she hurriedly switched to nodding with a fawning smile. "Mom, look how good I'm being. Can that beating from earlier be waived?" Li Quikwei ignored the silly girl. If she hadn't mentioned it, Li Quikwei would have almost forgotten. Lu Erzu didn't listen to his mother's nagging and went to get the bowls and chopsticks himself. He served everyone a large, overflowing bowl and placed the golden buns on a plate, bringing everything to the table. Looking at the table full of meat, Niu Honghua was still nagging. She was either saying it was a waste to use so much oil for one meal or complaining that no one ate meat like this. She was thinking of letting her youngest son eat his fill first and then finding a way to store the remaining meat. This would be enough grease for an entire year. Even Lu Deliang and Li Quikwei, who were clearly craving it to the point of desperation just now, didn't dare to sit down and stood far away. If they were given a piece or two to taste, they could still have the thick skin to eat it. But now, a large bowl placed right in front of them truly stunned them. Who would leech off someone's meal to the point of driving them to bankruptcy? Lu Erzu tried to persuade them twice, but they still refused to eat. Seeing that persuasion was useless, he first picked up a bowl of chicken and placed it by his father's bedside. Then he waved to little Nizi. "Nizi, your grandma and parents have gone silly. They won't even eat meat when they see it. Come here, shall the two of us eat the yummy meat together?" Nizi instinctively looked at Li Quikwei. She wanted to go, but didn't dare. Li Quikwei wanted to say something, but Lu Erzu didn't give her the chance. He stepped forward, picked up Nizi, sat her at the table, and used his chopsticks to put a small piece of meat into her mouth. Nizi was still young after all and truly couldn't resist the fragrant meat. She timidly opened her small mouth and took a little bite. That one bite made her feel wonderful, and her eyes curved into happy crescents. "Does it taste good?" Lu Erzu asked with a smile. Little Nizi didn't dare to open her mouth, afraid the meat would grow legs and run away, so she nodded vigorously to show how happy she was. Seeing the little girl so happy, she was practically bubbling, with eyes sparkling. Lu Erzu was also very pleased and brought the chopsticks over again. Only then did Nizi swallow the meat she had been reluctant to gulp down, and then she happily ate the whole piece. At the same time, Nizi thought to herself, "Little uncle is so nice, giving me meat. I promised to let him eat wo-wos every day in the future. And he must have a meal of meat once a year." Nizi was determined. She was going to make sure her little uncle was well provided for. Then, Lu Erzu also picked up a piece of meat and put it in his mouth, saying as he chewed, "Nizi, eat your fill. Today, not only is there enough meat for everyone, but there are also 3 people standing guard for us, ensuring no one dares to come and steal it." Standing in the distance, Niu Honghua and the other 2 were actually craving it so much they could hardly stand. Hearing this, they were even more amused. Lu Deliang decided to set a bad example. He pulled Li Quikwei to the table and said loudly, "Wife, eat just now. Zhu Zi caused me to be pinched by you and Mom. I must eat a bowl of meat to make up for it." Li Quikwei rolled her eyes at her husband. Although the chopsticks were shoved into her hand, she still instinctively looked at Niu Honghua. Niu Honghua could only sigh as she walked over and sat down. "Eat, eat. Since Zhu Zi got these things, he can handle them however he likes." "Aye, that's more like it." Lu Erzu nodded repeatedly. Quote, "I caught the chicken, I cooked the food, and I said you should eat it, so what's there to be afraid of? Right, Dad?" Lu Fusheng had just picked up his bowl and chopsticks. Hearing this, he couldn't help but feel emotional. Zhu Zi has grown up. Zhu Zi really is capable. I've never heard of anyone being able to get this much meat. Li Quikwei quickly followed with praise. After all, one must be kind to the person feeding them. Lu Deliang had already started eating, his eyes shining. "Wife, hurry and taste this chicken. Why is it so fragrant?" Li Quikwei couldn't help but roll her eyes at this simpleton. Could it hurt to say something nice while eating someone else's food? However, once she took a bite of the chicken, she was also instantly amazed. A few years ago, when they were still eating at the communal canteen, she had also eaten stewed chicken, but that meat was very old and hard to chew. But this chicken was incredibly tender, its flavor filling her mouth with every effortless chew. And those wo-wos, the golden crust was crispy, making a crunching sound with every bite, while the inside was fragrant and soft. It was so delicious the family of 4 almost wanted to cry, except for Lu Fusheng when he was a child. None of the others had ever eaten such good food in their entire lives. But while they ate, the only one who truly ate without restraint was Lu Erzu. Li Quikwei would stop for a long while after every few bites, feeling embarrassed to eat too much. Lu Deliang claimed to be thick-skinned, but he only ate 2 pieces of meat. Then he took the bones that Li Quikwei and Nizi couldn't chew and crunched them up, feeling immensely satisfied. Niu Honghua was also so hungry she couldn't stand it. She accidentally ate a few extra pieces and felt incredibly regretful, quietly slapping her own hand several times, blaming herself for being a glutton. Looking at his family, Lu Erzu felt both bitter and heartbroken. But he didn't try to persuade them further. After all, they had lived frugally for so many years. It was impossible to expect them to suddenly eat as freely as people from the future. He could only feed little Nizi until she was full, even letting her gnaw on more than half a boiled corn. Little Nizi was so happy she was no longer shy around him. Ignoring the grease all over her mouth, she hugged him and gave him a loud kiss on the cheek. This made Lu Erzu incredibly happy. He instinctively reached into his pocket, wanting to give Nizi 2 pieces of candy and have her kiss him a few more times. But his hand found nothing. Damn it, next time he must buy a bunch of candy to keep in his pocket. 9. Number 9. Why is the pillar so good? Chapter 9. Why do you say Zhu Zi is so good? After the meal, Lu Deliang and Li Quikwei were barely full. Niu Honghua was about 70 or 80% full, but for some reason, she sat to the side and started wiping away tears again. However, seeing the gratified smile she wore from time to time, it was clear she was happy. When Lu Erzu went to take Lu Fusheng's bowl, he found more than half a bowl of shredded meat left inside. It was obvious that he had picked the bones clean and eaten them all, but left the meat behind. Seeing that Lu Erzu was a bit angry, Lu Fusheng laughed and said, "You little brat, are you trying to rebel? You actually dare to give your old man an attitude? Besides, you are what you eat. Eating bones will help my leg heal faster." What do you know? Lu Erzu was both annoyed and amused, so he could only helplessly place the bowl on the table. After eating, the whole family sat on their stools, no one willing to get up and move around. Such good food, it would be a shame to digest it all at once. Little Nizi was burping from being so full. She originally wanted to run around wildly and play, but after a glare from her mother, she sat obediently to the side. Once they had digested a bit, Lu Erzu wanted to clear the dishes, but he was pushed aside by his mother and Li Quikwei. Li Quikwei even glared and lectured Lu Erzu, which was rare. "You silly boy, no man does this kind of work. When you marry a wife in the future, don't be like the landlord's silly son, pampering her until she's good for nothing." In this day and age, if any wife dared to say her husband cooked and washed dishes at home, she would be laughed at until she died. Even other women wouldn't be envious, they would join in the disdain. It was as if the most normal situation was for a man not to even notice if a soy sauce bottle tipped over at home. If Lu Erzu hadn't insisted on showing off his cooking skills earlier, even as his eldest sister-in-law, she wouldn't have dared to let him do such work. Otherwise, people would surely point fingers at her, calling her a fierce woman who bullied her in-laws. As Lu Deliang listened from the side, something felt off. "Quikwei, just speak your mind. Why mention the landlord's silly son? Isn't that like insulting our father?" Li Quikwei was speechless. She looked at her parents-in-law, then at her husband, and finally, her face turned bright red with frustration. She simply gave Lu Deliang a few hard pinches. "You and your big mouth, our younger brother, let me eat my fill of meat, so if I still insulted my father-in-law, would I even be human? Hiss, it hurts, mother. Look at your daughter-in-law," Lu Deliang howled as he complained. Niu Honghua didn't care and even glared at him. "Serves you right, Quikwei, use more strength. You got it, mother." Li Quikwei firmly executed her mother-in-law's command, pinching Lu Deliang until he fled out the door. Nizi giggled non-stop at the sight and wanted to go out and play too. Lu Erzu simply carried her outside, where he happened to see his elder brother carefully lighting a tobacco pipe. From a distance, he could smell the pungent odor and subconsciously waved his hand. "Eldest brother, what kind of tobacco is that? Why is it so sharp? Hee, what do you know, you silly Zhu Zi? This is good stuff for getting rid of fatigue and building strength." Lu Deliang cheerfully handed over the pipe. Quote, "Want a puff?" Lu Erzu quickly backed away, just about to refuse. Nizi had already covered his mouth, her little head shaking like a rattle. Daddy, little uncle doesn't smoke. Smoking makes your mouth stink. Lu Dalang's eyes widened. You brat, who says smoking makes your mouth stink? It's true every time you kiss me, Daddy. Your mouth stinks and your beard pricks me, the little girl said huffily. I'm going to kiss you, and I'm going to prick you. Lu Daliang was in a good mood today and deliberately buried his face in his daughter's chest. Nizi squealed and dove into Lu Erju's arms like a little roe deer, hiding her face tightly and leaving only her little bottom facing her father. Lu Daliang didn't mind and gave Nizi's bottom a playful, affectionate nibble, making her laugh uncontrollably. Lu Erzu watched with a smile, simply holding Nizi so she wouldn't fall, not stopping the two of them. However, the smoke from the pipe nearby did make him crave it a little. It would be great if he could have a cigarette right now. After all, his life had been exhausting in his previous life, leading to quite a heavy smoking habit. In his previous life, his wife and daughter-in-law always nagged him about smoking and tried to control him many times. They didn't know that just one small cigarette was enough to help him relax. Once the two women had finished cleaning the dishes, Lu Dalang's family prepared to head home. Lu Erzu knew it would be hard to get them to come over for dinner again tomorrow, so he quickly filled a large bowl with meat and took a few corn cakes. Eldest brother, take this meat with you. No way, what would it look like to take food away after eating our fill? Lu Dalang's eyes widened. It's not for you. It's for Xiao Hu. If you have time, bring it to him. Lu Erzu stuffed the bowl into his brother's hands, brooking no argument. Lu Daliang had two children. Nizi was the second, and the eldest was a son named Lu Xiaohu. At just 10 years old, he had been sent away to be an apprentice. Though called an apprentice, it was actually no different from being a little slave. He learned nothing every day and endured endless beatings and scoldings. Before dinner, Lu Erzu had wanted his brother to call Hu Zi back, but his brother refused. He said that the last time he brought the child home for a night because he was homesick. Hu Zi's master thought he was trying to slack off and gave him 5 lashes. Since then, they didn't dare to call him back on a whim. Lu Erzu felt both angry and heartbroken hearing this. But since he was only the nephew and not his own son, it wasn't right to interfere with his brother's family decisions. So he hadn't forced Hu Zi to come back earlier, but surely sending a bowl of meat now would be fine? Hearing Lu Erju's words, Li Quiqua's eyes immediately reddened, and she began to cry uncontrollably. In fact, while eating earlier, her heart had ached for her son who wasn't there to eat meat. She had thought about secretly hiding 2 pieces to bring to him, but Lu Daliang had quietly kicked her, so she hadn't dared. She hadn't expected her brother-in-law to still be thinking of his nephew and even want to send a bowl of chicken, but Lu Daliang still felt uneasy and didn't want to take it. Lu Erzu simply stuffed the bowl into Nizi's hands. Hold it tight. Nizi was not even as tall as a man's calf. Holding a bowl larger than her face, she felt a bit anxious and uneasy. Lu Daliang was worried his daughter would drop the bowl. He wanted to take it but felt too embarrassed. In the end, Niu Honghua took charge and glared at Lu Daliang. You two useless things, is this for you? This is Zhu Zi showing love for his nephew and niece. If you two dare to steal a bite on the way back, I'll break your legs. Hearing this, Lu Daliang hurried to take the bowl from his daughter's hands. He then patted Lu Erju's shoulder, his eyes red and unable to speak. Hurry and take it to Hu Zi. It won't taste as good once it's cold, Lu Erzu urged with a smile. The family of 3 then walked out, carrying the bowl. After leaving the house, Li Quique was still crying. As she wept, she said, Liang Zi, why do you say Zhu Zi is so good? How did I get so lucky to have such a good man like you and such a wonderful younger brother-in-law? Sob. To use my father's words, it's because his seed is good. Don't worry, my seed is good too. In the future, Xiao Hu will surely be as successful as his little uncle. Lu Daliang chuckled honestly. These words made Li Quique laugh. Wiping her tears, she said, oh, give it a rest. If Xiao Hu grows up to be even half as smart as his little uncle, I'll thank the heavens. Mother, what about me? Nizi jumped up and down on the ground, constantly trying to get her mother's attention. Li Quique was afraid she'd get hungry from jumping, so she quickly picked her up and laughed. You take after your father, as simple as a blockhead. No, you're a little blockhead. Nizi was young and didn't know what it meant, but seeing her mother speaking with a smile, she thought it was a compliment. She clapped her hands happily. Daddy is a blockhead, and I'm a little blockhead. Mother, are you happy that our family has 2 blockheads? Li Quique laughed so hard she could barely catch her breath, swaying back and forth. Ha. Yes, I'm happy. How could I not be happy? Oh, my silly daughter, you're going to be the death of me. Seeing her mother so happy, Nizi cheered even louder. Instead of calling him daddy, she shouted directly at Lu Daliang, big simpleton. Big simpleton, I'm a little blockhead. Lu Dalang's face darkened, and he gave his daughter a disgruntled glare. He had no idea who this silly girl took after. 10. Number 10 Seeking Medicine. Chapter 10. Seeking Medicine. After seeing off his elder brother's family, Lu Erju's family of 3 went to bed on the Kong. Their house only had one room, the legendary 1-bedroom, 0 living room setup, so the family of 3 squeezed onto one Kong. It was late and Lu Erju couldn't sleep. He was waiting for the right time. His father hadn't slept either. On the other side of the Kong, he kept gasping in cold air and grinding his teeth. After all, Lu Fusheng had broken his leg. Although it had been treated, his family had no money, so they just asked a barefoot doctor to help set the bone and used some herbs for pain relief. Now that the herbs' effect had worn off, the pain began. Lu Fusheng was afraid of disturbing his wife and child's sleep, so he kept enduring it, clenching his jaw until his cheeks ached. Lu Erzu listened, his heart aching. Estimating that most villagers were asleep, he got up and whispered, "Father, I'm going out to find a classmate of mine. He has herbs for leg pain." Lu Fusheng quickly said, "Zhu Zi, don't go. Father isn't in pain. Father, that classmate still owes me for 3 meals. I have to get it back, and his house isn't far." Lu Erzu could only tell a small lie. "Then you can go tomorrow, Zhu Zi." Lu Fusheng called out a few times, but didn't see his son turn back. His eyes immediately filled with loneliness and guilt, feeling that he was truly old and useless. It was so late, and he still had to send his son out to find medicine. What if he ran into trouble? Lu Erzu left the house and headed straight for Big Tung's home in the village. Big Tung was the village's barefoot doctor. When people had an illness they couldn't overcome, they'd go to him for treatment. Lu Fusheng's broken leg earlier was simply treated by him. Calling it treatment, it was just setting the bone and giving a bowl of homemade pain-relieving herbal medicine. Thump, thump, thump. Lu Erzu gently knocked on Big Tung's door. Big Tung, who was earnestly studying a barefoot doctor handbook inside, heard the knock and found it strange. "Who is it, coming to find me so late at night?" His wife, who was already under the covers on the Kong, pouted. "Who else would come looking for you this late at night?" "The Fusheng family, of course." Big Tung patted his bald head. "You're right. The pain medicine must have worn off. He's probably in pain right now." Seeing Big Tung about to leave, his wife glared. "What are you doing?" "I'm going to pee," Big Tung said, feeling guilty and quickly lying. His wife snapped, "Do you take me for a fool? You're going to get medicine for Lu Fusheng, aren't you? I know you're kind and honest, but you didn't charge him for setting his bone, and you even gave him a bowl of herbal soup for free. That's already more than enough. You always say a doctor's heart is like a parent's, but think about our family. That medicine is rationed from above. If you run out of medicine and don't turn in the money, not only will you not be able to be a doctor, you'll be sent to a labor camp. How will we, a family of orphans and widows, survive?" Big Tung looked at his sleeping younger son and daughter on the Kong, then thought of his elder son's family of 4 living in the adjacent courtyard, and sighed heavily. "I understand." Thump, thump, thump. Just then, the knocking sounded again. Big Tung felt inexplicably irritated, slammed the book shut, and strode out with a dark face. Seeing this, his wife couldn't help but curse, quickly got up to get dressed, and grumbled while dressing. "What a dog's temper, I'm just telling you not to give medicine away for free, not to go fight with people." Big Tung quickly walked to the courtyard gate, opened the door with an annoyed expression, and seeing who it was, his face softened a little. "Oh, it's Zhu Zi. When did you get back?" One doesn't curse a filial child, nor mock the disabled. Lu Erzu came to ask for medicine for his father late at night. Although Big Tung was unhappy, he couldn't directly confront him. "Uncle, my father's leg hurts badly. I want to trade some grain for medicine with you." Lu Erzu explained his purpose, lifting a bag of cornmeal. He had ground this cornmeal in his mind space. He deliberately didn't remove the husks, just didn't add the corn cobs. After all, pure cornmeal was too rare in the countryside. It was fine for Lu Erzu to eat it himself, but if outsiders knew, it would inevitably cause trouble. Big Tung, who was already thinking about how to refuse Lu Erzu's request for credit, was stunned when he saw the cornmeal. "Uncle? Uncle?" Lu Erzu looked at Big Tung, who was standing dumbfounded, and shook him with his hand. Big Tung woke up with a start, quickly grabbed Lu Erzu, pulled him into the courtyard, bolted the gate, and whispered, "Where did you get this grain, you little rascal?" "It's leftover grain from our family," Lu Erzu lied without changing his expression. "Nonsense." Big Tung was angry. "Your father said there was no grain at home half a month ago, and they've been relying on wild vegetables." Besides, with your mother's devotion to her husband, if there was any leftover grain, she would have traded it with me long ago. I'm warning you, you little brat, seeing that your father is injured, you're only here to exchange grain for medicine. Now, take it back to wherever you got it from, and I'll pretend I don't know about this. Otherwise, I'll break your legs. Your father sent you to school, not to learn how to steal. His wife happened to walk out of the house and saw Big Tongue pointing at Luer Zhu, muttering in a low voice, seemingly not saying anything good. She immediately walked over and pinched her husband. You old thing, why are you putting on airs with the child? Can't you speak properly? You don't know how annoying this little brat is. Ouch. Stop pinching me, damn it. Just look for yourself. Big Tongue wanted to explain, but as soon as he cursed that little brat, his wife pinched him several times, so he could only grab the grain and show it to his wife. His wife saw that the bag of flour weighed at least 10 caddies and was also startled, staring at Luer Zhu with wide eyes. Where did it come from? Luer Zhu had been trying to interject earlier, but Big Tongue spoke quite fast and didn't give him a chance. Now that Big Tongue's wife spoke, Luer Zhu finally had a chance to interject, and quickly explained. Uncle Big Tongue, Aunt Shu Lian, please don't be angry. I did lie. This grain isn't mine. I earned it by copying homework for classmates at school. Damn it, why did he have to lie at home and then lie again outside? You can earn money by copying homework? Aunt Shu Lian was full of disbelief. Big Tongue, however, showed a look of skepticism. There is such a thing. When I was training at the county hospital, some classmates also asked me to make cheat sheets for exams or help copy homework for teachers, and they would give rewards. But we only got 1 or 2 cigarettes. How did you get so much grain, you brat? Luer Zhu breathed a sigh of relief. It was good that someone who had gone to school understood. He immediately smiled. Students don't smoke, and they don't have money, so they use the grain their families give them as payment. This is what I saved up over a semester. Besides, in our village, whether it's individual households or the production team's warehouse, they value grain more than their lives. Where would I steal from? These words significantly softened the expressions of the old couple in front of him. They clearly believed him. After all, in these times, grain was life. To prevent theft and robbery, every household hid their grain very well. Luer Zhu had been studying outside for a long time and didn't know the village well, so even if he wanted to steal, it wouldn't be easy. Understanding this, Big Tongue opened the grain bag again and took a look, involuntarily swallowing. His family had some leftover grain, but not much. These 10 caddies of corn flour, combined with wild vegetable paste, could sustain his family for 2 months. If you'd like to hear other novels, feel free to request them in the comments. If there are no issues with posting the requested novel, we'll post it. You can also listen to more audio novels for free at patreon.com/xlightnovel. Before you start listening, please don't forget to like. 11. Number 11. Having an elder in the family is like having a treasure. Chapter 11. An elder in the house is like a treasure. Uncle, stop looking and get me the medicine already, Luer Zhu urged. Oh, alright. Big Tongue hurriedly went to get the medicine. He didn't take the state-owned medicine because that cost money, so he just took some herbs he had prepared himself. When he ran back with a pile of medicine in his arms, he said to Luer Zhu somewhat awkwardly, "This is a prescription passed down through my family. It's very effective for treating broken limbs and can also reduce inflammation and pain. The instructions are written on it. Also, remember, it takes 100 days for bones and tendons to heal. During this time, you must not let your father walk around or work, or his leg will be ruined." Luer Zhu agreed and turned to leave, but Big Tongue pulled him back and said irritably, "You rascal, are these herbs made of gold? Are they worth 10 caddies of cornmeal?" Cornmeal at the Supply and Marketing Cooperative was 11 cents, but it was unavailable. On the black market, it was 1 or 2 yuan, which was unaffordable. Even if he cast aside his dignity and met halfway at 50 cents a caddy, 10 caddies of cornmeal would still cost 5 yuan. As a barefoot doctor, Big Tongue's monthly income, including subsidies and work points, was less than 3 yuan. As for the pile of medicine in Luer Zhu's arms, even with the generous amount Big Tongue provided, it was only worth 1 yuan and 10 cents. Big Tongue calculated in his head while explaining to Luer Zhu how valuable the food he brought was. Hearing these prices, Luer Zhu felt anxious for Big Tongue and smiled. "There's still a few yuan difference. How are you going to make it up? How about I just consider this food a loan to you?" Big Tongue shook his head. He didn't have the face to borrow so much food in these times. Aunt Shu Lian also looked worried. She wanted the food but felt ashamed. Suddenly, both of them spoke at the same time. "Zhu Zi, how about I find you a wife?" "Zhu Zi, kowtow to me." Luer Zhu looked at the old couple as if they were crazy. Aunt Shu Lian chuckled awkwardly. "You're old enough, you're educated, and you're not bad looking. Auntie guarantees I'll find you a good wife. Get out of here. Big Tongue shooed her away irritably, then said to Lu Erzu, kowtow to me. From today on, I'm your master. You'll learn how to treat illnesses from me. In those days, there was no saying like, persuading someone to study medicine will bring divine punishment. Medicine was a skilled profession that many coveted. Even though Big Tongue was just a barefoot doctor, many people wanted to be his apprentice. But Big Tongue was proud and looked down on most people. He really took a liking to Lu Erzu, a boy who had attended junior high, was good-looking, and was generous, so he decided to take him as an apprentice. Naturally, Lu Erzu was tempted by the prospect of becoming a doctor, but remembering that many doctors would face misfortune in a few years, he shook his head. Uncle, let me go home and ask my father, okay? Seeing Lu Erzu's dismissive attitude, Big Tongue was a bit unhappy. Don't look down on me. My family has practiced medicine for 5 generations. My ancestors were imperial physicians. It's just declined a bit by my generation, but our family skills are significant. As long as you study hard, forget about the county town, even big figures in the city will be trying to curry favor with you. To be honest, if it weren't for the fact that he liked Lu Erzu and that the boy had the ability to get so much food, Big Tongue wouldn't have been willing to take an apprentice so easily. Yet, the kid was being picky. Lu Erzu's heart stirred. He only knew that little Nizi would die of illness in the future, but he didn't know exactly what illness it was. If he could learn some medical skills, he might be able to detect what was wrong with his little niece's health in advance and also take care of his parents so they could live a long life. Thinking this, Lu Erzu's gaze became more sincere. Uncle, then I'll go back and talk to my father. Go ahead. Big Tongue waved his hand. Lu Erzu immediately headed home with the pile of medicinal herbs. After returning home, he first brewed a bowl of pain-relieving medicine for his father. Lu Fusheng was surprised to see Lu Erzu return so quickly with the herbs. Zhu Zi, where is that classmate of yours from? Just a nearby village. I see you're sweating from the pain. Drink this quickly. Lu Erzu brushed him off. Not long after drinking the bowl of medicinal soup, it began to take effect. Lu Fusheng felt the pain in his leg lessen. He let out a long breath and lay quietly on his soaked, worn-out pillow for a while before suddenly asking, Son, are you asleep? Lu Erzu was just thinking about what to do tomorrow and replied casually, I'm awake. Once I'm feeling a bit better in a few days, you should go back to school. Lu Fusheng's tone was firm. Dad, I don't want to go to school anymore, Lu Erzu said, shaking his head. Is someone bullying you at school? Thinking about his son having to cook for others, Lu Fusheng felt he was being bullied and got a bit angry. Why didn't this brat say anything if he was being bullied? No, it's just that I'm 15 now, and it's time for me to support the family, Lu Erzu said seriously. Support the family? My foot, your father isn't dead yet. Besides, I think you're a smart kid. If you can earn food while at school, it would be a waste of such a brain to be a farmer. Back then, I was like you and actually had the chance to study. Your great-grandfather told me to go study abroad to have a real future, but I was too busy playing at home, thinking the family's money would last for generations. Why bother mixing with those foreign devils? And the result? If I had been willing to study abroad and see the real big cities, I would have taken you and your brother to the city long ago. Why would we be here as mud legs suffering and working hard? So, son, do you think I'm making you go to school just to read those few ragged books? Just to keep you from farming? I'm making you go to school so you can learn advanced knowledge and one day go out and broaden your horizons. As long as your horizons are broad enough, even if you don't have a specific skill, you will achieve great things, Lu Fusheng said earnestly. Lu Erzu was deeply shaken. No wonder in this life, no matter how much his mother lost her temper with his father, she always listened to him when it came to important matters. Even in several decades or a century, his father's words probably wouldn't be outdated. As they say, the older the fox ahem, an elder in the house is like a treasure. If it were his previous life, Lu Erzu might have listened to his father. Unfortunately, he had already gone to school once and even had the life experiences and knowledge of the next several decades. He likely knew more than the junior and senior high school teachers. School was no longer of much use to him. His primary task now was to ensure his family lived a good life. However, Lu Erzu knew how stubborn his father was. To change his mind, he needed a good justification. Suddenly, Lu Erzu remembered Big Tongue's words and said in a low voice, Dad, what do you think about me learning medicine from Big Tongue? Huh? Lu Fusheng was surprised. Quote, you're planning to take Big Tongue as your master? That old fellow's 5-generation ancestral medical skills are indeed remarkable. When he supposedly went to the county town for training, it was actually just a formality. The person training him didn't have as much experience as he did. Although it's a good path, it's just I have no way to help you. Lu Fusheng's voice trailed off, sounding very embarrassed. Lu Erzu quickly said, "Don't worry, Dad. Just now, when I went to Big Tongue to trade my classmates food for medicine, he said he saw I was educated and smart and was willing to take me as an apprentice. There's such a good thing?" Lu Fusheng was surprised. "I told him I had to come back and ask you. He'll probably come by tomorrow to ask for our family's opinion, and you'll see then. It's really late today. Dad, I'm going to sleep now." Lu Erzu wanted to plan what to do in the future and be alone for a bit, so he used sleeping as an excuse to stop his father from talking. Since he had been through so much and the medicine was taking effect, Lu Fusheng was also very sleepy and fell asleep with great anticipation. In his dream, his son became Big Tongue's apprentice, finished his studies, became a great doctor in the county town, and finally moved to an international metropolis. Even the foreign devils were rushing to beg him for treatment, and he earned stacks upon stacks of great unity bills. Lu Fusheng was so happy that his snoring quieted down, replaced by occasional silly chuckles. 12. #12 This piece of meat is your apprenticeship gift. Chapter 12. This piece of meat is your formal apprenticeship gift. Waking up early the next morning, when Lu Erzu got out of bed, he found that his mother was already gone, clearly having followed the villagers up the mountain again to forage for wild vegetables. Even though there was grain at home, people who lived frugal lives were like that. If they didn't prepare a bit more, they would always feel anxious. Especially since winter was coming soon, finding food would become even more difficult then. Last winter, they heard stories of people starving to death every day, which terrified everyone. So, whenever they had a bit of free time, they thought about where to find some food to store away. Lu Erzu glanced at the cold stove and pot, knowing his mother definitely hadn't eaten breakfast, and shook his head helplessly. It was autumn now, so things were a bit better, and people still dared to eat 2 meals a day. Once winter arrived, it would be a blessing just to drink a bowl of wild vegetable gruel a day. Lu Erzu first scooped out 2 large chunks of stewed chicken that had turned into a gelatinous paste and put them in the pot, then added 6 corn cakes to heat up. They had made so many corn cakes yesterday, yet the family had only eaten a few of them. Lu Fusheng was lying on the Kong bed. Smelling the aroma of meat, he couldn't help but curse. "You greedy brat, your mother is up on the mountain digging for wild vegetables on an empty stomach, and here you are. Just the 2 of us at home, and you're eating damn meat? Dad, do you know why they say a half-grown boy can eat his father to death? It's because at my age, I'm growing and need nutrition. Think about it, if I don't eat meat, I won't have nutrition. If I don't develop well, then even if I marry a wife, I'll be like a hoe hitting dry earth, no sprouts will grow. Won't you regret it then?" Lu Erzu walked in with a grin, carrying the heated meat and corn cakes, his words leaving his old man speechless. A man of his age could disregard anything else, but he absolutely could not go without a grandson. Sending his eldest grandson away to be an apprentice was already frustrating enough for him. If his youngest son couldn't produce a child, he really wouldn't be able to go on living. Lu Fusheng was speechless for a long time. Watching his son grinning as he handed over a bowl of meat, he couldn't help but laugh and curse. "You're so damn full of reasons. Why didn't I name you Reasonable back then?" "Exactly. Dad, you're called Unreasonable, and I'm Reasonable," Lu Erzu joked. To his surprise, Lu Fusheng was so annoyed he slapped him on the head. "You little brat, are you trying to put yourself in the same generation as your father?" Lu Erzu was stunned for a moment before he realized what he'd said. One called Reasonable and the other Unreasonable, both shared the reason character in their names. Wouldn't that make them brothers? He quickly offered an apologetic smile. "I misspoke. Dad, you eat first." After shoving the meat and corn cakes to his father, Lu Erzu ran out with his bowl, ignoring the huffing old man behind him. Once outside, Lu Erzu habitually squatted in the yard to eat his meat, his face still showing a lingering look of embarrassment. It wasn't that he was being disrespectful, it was mainly because in his previous life, he was already in his 10s. At his age, no matter who he joked with or how overboard the joke was, the other person had to listen. Otherwise, if he got angry and collapsed on the ground, even a courtyard house wouldn't be enough to compensate him. So, when he spoke to his father just now, the words had slipped out subconsciously without a second thought. As Lu Erzu was eating, footsteps came from outside the gate. "Is Fusheng home?" It was Big Tongue. Big Tongue walked in with a look of satisfaction, strutting with a proud, square-stepped gait. For over a month, he had been eating 2 meals a day and didn't dare to eat his fill. With the grain from last night, he had eaten a full meal this morning. His stingy wife had actually put a whole ounce of cornmeal into the wild vegetable gruel. An ounce, my goodness, it was almost like eating solid food. His two little brats had eaten so happily, slurping down the wild vegetable gruel like little piglets, finishing it in just a few gulps. Now Big Tongue felt full of energy, as if he could hitch himself to a plow and till 2 acres of land. Coincidentally, Big Tongue entered the yard and saw Luer Zhu squatting by the door eating. He smiled and said, "Didn't go up the mountain to pick grass? Are you waiting for me, Zhu Zi? What are you eating?" "Wild chicken meat. I caught it on the mountain yesterday," Luer Zhu said, not bothering to hide it since he'd been spotted. Anyway, he had obtained it through honest means. Big Tongue stared at the full bowl, completely stunned. "That's a bowl of my ancestors. That's a bowl of meat." Big Tongue's eyes turned green with envy. He almost lunged forward to grab it. He hadn't seen a trace of meat in 6 months. No wonder Luer Zhu was so generous, directly taking 10 pounds of cornmeal to his house to trade for medicine. It turned out his family was already eating meat. Thinking about how he had just been feeling smug about eating a full breakfast, he felt frustrated. Comparing oneself to others is enough to make one die of anger. Gulp. Big Tongue unconsciously swallowed his saliva. Knowing he couldn't stay any longer, he forced his gaze away from the bowl of meat. "Well, you keep eating. I'm going inside to chat with your dad." He couldn't do it. He couldn't look anymore. If he did, he really might pounce and fight a child for his food. With that, Big Tongue ducked into the house, wanting to talk to Lu Fusheng. As soon as he entered, he was nearly knocked over by the scent. It wasn't a bad smell, it was fragrant. Lu Fusheng was also damn well holding a bowl of meat and eating. When Luer Zhu was eating outside, the scent drifted and dispersed evenly, so it was somewhat bearable. But in the house, the aroma couldn't escape. It was truly mouth-watering. Big Tongue's eyes were red with jealousy. He couldn't help but curse. "Lu Fusheng, you old thing. Have you stopped caring about the future? It's one thing for the kid to eat meat, but you're also holding a bowl and eating it?" Lu Fusheng let out a scoff from inside the room. "Call me brother, and I'll give you a bite of meat. To hell with you, I am a dignified descendant of imperial physicians. Do I look like I'm lacking your bite of meat?" Big Tongue said crossly. Calling him brother was nothing, but this feeling of begging for food was too degrading. "You old landlord fat cat." Seeing that Big Tongue was unwilling, Lu Fusheng immediately started eating the meat in large mouthfuls, deliberately smacking his lips. Hearing the lip smacking in the room, Big Tongue knew it was a deliberate attempt to annoy him, and yet, he truly was annoyed. Just hearing the sound wasn't much, but that meat scent kept drilling into his nose. He really couldn't stop thinking about the taste and was craving it beyond endurance. The thought that he could smell it but not eat it made him very angry. "Wait, who says I can't eat it? If I become Zhu Zi's master, I'll be like half a father to him. This kid would have to show me some filial respect, right?" Big Tongue, who had originally felt indifferent about taking Luer Zhu as an apprentice, was now dead set on taking Luer Zhu in. He even reached out and grabbed a piece of meat directly from Luer Zhu's bowl and popped it into his mouth. "Kid, this piece of meat will be your apprenticeship gift. From this day forward, you are my apprentice, and there's no talking your way out of it," Big Tongue said smugly. Luer Zhu was speechless. He shook his head, put down his bowl, and went into the house. Big Tongue was a bit annoyed. "Why are you running off, kid? I'm teaching you medical skills. What's wrong with me eating a piece of your meat? Besides, even if you're angry, you should bring this half bowl of meat inside. If some stray animal comes by and ruins it, it'll be a waste." Just then, Luer Zhu walked out carrying the extra bowl of meat and cakes he had heated earlier. He handed them to Big Tongue. "I accept you as my master, but a single piece of meat is not a proper apprenticeship gift. You eat this meal first, and later, I'll prepare a real apprenticeship gift for you." Big Tongue, who had just been a bit angry at Luer Zhu's attitude, stared blankly at the large, full bowl of meat. 13. Hash. Number 13. He was already being pampered by his master's wife before he even entered the door. Chapter 13. Doted on by the master's wife before even entering the door. The reason Luer Zhu gave this bowl of meat wasn't to show off. Firstly, he was never stingy. Secondly, he could tell that Big Tongue was someone with real ability. Last night, after his father drank the medicine he had prepared, he hadn't complained about the pain once. Of course, it wasn't to say he was cured after one dose, but the pain-relieving effect was truly top-notch. Despite this, people always grumbled that Big Tongue's medical skills were mediocre and not as good as his father's. One could imagine just how powerful the true medical heritage of Big Tongue's family was. Luer Zhu knew that people with such heritages were usually very proud, even if they had fallen on hard times. Using a piece of meat or even a bowl of meat to become an apprentice was still a bit shabby. He would have to get some good things later to make Big Tongue truly acknowledge him. After all, the master-disciple relationship in this era wasn't just casual talk like in later generations. It was truly a teacher for a day, a father for a lifetime. During festivals and holidays, the disciple had to give gifts to the master and even help take care of them in their old age. However, Big Tongue completely ignored everything else, staring at that bowl of meat and hesitating to reach out. He took those 10 caddies of grain last night because he had no choice. If he didn't take it, his family would surely run out of food by winter, and one of his 2 children would definitely not survive this winter. But this meat was different. Even if it weren't a year of famine, he'd be lucky to eat it 2 or 3 times a year. And for those 2 or 3 meals, he wouldn't dare to have a full bowl like Lu Erzu's. Lu Erzu saw through Big Tongue's thoughts and shoved the bowl over, saying, "Master, if you really feel embarrassed, then teach me your ancestral skills. Don't fool me with that barefoot doctor handbook you got from the county hospital. Do you think your family's skills aren't even worth a bowl of meat? Hey, what are you saying? My ancestral medical skills are worth more than just your bowl of meat. A landlord once offered my grandfather 100 taels of silver for a single prescription. I'll give it to you, kid, you know your stuff." To many people, the Barefoot Doctor Handbook is actually quite advanced. It lets people quickly learn how to treat illnesses, but it's only for minor things like headaches and fevers. If you learn my family's medical skills, I won't say you can bring the dead back to life, but you'll be the big brother in the medical circles of our city. But a bowl of meat in this day and age is no small amount. It's more precious than a bowl of gold. I can't take advantage of you. When Big Tongue spoke of his ancestral medical skills, he immediately became proud, even giving a thumbs up at the end. But he still swallowed his saliva, wanting to return the bowl of meat. Lu Erzu frowned, wondering how to get Big Tongue to accept it. Suddenly, Lu Fusheng's voice came from inside the house. "Big Tongue, my son is rewarding you with a bowl of meat. Why are you acting so pretentious? If it really doesn't work, you can become sworn brothers with him. I don't mind having another old son." Big Tongue's face instantly flushed red, and his hands trembled with anger. "You Lu Fusheng, you fine. I'll take this bowl of meat today. From this day on, Zhu Zi, you are my disciple. I'm keeping this bowl of meat. I guarantee that within 10 years, I'll train you to be as clear as day. When you've eaten your fill, come to my place to study. Lu Fusheng, you remember this. I am now half a father to Zhu Zi. From now on, stop your damn nonsense with me. If my seniority drops, you'll lose face too." Leaving those words behind, Big Tongue immediately left. He was afraid Lu Fusheng would say something else to anger him. Though that was the case, Big Tongue would never admit he was afraid. In his words, he simply disdained associating with the young master of a landlord's family. Watching Big Tongue walk away, Lu Erzu gave a thumbs up toward the house. "Dad, you really have a way." 2 sentences and Big Tongue took the meat. "Of course. I grew up with him. How hard could it be to handle him?" Lu Fusheng had a smug smile on his face, but then he suddenly realized something was wrong and cursed. "You little brat, who are you calling Big Tongue? From now on, you call him master. I'm telling you, this old guy's family skills are significant. Even your great-grandfather admired them back then. Once you enter his door, you must respect him as your master. If he hits you or scolds you, forget it. You can dodge, but you cannot be disrespectful. Understand?" Lu Fusheng reminded Lu Erzu with a serious face, fearing he would look down on Big Tongue because of his status as a middle school student. Lu Erzu agreed, quickly finished his meal, and headed out. He didn't go straight to Big Tongue's house. He figured his new master was probably eating meat at home right now, and showing up would be awkward. He wanted to use this time to go up the mountain and see if there was any other wild game. He couldn't just settle for this one meal of meat. On the other side, as soon as Big Tongue got home, he saw his wife returning looking dejected. Knowing she definitely hadn't found any wild vegetables, he immediately smiled and handed the bowl over. "Old woman, look at what this is." The aroma of meat filled the air, giving Aunt Shu Lian a shock. She jumped up from her chair. "My heavens, meat. This meat isn't from the heavens. It's from Grandpa Zhu Zi. Bah, it's all your damn fault for being so jumpy. You've got me all confused." Zhu Zi gave this. He said those 10 caddies of cornmeal weren't enough for the apprenticeship, so he gave another bowl of meat. "When Zhu Zi comes to our house in the future, don't be so jumpy, or else I'll lose all my face as his master." Big Tongue scolded with a dark face. Actually, he was very excited too, which made his speech a bit clumsy, but he didn't want to show it in front of his wife, so he could only shift the blame. Aunt Shu Lian was incredibly excited but also very uneasy. "Husband, it's just an apprenticeship. We took so much grain and even a bowl of meat. Isn't that a bit much?" Big Tongue sighed. "Sigh, everyone in the family, young and old, hasn't seen meat for over a year. Even if I'm called dishonest, I'll take it. At worst, I'll just teach the kid all my ancestral skills." "Fine, and don't do that old 3 years of service routine. Just pass on the skills directly. Aunt Shu Lian also felt grateful to Luer Zhu and hurried to persuade him. Big Tongue was actually wondering if 3 years of service was too much, but hearing his wife's words, he instinctively glared. Damn it, whose wife are you? My ancestral skills are so precious. Even testing him for 10 years wouldn't be too much. You want to throw away my ancestral rules with one sentence? Aunt Shu Lian immediately put her hands on her hips and said angrily, you old thing. You can't even afford to eat, yet you're still putting on airs? Don't think you're so great just because many people want to be your apprentice. Ask around and see who'd be willing to give you 10 caddies of cornmeal and a big bowl of meat just to be your disciple? It's already good if they don't eat and drink at your expense. What the hell are you pretending for? Big Tongue's eyes widened, feeling incredibly aggrieved. It was one thing to be insulted by his disciple's father at their house. He thought that by bringing back a bowl of meat, this woman would surely try to please him. He didn't expect to be lectured like a grandson instead. How did he end up being the bad guy everywhere? Seeing Big Tongue glaring, Aunt Shu Lian snatched the bowl of meat. What, am I wrong? Look at the grease on your lips. You definitely ate at Zhu Zi's house. They fed you until you were full and gave you a bowl to bring back for the family to have a taste of meat, yet when I tell you to teach him the real skills, you start glaring? Are you a dog? Showing your teeth as soon as you're full? Seeing her words getting harsher, Big Tongue said in exasperation, I never said I wouldn't teach him. I'm telling you now, as long as he comes, I'll teach him everything. Is that good enough? Fine, at least you're acting like a person. Aunt Shu Lian nodded. Big Tongue nodded in satisfaction and started walking out with a swagger. That's more like it. I'll go call the kids back to eat. Wait, what do you mean, acting like a person? I am a person. Finally realizing something was wrong, Big Tongue looked at his wife in exasperation, only to find she was ignoring him and had already gone to start the fire and boil water. She planned to give half the bowl of meat to her eldest son's family and carefully prepare the remaining half so it could last for a long time. 14. Number 14. We caught a whole litter of wild boars. Chapter 14. Caught a nest of wild boars. Many people on the mountain were walking down, clearly having failed to gather any wild vegetables. Luer Zhu didn't want to attract too much attention, so he found a spot in the sun to sit, planning to wait until everyone was gone before heading up the mountain. He had only been sitting for a short while when he heard a silvery, cheerful laugh behind him, along with the crisp, noisy voice of a little girl. Mom, can I go find Uncle to play now? Did you say Uncle is up yet? Can Uncle play with me? Immediately following was Li Quique's irritable voice. So noisy, your uncle definitely won't play with a talkative, ugly girl like you. Don't go being a nuisance. Wah! Little Nizi started wailing loudly. Mom, you're lying. Uncle said I'm pretty. Uncle likes me a lot. He even fed me. Sob. Almost blurting out the word, meat, little Nizi's mouth was covered by Li Quique. People around cast looks as if they were used to such scenes. In these times, anyone with a bit of food would keep it hidden, afraid others would come to borrow it. Among fellow villagers, it felt wrong not to lend if they came to your door, but if you did, you'd have to tighten your own belt. So many adults would warn their children that they weren't allowed to say what they ate when playing outside, or else their legs would be broken and their teeth knocked out. Luer Zhu had already stood up when he heard little Nizi's fussing. Seeing his sister-in-law covering Nizi's mouth while looking around like a thief, he found it amusing and quickly went to rescue little Nizi, whose face had turned bright red from holding her breath. Seeing her uncle, little Nizi immediately started sobbing and asked, Uncle, Mom said I'm an ugly girl and that you don't like me. Your mom is lying to you. Luer Zhu teased the little girl on purpose. Actually, Uncle just happens to like ugly girls. Little Nizi hadn't noticed the catch yet and looked at Li Quique with a triumphant face. Did you hear that, Mom? My uncle likes ugly girls. Li Quique rolled her eyes. Just as stupid as your father. Mom, you're talking nonsense. My dad isn't stupid. My dad is big simpleton. Little Nizi stood with her hands on her hips, aggressively defending her father's name. The people around burst into good-natured laughter. Children, after all, speak without inhibition. But Li Quique was furious. It was fine to say such things at home, but what kind of daughter runs out to the street and shouts that her father is big simpleton? Wouldn't that make them a laughingstock? She reached out to take off her shoe, intending to swat little Nizi's bottom. Seeing things were going south, Luer Zhu quickly scooped up Nizi and fled. Sister-in-law, I'll watch the kid for you. I'll bring her home at lunchtime. Seeing she had someone to back her up, little Nizi, in the spirit of being infuriatingly mischievous, leaned over Luer Zhu's shoulder and made a face at her mother, completely forgetting the painful reality that she still had to go home at noon. Luer Zhu had originally planned to head deeper into the mountains today to see if he could find any rabbit burrows or wild boar nests. Now that he was carrying little Nizi, he had to give up on his original plan. As for whether there were such dens on the outskirts of the mountain, there were, but they had surely been cleared out. Living off the mountain if you're near a mountain, and off the water if you're near water was a universal rule in these times. The villagers weren't fools. Even if they didn't dare use guns for fear of alerting the village officials, they could still dig traps and such. "Uncle, are we going to catch those pretty chickens from yesterday?" Little Nizi asked with wide, excited eyes. "We'll see. If we can catch them, we will," Luerzu replied, his eyes scanning the surroundings. There were many traps on the mountain, and because they were afraid people might fall in, they were all marked. Anyway, animals couldn't understand what those markings meant. Luerzu looked at the traps. Some were delicate, some were crude, but they all had one thing in common. There wasn't a single bit of bait. Setting traps like this, why not just set up a pot here and wait for the wild boar to bleed itself out, scrape its hair, clean its own organs, and dive into the pot to stew itself, maybe even serving you a bowl of hot mao shui wang while it's at it? Luerzu knew the common people were poor and couldn't bear to sacrifice even a tiny bit of rations, but sometimes you really have to bait the hook to catch the fish. After searching for a while longer, Luerzu spotted a medium-sized hole. As he approached, he smelled a pungent, foul odor, causing little Nizi to cover her nose. "Little uncle, stinky." Because of the smell, she didn't want to say much, resulting in a phrasing that sounded like she was calling Luerzu stinky. Luerzu found a tree fork and first placed little Nizi on it, making sure she held on tight. Then he leaned in to take a look at the cave entrance. The inside of the cave wasn't small, and there were many dried droppings, as well as some nut shells and berry pits, all things that wild boars love to eat. It looked like this had once been a wild boar nest, but from the traces it seemed abandoned. No wild boars had been here for a long while. However, many human handprints and footprints could be seen near the cave entrance. Clearly, this hole had been discovered by many people. It was likely because of this that the nest of wild boars had been scared into moving. After a moment's thought, Luerzu immediately used his mind space to produce a basin of corn flour, poured in some spring water from inside, then found some stones on the mountain to build a simple stove. He gathered dry branches, lit a fire, and placed the basin of corn flour on top, letting it bubble away. Little Nizi, perched in the tree, saw Luerzu making porridge and quickly shouted, "Uncle, uncle, let me down, I want to eat porridge too." "You greedy girl, we're not having porridge, we're eating meat." Luerzu knew little Nizi definitely hadn't eaten breakfast, so he took out the sparrows he caught yesterday, cleaned them, and started roasting the birds. Before long, the birds were cooked through and the corn porridge was ready. The aroma was so enticing that little Nizi's drool practically hung from the tree down to the ground. Luerzu placed the corn porridge inside the cave, letting its fragrance waft out, and then handed a roasted sparrows to little Nizi. Although there was no salt, no oil, and no other seasonings, just the pure taste of meat, little Nizi still ate with great relish, her eyes crinkling into happy crescents. Her joyful appearance was truly adorable. She didn't forget to tear off a large piece of meat and stuff it into Luerzu's mouth. Greedy as she was, this little girl wasn't stingy. Luerzu originally disliked the tasteless meat, but thinking that it was a rare treat for little Nizi to feed him, he forced himself to eat it. Just as the meat went down, a grunting sound came from the distance. Luerzu quickly scooped up little Nizi and hid behind a distant tree, making a gesture for her to stay quiet. Little Nizi didn't see the big wild boars and thought her uncle wanted to play hide and seek with her. She quickly crouched behind the tree, taking a bite of meat and then covering her mouth with her small hand, chewing softly, not daring to make a sound. Luerzu peeked out from behind the tree and discovered several fat, sturdy wild boars swaying as they walked over, sniffing around with their snouts as they moved. They took the bait so quickly? It seemed these beasts were also short on food. Luerzu watched as the brainless wild boars squeezed into the cave and began noisily slurping the corn porridge, and he immediately ran over. He crouched by the cave entrance and threw in a wooden stick that was still smoldering with sparks. The wild boars were instantly startled. Forgetting about the food, they howled and rushed out of the cave. The entrance wasn't large, only one pig could pass through at a time. Luerzu crouched at the entrance, and as each one came out, he slapped the pig and stored it into his mind space. Using this method, he successfully captured all 5 wild boars. Looking at the several large black pigs lying motionless in his mind space, Luerzu was overjoyed. This was over 1,000 catties of meat. In these times, some people on the black market dared to sell meat for 7 or 8 yuan a catty. If he sold all of this, he'd have several thousand yuan in his hands. In an era where the average salary was 20 or 30 yuan, what did several thousand yuan even represent? 15. #15. Did he find an apprentice or a father figure? Chapter 15. Did I find an apprentice or a father? Lu Erzu carried Nizi down the mountain happily, thinking about how to turn the wild boar meat into money. Just as he returned to the village, he saw an old man and a young man in the distance wearing Zhongshan suits, pushing bicycles, their faces flushed with satisfaction, burping as they walked. The burly production brigade leader stood beside them, bowing and scraping, saying something from time to time. The pair occasionally patted his shoulder as if in encouragement, said a few words, and then rode off on their bicycles. The brigade leader watched them go, still bowing. Only after they were far away did he slowly straighten his back and spit on the ground with a look of disdain. Lu Erzu happened to walk up behind the brigade leader and heard him muttering curses. Son of a bitch, look at them putting on airs. Talk about promoting me? Everyone's so damn hungry they can't even eat, and they're talking this bullshit? Lu Erzu couldn't help but want to laugh. Holding Nizi, he intentionally shouted, Uncle Hai, mind your manners. Brigade leader Lu Hai was startled and quickly turned around, bowing and scraping with a forced smile. Yes, my attitude was improper. I will definitely conduct a deep self-criticism and study Lei He. You little brat, you're asking for a beating. Once he saw it was Lu Erzu holding back laughter, Lu Hai's face darkened with anger, and he aimed a kick at him. Lu Erzu quickly dodged and asked with a laugh, Uncle Hai, is your ancestral home in Sichuan? Huh? What do you mean? Lu Hai stopped trying to kick him and asked curiously. There's a traditional opera in Sichuan called Face Changing. You've learned it quite well. Lu Erzu gave him a thumbs up. Lu Hai had never left the village in his life and didn't know what face changing was, but he knew he was being mocked and was about to lose his temper. But Nizi didn't understand either. She only knew to follow her uncle's lead, so she quickly clapped and said, Grandpa Hai is so amazing. He was literally laughed into a better mood by the uncle-niece duo. He scolded with a smile, Erzuzi, you're a middle school student but you're never serious. This Nizi will be corrupted by you sooner or later. How dare you mock your Uncle Hai? As he spoke, Lu Hai grew melancholy again. He pulled a medicine bottle and a strip of paper from his pocket. Opening the bottle revealed tobacco leaves. He poured some onto the paper, spread it with his fingers, twisted it into a cigarette in a few moves, tore off one end, took out a match to light it, and took a deep drag. The process sounded troublesome, but Lu Hai's practiced movements actually made Lu Erzu a bit envious. Don't think Uncle Hai doesn't know. People in the village secretly call me a lapdog who only knows how to brown nose the leaders. But if I don't brown nose, would they approve grain for us? With just a few words, they could give us fewer seeds and then everyone in the village, young and old, would be left with nothing but the cold wind to eat. Lu Hai took another deep, melancholy drag, venting all his frustration with the people from the commune through the smoke. Watching Lu Hai puffing away, Lu Erzu was so envious that he subconsciously said, Uncle Hai, do you have another cigarette? Give me one. Lu Hai, who had been in the middle of his melancholy self-justification, suddenly laughed. You little brat, you don't study hard and instead learned how to smoke. Lu Erzu felt a bit awkward. I only have one occasionally to clear my head. Stop your damn nonsense, Lu Hai cursed, but he pulled out the medicine bottle again and rolled another one. Lu Erzu quickly set Nizi down, took the cigarette with both hands, and looked expectantly at Lu Hai. Lu Hai was stunned, then laughed and scolded, You little rascal, no cigarette and no fire? You're just mooching? A person with neither cigarettes nor a light is at the bottom of the smoking social ladder. Lu Erzu understood this and felt quite embarrassed. As he took the half-finished cigarette Lu Hai handed him to light his own, he said, Well, I'll give you a pack of Zonghua cigarettes later. You kid, you're even better at making empty promises than those bastards from the commune. Zonghua cigarettes? Just focus on your studies. When you make something of yourself in the future, just don't forget the village. Lu Hai gave a non-committal smile, patted Lu Erzu's head, and strode away. Those two bastards from the commune had left some leftovers. He'd take them to the communal canteens, add 2 buckets of water, and have everyone in the village come at noon so they could have a decent meal too. Lu Erzu didn't care about Lu Hai. He took a deep drag and immediately broke into a fit of violent coughing. What kind of tobacco is this? It's way too harsh. Having grown accustomed to the cigarettes of his previous life, Lu Erzu really couldn't stand the taste of this hand-rolled cigarette. Lu Hai, who hadn't gone far, heard the noise and turned back to see his miserable state. He burst out laughing. Silly boy, you're trying to smoke like a man with that kind of tolerance? Lu Erzu really wanted to throw the cigarette away, but knowing there was nowhere to buy good cigarettes for now, he could only try to adapt bit by bit. By the time he had smoked half of it, he had barely managed to adapt to the cigarette's strength. But before he could truly start enjoying the cigarette, Nizi, who had been playing on the ground, looked up and suddenly began to wail. Luer Zhu, just about to take another puff, flinched and quickly looked down. What's wrong? Did a bug bite you? Nizi just kept crying with her head tilted back. Smoke is coming out of little uncle's mouth. Little uncle's mouth is going to be stinky too. Luer Zhu felt a bit helpless, knowing the child was very repulsed by the smell of smoke. Especially since his eldest brother often teased the girl after smoking. Combined with his scruffy beard, it had left quite a shadow on Nizi. She wouldn't let her father hold her easily. However, having raised sons and grandsons in his previous life, Luer Zhu was very experienced. He immediately squatted down and said to Nizi, Nizi, do you think it's worse to be kissed by a mouth that's been smoking, or to be kissed by a scruffy beard? Presented with a choice, Nizi fell for it. She hesitated and tearfully chose the second option. Daddy's beard is so prickly. Being kissed by a beard is the worst. Well, look, little uncle only smokes but doesn't have a beard. Are you happy? Luer Zhu smiled. Nizi was successfully confused. Her big eyes looked at Luer Zhu blankly, blinking several times before she suddenly smiled. Happy little uncle is the best. No beard, no prickling Nizi. There we go. Luer Zhu picked her up with a chuckle. To his surprise, after hugging his neck, she immediately followed up with, Daddy has a beard. Daddy is bad. Luer Zhu's face stiffened. He hadn't expected to inadvertently make his eldest brother the scapegoat. Well, so be it. His brother was built like a tank. Taking the blame for a couple of things was no big deal. After finishing his cigarette, Luer Zhu first took Nizi home and then strolled over to Big Tung's house. Big Tung was currently sorting herbs in the yard, while Aunt Shu Lian was washing clothes. Master, mistress. Luer Zhu behaved properly, calling out as soon as he entered. Seeing Luer Zhu arrive, Big Tung immediately put on his masterly air. He stopped working, sat down on a small stool, and puffed on his pipe. You're here, kid, go sort the herbs for me. Oh, Zhu Zi is here, come and sit for a while. Auntie, oh right, mistress. Mistress will pour you a bowl of water. Seeing Luer Zhu, Aunt Shu Lian, acting as the mistress, treated him like her own son. She shook the water off her hands, pulled him into the house to sit, and even poured him a bowl of water. Big Tung was dumbfounded by this scene. Wait, what is this silly woman doing? Those who know would think my apprentice has arrived. Those who don't would think my father has arrived. Looking at the two of them chatting warmly inside, Big Tung grew more annoyed the more he watched. He rushed into the room, grabbed Luer Zhu by the ear, and scolded. You're so thoughtless, you just sit down when she tells you to? Get out there and work. Masters in this era all like to be like this, believing that a strict teacher produces a brilliant student. Apprentice doesn't listen? Beat him. Apprentice isn't working hard? Beat him. Apprentice can't learn? Beat him. In any case, the master is never wrong. It's always the apprentice's fault. Although Luer Zhu had given Big Tung many benefits and Big Tung was very moved, he himself had been raised through beatings, so he subconsciously followed the old ways in teaching Luer Zhu. Unfortunately, he forgot there was a mountain guarding tiger right beside him. 16. Number 16 Super Memory. Chapter 16. Super Memory. You old bastard, let go of me. Ma Sholian's roar was so loud that Big Tung's soul almost jumped out of his body. He hurriedly let go and turned back to look at his wife. Ma Sholian walked over irritably and pinched Big Tung's waist repeatedly. You old bastard, why are your hands so itchy? Huh? Why are you so wicked? How did Zhu Zi offend you? He gave you so much food, and you're upset because he drank a bowl of water at your house? Luer Zhu quickly got up to intervene. Mistress, my master didn't mean it like that. Zhu Zi, don't mind him. This old bastard just needs a lesson. He's forgotten who's in charge. Ma Sholian cursed and grumbled. Big Tung felt so aggrieved. What do you mean, forgotten who's in charge? I'm the master. I should at least be the big boss, right? Ma Sholian curled her lip. Big boss? Even if you claim to be an old tortoise today, it won't help. Zhu Zi is such a good kid. If you ever dare to raise a hand or foot against him again, I won't let you off. Hearing this, Luer Zhu felt moved as well as amused. Who wouldn't want to be protected and favored? Big Tung felt even more pathetic. Boss or tortoise, it sounds terrible, especially in front of my apprentice. Besides, this is how everyone teaches apprentices. I took plenty of beatings back in my day. Apprentices must be beaten to be taught? Then you took all those beatings. How much skill did you actually learn? Ma Sholian asked with a cold sneer. Big Tung was left speechless by the question. He hadn't even learned 10% of his own father's skills. Ma Sholian said triumphantly, go on, why stop talking? You took so many beatings and learned nothing, which proves your method doesn't work. Besides, Zhu Zi is a middle school student. He's much smarter than you. What if you beat him and damage his brain? Big Tung was completely silenced by her retort. Since his ear was still in his wife's hand, he could only keep winking at Lu'er Zhu, pleading for his life. After watching the show for a while, Lu'er Zhu finally spoke up. Mistress, please spare master. No, Zhu Zi, stay out of this. I must make him remember this today. Ma Sholian was still pinching Big Tongue's ear and wouldn't let go. Mainly, mistress, if you pull master's ear too much and it gets bigger, it'll be embarrassing if people say I have a master with pig ears later. Lu'er Zhu pleaded from a different angle. Hearing this, Ma Sholian saw that her man's ear was indeed stretched quite long, looking just like a pig's ear. She burst into laughter and lost the strength in her hand. Big Tongue hurriedly broke free and pulled Lu'er Zhu into the courtyard. He first looked back to make sure his wife hadn't followed them out, then kicked Lu'er Zhu's backside. You little brat, I asked you to plead for me, why did you call me pig ears? Master, you're being unreasonable. If I hadn't said that, your ear would still be getting yanked, Lu'er Zhu said, spreading his hands. Cut the crap, get to work. Big Tongue raised his foot to kick again, but turned his head to see his wife coming out, glaring at him. He quickly changed his tune. Quote, apprentice, do my shoes look good? Ma Sholian rolled her eyes at him. So what if they look good? Are you going to give them to Zhu Zi? Big Tongue gave a fawning smile. I only have this one pair of shoes, how can I give them away? Lu'er Zhu had also grown accustomed to this light-hearted atmosphere and joked. The main thing is I don't want them. Master, your smelly feet are famous in our village. They're known as the donkey fumigator. Ha 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 ha, oh my god, Zhu Zi is truly a scholar. He's even great at coming up with nicknames. From now on, let's not call your master Big Tongue anymore. Let's just call him Donkey Fumigator. This is killing me. Ma Sholian laughed so hard she was doubled over, tears streaming down her face. Big Tongue felt a bit embarrassed, mainly because the nickname wasn't something Lu'er Zhu had just made up randomly. Once, after a day of farm work, he was on night shift watching the production team's donkeys. As soon as he took off his shoes, the stench made the donkeys bray incessantly. The villagers thought someone was stealing the donkeys and rushed over, only to find out it was Big Tongue's smelly feet. The story had spread through the village after that, but for a man, smelly feet were normal. At most, his were exceptionally smelly, and people would just laugh for a couple of days and be done with it. But now, if this nickname got out, Big Tongue was 101% certain the villagers would call him Donkey Fumigator from now on, or even worse, Old Smelly or Old Donkey. Big Tongue glared at his wife. Don't you go blabbing about this outside, or your man will be laughed to death. Ma Sholian finished laughing before saying, fine, fine, look at how petty you are. Just treat Zhu Zi better from now on, and I promise not to spread it. I'll definitely treat Zhu Zi well, I'll cherish him like my own son, right Zhu Zi? Big Tongue said, looking at Lu'er Zhu through gritted teeth. Lu'er Zhu cleared his throat. Fearing retaliation, he quickly changed the subject. Master, where should we start learning first? Big Tongue didn't dare order Lu'er Zhu around for labor anymore, so he led him to the racks used for drying herbs. He pointed to the herbs on the trays one by one, introducing their names and effects. Lu'er Zhu knew this was the basic entry-level knowledge and the most important part, so he tried his best to commit it to memory. After Big Tongue introduced the dozen or so herbs on the rack and saw Lu'er Zhu constantly muttering under his breath to memorize them, he was amused. Silly boy, I'm just letting you get familiar. Do you really expect to remember them after just one mention? But I really did remember them, Lu'er Zhu said seriously. He didn't know if it was because of his rebirth or the mind space. Lu'er Zhu found his memory to be exceptionally good. He actually remembered everything after just one pass. Big Tongue was stunned, then pulled a long face. Zhu Zi, don't think that just because your mistress dotes on you, I, as your master, can't do anything to you. Ma Sholian, who was washing clothes, looked up and glared. Big Tongue immediately chickened out and quickly changed his tone to lecture. Even if I can't do anything to you, lying about recognizing herbs will only harm others and hurt yourself. Think about it. In the future, when people come to you for treatment and you don't even recognize the medicine, you'll just grab whatever. If you really make someone sick, getting beaten will be the least of your worries. For serious cases, you could face the firing squad. Hearing this, Ma Sholian was also frightened. She hurriedly said to Lu'er Zhu, Zhu Zi, your master might not have other skills, but his medical knowledge is decent. You must listen to him. Lu'er Zhu quickly said, I really remembered. If you don't believe me, I can point them out for you. You really remembered, huh? Fine, wait a minute. Big Tongue confirmed once more. Seeing Lu'er Zhu still dare to nod, he immediately went into the house and brought out a bundle of herbs. He placed the bundle on the ground and pointed at the mixed pile. These are all the herbs I just taught you to recognize. Pick out the licorice from among them. Lu Erzu immediately squatted down and rummaged through the herb bundle. Seeing that he actually dared to pick seriously, Big Tongue curled his lip and took out his tools to roll a cigarette. At the same time, he secretly thought that if the kid couldn't pick it out in a bit, he'd give him a good thrashing to settle the score from earlier. Surely his wife couldn't intervene then, right? Master, I've picked it out, Lu Erju's voice came. Big Tongue, who had been waiting impatiently to discipline the boy, heard this and cursed immediately. You motherfucker, didn't you say you learned it? Look at what you picked. This is just a this. How did you pick the right one? 17. Number 17. My skills aren't good enough to teach this kid. Chapter 17. My meager skills can't teach this kid. Big Tongue hadn't expected Lu Erzu to actually have some skill, remembering everything he taught him so quickly. But he was still unconvinced, thinking that perhaps licorice root was easy to recognize. He immediately changed the method. Separate the rest of the herbs, then tell me their names and general uses. Lu Erzu immediately separated all the herbs, reciting each one's name and function as he went. These were all things Big Tongue had just taught Lu Erzu. When Big Tongue taught Lu Erzu earlier, besides teaching him to recognize the herbs, he also rambled on about some of his past successful treatment cases, which included some special uses for the herbs. Lu Erzu had silently memorized them and now recited them back. Big Tongue had been about to ask Lu Erzu if he had learned from someone else before, but upon hearing his unique secret recipes, he knew the boy had genuinely just learned them from him and memorized them in such a short time. Holy cow, a genius. Big Tongue's eyes lit up, and he circled Lu Erzu, clicking his tongue in wonder. Ma Sholian, who was washing clothes nearby, had been paying attention and quickly asked, Big Tongue, why are you pacing around like a donkey pulling a millstone? You're the damn donkey who talks about her own man like that. Big Tongue cursed back, his face darkening. Unexpectedly, Ma Sholian casually glanced at his crotch and curled her lip, saying, calling you a donkey is a compliment. Do you even have what that donkey has? Big Tongue's old face instantly flushed red with extreme anger. I won't talk to a silly woman like you, apprentice. Let's go, we'll talk inside. People were poor in these years. Most had a mud brick house, and they would just use some wooden sticks to make a fence around a yard, and that was all. Many families, consisting of several members, squeezed into one room, sleeping on a single large kong. As for inner rooms, outer rooms, kitchen, and dining room, even those currently living in courtyard houses in old name for Beijing, few can afford to be so extravagant. However, Big Tongue, as a barefoot doctor, was still valued by the villagers. The brigade leader had specifically gathered the villagers to build him a small house for treating illnesses and storing herbs. In this small room, which was only about 5 square meters, there were many books. Those were inherited from Big Tongue's family. The vast majority were medical books, and several were even the lifelong notes of imperial physicians in the palace, all top-tier, secret Chinese medicine techniques. Lu Erju's eyes glowed as he looked at the books. This was the heritage of Chinese medicine, and many were even medical arts lost to the outside world. In his previous life, he had heard that Big Tongue had a large collection of books, all former palace texts, but due to the special circumstances of this era, he dared not take them out. Later, when the political wind picked up, these books, because they involved sensitive entities like the palace, imperial physicians, and the emperor, were forcibly burned by a group of young people. Even this small house was burned down. It was said that Big Tongue was burned alive trying to save these rare copies. Seeing Lu Erzu looking around excitedly, Big Tongue finally felt proud, mainly because he had previously seen this kid treat grain and meat as worthless, giving them away freely. Big Tongue felt truly frustrated. How could he, the master, be less generous than this little brat? Now he finally perked up, picked up the enamel cup with a red star print on the table, took a sip of water, and said proudly, how about that, kid? These are all palace medical arts, used for treating the emperor. Ordinary people can't access them. It's only your master, me, who can still hide these books at home. I heard some old Chinese medicine practitioners sold their family's rare copies for scrap to exchange for food. Isn't that a waste of resources? After Big Tongue finished speaking, he put down the enamel cup that the county had rewarded to the outstanding trainees, making sure the red star faced Lu Erzu. Lu Erzu quickly turned back and advised, Master, you must not talk nonsense. Imperial physicians, inaccessible to ordinary people. If these words get out, we'll be in trouble. Although the political wind hadn't fully risen yet, the signs had been there for years. Remnants from the land reform era, strictly prohibiting remarks that affected unity. Otherwise, it was considered incorrect ideology. Big Tongue rolled his eyes irritably. Am I that stupid? I'm telling you, I only introduced them to you because you came. That's good, that's good. Lu Erzu carefully examined the books. Seeing Lu Erju's careful and admiring demeanor, Big Tongue showed satisfaction. He was afraid Luer Zhu sought him out just to gain a skill to make a living, not because he genuinely loved medical arts. Now, judging by the kid's attitude toward the medical books, at least his mindset was correct. Kid, your memory is indeed strong, but having a good memory is useless for a doctor. You also need talent. Take me, for example. I studied under my father since childhood, and I memorized a lot of theories perfectly, but when it came time to use them, it wasn't always certain. Take the slippery pulse, for instance. Many Chinese medicine practitioners know it's used to diagnose pregnancy, but can you consider that if a person's qi and blood are abundant, they will also exhibit this effect? Even symptoms of phlegm, dampness or food stagnation can cause a slippery pulse. Even with the theory, many people might not diagnose it correctly. Big Tongue earnestly instructed Luer Zhu, even using himself as an example. Luer Zhu quickly nodded to show he had remembered. Alright, then read the books. Start with Recognizing Herbs. That was compiled by my ancestors to teach beginners how to recognize medicinal herbs. Big Tongue dropped this sentence and turned to leave. Luer Zhu hadn't expected Big Tongue to stop teaching and instead tell him to read. He figured this must be his teaching method, so he didn't ask further and simply started reading. When Big Tongue strolled into the yard, Ma Sholian curiously asked, Big Tongue, why aren't you teaching anymore? Is it okay to let Zhu Zi learn by reading books? Big Tongue sat on a small stool and replied irritably, this kid is too smart. My meager knowledge would all be learned by him in less than 2 days. Wouldn't he look down on me then? Just let him read. Let my ancestors teach this little brat. I guarantee that by the end of the day, he'll be completely obedient to my medical skills. Ma Sholian immediately laughed. Shameless, that's not obedience to your medical skills. That's obedience to your ancestors. Same thing, same thing. Big Tongue drank water guiltily. Since she didn't understand the intricacies involved, Ma Sholian couldn't be bothered. Anyway, she knew her man usually treasured those books, and since he was now willing to let Luer Zhu read them, it counted as teaching wholeheartedly. As long as Zhu Zi wasn't taken advantage of, she was finding Zhu Zi more and more pleasing to the eye now. He looked good, was generous, articulate, educated, and filial. If her daughter weren't only 10 years old, she would truly want to keep Luer Zhu at home as a son-in-law. 18. Number 18. Am I hallucinating from hunger? Chapter 18. Am I starving and hallucinating? By evening, Big Tongue's family was about to eat. Luer Zhu had finished reading the entire book on medicinal herb identification and closed it with a satisfied sigh. He had to admit, his master's ancestors really had some impressive knowledge. This book not only recorded over 3,000 types of herbs but also included illustrations and their properties. Occasionally, it would cite various sources to explain the origins or special uses of certain herbs. This allowed Luer Zhu to build a solid foundation in medicine. It was only because of Luer Zhu's exceptional memory. Otherwise, it would have taken 10 days to half a month just to barely finish reading this book. Zhu Zi, time to eat, his master's wife called out from outside. Luer Zhu put the book back in its place and walked into the courtyard. By the stove, his master's wife was cooking. 2 children with heads the size of pots but bodies thin as sticks squatted to one side. Unfazed by the heat of the flames, they stared fixedly at the stove, drool dripping onto their shirts. There wasn't anything particularly delicious in the pot, just wild vegetable gruel. It seemed some cornmeal had been added, making it look slightly thicker than clear soup. After stirring the gruel a couple of times, his master's wife took out the bowl of meat Luer Zhu had given them. Luer Zhu thought she would dump it all in, but to his surprise, she only took out 2 small pieces of bone and swirled them in the gruel. Once a few oil droplets dispersed in the pot, she prepared to take the bones out again. However, when she looked up and saw Luer Zhu watching, she gave an embarrassed smile and put the bones back in. Zhu Zi, don't misunderstand. It's not that I'm afraid to let you eat. Luer Zhu nodded. I know. Actually, this was a habit for many in the village. In these times, meat was rarer than gold, so a single bone could be used to flavor several pots of food. Getting a bit of oil was considered a feast. Looking at Zhu Zi, his master's wife thought for a moment, then steeled herself and picked up a whole piece of chicken to boil in the pot. Seeing this, the eyes of the 2 scrawny children instantly lit up, and they became incredibly excited. The slightly older girl was quite clever. She quickly snatched the chopsticks her mother had just used to move the meat. She gave one to her younger brother and put the other in her own mouth to lick. In truth, the chopsticks had already been swirled in the pot twice, and the oil was almost gone. But the 2 children were as happy as if they were eating the most delicious lollipops in the world. Once the gruel was almost ready, his master's wife placed a bamboo steamer over it and heated 4 grayish steamed buns. One look told they were made from coarse grains containing corn cobs. Seeing this, Luer Zhu sighed. Ma'am, let me do the cooking instead. Go. Why are you making trouble? His master's wife shooed him away irritably. Quote, don't learn those old-fashioned rules from your master. Our family doesn't follow that foul habit of treating apprentices like beasts of burden. Just sit down and wait for dinner. Big Tongue was sitting not far away, smoking his pipe. Seeing Lu Zhu being shooed away, Big Tongue laughed. This brat is acting like a city person, trying to be polite. Come over and wait for food. Want a puff? Looking at the pipe his master teasingly offered, Lu Zhu swallowed hard. He wanted to smoke, but that previous cigarette had made him realize his limits, so he quickly declined. Soon, the food was ready, and his master's wife briskly served the meals. Counting Lu Zhu, there were 5 people in the house. There were 5.5 bowls of wild vegetable gruel. 4 full bowls of gruel were placed on the table, and the bowl containing the chicken was placed at Lu Zhu's spot. While his master's wife called everyone to eat, she took a bowl with a few oil droplets to the neighboring courtyard. Seeing Lu Zhu's puzzled expression, Big Tongue said flatly, that wasteful woman went to bring food to her grandson. The baby was just born, and your sister-in-law doesn't have enough nutrition to produce milk. So, whenever there's a bit of meat or fat, she immediately thinks of that family of debt-collecting ghosts. I only just got to suck on the bones myself. Despite saying this, Big Tongue still put the 2 chicken bones with very little meat from his bowl into his children's bowls. The 2 children, unafraid of the heat, were cradling their bowls and devouring the food. Seeing the bones, the 2 children immediately reached out their tiny hands, which were barely thicker than chicken claws, and excitedly grabbed the bones to gnaw on them. You 2 are debt-collecting ghosts too, Big Tongue scolded with a laugh. Suddenly, he noticed Lu Zhu's complex expression and remembered his apprentice was right there, and the meat had been brought by him. He said somewhat awkwardly, cough, well, I'll go get you another bone. No, I mean, a piece of meat. Seeing his master's pained look, Lu Zhu quickly pressed him back onto the stool and said, no need, master. I won't be eating here. No, you're my apprentice, learning the trade from me. If I don't even provide a meal, I'll become a laughingstock. Do you want everyone in the village to look down on me or something? Big Tongue's face darkened as he scolded with great annoyance. Lu Zhu said helplessly, my father is still waiting for me to brew his medicine. This left Big Tongue with no rebuttal. Although he knew Lu Zhu was intentionally making an excuse to leave, he couldn't stop him from brewing medicine for his father. He could only curse irritably. Damn it, you think my food is bad and want to go back to eat meat, don't you? I don't care to host you anyway. Get lost. Lu Zhu left the room but didn't go straight home. He first went to the small pharmacy and took out half a pig from his mind space. This half pig included the head and 2 front trotters. The pig head was for his master and his wife, and the front trotters were to help his master's daughter-in-law produce milk. If Lu Zhu were poor, he would never be this generous. But since he didn't lack these things and his master's wife truly cared for him, what was wrong with helping out to make them happy and put his own mind at ease? Lu Zhu put the items down, wrote a note, and then tucked a book under his arm to leave. As he left the courtyard, he turned back and shouted, Master, I left some things for you in the pharmacy. I'm also borrowing a book. You little brat, stealing my book? I think you're asking for a beating. Big Tongue chased after him in a rage, shouting and cursing. This was his family's heirloom book, his most precious treasure. He was terrified Lu Zhu would damage it. Seeing Lu Zhu running away, Big Tongue hurriedly gave chase, wanting to snatch the book back. That was his lifeblood. Just then, Ma Sholian returned with a face full of worry, and the 2 collided head-on. Ma Sholian, who had nowhere to vent her frustration, instinctively grabbed Big Tongue's ear. Are you crazy? Instead of eating properly, what are you running for? Ouch, let go. Let go, that brat ran off with my book. Big Tongue was frantic. Who? Zhu Zi? If he took a book, he took a book. Looking at how that child dresses, you can tell he isn't sloppy. Could he really ruin it? Besides, you intended for him to read and learn anyway. What's wrong with him taking a book back to look at? Go back, go back. I'm in a bad mood right now, don't provoke me. Ma Sholian warned with a dark expression. Big Tongue was puzzled. What happened to you now? It's Yue again. She still has no milk, and the baby is crying from hunger. As a father-in-law, you're useless too. I asked you to prepare a medicine to stimulate milk production, and you still haven't come up with anything. Ma Sholian got angrier as she spoke and was about to strike again. Big Tongue backed away in fear and quickly explained, my daughter-in-law's lack of milk is due to malnutrition. What use is medicine? Don't worry, go eat first. Zhu Zi said he left something for me in the pharmacy. I'm going to check. Ma Sholian ignored her husband and went to the stove to serve her half bowl of gruel. Although the family had 10 more caddies of grain, they also had an extra mouth to feed. Life might be even harder than before, so she thought about eating less when she wasn't working. Just as she finished serving the gruel, she heard Big Tongue's startled cry from the pharmacy. Holy crap, wife, come look quickly, am I fucking starving and hallucinating? 19. Number 19, a half-pig apprenticeship ceremony, a true inheritance. Chapter 19. Half a pig as an apprenticeship gift, the true inheritance. What's wrong? What's wrong? What are you howling for? Ma Sholian walked over irritably, holding half a bowl of gruel. Big Tongue was standing at the entrance of the pharmacy, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. When Ma Sholian looked inside, she was also stunned. On the only table in the pharmacy sat half a pig, definitely weighing 100 pounds. This oh my goodness, Ma Sholian was trembling so much she could barely hold her bowl. If this were a later generation, and Ma Sholian called a pig's head mother, Big Tongue would definitely mock her by asking why her mother had a pig's head. But now, Big Tongue was also crying out to the heavens as he ran over to touch the pig's head and meat. It was real. It was all real, not a hallucination. Suddenly, Big Tongue saw a note left on the table and quickly picked it up to read. Master, I thought about it and felt that the apprenticeship gift shouldn't be too shabby. But I knew you wouldn't accept this pork if I gave it to you directly, so I've left it here. Use it to feed my younger brother and sister, and to nourish big brother and sister-in-law's health. If you return it, it means you don't want me as your apprentice anymore, and I won't come back to disturb you tomorrow. Seeing this note, Big Tongue's eyes immediately reddened, and his throat felt as if it were blocked by something, leaving him completely speechless. Beside him, Ma Sholian, who was illiterate, was anxious and urged, "What does it say? Did Zhu Zi write it? Read it to me." Only after Big Tongue calmed down for a moment did he slowly read the contents of the note. As soon as he finished, Ma Sholian burst into tears. Oh my god, how can Zhu Zi be such a good child? How can he be so good? The two children inside, who were trying to gnaw on bones, heard the commotion and ran out in a panic, thinking their parents were fighting. The two children ran into the pharmacy crying in fear, shouting loudly, "Mother, what's wrong?" Hearing the children, Ma Sholian pulled them into an embrace and cried out, "From now on, you two must treat brother Zhu Zi like your own brother. If anyone dares to disobey him, I'll beat you to death, do you hear me?" The two children were bewildered and didn't know why their mother said this, but they still nodded firmly. Because their mother's beatings really hurt, Big Tongue also looked at the half-pig with a complex expression. After hesitating for a long while, he finally said, "Clean up the meat. Tonight, give each of the two children a bowl of braised pork. Take the two pig trotters to Xuanzi's wife to stew. Don't let the bastard cry all night. He'll cry himself sick sooner or later." Ma Sholian wiped her tears. "Is this okay? Zhu Zi just gave us so much meat, and we're just going to eat it all up. It's fine, I have a way to repay this favor." Big Tongue bowed his head and went to the base of the pharmacy wall, dug a small hole in the ground, and carefully pulled out a purple wooden box wrapped in cloth. If Lu or Zhu were here, he would recognize at a glance that this was made of sandalwood, something people in later generations talked about constantly. But this sandalwood was carved with dragons and phoenixes, inlaid with gold and jade. It was clearly a treasure from the imperial palace. Ordinary people could never get their hands on such a fine thing. This was passed down from my ancestors. The true medical inheritance is inside, along with the gold and silver heavenly needles bestowed by Emperor Taizu of Ming. I originally planned to test this kid's character and give it to him before I died. After all, one raises sons to guard against old age, and one teaches apprentices for the same reason. At this point, Big Tongue gave a self-deprecating laugh. Who would have thought this kid is so honest that he makes me feel like I'm a damn scoundrel? Tomorrow I'll give this to him. Forget half a pig, it's worth 100 pigs, isn't it? Ma Sholian breathed a sigh of relief. Although she was fierce, she had a soft heart and felt it wasn't right to take advantage of a child like this. Since her man had a way to repay it, then it was fine. She immediately tweaked her two children's noses and smiled. "You two are in luck. Mother is going to make you braised pork." The two children were 7 or 8 years old, and they still didn't know what braised pork was, but they heard the word, meat, so they both looked delighted. Looking at her two children jumping around in excitement, Ma Sholian said with a stern face again, "Remember, this stewed meat was given to you by brother Zhu Zi. You must listen to brother Zhu Zi in the future." The two children nodded repeatedly and etched the name Lu or Zhu deep into their hearts. Ma Sholian picked up the half-pig, and looking down at the lard on the table, she immediately felt heartbroken. Oh, Zhu Zi really doesn't know how to live. How could he put pork on wood? The oil has soaked in and won't come out. She rubbed the table hard with her hands, and after picking up all the grease, she washed her hands in a basin, so that finally all the oil floated on the water. When Lu or Zhu returned home, he found his mother cooking with her back to the door. He quietly took a whole pig out of his space and put it into the laundry basin. Then, he walked over and said, "Mother, let me cook. I really don't want to eat gruel today." He was in the middle of a growth spurt, and gruel simply wasn't filling enough. He was only about 1.7 meters tall now. If he stopped growing, it would be a problem. Niu Honghua was busy with some wild vegetables she had found somewhere, and she shooed him away without looking back. Go, I can do it. Mother, didn't I prove it yesterday? I can cook, Lu Zhu said with a smile. You did prove it, and it made my heart ache. Such good corn flour, almost as good as refined grain, and you just made it into flatbreads. I used that grain to trade for some corn flour. 1 pound of pure corn flour for 5 pounds of coarse corn flour. Quite a deal, right? Niu Honghua said triumphantly. Lu Zhu was speechless. Mother, the corn flour the villagers eat is ground with the husks, and some even include the cobs. That stuff scrapes the throat when you eat it. Don't worry, Mother is giving you pure corn flour. Your father and I will eat the coarse corn flour, Niu Honghua quickly explained. Lu Zhu smiled bitterly. That's not what I meant. I mean eating too much coarse corn flour is bad for the stomach and makes it hard to pass stool, Niu Honghua said casually. What are you dreaming about? We don't have that much coarse corn flour to eat. It's not even certain how many days this bit of grain will last. When there's no food in the belly, it's better if you can't pass it out. Saves you from getting hungry. Lu Zhu was truly speechless. He decided to use action to prove himself. He forcibly turned his mother around, who had been keeping her back to him, and pointed at the laundry basin, saying, Mother, I'm just asking if I'm qualified to cook tonight. Niu Honghua was stunned when she saw the pig. She pointed at it tremblingly and said, Zhu Zi, did Mother eat the wrong wild vegetables? That laundry basin doesn't grow mushrooms, it grew pork. Almost all the laundry basins in the village were made of wood. If used often, they were fine, but if left for a while, they would grow mushrooms. People were used to it, but for pork to appear was not right, to the point where Niu Honghua thought she had eaten poisonous wild vegetables. After all, such things had happened in the village before. Last year, someone picked the wrong poisonous wild vegetables and put them into the communal canteen pot, cooking them for the whole village. Because the toxins were diluted, the villagers didn't end up in coffins, but they did collectively hallucinate and dance for about 10 minutes before recovering. 20. Number 20 The quick-witted Lu Fusheng. Chapter 20. The resourceful Lu Fusheng. Mom, don't worry, you didn't eat anything wrong, Lu Zhu explained, caught between laughter and tears. Quote, I caught that on the mountain. He had originally wanted to say a classmate gave it to him, but then he remembered how excited Big Tongue's family got over just one bowl of meat. If he said a classmate had given him an entire pig, he would truly be treating his parents like fools. What? When did you go up the mountain to catch a wild boar? Niu Honghua became even more frightened, hurriedly grabbing Lu Zhu to check him over thoroughly, terrified that something might have happened to her precious son. Only after confirming Lu Zhu wasn't injured did Niu Honghua breathe a sigh of relief, her voice full of reproach. You child, how could you quietly run off to the mountain to catch wild boars? Last time, over a dozen people from the security team went up with guns to catch one. They didn't catch the boar in the end, and several of them got hurt. Lu Fusheng's voice came from inside the house. Old lady, did I hear Zhu Zi say he went to catch a wild boar? Thinking it was better to be lectured once than twice, Lu Zhu left his mother to watch the boar and walked into the house. Dad, I caught a wild boar on the mountain. Because his leg hadn't healed yet, Lu Fusheng couldn't get out of bed. He sat on the kanga, leaning his back against a wall, smoking his pipe and staring straight at Lu Zhu. It made Lu Zhu feel a bit guilty. What is it, Dad? Your father may not be educated, but he's no fool. First the boar, second the bear, third the tiger. Wild boars are the most troublesome of all. Not only do they live in herds, but they have incredibly violent tempers. Their skin is so thick that even a musket can't kill them from a distance. Tell your father, how did you catch a wild boar? I didn't hear a single gunshot all day today. Lu Fusheng stared fixedly at Lu Zhu. This usually honest and simple peasant man actually made Lu Zhu feel an immense amount of pressure at this moment. Lu Zhu quickly explained, Dad, why are you being so serious? Do you suspect I stole it? No one in our village could possibly get their hands on this much meat. Lu Fusheng took 2 deep drags from his pipe and let out a long sigh. Forget a group of peasants, even the commune probably finds it hard to get pork right now. That's why I'm even more worried. Did someone give this to you? These words made Lu Zhu suddenly realize the implication. He asked back, amused, Dad, you don't suspect I'm a spy, do you? Only spies supported by foreign countries could easily obtain such a rare item as pork during these years of domestic famine. Lu Fusheng didn't laugh, his brow still furrowed as he stared at his youngest son. Lu Zhu first glanced outside, seeing his mother carefully fussing over the wild boar. looking like she didn't dare touch it. He finally lowered his voice to explain. Then I'll tell you how I caught the boar, but Dad, you absolutely must not tell Mom. Speak first, Lu Fusheng said, also becoming nervous, puffing rapidly on his pipe. Actually, I found a cave on the mountain where wild boars used to stay. Then I cooked a pot of corn porridge and put it inside the cave. I waited for the boars to crawl in, and as they came out one by one, I smashed them to death. That's how I caught them. Lu Erzu swapped the use of his space ability for smashing the boars with brute force. It wasn't that he didn't trust his father, but rather that people's lives were very dull right now and they had very little exposure to things. They had no concept of fantasy or cultivation. Few people even knew who the Monkey King was. If he mentioned something like a mind space, he'd either be tied up and force-fed manure for having a mental breakdown, or be thought to be colluding with spies. And that would be the best-case scenario. In a couple of years when the political winds shifted, forget having a mind space, even if he were an immortal, they would dare to shoot him twice. When Lu Fusheng heard that Lu Erzu had actually cooked a pot of corn porridge to feed wild boars, he almost lost his breath, coughing violently from the smoke. Dad, are you okay? Lu Erzu was startled and hurriedly moved to help pat his father's back. Don't come over here. Lu Fusheng's face was flushed red from coughing as he waved his hand repeatedly. Quote, I'm afraid I won't be able to stop myself from beating you to death, you spendthrift. Lu Erzu spread his hands helplessly. I didn't want to say it, but you insisted on hearing it. Now that I've told you, you're angry again. How the hell was I supposed to know you were such a spendthrift? Lu Fusheng glared. No, Dad, you know how to do math. A pot of porridge is at most 2 caddies of cornmeal. I caught 2 large wild boars. How much do you think they're worth? Lu Erzu hurriedly tried to soothe him because he felt his old man was already losing his restraint. If he really got up to hit him, his leg might not be able to take it. Being persuaded like this, Lu Fusheng actually calmed down. 2 caddies of cornmeal, even if sold on the black market the villagers talked about, might only be 1 or 2 yuan per caddy, 4 yuan for 2 caddies. But pork was different. It was said some people dared to sell it for 7 or 8 yuan a caddy. 2 wild boars must weigh at least 300 or 400 caddies, right? Good heavens, this was an absolute goldmine. Lu Fusheng finally broke into a smile and said quickly, you kid are truly smart, and truly willing to spend. No wonder others can't catch wild boars. Who would be willing to throw away 2 caddies of cornmeal for nothing? Right, those 2 wild boars. Lu Fusheng hesitated slightly, then gritted his teeth. Quote, go send a pig's head to your master. 20 years ago, that would have been a proper apprenticeship gift. Even in these times, your nephew used a caddy of meat to apprentice. Lu Erzu smiled. I already gave it. I gave half a pig. Cough, cough, cough. Lu Fusheng was choked by his dry tobacco again. This time he didn't chase Lu Erzu away. Instead, he squeezed out a smile through gritted teeth. Quote, come, good son, let your father get close to you. Lu Erzu didn't approach, but instead backed away quickly. Dad, stop smiling. Your smile is too terrifying. Son, what are you saying? Your father loves you the most. Come here quickly and let your father show you some love. Lu Fusheng gripped his pipe, the veins on his arm bulging. Seeing this, Lu Erzu ran out without hesitation. Dad, I'm going to help Mom prepare the pork. You get some rest. Even after the boy ran out, Lu Fusheng was still angry on the Kanga. That was half a pig, over 100 caddies of meat, just given away like that. Lu Fusheng grumbled and cursed for a long time, then suddenly laughed. He had always worried that his eldest son, Lu Deliang, was too honest and simple, and would inevitably suffer in the village after he passed away. With Lu Erzu being so smart and righteous, he certainly wouldn't ignore his elder brother in the future. Grandfather, although your grandson is useless, it seems your great-grandson has hope to make our family glorious and prosperous again. Lu Fusheng muttered in a low voice, his face full of pride. In the yard, Niu Honghua had also accepted the fact that her family had a pig and was incredibly happy. She was even happier when Lu Erzu told her to call his elder brother over to help. She had actually wanted to call Lu Deliang just now, but calling someone over meant sharing the pork, and she was afraid her younger son wouldn't be willing. Before long, Lu Daliang's family of 3 was called over. When they saw the pig in the yard, his sister-in-law, Li Quikwei, was so overwhelmed she fell to the ground, covering her mouth tightly to barely keep from crying out. It wasn't that she was making a fuss over nothing. After all, when they were called over, they were only told to help with some work, not that they were going to slaughter a pig. Furthermore, from childhood until now, she had never been wealthy enough to have a pig at home, and Li Quikwei knew that normally when people had meat, they ate it behind closed doors. Butchering a pig wasn't that difficult, so the fact that her mother-in-law had called her over to help clearly meant they intended to share the meat with her. Tears began to flow uncontrollably. Nizi, on the other hand, didn't understand anything. She trotted over and hugged Lu Erju's calf, looking a bit fearfully at the ferocious wild boar. Uncle, what is this big guy? It made my mommy cry. If you'd like to hear other novels, feel free to request them in the comments. If there are no issues with posting the requested novel, we'll post it. You can also listen to more audio novels for free at patreon.com/xlightnovel. Before you start listening, please don't forget to like. 21. Number 21 huh? You have to remember that? Chapter 21, huh? I have to remember them? Niu Honghua quickly closed the door and bolted it. She then helped Li Quikwei up and chided, "You child, you're so useless. You've become like this just from seeing a pig?" Lu Erzu couldn't help but expose her. "Mom, you just circled the pig more than a dozen times in the yard, clapping and jumping around like you were performing a ritual. I actually saw everything." Hearing this, Niu Honghua's face instantly turned red with embarrassment. Out of shame and anger, she walked over, raised her hand, and gave Lu Erzu a light slap. "You little brat, you're just talking nonsense." After scolding Lu Erzu, Niu Honghua couldn't help but laugh. As she laughed, tears began to fall. Seeing the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law crying and laughing, Lu Dalang's simple-mindedness kicked in again. He cautiously leaned toward Lu Erzu and asked, "Younger brother, our mother and sister-in-law haven't caught some kind of hysteria, have they? Should I tie them up first so they don't hurt themselves?" Lu Erzu rolled his eyes at him. "Hurry up and cut the meat, then salt it. Otherwise, if it starts to stink, then mother and sister-in-law will really have hysteria." Right, we can't let anything go to waste, or we'll be struck by lightning." Lu Daliang immediately went to sharpen the knife. The knife at home was still fine for cutting vegetables, but it really wasn't up to the task of cutting meat. It had to be sharpened. Once the knife was sharpened, although Lu Daliang wasn't an expert at butchering pigs, he was still better at it than Lu Erzu. So, he quickly carved up the large wild boar. After Niu Honghua and Li Quikwei calmed down a bit, they also started working. One of them crushed coarse salt to cure the pork, while the other gathered firewood to light a fire and smoke the pork. After Lu Daliang finished carving the pork, he took the leaf lard to render it into lard. In short, the three of them each had their own tasks and were kept busy without pause. Lu Erzu tried to help several times, but he was shooed away. They told him he was the great hero of the family and should rest now. Even Nizi was scolded by Li Quikwei, who even gave her a kick on her little bottom. Glaring, she barked at her, "Don't pester your little uncle. Your little uncle is someone who does great things. He doesn't have time to amuse a little kid like you." Nizi looked like she was about to burst into tears. Her beautiful large eyes were filled with tears. She wanted to cry but was afraid of being hit. Her aggrieved little expression made Lu Erju's heart ache. Oh, don't cry, baby. Uncle will give you a hug." Lu Erzu coaxed her softly. Hearing this, Nizi immediately broke down. She opened her little arms and cried to Lu Erzu, "Uncle, hug." Lu Erzu hurriedly took Nizi into his arms and said to Li Quikwei, "Sister-in-law, you should pamper the girl a bit more so she won't lack love in the future." Lacking love? Hearing this novel term, Li Quikwei twitched the corner of her mouth. "Zuzi, you scholars really you know so much. Who among us wasn't beaten by adults growing up? I haven't seen anyone lacking love." Lu Daliang also chimed in, "Exactly when I made mistakes as a kid, when dad beat me, he would hang me from a tree and whip me. He broke 3 branches as thick as an arm, and I don't lack love, either." Lu Erzu was very surprised. Dad had such a violent side, didn't he? It's just that you were the favorite, so you never got beaten. I got beaten plenty back then. Take that time I was hung up and hit, I just stole one of Dad's cigarettes to try the taste. Do you think that was necessary? Lu Daliang sighed incessantly. Lu Erzu thought about it. Back then, times weren't as hard, so one cigarette really shouldn't have warranted being hung up and beaten. He figured his father probably didn't want his older brother to develop a habit of stealing. To his surprise, Niu Honghua said crossly from the side, "Zuzi, don't listen to your brother's nonsense. Your father didn't hit him because he stole a cigarette. It's because this brat took 2 puffs, thought it tasted bad, and tossed it away. It landed on a haystack and set over a dozen haystacks on fire. The villagers were busy all night putting out the fire. He almost burned down the whole village." Lu Erzu pinched the bridge of his nose, feeling that his old man had actually been quite lenient. Li Quikwei was also laughing uncontrollably. Right, I've heard about this. On the day this dummy first went to my house to propose marriage, my mother even asked him, "Do you still play with fire?" Lu Daliang, living up to his reputation as a simpleton, realized. "So that's why I was wondering why your mother asked if I played with fire." I thought she wanted me to help with the cooking. Looking at his older brother's simple-minded appearance, Lu Erzu then looked at Nizi in his arms. This girl won't be this stupid in the future, will she? If so, she'll be easily tricked. To test his little niece's IQ, Lu Erzu decided to try teaching her arithmetic. Considering it an early enlightenment, he wrote 10 numbers on the ground and said to Nizi, "Come, uncle will teach you to recognize numbers. I'll say 1, and you repeat after me." Nizi didn't know this was the beginning of a miserable life. Thinking it was some kind of game, she squatted excitedly beside him. "Okay, 1. Lu Erzu pointed at the number. Nizi, still with a bit of a baby voice, shouted naively, 1. 2. Nizi followed along again, her beautiful eyes staring at the numbers on the ground without blinking. Lu Erzu taught her 1 by 1 like this, all the way to 10. After going through them 2 or 3 times, he asked Nizi, "Did you remember them?" Nizi hesitated a bit. "Huh? I have to remember them? My fault. I forgot to tell you to remember them." Lu Erzu took a deep breath, suppressed the apprehension in his heart, and said with a smile, "Then I'll teach you a few more times and see if you can remember them." Immediately after, he repeated the lesson 5 more times, then stared tensely at Nizi and asked, "How about now? Did you remember them?" Nizi looked at the small wooden stick in Lu Erzu's hand, then back at Lu Erzu. Seeing her like this, Lu Erzu thought she was afraid and immediately smiled. "Don't be afraid. Even if you say it wrong, Uncle won't hit you." "But Uncle, I remember that this little stick is the one Grandma used to wipe my bottom after I finished pooping." Nizi pointed at the little stick in Lu Erzu's hand. Lu Erzu hurriedly threw the stick away and asked, between laughter and tears, "Nizi, why didn't you say so earlier? It's all Uncle's fault for waving that little stick back and forth just now, so I was slow to recognize it," Nizi said righteously. Hearing this, Lu Erzu understood. Well, this girl definitely didn't remember what he had just taught her either. It's probably because she's too young, he'd better teach her later. Lu Erzu made excuses for Nizi, unwilling to believe that her personality took after his older brother. Seeing this, Li Quiquei immediately laughed. "Zuzi, give up. This girl is just as simple-minded as her father. She doesn't understand anything about studying, she just loves playing like crazy. Being able to play is fine too. Children like this have a good mindset. I hope Nizi can spend her whole life without worries and be happy every day." Lu Erzu cheered up again. After all, he was capable of taking care of the whole family. There was no need to rely on a little girl to become the pillar of the household. Hearing Lu Erzu's words, Li Quiquei was very moved, feeling happy that Nizi had such a good uncle. Then she glared fiercely at Lu Deliang. "Look at Zuzi. He dotes on your silly daughter so much, yet you don't even know to say something." Lu Deliang chuckled. "Then I'll wish for our younger brother's dream to come true." This remark earned him eye rolls from both women. Lu Erzu, however, stared suspiciously at his older brother. Was this guy just pretending to be simple-minded? 22. Number 22 Uncle, please don't hit my mother. Chapter 22. Uncle, don't beat my mother. Lu Erzu had many ways to cook this pork. Braised pork, double-cooked pork slices, stewed pork with sauerkraut and vermicelli, meat burgers, braised lion's head meatballs, noodles with meat sauce. Unfortunately, Lu Erzu only had the meat but lacked the seasonings. He didn't have any white flour or anything like that either. In the end, Lu Erzu gathered all the ingredients from his eldest brother's house and barely managed to make a pot of braised pork. Except for Lu Fusheng, who had a broken leg, the whole family gathered around the stove while Lu Erzu was cooking, watching him expectantly. Especially Nizi, held in her father's arms, her saliva flowed freely. Her little bottom wiggled incessantly, and her small hands kept reaching toward the pot as if she wanted to dive right in and eat. Finally, when the braised pork was ready, Li Quiquei trotted over to bring the bowls. Lu Erzu served everyone a large bowl of braised pork and steamed a pot of steamed buns made from pure cornmeal, and then everyone began to eat. At the dining table, seeing Lu Erzu constantly wiping away sweat, Niu Honghua felt extremely distressed. "I told you to let me and your sister-in-law cook, but you insisted on doing it yourself. You must be exhausted, right?" Li Quiquei also hurriedly ran to dampen a towel and handed it to Lu Erzu. "Zuzi, hurry and wipe your sweat." "Thank you, sister-in-law." Lu Erzu wiped the sweat from his face and neck with the wet towel, just smiling without explaining. Because this wild boar hadn't been castrated, combined with its physical condition, the meat had a gamey and rank smell. If not handled properly, it would be very difficult to swallow. His family had no experience handling wild boar meat and wouldn't be picky about it, so Lu Erzu didn't dare let them help. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to eat the meal himself. Mom, I want to eat meat." Nizi, held in Lu Dalang's arms, was so anxious that she kept stomping on her father's thigh with her feet, but no matter how she struggled, her little hands couldn't reach the meat on the table. Li Quikwei turned back and glared. Shut up from now on. You must wait for your uncle to start eating before you use your chopsticks. If you dare to be disrespectful, I'll beat you to death. Already feeling aggrieved because she couldn't eat the meat, Nizi felt even worse after being scolded. Her mouth puckered, her eyes reddened, and tears welled up in her eyes, ready to fall at any moment. Li Quikwei was furious and scolded harshly. You brat, on such a wonderful day for eating meat. Why are you crying here? If you dare let a single tear fall, see if I don't whip you today. Lu Zhu, however, felt very sorry for her and quickly pulled Nizi into his arms. Sister-in-law, the child is still young. Nizi, let's not cry. Uncle will give you some meat. Seeing Lu Zhu pick up a piece of 3-layered pork belly, blow on it, and put it into Nizi's mouth, Li Quikwei could no longer scold her daughter and said helplessly, Zuzi, don't spoil her like this. If she's spoiled, she'll be laughed at when she goes to her husband's family in the future. They wouldn't dare. Lu Zhu's eyes widened. Quote, our Nizi is a treasure. She came to our family to enjoy life. Whether she gets married or not, if anyone dares to bully her, just watch how I beat them. Hearing this, Nizi swallowed the meat with a gulp, patted Lu Zhu's chest, and coaxed him softly, Uncle, don't be angry. My mom didn't mean to hit me. She was just accidental. Please don't beat her. Everyone laughed at those words. Lu Zhu also laughed. Sister-in-law, look at how much this girl cares about you. Li Quikwei was both annoyed and amused. You little girl, at least you have a conscience. Don't worry, Nizi. Not only will I not beat your mother, but if she's ever bullied, I'll help her get even. Lu Zhu gently coaxed her while stroking her withered, yellow hair. In this era, the eldest sister-in-law was like a mother and the younger brother-in-law like a son. During the years Lu Zhu was in school, he wouldn't have been able to study in peace without the support of his eldest brother and sister-in-law, so there was no way he would ever turn against Li Quikwei. Seeing that her uncle was serious, Nizi finally relaxed and pushed her uncle's hand to pick up some more meat. Listening from the side, Li Quikwei's eyes reddened again, but she felt that she shouldn't cry on such a good day. She kept pinching her husband's arm and whispered, Liang Zi, what good deeds do you think I did in my past life to marry into this family? Lu Deliang grimaced from the pinching and was also secretly thinking, did I beat my wife every day in my past life, so I have to get pinched every day in this life to pay back the debt? Niu Honghua felt happy seeing the family in such harmony. I thought it would be good enough if our family didn't starve to death in these times. I never expected we'd be able to eat so much meat. It really has to be my Zhu Zi. He's truly capable. Li Quikwei was also not stingy with her praise. Zhu Zi is so handsome and capable. In the future, he must marry a wife from the city. In this day and age, if a farmer could find a young woman from the city to be his wife, it would definitely be big news that would shock all the surrounding villages. Lu Zhu felt a bit embarrassed by the praise. It's just a meal of meat. Let's hurry up and eat. I'm a bit hungry. If Zhu Zi is hungry, then let's eat first. Niu Honghua and Li Quikwei also hurriedly shut their mouths and said no more. Seeing them stop talking, Lu Deliang felt as if he had been granted a general amnesty and picked up a piece of meat with his chopsticks. The dark red piece of 3-layered pork belly had been stewed until it was soft and tender. It trembled when held by the chopsticks, being both elastic and soft. The aroma wafted straight into his nose, making Lu Dalang's mouth water. He quickly put it in his mouth and took a gentle bite. The smooth but not greasy texture made him eat so enthusiastically he almost swallowed his tongue. Mom, wife, this is delicious. Zhu Zi's cooking skills are truly amazing, Lu Deliang exclaimed in admiration. Seeing this, the mother and daughter-in-law, who had been waiting impatiently, also hurried to eat. After putting a piece in their mouths, their eyes lit up. It was so delicious they wanted to cry. Originally, Niu Honghua had thought that since she had eaten several extra pieces of chicken last time, she shouldn't be greedy this time. Who would have thought that after eating one piece, her hand would involuntarily reach for the next? In the end, everyone ate a large bowl of pork belly and 3 or 4 steamed buns. Even Lu Fusheng, after wiping the grease from his mouth after the meal, gave a thumbs up. This meal was expertly made. I remember when I was young, a chef from the Beijing hotel's work department visited our home and made this braised pork. Compared to Zhu Zi, he just had a few more seasonings. Lu Zhu felt even more guilty from the praise. Good heavens, that Beijing hotel's work department hosted all sorts of international dignitaries and had been the site for diplomatic banquets since its establishment. The skills of the chefs there went without saying. Who was he to even compare himself to them? Looking at the bowl wiped clean before her, Niu Honghua also regretted it and slapped the back of her own hand. At my age, how can I be so greedy? A whole bowl of meat, just gone like that. Despite her words, she still picked up a steamed bun and wiped the inside of the bowl over and over again until it didn't even need washing, looking as bright as when it was newly bought. The eldest brother and sister-in-law weren't much better. Both were so full they were belching and sat there unwilling to move. Such good food shouldn't be digested too quickly, or it would be a waste. Nizi was even more direct. Clutching her round little belly, she trotted onto the heated brick bed, kicked off her shoes one after the other onto the floor, and lay down to sleep there. Li Quikwei hurriedly tried to pull Nizi up to leave with them. Nizi quickly scrambled deeper onto the bed. I'm not leaving, I want to sleep with my little uncle. Lu Erzu laughed. Just let her sleep here. There's plenty of room on the bed anyway. This Li Quikwei hesitated. Lu Deliang tugged at the corner of her clothes and then gave her a burning look. Li Quikwei immediately understood what her husband meant. Her face turned beet red, and she stomped hard on Lu Dalang's foot where the others couldn't see. You rascal, you really only think about that as soon as you're full. 23. Number 23 Master's wife made me a dress. Chapter 23. Master's wife making clothes. Lu Erzu had been married in his previous life, so seeing the two of them exchanging flirtatious glances, he said crossly, hurry up and get a bowl of meat for Xiaohu. He works all day and needs some grease to nourish him. Also, take 2 pieces of pig offal to his master so that his master will take good care of him. Lu Erzu didn't mention giving meat to his eldest brother and sister-in-law because he knew they, like his parents, would definitely be reluctant to eat it. He planned for everyone to eat together for every meal from now on. Even so, Li Quikwei reacted as if she had been scalded, repeatedly refusing before dragging her husband away. Before they could even step out the door, Lu Erzu glared and said, if you two don't take it, I'll deliver it myself in a bit, and I'll bring even more then. Li Quikwei paused and looked at her mother-in-law in a bind. Niu Honghua didn't dare to overrule Lu Erzu now. Don't look at me. Zhu Zi is the head of the house now. Whatever he says goes. Fine then, but I'll only take 1 bowl of meat. I absolutely can't take the pig offal. Li Quikwei was equally firm, feeling truly embarrassed. Seeing her persistence, Lu Erzu stopped arguing. Anyway, Xiaohu was just in the neighboring village. He could bring some food over himself later. Masters in this era didn't sympathize with their apprentices. They truly used them like livestock and beat them harder than their own fathers would. If one wanted them to show mercy and teach seriously, gifts were indispensable. Li Quikwei watched as her mother filled a bowl with braised pork, all while incessantly praising Lu Erzu, calling him handsome, kind-hearted, and capable. She even said marrying into this family was a blessing from the ancestors, praising Lu Erzu so much he didn't even dare go out to see the two of them off. Once outside, Lu Deliang told Li Quikwei to head home while he happily carried the meat to his son. Thinking of his wife waiting for him under the covers, his pace naturally quickened. Soon, Lu Deliang arrived at the blacksmith's house in the neighboring village, where his son was apprenticing. He knocked, and a young boy opened the door. He was skin and bones and not very tall. This was Lu Dalang's son. Lu Xiaohu's face was a purplish red and peeling slightly, likely from long-term exposure to the fire. Though it was late autumn, he wore only a patched short jacket, shivering from the cold. Seeing his father, Xiaohu immediately gave an honest smile. Dad, why are you here? Brought you something good to eat. Lu Deliang pinched a piece of meat and stuffed it into his son's mouth. This silly boy hadn't gotten a single bite of the chicken brought last time. If this bowl of meat were taken into the yard, he wouldn't get any of it either. Tasting the meat, Xiaohu's eyes lit up. Meat? Dad, how did you get meat again? Your youngest uncle caught a wild boar and stewed a pot of meat. Hurry, eat a few more bites, Lu Deliang urged. No. Xiaohu glanced back nervously. Quote, Dad, let me take it to master. He happens to be drinking right now. Lu Deliang opened his mouth to say something, but it ultimately turned into a sigh. Fine, how has your learning been lately? It's good. I get to eat half a whole bowl of wild vegetable porridge every meal, and I've even learned how to sharpen knives, Xiaohu said with a forced smile. Lu Dalang's fists clenched tight. His son chopped wood and forged iron every day, yet he only got half a bowl of porridge 3 times a day? And after being here for over half a year, he'd only just learned to sharpen knives? This blacksmith really wasn't teaching him anything. He wanted to say more, but a coarse shout came from inside the house. You little brat, what are you doing? Get your ass back here and massage my shoulders. Coming, master. Xiaohu carefully took the bowl of meat, urged his father to go home, and then closed the door and went back inside. Uneasy, Lu Deliang peeked through the door crack and saw his son limping. Knowing he must have been beaten not long ago, his heart tightened again. Meanwhile, Xiaohu entered the room with the meat, his face full of flattery. Master, my dad sent over a bowl of braised pork for you to have with your wine. The blacksmith couple and their 2 teenage sons' eyes immediately lit up. Good boy, your dad is quite capable. A bowl of chicken yesterday and a bowl of braised pork today? Fine, for the sake of your and your father's filial piety, I'll give you something solid to eat tonight, and tomorrow I'll teach you how to select iron stock. If your dad can bring me meat every day, I guarantee you'll finish your apprenticeship in less than a year. The blacksmith tossed Xiaohu a grayish, hard-steamed bun. It was clearly made from the coarsest corn flour. The whole family then began to feast on the bowl of meat without the slightest reservation. Xiaohu didn't dare say anything. He sat on a small stool eating the bun, salivating as he watched the bowl of meat on the square table. Seeing this through the door crack, Lu Deliang was so angry he almost burst in. But on second thought, if his son didn't learn a craft in this day and age, he would be like him, facing the yellow earth with his back to the sky, scratching a living from the soil for the rest of his miserable life. Xiaohu, your dad is useless. Just endure a bit longer. Once you've learned the craft, I'll sell everything I own to send you to the city to find a job. In a factory, Lu Deliang muttered to himself, suppressing his anger as he turned and left that night. Lu Erzu slept with the little girl's hand on his chest. He was almost washed away to the county seat by a flood of urine. The next morning, Lu Erzu had dark circles under his eyes when he woke up. In his previous life, raising children was his wife's job. He hadn't slept with a child in years and had actually forgotten to wake the girl up to pee in the middle of the night. After the Kong was soaked, the little girl was smart enough to keep crowding toward the dry spots. Eventually, she crowded Lu Erzu so much he had no place to sleep, so he just stayed up all night reading medical books by candlelight. The kicker was that this little girl, who knows who she learned it from, got up in the morning and, without even putting on clothes, ran bare-bottomed into her grandmother's covers and whispered, "Grandma, I'll tell you a secret, but don't tell anyone else." Niu Honghua smiled and nodded. "Tell me." The little girl peeked cautiously back at Lu Erzu and said in a tiny, tiny voice, "My youngest uncle wet the bed. You mustn't tell anyone, or he'll be embarrassed." Hearing this, Lu Erzu was so angry he laughed. This brat, what was she thinking? She didn't even think she was the one who wet the bed. She thought it was him. Niu Honghua was also laughing non-stop, which scared the little girl into quickly covering her mouth with her small hands, urging anxiously, "Grandma, stop laughing. Uncle will be embarrassed." All right, Grandma won't laugh." Lu Erzu didn't bother with the old and the young pair and got up to cook. He heated up the leftover braised pork and steamed buns from the night before, and after eating his fill, he went to his master's house. When Big Tongue saw Lu Erzu enter, he gave him a sidelong glance. "Oh, the young master is up? Aren't you afraid the sun will scorch your backside?" "Ow, my backside." The foul-mouthed Big Tongue was kicked in the rear by his wife, and it hurt like hell. "You think everyone is like you, an old fossil who can't sleep. Zhu Zi is young. What's wrong with sleeping a bit more?" Ma Sholian glared at Big Tongue, then walked up to Lu Erzu with a smile. She began looking him up and down, measuring him with her hands while muttering, "1 span, 2 spans. Master's wife, what are you doing?" Lu Erzu asked, bewildered. Ma Sholian smiled. "Your master has a piece of clothing he doesn't wear anymore. I'll make a jacket for you to wear." This was a period of hardship with scarce resources. To repay debts and develop, a large amount of labor had been shifted to heavy industry, leaving light industry shorthanded. Even cloth was a rarity, with each person rationed only a few feet a year. Many children were nearly 10 years old and still didn't have pants to wear. A family of 5 having only 1 pair of pants, where whoever went out wore them, was a joke, but in many places it was a reality. Some people even wore clothes repurposed from urea bags, and even those were scarce items that only families of minor officials could snag. Thinking of his master's 2 children, who were still wearing heavily patched clothes that were several sizes too small in the middle of autumn, Lu Erzu quickly declined. "No need, master's wife. I'll buy some myself later." Big Tongue couldn't help but chime in again. "Look at this grand style, talking about buying this and that whenever he feels like it. Does your family own a gold mine? Zhu Zi, he's just jealous of your talent. Let's ignore him." Ma Sholian looked at Lu Erzu. Quote, "Even if you have money, what you buy is yours, but me making this for you is a gesture of my heart. What, do you look down on our things, or my craftsmanship?" Lu Erzu waved his hands repeatedly and said with a wry smile, "Master's wife, I didn't mean that. I'll take the clothes." "All right, that's more like it." Ma Sholian finished taking the measurements and left with a smile. Once his wife was gone, Big Tongue said crossly, "You little brat, I have bad luck every time you show up." Lu Erzu said innocently, "It's not like I'm the one who hit you. How about I call the master's wife out to apologize to you?" Get out, are you worried I wasn't kicked hard enough?" Big Tongue glared at Lu Erzu. Get your ass to the pharmacy. I've got a treasure to show you. 24. Hash 24. They rushed to pour water. Chapter 24. Competing to pour water. Big Tongue entered the pharmacy and once again dug up the red sandalwood box he had buried the previous night. Lu Zhu was startled when he saw the box. Master, this box must be worth a lot of money, right? It was bestowed by the Emperor and crafted by the Ministry of Works. They say the materials alone were worth over 1,000 taels of silver. How much do you think it's worth now? Big Tongue asked with a chuckle. It's certainly not worth much now, but in a few decades it could sell for millions. Lu Zhu said with a sigh of emotion. Millions? Big Tongue nearly bit his own tongue off, which would have left him with no tongue at all. He glared at him in anger. Quote, you little brat, how dare you play tricks on me? Although his family heirloom was indeed precious, and Big Tongue did intend to show off, selling it for 1,000 yuan would already be extraordinary. How could this kid say it could sell for millions? Scolded and helpless, Lu Zhu couldn't explain. He could only say, wasn't I just following along with what you were saying? I'm wasting my breath talking to a little brat like you. Big Tongue had originally wanted to show off his family treasure, but Lu Zhu's comment about it being worth millions had killed his mood. He said impatiently, inside this is my family's medical legacy. Since you said that half a pig yesterday was your true apprenticeship gift, then this is what I truly intend to teach you. Lu Zhu looked into the box with curiosity and found several items inside. There was an ancient book with the 4 large characters, Mu-Hu Medical Classic, written on it. It recorded many prescriptions and acupuncture methods, with treatments for various difficult and complicated diseases that were completely unheard of in later generations. It was clearly a legacy that had been lost over time. There were also 2 cloth wraps, one containing gold needles and the other silver needles. If these 2 wraps of fine needles were sold now, they would likely be worth a fortune. If they were placed in later generations, major Chinese medicine hospitals would scramble to bid for them at auction, taking them back to be their most prized treasures. Realizing the value of these items, Lu Zhu couldn't help but say in surprise, Master, I've only just started, and you're already giving me the true inheritance? Aren't you going to test me anymore? If I test you any further, your master's wife will kick me out of the house and teach you herself, Big Tongue explained grumpily. Looking at Lu Zhu's smiling face, he couldn't help but sigh. Quote, besides, in these times of famine, with winter approaching, every household is thinking about hoarding grain. Yet you were willing to give half a pig to a barefoot doctor like me who has no power or influence. What is there to question about such character? Seeing that his master had put it that way, Lu Zhu didn't stand on ceremony and readily accepted the items. It was safer to keep these things with him to prevent them from being destroyed in the future. Where's the book from last night? You didn't ruin it for me, did you? Big Tongue suddenly stared at Lu Zhu and asked. Lu Zhu immediately took out the book. Not even a corner was folded. Big Tongue nodded in satisfaction. Fine, then continue reading. I'm going out for a smoke. To protect his family legacy, Big Tongue never smoked in the pharmacy, fearing an accidental fire. Looking at the shelves full of books, Lu Zhu was also full of ambition, deciding to finish reading these medical books in the shortest time possible to lay a solid foundation for his medical path. Big Tongue went into the yard, sat on a small stool, puffed on his pipe, and kept his eyes on Lu Zhu in the pharmacy. Seeing the boy sitting in the chair reading so intently, he was very satisfied. Look at how much my apprentice loves to learn. He'll definitely be better than me in the future. Before he could finish his sentence, 2 children came running in from outside, laughing and playing. Seeing these 2 debt collectors, Big Tongue's eyes immediately widened. You little brats, you've only just had a full meal and you're already running wild? Expecting you to inherit my skills? Maybe in your next life. Big Tongue's bark was worse than his bite. He actually doted on the 2 children, so neither of them was afraid of him. Ma Sholian was different. She would truly take off her slipper to hit them or kick them if she had her shoes on. At this moment, she only gave the 2 children a look, and they immediately stopped laughing, standing nervously in place. Just in time. Lily, Lila, go pour a bowl of water for your brother Zhu Zi, Ma Sholian instructed. Got it. Lily was 2 years older after all, and she hurriedly ran to get the kettle. Her younger brother, Lu Lele, was not to be outdone. Because their mother had said they should serve brother Zhu Zi like he was their own brother. As an old doctor of Chinese medicine, Big Tongue was well aware of the dangers of drinking raw water. So while others drank well water or river water, he had gone to the blacksmith in the neighboring village to have a kettle made, and he drank boiled water every day. Now Lily picked up the kettle, while her brother ran over holding a bowl. Both of them wanted to be the one to deliver the water, and neither was willing to give the other the chance, glaring at each other like fighting cocks. Seeing this, Big Tongue quickly said, all right, stop arguing. Wouldn't it be enough if one of you poured some water for me? The two children looked at each other and began to argue again. You go pour water for dad, I'll go pour water for brother Zuzi. I don't want a dad has hands, he can pour it himself. Big Tongue was so angry that he cursed irritably. You little brats. I've raised you for 10 years, and I'm not even as close to you as someone who gave you a meal of meat, am I? Ma Sholian also laughed and shouted to the two children. You two little brats go and pour the water together. One carrying the kettle and the other holding the bowl, they scrambled to Big Tongue's side, then bypassed him and ran into the pharmacy. Big Tongue was so angry he hopped around, constantly cursing them as little white-eyed wolves. In the pharmacy, Luer Zhu was reading when the two children of his master's house ran in. One placed the bowl on the table, and the other picked up the kettle to pour water. They collaborated seamlessly and both spoke up at the same time to claim credit. Brother Zuzi, Mom said to pour water, so I brought you a bowl. Brother Zuzi, water is what I poured. After speaking to him, the two children looked at Luer Zhu expectantly, wanting to watch him drink the water so they could pour another bowl. They wanted to show how well behaved they were so that Brother Zuzi would only give meat to their family in the future. Luer Zhu didn't know what they were thinking. Seeing the two children looking up at him with their little faces, he instinctively felt his pocket. He didn't have a single cent, and he couldn't even produce a piece of candy to coax the children. Damn, no matter what, he had to go to the black market tonight to sell the pork and trade for some household items and things to coax the children. But for now, he had to deal with the two children first. While Luer Zhu was pondering, he didn't drink the water for a long time, which made the two children a bit nervous. Lily was already 10 years old. At this age in the village, children already started washing clothes and cooking for adults, and she was already sensible. Usually, she always heard people say that Luer Zhu was a middle school student from the county town and how amazing he was. Feeling somewhat inferior in front of Luer Zhu, she couldn't help but ask cautiously, Brother Zuzi, do you think we're dirty? I wasn't playing with mud just now, look if you don't believe me. Lily held out a pair of relatively fair little hands. Even though she was only 10, her palms were already covered in calluses. Hilariously, 7-year-old Lila also held out his little hands, but his hands were not only covered in black mud, they also carried a faint smell of urine. Clearly, he had been playing with mud and urine earlier. Luer Zhu was about to comfort Lily and say he didn't mind, but when he remembered it was Lila who had brought the bowl over, the words immediately got stuck in his throat. His lie might comfort the child's young soul, but if he really drank this bowl of water with urine, who would comfort his own wounded soul? 25. Number 25. Can it really be used like this? Chapter 25. It can be used like this? Seeing that Luer Zhu was hesitating to drink the water, Lily's eyes quickly dimmed, and her face was filled with disappointment. She could sense Luer Zhu's disdain, but she didn't know what she should do. Lila, however, didn't notice the mood at all and was still urging, Brother, hurry up and drink the water. Luer Zhu felt bad for how sensible Lily was and didn't want to discourage a child like Lila. After all, in this era where people believed, a little dirt won't hurt, many city dwellers didn't even wash their faces, let alone uneducated children in the countryside. His mind raced as he thought of a good excuse. What's the rush to drink water? I just thought of a fun game. Come on, I'll take you to play. The two children were still young and at an age where they loved to play. Hearing about a game, they both looked curious. Seeing that Lily's attention had been somewhat diverted, Luer Zhu immediately led them out of the door. After arriving in the courtyard, Luer Zhu grabbed a wooden stick and began drawing on the ground. Before long, he had drawn a strange figure made of squares, with numbers written inside each square. The two children looked at it from all angles but didn't understand what it was. This game is called hopscotch. Go get a small stone, and I'll teach you how to play, Luer Zhu said to the two children. The two children once again scrambled to run off. Soon, Lily came back panting, carrying a stone the size of a washbasin. She proudly claimed credit. Zuzi Zhe, is this stone okay? Seeing this, Lila immediately grew anxious. He didn't want to lose, so he kept circling the stone mill in the courtyard. Dad, can you help me move this stone over there? To hell with that. Big Tongue, who was wondering what Luer Zhu was up to, glared at him. Quote, if I turn the mill, wouldn't I be a donkey? Then, Big Tongue scolded Luer Zhu again. You little brat, what exactly are you trying to do? Luer Zhu was also speechless at the siblings' actions. He blamed himself for not being clear enough. He quickly ran to get two small stones, threw one into the first square, hopped on one foot into the second square, and continued jumping forward. After completing a round, he turned and hopped back, picked up the stone, and this time threw it into the second square. The children were still young, after all. Seeing this novel game, they found it particularly interesting and watched the whole process with wide eyes. After watching once, they understood the point and were eager to play. But they were afraid Luer Zhu hadn't had enough yet. Lily watched eagerly with wide eyes, while Lila kept scratching his head in anticipation, yet neither dared to speak. Seeing this, Luer Zhu handed the stones to them and explained the rules. You two take turns. Whoever loses has to step out and start over. No fighting, understand? The two children nodded repeatedly. But as it turned out, Luer Zhu's reminder was completely useless. Because as soon as he turned around, the siblings started fighting over who would go first. Hearing the argument behind him, Luer Zhu was about to mediate when he turned to see Lila being kicked aside by his sister. Lila sat on the ground, wailing loudly. Lily, on the other hand, happily began throwing the stone and playing hopscotch. Oh well, at least the conflict was over. Luer Zhu went back inside to read. Big Tongue was quite happy watching the two children play, but people in this era were like that. Even when they felt good about something, they had to complain. You little brat, letting these two little things play this jumping game. They'll definitely get hungry fast. They're going to eat a lot of my meat tonight again. The speaker meant nothing, but the listener took it to heart. Luer Zhu quickly shouted from the room, Master, just eat that meat yourself. I can catch more. Big Tongue didn't curse back or make any sarcastic remarks. Instead, he walked into the pharmacy, patted Luer Zhu on the shoulder, and said seriously, Zhu Zi, I'm your master, not your debt collector. Times are hard for everyone. You've brought meat twice now, which counts as your apprenticeship fee. If you dare bring anything else, don't blame me for getting angry. Luer Zhu quickly explained, but I still have a lot. I'm your master, and I'm not so old that I can't move. Besides, 20 or 30 years ago, calling me Dad wouldn't have been an overstatement. If I had to rely on a little brat like you to support me, what kind of person would I be? Besides, your eldest brother has 2 kids and can barely take care of himself. Your parents will likely rely on you alone to support them. You're reaching the age to get married. When you marry a wife, you'll have to support her and your kids, and you'll have to help out your father-in-law's family too. If you keep being so spendthrift, you wouldn't be able to afford it even if you owned a pig farm, understand? This was the first time Big Tongue had spoken to Luer Zhu so earnestly. Although he had just taken him as a disciple, he truly liked Luer Zhu and already cared for him like a son. His usual jokes and insults were just his way of teasing the kid. But when it came to things he should teach, he wouldn't be stingy. Looking at his master who refused to take meat, Luer Zhu also felt his affection and smiled. All right then, master, why don't you stew a pork hock for lunch? No pork hock. How about I give you a shoe sole xiaobing instead? Big Tongue raised his foot angrily, about to take off his shoe. Why hadn't he noticed before that this brat was so good at annoying people? He even wanted to eat pork hock. How many meals could a pork hock stew last? Luer Zhu quickly picked up his book, signaling he wouldn't eat it. This made Big Tongue hesitate to strike, fearing he might damage the book, so he went outside to smoke instead. Watching his master leave, Luer Zhu fell into deep thought. He realized that he had unknowingly read half the book, and remarkably, he hadn't forgotten anything. It was all etched in his mind. When did his memory become so good? Could it be because of the mind space? Curiously, Luer Zhu put the medical book into the mind space and scanned it with his thoughts. He discovered that all the knowledge from the book appeared in his mind, and it was the kind that would never be forgotten. Good heavens, so the mind space had such a magical effect. Then why was he still reading page by page? He could just put all the books into the mind space, scan them instantly, and then take them out again. The books showed no sign of having been moved, yet all the knowledge had already entered Luer Zhu's mind. Even Big Tongue's family medical books were no exception. He had memorized them all. Centuries of accumulated experience from a medical family had all become Luer Zhu's knowledge. Many people in later generations looked down on traditional Chinese medicine, saying it was useless in various ways. But after reading the medical books today, Luer Zhu realized that the reason traditional Chinese medicine was struggling wasn't because of the practice itself. It was because of the environment. Foreign invasions and years of continuous warfare led to the deaths of many doctors and the loss of many medical texts. Later, during the special period, even more doctors and medical books were lost. Additionally, traditional Chinese medicine's high requirements for lineage and experience meant there were too few reliable practitioners in later generations. Many scammers also exploited people's trust in traditional culture to swindle large sums of money, causing people to lose faith in traditional Chinese medicine. Even the previous life's Lu'er Zhu preferred Western medicine and didn't often consult traditional Chinese medicine practitioners. But now, after digesting these centuries of knowledge, Lu'er Zhu realized that in terms of theoretical knowledge, he was no worse than the top international doctors of the current era. 26. Number 26. You're possessed by a donkey. Chapter 26. Are you possessed by a donkey? It wasn't enough to just memorize theoretical knowledge. Practice was also necessary. For example, with acupuncture, although the book marked the locations and specified the amount of force to use, talking about it and actually doing it were two different things. He needed someone to practice on. Lu'er Zhu looked at Big Tongue, who was outside watching the two children play, and gave a light cough. Master, could you help me with something? What is it? What happened? Big Tongue hurriedly put down his tobacco pipe and ran inside, fearing that Lu'er Zhu had damaged his books. It's nothing. Sit here and have some water first. Lu'er Zhu saw the bowl of water the siblings had poured earlier and quickly brought it over. You called me in just to give me a drink of water? Seeing the books were fine, Big Tongue took the bowl and had a few sips before frowning. Quote, why does this water smell like piss? Ahem, never mind the water. Let me take a good look at you. Lu'er Zhu quickly changed the subject, wiping the hand that had just held the bowl on his master's shoulder. Big Tongue felt a bit uneasy under Lu'er Zhu's gaze and subconsciously touched his face. What are you staring at, kid? Is there something on my face? Lu'er Zhu said seriously, I'm performing the 4 methods of diagnosis. Observe my ass. Big Tongue stood up, swearing. Quote, you've only read medical books for 2 days and you dare to practice medicine? Who gave you the courage? Lu'er Zhu had already identified the problem and said with full confidence, Master, to be honest, you're a bit deficient. Big Tongue got even angrier. Why does that spendthrift woman tell you everything? Lu'er Zhu looked embarrassed. Master, I don't mean that kind of deficiency. I mean your physical constitution is weak, like you're always hungry and starving. This made Big Tongue's old face turn bright red. In his embarrassment and anger, he began to take off his shoe, cursing, you little brat, are you making fun of your master? Who the hell can eat their fill every day these days? If I don't give you a thrashing today, I'll never hear the end of it. Master, don't get excited, I can't cure your hunger, but I can cure your other deficiency, Lu'er Zhu shouted while dodging. Bullshit, I don't even have a way myself, so how could you? Big Tongue continued to swear, still trying to hit him. It was just a coincidence. I found a prescription in your family's medical books specifically for this. If you don't believe me, just wait at home. I'll go to the mountain to find some herbs. I guarantee you'll regain your manly vigor, and my master's wife won't be pinching and kicking you anymore, Lu'er Zhu guaranteed solemnly. He had figured it out. His master's low status at home wasn't because of anything else. It was simply because he couldn't perform when he needed to be a man, so naturally, he couldn't act tough at other times. Surprisingly, Big Tongue actually believed Lu'er Zhu. Because the kid really was smart, he'd heard his school grades were among the best, and he'd seen his talent when teaching him about herbs before. Then go look for them, kid. But don't go into the deep mountains. When you get back, show me the prescription. We'll study it together. Once we make something, we'll send it to the commune to see if we can trade it for a few caddies of grain for you, Big Tongue said expectantly. Lu'er Zhu agreed, but he had no interest in sending anything to the commune. If nothing else, once this ancient prescription was proven effective, countless men would definitely buy it even if it cost them everything. Send it to the commune? Wouldn't those bastards get all the benefits for cheap? Lu'er Zhu strode out the door and ran straight toward the mountain. Based on the experience he'd accumulated from years of hospital visits in his past life, he could judge that many things in these medical books were useful. But some of the things recorded in the ancient prescriptions were indeed a bit mysterious, so he still wanted to confirm if they actually worked. Only after he had gone far did Big Tongue stand up to walk outside, but after a few steps, he suddenly realized something. He was clearly supposed to thrash the kid. How did he let him get away? On the mountain, carrying a bamboo basket on his back, Lu'er Zhu searched all over the mountain for herbs. Since ordinary people didn't recognize herbs and couldn't use them for cooking, there was a large quantity available, and many varieties were preserved. Following the knowledge in his mind, Lu'er Zhu quickly gathered all the herbs and returned to Big Tongue's house. Big Tongue was curious when he saw Lu'er Zhu return with a basket of herbs. Why did you get so many? Lu'er Zhu didn't say he planned to sell them secretly, making an excuse instead. I'm afraid I won't succeed the first time, so I got extra as backups. Alright, then bring out the prescription. I'll study it and work on it with you, Big Tongue urged. Following his memory, Lu Zhu found the book with the prescription on the shelf and handed it to his master first. Then he went to get the tools and began washing the herbs, cutting off the excess parts, and processing them as taught in the prescription. Big Tongue carefully studied the prescription beside him. He had actually researched this ailment before, but other medical books either suggested soaking precious ingredients like ginseng or tiger penis in medicinal wine or required long-term conditioning. Precious medicinal materials were unobtainable. Since they couldn't even eat their fill, long-term conditioning was even more impossible. That was why Big Tongue had always set the matter aside. The method given in this prescription was quite strange. It would have a stimulating effect shortly after consumption, similar to a little blue pill. But the beauty of this medicine was that it could be taken long-term without the side effects of the little blue pill, and it could even help condition the body. Big Tongue looked on with regret. Why hadn't he looked through this bookshelf more before? Otherwise, he would have found this great method long ago. Why wait until now? Soon, Lu Zhu finished processing the herbs and immediately brought a medicine pot to decoct them over a low flame. Watching Lu Zhu's skillful and fluid movements, Big Tongue scratched his head. Zhu Zi, have you studied medicine before? This question made Lu Zhu realize that he hadn't stumbled at all. The process of processing and decocting the herbs was as if he had done it hundreds of times. Handled naturally, it seemed he didn't have to worry about only having theory and no practice. After the knowledge entered his mind, it not only allowed him to master it but also affected his nerves, forming an effect similar to muscle memory. Seeing Big Tongue's surprised expression, Lu Zhu lied, I haven't studied it, but in the county town, I'd occasionally help out at the hospital just to get a steamed bun to eat. I learned by watching. No wonder. You look like you've done it many times. Big Tongue realized. Quote, you're a smart kid, knowing the hospital isn't short on food. You really can get some benefits there. Lu Zhu chuckled and lowered his head to focus on the size of the flame. When the medicinal soup was finally ready, he quickly poured it into a bowl and said expectantly, Master, try some? Alright, I'll risk it for you, kid. To give Lu Zhu confidence, Big Tongue decided to test the medicine himself. Of course, if the prescription hadn't come from his own family, he wouldn't have dared to eat it for the life of him. After drinking the bowl of medicinal soup, Big Tongue stood there smacking his lips. The prescription says this medicine has a stimulating effect, but I don't feel anything? It might take a while. I'll go clean up first. Lu Zhu turned to pack away the medicine pot and the small stove. Before he could finish, someone tapped his shoulder. Lu Zhu turned around to see his master's face incredibly red and his breathing becoming heavy. He said in a suppressed voice, take your sister and brother out to play and don't come back until noon. Seeing his master looking like a bull in heat, Lu Zhu was shocked. It's that powerful? He didn't dare hesitate and quickly dragged Lily and Lila out to play. Clang! The courtyard gate was bolted shut, and his master's wife's scolding came from inside. You old bastard, are you crazy? In broad daylight. Hiss! Holy crap, are you possessed by a damn donkey? 27. Number 27. Lu Yijiao. Chapter 27. Lu One Kick. Hearing his master and mistress enter the house, Lu Zhu led the two children a bit further away. It just so happened that further off, Nizi was squatting by some bushes with a few other children, catching crickets. People had no grain to eat and didn't dare grow their own. In these times, even picking fruit on the mountain had to be handed over to the collective. Otherwise, it was considered an ideological issue, making one liable for punishment. Thus, they could only catch crickets for food. Firstly, those catching crickets were children, and the authorities wouldn't elevate children's actions to a matter of principle. Secondly, the leaders looked down on such a tiny scrap of meat. Seeing Nizi's little bottom sticking up as she lay in the grass, eyes wide and searching seriously, Lu Zhu walked over and scooped the little girl up. This was only because she was his niece. If it had been a nephew lying there with his rear in the air, Lu Zhu would have definitely kicked him flat on his face. Little Nizi was startled, but seeing it was Lu Zhu, she happily hugged him. Little uncle, Mama said you went to learn skills and wouldn't let me look for you, but I missed you. Hearing the girl say she missed him in her milky voice, Lu Zhu was overjoyed. Shall little uncle take you to play a game? Nizi looked longingly at the bushes. She wanted to eat roasted crickets. In the bushes, a little boy whose snot was nearly long enough to cross a river immediately stood up and pointed at Lu Zhu. You put my wife down. Lu Zhu frowned at the boy. He was a 5 or 6-year-old brat, not particularly good-looking, with a face full of freckles. He stood there with his hands on his hips, glaring at Lu Zhu with an aggressive air that made him look like he was asking for a beating. Who is your wife? Lu Zhu asked, annoyed. Her Lu Nizi, the brat shouted, pointing at Nizi in Lu Zhu's arms. Lu Zhu said crossly, get lost, our Nizi isn't marrying you. Hearing this, the brat grew anxious. My mother said Nizi is going to be my wife when she grows up. Nizi, come down quickly. I'll take you to catch crickets, and when I'm done roasting them, I'll give you half of one to eat. Nizi swallowed hard, feeling a bit tempted. After all, she didn't understand what being a wife meant, but she remembered her mother saying that little uncle was now the head of the household and she had to listen to him, so she looked at him expectantly. Be good, Nizi. We won't play with this little brat. At noon, little uncle will take you home to eat meat, Luerzu coaxed with a smile. These words made Nizi's eyes light up, and she immediately said to the brat, little snot, I'm not playing with you anymore. I don't want to be your wife. The brat was furious. He pointed at Luerzu and yelled, You dare steal my wife, I'm going to have my dad beat you up. Luerzu ignored the brat and walked away with Nizi in his arms. To his surprise, the boy was very persistent, chasing after Luerzu and shouting for him to put his wife down. This was more than Luerzu could stand. If he let this brat keep shouting, the villagers might actually start believing the two families had arranged a childhood marriage. This little snot kid wasn't good looking at all, far inferior to Nizi. Luerzu certainly didn't approve, but he couldn't lay a hand on a small child. While hesitating, he saw Lily and Lila nearby. Luerzu suddenly had an idea. He gave the two children a look and then nodded toward the brat. Lila was younger, after all, and looked quite bewildered, having no idea what was meant. Lily saw what Luerzu meant. She happened to be annoyed by the brat too, as he was making so much noise she couldn't play hopscotch. She immediately kicked the brat away and cursed, Snotty kid, if you dare pester Nizi again, I'll beat you to death, believe it or not. The kick hurt, and the snotty kid wailed, You wait, stinky sister Lily, I'll get my brother to hit you. Ho, this kid really knew how to pick his battles based on the person. Against me, he'd bring his dad. Against Lily, he'd bring his brother? Lily said disdainfully, Your brother? Let him come. I'll ask him if he still remembers what it felt like the last time I scratched his face into a mess. Luerzu looked at Lily in surprise. He hadn't expected this girl to be a little tyrant in the village. Sensing Luerzu's gaze, Lily suddenly became nervous and said cautiously, Brother Zuzi, I'm usually very well behaved. Please don't stop letting me play with you, okay? Lila exposed her without hesitation. Sister, you're lying. There isn't a kid in our village who isn't afraid of you. I heard Mama say last time that everyone in the village calls you Lu One Kick, saying you send everyone flying with a single kick. Being ruthlessly exposed by her own brother, Lily's wheat-colored face flushed red. Her eyes brimmed with tears of shame and anger. She was truly afraid Brother Zuzi would dislike her and not let her play with them anymore. Luerzu only gently stroked her head and then glared at Lila. Lu One Kick is such an ugly nickname. How can you say that about your own sister? If anyone calls your sister that in the future, you go and fight them. If you can't win, come and tell me. I'll help you. Lila nodded ignorantly and raised his small fist. Oh, if anyone calls her Lu One Kick again, I'll beat them up. Lily hadn't cried before, but now her tears wouldn't stop flowing. It was because she truly hated the nickname Lu One Kick, but no matter who she complained to, nobody cared. Her mother called her a tattletale and told her to get lost. Her father laughed and said the title was quite fitting, so Lily had simply stopped complaining. Whoever dared to say it would get a kick. Eventually, she became the village tyrant, but the nickname only spread further, making her even angrier. She hadn't expected Luerzu to seriously stand up for her today. The usually tyrannical Lily kept crying, her small hands wiping away tears that just kept coming. Seeing her cry so miserably, Luerzu asked in confusion, Lily, what's wrong? No, it's nothing, Brother Zuzi. You're the first person willing to stand up for me. My dad and mom don't even care. Wah! Lily couldn't hold it in anymore and began to cry loudly. Luerzu quickly pulled the little girl into his arms and said seriously, from now on, if anyone dares to bully you, come find Brother Zuzi, okay? I'll take care of them for you. Lily was even more moved. Hugging Luerzu, she felt he was closer than her own brother. Nearby, seeing Lily cry, the snotty kid forgot his own tears and stared with wide, disbelieving eyes. Lu One Kick is actually crying, I'm going to tell everyone. Luerzu's face darkened. Why was this brat so obnoxious? He was someone who had lived a whole lifetime. He shouldn't be bickering with this boy. But at this moment, he really couldn't hold back. Just as he was about to teach the boy a lesson, he saw Lila pounce forward in anger. My brother Zuzi said you aren't allowed to call my sister Lu One Kick, I'll beat you to death. Lila, who had been easily knocked out by Lily before, now seemed possessed by a god of war. He beat the snotty kid until he was crying for his parents, and the boy scrambled away on all fours. This moved Lily even more. She took her brother's hand and said, from now on, no matter what you do, sister won't be angry and won't hit you anymore. Lila was overjoyed. Really? Then can you forgive me for the time I was playing with your hair tie and it fell into the latrine? Which one? Lily's voice trembled as she asked with a final glimmer of hope. Are you silly, sister? Don't you only have that one rubber band on your head? Lila said with a giggle. Bang! Without a doubt, Lila was sent flying by a kick once again. I'll beat you to death, like a furious little lion. Lily immediately launched a charge toward her brother. 28. # 28 acupuncture for dad. Chapter 28. Giving dad acupuncture. Zhu quickly pulled back the furious Lily. Alright, let's not be angry. I'll buy you a beautiful hairpin later, we don't need that rubber band anymore. Lily turned her head sharply, looking at Zhu with an excited face. Really, Zhu? But before Zhu could nod, Lily looked conflicted again, her small hands constantly twisting her fingers. But my mother said I can't ask Zhu for things. Maybe I should forget about it, so my mother doesn't beat me. Looking at this well-behaved girl, Zhu felt like teasing her. Alright then, I won't buy it for you. Aw? Lily's eyes dimmed instantly, but she didn't feel any resentment towards Zhu. Instead, she forced a smile. Thank you anyway, Zhu. I didn't buy it for you, what are you thanking me for? Zhu asked, puzzled. At least you were willing to buy it for me. Lily remembered the past and said angrily. Zhu, you don't know. Ju Yatu in our village has an uncle who works in the city. He brought her a butterfly hairpin that's broken on one side, and it made her so proud. She wears it to show off every day. I just mentioned to my mother that I wanted one, and she glared at me, saying, you want a hairpin? I think you look like a hairpin, and even kicked me. Zhu was amused. Parents in this era were just like that. With loose lips and quick hands, they believed that if you didn't beat a child for 3 days, they'd be up on the roof tiles. So, to prevent them from being disobedient, they'd give them a kick for no reason at all, and it would be even worse if they actually made a mistake. After he finished laughing, Zhu patted Lily's head and said, Zhu was just teasing you. Lily is so pretty, I'll bring you a butterfly hairpin tomorrow. Lily's eyes lit up again, but her lips quivered as she clearly wanted to decline politely, yet she was afraid Zhu would change his mind again. Don't worry, I'll talk to your mother. If she tries to beat you, just run to Zhu's house, Zhu said. Children these days were quite shrewd too. They knew to run when a beating was coming. Never mind mountain villages, even in his previous life while attending school in the city, Zhu had often seen parents chasing their children down the street with shoe soles or rolling pins, cursing and yelling while the kids ran for their lives. Lily was coaxed into happiness by Zhu, her eyes smiling like crescent moons, already showing the signs of a little beauty. Zhu, you're the best brother in the whole world, even better than my own big brother. Nearby, Lila watched the two of them chatting and laughing. He clearly wanted to chime in but couldn't find an opening. Finally seeing them stop, he looked at Lily with a death-defying gaze and asked, Sis, now that you're getting a hairpin, can you give me the rubber band on your head? Get lost. Lily had finally managed to forget, but now she was reminded of the rubber band she'd worn for several days after it had been soaked in the latrine, and she started chasing Lila to beat him. Watching Lila run away crying as he was beaten, Zhu felt quite helpless and didn't stop them. He had tried his best, but he couldn't help it if Lila went looking for a beating himself. When he looked down and saw Nizi in his arms, her head tilted as she thought about something. He asked curiously, what are you thinking about? Nizi looked up, gazing at Zhu expectantly. Little uncle, I want a hairpin too. I'll call you Zhu too, can you give me one? Ha 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 ha, Zhu couldn't stop laughing. You silly girl, why are you demoting your parents' generation? Alright, I'll buy them for you. I'll buy a whole bunch of hairpins for Nizi, okay? Seeing that Zhu had indeed agreed and was laughing so happily, Nizi couldn't help but admire her own cleverness. She called out in a milky voice, thank you, Zhu. Oh, you silly girl, you're killing me. Zhu laughed until tears came out, but he still taught Nizi that she had to call him little uncle from now on, and he would still buy her things regardless. Nizi looked bewildered, not understanding why little uncle was laughing so happily yet wouldn't let her call him that, fearing that the little brat would come to provoke Nizi again. Zhu first took Nizi home. At the same time, he thought about brewing the noon medicine for his father in advance. But just as Zhu was organizing the medicinal herbs, his heart suddenly began to itch with anticipation. He ran into the house with quick steps. Seeing his father lying on the kanga smoking dry tobacco with a bored expression, he said with a submissive smile, Dad, I learned acupuncture from Master. I can help speed up your recovery. Lu Fusheng squinted at his son and said irritably, I sired you, you little brat. I know exactly what you're up to the moment you move. Are you trying to play me? You just want to use me for practice, don't you? Come on then. Hearing his father see through his thoughts, Lu Zhu wasn't embarrassed. He smiled and said, "Don't worry, Dad. Master said I've completed my apprenticeship and can practice medicine. Is that so? I used to think your master was a bit unreliable, but now it seems I misunderstood. Turns out he's not a good person at all, even deceiving children," Lu Fusheng joked. Lu Zhu looked up at his father in astonishment. In the memories of his previous life, his father was a simple, honest farmer who worked with his face to the earth and back to the sky. Whenever he saw him, he was either smoking with a furrowed brow or working in silence. Why was his way of speaking and acting so irreverent now? But to tell the truth, this was more like the style of a young master from a landlord's family. Was it because he had been suppressed too harshly by life before? Lu Zhu shook his head and pretended to pull an acupuncture kit from his robe, though he actually took it out from his mind space. He used gold needles. These thin needles made of pure gold were very soft and could easily be ruined if one's technique wasn't good. But Lu Zhu naturally didn't have this worry. Like an old doctor of Chinese medicine who had practiced for many years, he relied entirely on muscle memory to easily place all the needles on the acupoints. Lu Fusheng stopped smoking the moment he began the acupuncture. One hand tightly gripped his pipe, while the other death gripped the edge of the Kong. He took a deep breath, waiting for the impending pain. After all, Lu Zhu had only studied medicine for 2 days. How could he possibly know how to use needles? Lu Fusheng had only agreed to help his son practice. He didn't actually believe in him. But to his surprise, before he could even finish holding his breath, he found the needles were already set. Not only did it not hurt, but his leg felt a warm sensation, even more comfortable than after taking painkillers. "Oh ho, you're actually good, kid. You can learn this much in 2 days?" Lu Fusheng was first amazed, then filled with regret. "If I'd known you had this talent, why would I have sent you to school? I should have gritted my teeth and given Big Tongue some gifts back then. You'd be able to practice medicine by now." "I can practice medicine now too," Lu Zhu smiled. Quote, "By the way, I'm going to change the medicine master gave you in a bit and prepare a new batch. That works better and faster." The smile on Lu Fusheng's face vanished. He looked at Lu Zhu seriously. "Zhu Zi, I insult your master because we grew up together and have a good relationship. Besides, we adults just poke fun at each other for fun. But you're different. You're a junior and Big Tongue's apprentice. No matter how fast you learn or how great your skills are, you cannot look down on your master." Lu Zhu looked bewildered. "I'm not looking down on him. Then does your master know about changing the medicine? Shouldn't you ask him about something like this?" Lu Fusheng asked while smoking. Lu Zhu scratched his head, thinking these words made a lot of sense. His actions just now could be called filial piety, but in the eyes of others, it would be like slapping his own master's face. If word got out that he didn't take the medicine his master prescribed and insisted on preparing his own, it would clearly show that the apprentice looked down on the master. Even if he didn't mean it that way, public opinion was a fearsome thing. If this story spread in the future, his master would surely be ridiculed. 29. Number 29 Arrival at the Black Market. Chapter 29. Arriving at the Black Market. Alright, I'll go ask my master how that medicine I formulated is doing first. Lu Zhu had a face full of smiles. He hesitated for a moment before deciding to dish out some flattery. "It still has to be you, Dad. If it weren't for your pointers, I would have offended my master to death." Lu Fusheng was clearly very pleased by the flattery. He took 2 long drags of his pipe before suppressing the uncontrollable smile at the corners of his mouth. "You little brat, beat it." Lu Zhu rolled his eyes in annoyance. These adults really had sharp tongues. They were clearly very happy, so why the cursing? He put away the golden needles and went to find his master. After he left, Lu Fusheng chuckled happily while smoking. "Stinking brat. He's really damn capable." Lu Zhu had spent quite a bit of time playing with the kids and performing acupuncture, so he thought his master should be finished by now. Unexpectedly, when he returned, he found the front door still closed. Good grief, that was medicine, not a clockwork spring. How was he still not done? After waiting for more than another hour, Big Tongue finally opened the door sluggishly, his face carrying a hint of exhaustion. "Why are you still waiting? I even took a nap. I just got back too." "Master, how was it?" Lu Zhu asked expectantly. Speaking of this, Big Tongue wore a wretched expression unique to men. "It was truly refreshing. I've never seen your master's wife be so obedient. I'm asking about the efficacy of the medicine. We don't need to describe the specific details." Lu Zhu hurriedly interrupted, fearing the scene would get censored. Big Tongue gave a dry cough and returned to a serious demeanor. "The efficacy is very good. Later on, make a bit more, and I'll send some to the commune." Lu Zhu knew that people of this era held the commune in awe, as they held the lifeline of the farmers. Thus, he didn't directly say he didn't want to send it there, but instead found an excuse. Master, we can't send it to the commune. It's not that I'm stingy, but this medicine is ultimately for treating a man's private matters. Who would want to admit they have a problem? What if giving the gift makes them fly into a rage out of shame? That's true, Big Tongue suddenly realized. We really can't just send it directly. Later, the two of us will study it and find a better excuse and opportunity. Sure. Also, there's another matter. I found an ancient recipe in our family's medical books and want to change my dad's medication, but I'm a bit unsure. Please give me your professional opinion, Lu Zhu said with a smile. Big Tongue had practiced medicine far and wide over the years and had seen all kinds of people. Hearing this, he immediately understood the intent and said crossly, beat it, this must be the idea of that fussy, broken father of yours. Where did all these rules come from? Your skill is greater than mine. If you want to change the medicine, then change it. Why do you need my opinion? After that heroic battle just now, Big Tongue's feeling toward this disciple could no longer be described as mere appreciation. He was thoroughly impressed. It was just changing a medication. As long as he didn't change masters, he could do anything. Lu Zhu chuckled and went up the mountain again to dig for herbs. Big Tongue, meanwhile, returned to the room. Under the covers on the heated brick bed, Ma Sholian looked somewhat languid, yet her face was glowing. Who is it? Zhu Zi. He said he wanted to change his dad's medicine, Big Tongue said. Let him change it then. This child is more capable than you. He's made it so my legs are still trembling even now, Ma Sholian said with a flowery smile. Big Tongue's eyes widened. That's because your man is capable. What the hell does it have to do with him? Ma Sholian rolled her eyes at him. Without the medicine Zhu Zi gave you, could you be so fierce? Besides, this child is clever, filial, and has a good temperament. I think it must be because your family has practiced medicine for generations and accumulated great virtue, so heaven gave you such a good disciple. Big Tongue felt a bit annoyed hearing this. Wasn't this praise a bit excessive? Lu Zhu ran up the mountain to get the herbs and brewed them for his father. These medicines were all formulated by himself, not copied from ancient recipes. This was because although there were many recipes in medical books, they had to be adjusted according to an individual's constitution and situation. Moreover, he was making a medicinal salve, not something to be ingested, so it could be applied directly to the legs. By the time he finished preparing the medicine for his father, it was already evening. Since there were no seasonings at home and he really couldn't cook the meat, Lu Zhu simply brewed a bowl of corn porridge. It made Niu Hongwa's heart ache with stinginess. She nagged as she drank, talking about how long it would last if made into steamed buns, or how many meals it could provide if mixed into wild vegetable mush. Finally, she even took the bowl Lu Zhu had finished and used her finger to wipe the remaining residue inside to eat it clean. After eating and drinking his fill, Lu Zhu tucked 2 steamed buns into his shirt and said to Lu Fusheng, Dad, I'm going to a classmate's house to play. Lu Fusheng guessed that the boy wasn't going to a classmate's house, but he didn't expose him. He only frowned and reminded him, don't run around blindly, especially since you're carrying food. People are starving crazy these days and are capable of anything. Niu Honghua grew even more nervous and asked, can't you go tomorrow? Why must you go at night? That kid owes me something, and he only comes back at night. When would I have time to go to the county seat to find him? Lu Zhu lied casually. What, collecting a debt? Then Mom will go with you. Niu Honghua, who was about to undress and sleep, scrambled up in one motion. Lu Zhu got anxious. He wanted to go to the black market to exchange for some money and coupons, so he certainly couldn't take his mother. He immediately said, Mom, his family doesn't know about him owing me stuff. If we go together, it'll become a big scene. Besides, I'm not a child anymore. What danger could there be? Niu Honghua was still uneasy. After nagging for a while, she ran to get a kitchen knife. Take this with you, and be careful. Alright. Lu Zhu tucked the kitchen knife away and headed out. He only knew of one black market, located outside the county seat. In his previous life, a classmate wanted to go to the black market to trade things and begged him to go along for courage, so he had actually gone a few times and still remembered the place. However, Lu Zhu's house was a full 20 li from the county seat. Walking there would take at least 2 hours. Moreover, the mountain village roads were difficult to traverse, and it was hard to see the path at night, so it would take even longer. Luer Zhu walked forward like this by the moonlight, stumbling along while cursing under his breath, thinking that if he had a flashlight, he wouldn't be suffering like this. But the problem was that in the countryside, saying a flashlight was the only electrical appliance in the house wasn't a lie. It could even be considered bragging, because a flashlight cost 1 or 2 yuan, which was considered high-end consumption in the countryside. It seemed that in Luer Zhu's village, only a very few households had flashlights, and they treated them like treasures, locking them up when not in use. Since he didn't have a watch, Luer Zhu didn't know how long he had been walking, but he finally saw a forest in the distance where lights occasionally flickered. Holy crap, I'm finally here, Luer Zhu almost cried. His legs were about to break. It wasn't the distance, but the road was just too hard to walk. He looked down and found a puddle nearby. He immediately ran over, sniffed it first to make sure it wasn't urine, then took some water and mud from it and smeared it on his face. One couldn't show their face at the black market, otherwise problems could easily arise. But since Luer Zhu didn't have a hat or anything else to cover his face, he could only use mud. Once he was sure no one would recognize him, he used his mind space to prepare 50 caddies of cornmeal, but didn't take it out yet. Although he had been here in his previous life, he had forgotten most of the details except for the location. So he thought he would go in and wander around first to at least figure out the market prices. 30. Number 30. Make money, make money, make money. Chapter 30. Make money, make money, make money. The black market was in a forest. One could see many figures moving around and some faint flickers of fire, clearly from people smoking. Occasionally, the beam of a flashlight would flash by, but it would quickly go out. This was to save batteries and also for fear of being seen. Luer Zhu walked in with his head down. He was originally worried that the mud on his face would scare people, but he found that many others had smeared mud on their faces just like him. Many people were also wandering around like him, clearly looking for what they wanted. The stalls in the black market were far apart. Some had wild vegetables, some had herbs, some had tobacco leaves, and there were even some with cloth and jewelry. As for the coupon peddlers, none of them set up stalls. They all moved around sneakily, and when they saw someone dressed reasonably well, they would ask if they wanted any coupons. Luer Zhu visited a few grain stalls and got a rough idea of the prices. Aside from one person trading refined grain for coarse grain, others dared to ask for 1 yuan and 50 fen for cornmeal mixed with corn cobs, that is, pure coarse grain like corn flour. You should know that it was only 10 cents a pound at the Supply and Marketing Cooperative. Luer Zhu was previously afraid he would get beaten up for selling at this price, so he even asked if there would be any problems selling it for more than the Supply and Marketing Cooperative. As it turned out, the stall owner was even more arrogant than him. He threw him a disdainful look and said, if you're so capable, go buy grain at the Supply and Marketing Cooperative. True enough, in these times, people's grain rations were being reduced, and they were even making food substitutes. Even if the Supply and Marketing Cooperative and grain stores had grain, it couldn't be bought. As for food substitutes, they were indeed effective after eating. They made you bloated and unable to defecate, so you certainly wouldn't feel hungry. Luer Zhu asked at several stalls. It seemed everyone had agreed on a price, so he didn't make any exceptions. He found a spot behind a large tree where no one was looking and took out the 50 pounds of corn flour he had prepared earlier. The corn flour was packed in a sack he brought from home. He placed it down randomly and waited quietly. Grain naturally sold easily. As soon as he set it out, someone with mud on their face came over to ask the price. 1 yuan and 50 cents a pound. Luer Zhu deliberately lowered his voice to avoid being recognized later. Why is it all this price? How are people supposed to live? Can you make it a bit cheaper? The person asked with some difficulty. Luer Zhu thought for a moment. Then how much are you offering? Hearing that bargaining was possible, the buyer's eyes lit up, and he immediately said, how about 20 cents? Hearing this, Luer Zhu immediately turned his head to look around. The buyer was curious. What's wrong, buddy? Did you lose something? It's nothing, it's nothing. Please hand me that stick over there. Luer Zhu pointed to a wooden stick not far away. The buyer trotted over, picked it up, and handed it to Luer Zhu, asking curiously, buddy, what do you need the stick for? To beat you, you son of a bitch. You bargained from 150 down to 20 cents, are you fucking playing me for a fool? Luer Zhu cursed and brandished the stick, startling the buyer into backing away repeatedly, while the people around them looked over curiously. Being stared at by everyone, even though the buyer's face was covered in thick mud, one could see he was turning red. He fled with his head in his hands. Once the guy was gone, Luer Zhu's anger still hadn't subsided. He kept the stick beside him just in case. If another idiot dared to bargain like that, he would get a strike from the stick immediately. It was so fucking infuriating. Although bargaining is supposed to be a back and forth, cutting the price in half is already harsh enough, but this bastard actually cut it down to the ankles. Although there was a small episode, it actually drew attention to Lu'er Zhu, and more people started coming over. When they saw it was grain, a few more people asked for the price and bargained. This time, people were sincere. Perhaps seeing the stick beside Lu'er Zhu, no one tried to drive the price down excessively. In the end, the 50 pounds of corn flour were sold at a price of 1 yuan and 20 fen per pound. 60 yuan in hand. Aside from one big black 10, the rest were all loose change in 1 cent and 10-cent notes. In these times, many workers only earned about 20 yuan a month, so this was equivalent to 3 months of someone else's income. Lu'er Zhu happily put the money away, but he still felt it wasn't quite enough. He hesitated whether to bring out more corn flour to sell or some meat. While he was thinking, a man wearing a black hood walked over, squatted across from Lu'er Zhu, and said with a smile, "Buddy, shall we talk? What do you want?" Lu'er Zhu warily picked up his stick, thinking he had offended his peers by lowering the price and was about to be dealt with. The hooded man was startled by Lu'er Zhu and quickly backed away. "No, buddy, why are you so worked up? I just want to do some business with you." "What kind of business?" Lu'er Zhu was suspicious. "Others sell grain in 2 or 3 pound increments, but you sold 50 pounds at once. You must have a way to get more, so I want to cooperate with you." Seeing Lu'er Zhu so alert, the hooded man quickly lowered his voice to explain his intent, for fear that the kid would actually hit him with the stick. Hearing this, Lu'er Zhu was somewhat tempted. "How much do you want?" Hearing such big talk, the hooded man was shocked. "Holy shit, buddy, you're amazing. You actually dare to ask that? It's as if you could get 1,000 pounds if I asked for it." Lu'er Zhu looked around again, scaring the hooded man into backing away. He had watched the whole time when Lu'er Zhu was selling grain earlier. The person who bargained down to the ankles before was driven away after Lu'er Zhu looked around. The hooded man thought he was going to repeat the same trick. To his surprise, after confirming no one was paying attention to him, Lu'er Zhu briskly packed his bag and walked into the distance. "Follow me." The hooded man hurriedly followed, his hand reaching into his coat to grip a gun with a sawed-off handle, looking at Lu'er Zhu warily. It wasn't that he wanted to cheat Lu'er Zhu, he was mainly afraid of being cheated. Lu'er Zhu's hand was also in his coat, gripping the handle of a kitchen knife. When the two of them reached a slightly quieter spot where they could still see the people at the stalls in the distance, Lu'er Zhu finally spoke. "I definitely can't produce 1,000 pounds of grain, but I have other things you'll surely want. Just tell me roughly how much money you can bring to buy things." The hooded man was surprised. Did this mean he had something better than grain? He also looked around and then whispered, "A few of his brothers can scrape together about 300 yuan. These words were a warning to Lu'er Zhu that he wasn't a lone wolf, he had brothers. This was to prevent Lu'er Zhu from getting any ideas once he heard he had money. Lu'er Zhu understood his meaning. After a moment's thought, he said, "How much per pound for pork?" The hooded man's eyes widened instantly and his breathing became rapid. Meat? In these times, when grain dared to be sold for 1 yuan and 50 fen, meat was even more out of the question. It was definitely a rare commodity. This kid actually had pork? The hooded man said without hesitation, "At the black market price, 6 yuan and 60 fen a pound. Don't think it's low, buddy. The county factories don't even pay this much." Lu'er Zhu had inquired about black market pork prices earlier, and the guy indeed wasn't lying. However, he was a bit curious. "Then where do you sell the meat after buying it at such a high price?" "Hee, are you new, brother? Don't you know the rules?" The hooded man stared at Lu'er Zhu with a fake smile. "Ahem, sorry, then I won't ask. If it's 300 yuan, at 6 yuan and 60 fen a pound, that's about 45 pounds of pork. Can you wait here for a bit? I'll go discuss it with my brothers." Lu'er Zhu also hinted that he had people with him and was about to leave. After taking just a few steps, the hooded man called out, "Brother, your pork definitely won't be exactly 45 pounds. If there's extra, can I exchange meat coupons for it?" Lu'er Zhu was slightly moved. Thinking about how it was hard to move a step without coupons in these times, he immediately said, "Do you have other coupons?" Absolutely. The hooded man was very excited. He had just wanted to test Lu'er Zhu, but he didn't expect the guy to actually have extra meat. "I have a buddy who specializes in selling coupons. He has everything. You bring the meat, I'll bring the money and coupons, but the transaction must be just between the two of us. If you bring more people, I'll turn around and leave." Lu'er Zhu smiled. "I was thinking the same thing. Be quick." The two hit it off and immediately went to get their things. If you'd like to hear other novels, feel free to request them in the comments. If there are no issues with posting the requested novel, we'll post it. You can also listen to more audio novels for free at patreon.com/xlightnovel. Before you start listening, please don't forget to like. 31. Number 31. Is it really that difficult now? Chapter 31. Is it this hard now? Lu Zhu found an empty patch of tall grass and intentionally lowered his voice to shout, "Brother Zhu, give me the stuff." Then, he dragged the burlap sack that had previously held corn flour out from the grass. It was now stuffed with half a pig. A pig weighed over 200 catties, so half was at least 100. Even though it was the hindquarters, it still included the offal. Who wouldn't want that? Lu Zhu walked over carrying the sack. The hooded man had also arrived, and there were clearly people positioned a few meters behind him. The other party didn't hide their position, shining a flashlight to confirm if Lu Zhu had come alone. After all, that was 300 yuan. If it were stolen, the guys would all be coughing up blood in frustration. Once it was confirmed that Lu Zhu was alone, the hooded man's accomplices slowly backed away to show they meant no harm. Lu Zhu also waved toward the distant woods behind him, as if signaling some people to retreat. Life is like a play, it all damn well depends on acting. The hooded man stared at the sack on Lu Zhu's shoulder. Already smelling the heavy scent of raw meat, he swallowed hard. "Brother, can I inspect the goods?" Lu Zhu put the bag down and let him check. Upon confirming it was indeed half a pig, the hooded man trembled with excitement. He quickly pulled out a steelyard scale from behind him and began weighing it. 112 catties. The hooded man's breathing quickened, and he gripped the bag tightly, wanting to take it away. Lu Zhu pinned his hand down, his other hand gripping the cleaver in his coat. With a dark expression, he said, "Buddy, is this necessary?" "Oh, right. I got too excited." The hooded man looked sheepish. Quote, "Here's the 300 yuan, keep it safe. I have some coupons here too. See which ones you want, and I'll give you the prices." Lu Zhu squatted on the ground, looking at the large stack of coupons the hooded man had laid out. Meat coupons, cloth coupons, grain coupons, sugar coupons, pastry coupons. There were even industrial coupons and the cigarette coupons Lu Zhu desired most. Lu Zhu wanted this one and that one. He simply said, "How about this? Calculate it for me. How much to take the whole lot?" The whole lot? The hooded man was stunned, then ecstatic. Quote, "No problem, brother. I'll calculate it for you right now." Although Lu Zhu's voice sounded clearly immature, as if he weren't very old. But the hooded man didn't hesitate to change how he addressed him. No matter the era, the one with money and meat is the boss. Believe it or not, if Lu Zhu said the hooded man could take a caddy of meat if he knelt and called him father, he would kowtow until Lu Zhu went bankrupt. After a careful calculation, there were 35 caddies of coarse grain coupons, 15 caddies of fine grain coupons, 33 caddies of meat coupons, 50 caddies of pastry coupons, oil coupons. In the end, Lu Zhu had over 100 coupons in hand, but they were only worth 97 yuan. Excluding the portion covered by the 300 yuan, the remaining meat from that half pig was still worth 442 yuan. Looking at the substantial amount of meat left, the hooded man was torn. He wanted it but couldn't produce the money. Seeing his hesitation, Lu Zhu bluntly pulled out his cleaver. "Let's leave it at that for today. I'll cut off the extra meat first." Unexpectedly, the hooded man suddenly stopped him. Then, with a sudden resolve, he yanked off his hood. "Brother, do you recognize me? Are you crazy?" Lu Zhu quickly backed away. He feared people who valued meat over their lives the most, because they were capable of anything. "Don't be afraid, brother. I'm a damn public security officer." The hooded man bitterly took out his ID. Lu Zhu looked confused. He scanned the man up and down, then cautiously took the ID. Seeing that the ID didn't look fake, he was shocked. "Is it really this hard nowadays? Hey, it's harder than you think. My second child is so hungry they're bloated. They can't even walk. Every day on the Kong, they cry out, 'Dad, I'm hungry. I'm hungry.' You don't know what it feels like to see your own child starving like that. I've even thought about cutting off my own flesh." As the hooded man spoke, tears began to flow. Lu Zhu was even more incredulous. "Your monthly salary must be at least 20 yuan, right? Can't you support them with that? You're a growing boy too. You know how much someone your age can eat, right? Besides, I have 3 kids and my elderly parents to support. We've already been saving as much as possible. As for the rations provided by the state, those food substitutes used to be for livestock. Now people have to eat them. Tell me, how many people can actually digest that stuff?" "Brother, I'm not telling you this to win your sympathy. I'm begging you to let me take the meat first, and I'll gather the money to pay you later. Don't worry, you can hold on to my work ID. Come to my workplace tomorrow, and I'll definitely honor it. If that's not enough, I can write you a note." In this era of underdeveloped telecommunications, notes were the most common thing. If many leaders needed something done, they would usually write a note to someone, and the recipient would honor it, because a note represented a favor. In his previous life, Lu'er Zhu had heard of a leader who went to prison for a crime but relied on a pile of notes to eventually ensure he came out unscathed. Lu'er Zhu looked at the work ID, then at the pleading man. After a slight hesitation, he decided it was better to be safe than sorry. Forget the work ID. Just write me a note, but don't write that it's for buying meat. If he took the work ID and the man claimed he had stolen it, it would be a huge problem. The man suddenly broke into a surprised smile. Look at what you're saying, brother. How many heads do I have that I'd dare to write buying meat? If something happens, it'll be bad for you, and I'll lose my job too. My whole family would have no choice but to starve. From the man's movements, it was clear he really was a public security officer. He actually pulled out paper and a pen from his person. In these times, those who carried notebooks were either intellectuals or people who caught others. After writing a note stating a loan of 345 yuan and 20 cents, the man signed his name, bit his finger to draw blood, and pressed a thumbprint, showing full sincerity. Lu'er Zhu watched, dumbfounded, and patted the man's shoulder. Buddy, you're something else. The man laughed heartily. Hey, it's just biting a finger. Back when I was in the army, I was shot twice and still. Do you think I'm complimenting you? Lu'er Zhu rolled his eyes. Quote, I'm saying there's clearly pig blood in the bag, yet you insisted on biting yourself to make a blood thumbprint. You're really something. Sucking on his finger and looking at the pork in the bag, the man suddenly wondered if the missing head of the pig had somehow transferred to him. Lu'er Zhu didn't waste any more words and turned to leave. Unexpectedly, the man suddenly grabbed him and handed over a short gun from his coat. Brother, this is for you. It's a shotgun, and there are 2 bullets inside. What's this for? Lu'er Zhu was puzzled. It's not safe for you to carry so much money and so many coupons alone. Hey, don't glare at me. I'm a public security officer, after all. If I couldn't even see through your acting, how could I catch criminals? The man laughed as he tucked the gun into Lu'er Zhu's coat. After explaining how to use it, he shouldered the sack and left. Watching the man's retreating back, Lu'er Zhu pursed his lips. This guy has good character. When I go to get the money tomorrow, I'll give him another surprise. Consider it building a good connection. 32. Number 32 men can be summed up in one word, tough. Chapter 32. A man is defined by one word, hard. Seeing that he had money and tickets in his mind space, Lu'er Zhu no longer felt anxious. He began to wander through the black market, wanting to see if there were any rare items. He wasn't sure if a new group of people had arrived or if he simply hadn't paid enough attention before. Lu'er Zhu discovered that there were actually quite a few good things in the black market. There was patterned cloth, shotguns and bullets, and even canned food and some candy that had clearly been sitting for a while. Lu'er Zhu squatted in front of the patterned cloth, looking it over repeatedly. Once he was sure there were no issues, he asked, how much? Not for money, I'm trading for grain. This is high-quality material leaked from the textile factory. This roll is 100 feet. The supply and marketing cooperative sells it for 50 cents a foot, but I'm selling it for 80. Just give me the grain according to the black market price. The stall owner had clearly dealt with several people who asked but didn't buy, so after his practiced introduction, he sat quietly to the side and smoked. In the autumn wind, he wore only thin, heavily patched clothes, and his body, hunched from years of labor, trembled slightly from the cold. Lu'er Zhu calculated that this roll of cloth cost 80 yuan, which converted to about 53 jin of grain. He immediately prepared to take some corn flour from his space, but for some reason, he thought of that public security officer from before. With a sigh, he removed the corn cobs he had intended to grind up. The corn flour thus became cornmeal. Although it was still coarser than pure cornmeal, it would be fine for the elderly and children to eat. Wait a moment, I'll go get the grain, Lu'er Zhu said to the stall owner. Don't, I'll go with you. If you bring it here, I won't be able to leave, the stall owner said anxiously, quickly rolling up his things and following Lu'er Zhu. When they reached a grassy thicket, Lu'er Zhu skillfully pretended to pull out a bag of grain and handed it to the stall owner. The stall owner pulled out a scale and weighed it, scratching his head. The weight is right, but why does this grain look so different? Feeling a bit uneasy, he pinched a bit and tasted it, then froze in shock. Little brother, you gave me the wrong thing. This isn't corn flour, it's not wrong. This is the grain I'm selling. Do you want it or not? Lu'er Zhu asked, clutching the patterned cloth. I want it, the stall owner said with a bitter smile, looking at Lu'er Zhu without knowing what to say. This grain was worth much more than corn flour. All things considered, he had gotten a bargain, especially since so much was given at once. In these times, someone who could pull out dozens of jin of grain at once was a real big shot. Liu Zhu didn't say much to the stall owner and turned to leave. As he returned to the black market, the stall owner sighed, gave Liu Zhu a deep bow, wiped his reddened eyes, and turned to leave. His wife at home had just given birth and had no nutrition. The doctor said if she didn't get a few full meals, she definitely wouldn't make it. That was why he had summoned the courage to smuggle this bolt of cloth out of the textile factory. He had to get this grain to his wife before the factory noticed. If he had to go to prison for it later, so be it. Liu Zhu returned to the black market and wandered around some more. He bought the canned food and collected some more tickets. Seeing that there were no more rare items, he left the black market. He didn't buy those shotguns. They were just for firing birdshot and weren't nearly as powerful as the gun he had on him. With a cleaver in his left hand and his gun in his right, he didn't head home but went toward the county seat instead. On the way, others leaving the black market saw him like this and gave him a wide berth. Some whispered among themselves, wondering why this kid was dressed as if he were about to occupy the county seat. Liu Zhu didn't care about that. It was mainly because he had spent so much just now, which could easily attract attention. He couldn't afford not to be careful. Once he reached the outskirts of the county seat, Liu Zhu finally put his weapons back into his mind space. He didn't have a watch, so he could only look at the color of the sky to tell the time. Well, it would be a miracle if he could actually tell. He wasn't a night watchman. How would he know what time it was at night? Finding a spot out of the wind, Liu Zhu squatted down and began to wait for the supply and marketing cooperative to open, reminiscing about the things he had seen in the supply and marketing cooperative in his previous life. To be honest, many things still had to be bought at a department store. But a small county seat like this didn't have any department store. Everyone relied on the supply and marketing cooperative for everything. It seemed he should take a trip to the old name for Beijing later. After all, that was a truly prosperous place where you could get anything. Especially the Moscow restaurant. In his previous life, Liu Zhu had heard countless legends about Lao Mo, a high-end restaurant, silver utensils, a gathering place for the elite. When he was a worker in the old name for Beijing in his previous life, he would occasionally pass by. Every time he saw people inside eating and drinking to their heart's content, he would be filled with envy, thinking that one day he would go too. In the end, he never made it before he kicked the bucket. In this life, he would definitely take his family to taste Lao Mo's Russian roast meat and ice cream. Thinking of his family dressed neatly and eating at the restaurant, with Nizi in a little princess dress, happily eating ice cream with her eyes crinkled in a smile, Liu Zhu felt a surge of anticipation. But as he thought about it, he suddenly froze, feeling that this scene was strangely familiar. The biting cold wind, himself squatting in a corner, fantasizing about delicious food and a warm family. Isn't this the damn little match girl? Liu Zhu's face instantly darkened, but thinking about how no little match girl could have over 100 yuan in cash on her, he became smug again. He endured the cold until dawn. Seeing that someone had finally arrived at the supply and marketing cooperative, he hurried out of the alley. The middle-aged woman opening the door was startled when she saw a figure run out of the alley beside her. My goodness, what are you doing? Buying things. Liu Zhu's mouth was so cold he could barely speak. The woman, who had been a bit nervous, immediately became aggressive when she heard he was a customer. To get revenge for being startled, she snapped, "Are you in such a damn hurry to hang yourself? It's early morning and I haven't even organized the goods or counted the money and tickets yet, and you're already here to buy things?" Liu Zhu was stunned by the scolding, wondering why he had to be cursed at just for coming to buy something. Once the door to the supply and marketing cooperative was opened, he saw the sign hanging on the wall that read, "Prohibited to beat customers without cause," and he immediately understood. The 8 great professions of this era were truly something else. They weren't jobs just anyone could do. Their tempers were explosive. They'd fight you if they felt like it, and afterward, they wouldn't face any consequences while you'd have to rush to apologize. Especially if you offended the people at the supply and marketing cooperative, it would be difficult to buy anything in the future. However, Liu Zhu had suffered enough frustration in his previous life and wasn't willing to live like that again. In this life, he would live by one word: hard. Hard with men, and even harder with women. Liu Zhu looked at the woman who was glaring with her hands on her hips in a fighting stance, and without a word, he turned and left. Seeing Liu Zhu leave without even daring to make a sound after being scolded, the woman smacked her lips in dissatisfaction. "Why so cowardly? I thought I could have a fight with you and then take a sick day." Hearing this, Liu Zhu's lips twitched. He walked into the alley, pulled out 20 jin of wild boar meat, returned to the supply and marketing cooperative, and dropped it on the floor. Just then, the other employees of the supply and marketing cooperative arrived for work, and even the director of the supply and marketing cooperative showed up. The woman who had just clashed with Liu Zhu saw him return and put her hands on her hips. Again, What, do you actually want to pick a fight with me? Everyone in the supply and marketing cooperative looked over. The women were all staring at Lu Zhu like hawks. They were already grumpy from waking up early for work and were looking for someone to vent on. The men looked at Lu Zhu with curiosity. This kid actually dared to argue with these women. Had he never had his face scratched up before? Lu Zhu said nothing. He closed the door of the supply and marketing cooperative, and under everyone's confused gazes, he poured the pork out of the sack. Who's in charge here? Authentic wild boar meat. I'm selling it to you. Do you want it? If it were before, Lu Zhu wouldn't have dared to be so bold as to shout about buying and selling in broad daylight, but after last night he knew that everyone was struggling. Even public security officers had to risk going to the black market to buy things. These people might work at the supply and marketing cooperative, but they certainly lacked food and drink too, which was why he dared to take this risk. Besides, if trouble really arose, he could always ask that public security officer from last night for help. He'd give up the hundreds of yuan in remaining money. He believed the officer would fight to save him. 33. Number 33 Director Zhou's Praise. Chapter 33, Director Zhou's Praise. When the people at the supply and marketing cooperative saw Lu Zhu closing the door, they thought he was going to fight for his life. The men were all ready to grab weapons. The director was also about to head upstairs. But seeing the pork on the ground, everyone was dumbfounded. They only had two thoughts. Meat. This guy is way too bold. There's a reason why the director of the supply and marketing cooperative was a leader. He reacted quickly, rushing over to put the meat into a burlap sack while glaring at the others. Don't say a word about this to anyone. Once he said that, it meant the meat was staying, and he intended to share it with them. Even these people in the county's supply and marketing cooperative hadn't seen a trace of meat for a long time. In these times, no matter how impressive the 8 great professions were, could they really be more powerful than the higher-ups? With just a word from above, the monthly meat quota allocated to the supply and marketing cooperative would be snatched away, leaving even the cooperative staff to only feast with their eyes. But this kind of wild boar meat brought in by an individual was different. The somewhat balding director of the supply and marketing cooperative smiled at Lu Zhu and said, "Little brother, thank you for supporting our work. Why don't we go upstairs and chat?" "Fine," Lu Zhu said with a cold face as he walked upstairs. Meanwhile, the middle-aged woman who had just been standing with her hands on her hips ready for a fight now looked incredibly embarrassed. When it came to selling goods, she was top-notch. But Lu Zhu was selling meat. In this day and age, anyone who could get their hands on some meat was a big shot. Thinking about her 3 sons at home crying all day because they craved meat, and how she had just offended someone selling it, the woman felt like slapping herself twice. Upstairs, the director smilingly arranged for Lu Zhu to sit down. He set down a jar filled with tea water, took out a cup, carefully pinched 2 tea leaves to put inside, and poured the water. "Little brother, have some tea." Lu Zhu took it with both hands and sighed. "Director, I was just so frustrated by your employee earlier that I shouted that out in public. I know I must have caused trouble for you, so I apologize." This was one good thing about Lu Zhu. He'd deal with whoever caused trouble, but he wouldn't involve innocent bystanders. The director looked at Lu Zhu with some appreciation. He had thought the boy was just some reckless youth from the mountains. So although he wanted the meat, he hadn't dared to speak up for fear of causing a scene. Seeing how articulately Lu Zhu spoke now, he asked curiously, "Have you been to school?" "Yes, County Middle School number 1, Lu Zhu replied. "Oh, a middle school student?" No wonder the director was even more surprised and felt more at ease. In these years of famine, any family that could support a teenager going to school must have some cultural background. They wouldn't be reckless people. Presumably, Lu Zhu's behavior earlier really was just because he was furious. The director thought for a moment and then said seriously, "Don't worry, student. That comrade's behavior earlier was unacceptable, and I will criticize them. So, how do you plan to handle this meat? What's your buyback price?" Lu Zhu asked. "The state buyback price is 45 cents a hem." "Don't glare at me. I didn't say I'd give it to the state." Seeing Lu Zhu's expression change, the director didn't dare use official jargon anymore. He smilingly handed over a cigarette. Quote, "Since you're so straightforward, I'll be blunt too. How about we go with a personal buyback price of 5 yuan per catty?" Lu Zhu looked at the cigarette. Although it was a cheap economic brand, it at least had a filter. He took it, borrowed a light, and took a deep drag. In an instant, his soul felt like it was floating. Powerful. Although it was a bit harsh on the throat, it was still better than homegrown tobacco. Seeing Lu Zhu's veteran smoker demeanor, the director subconsciously rubbed his bald head, feeling a bit puzzled. Are kids these days all so mature? It seemed that not all students from middle school number 1 were good seeds, there were all sorts of bad apples. Lu Zhu took a satisfying puff before saying, 5 yuan it is. The director was instantly excited. He had been to the black market and knew the prices there, so he knew he was getting a bargain. He immediately praised him profusely. Ah, what a straightforward young man. I can tell you're not the type to dawdle. You're just a bit young. Otherwise, I'd really want to arrange a spot for you at the supply and marketing cooperative. We'd definitely have another talent then. Lu Zhu was praised so much he could hardly sit still. He didn't expect this old man to be so shameless. For just a few caddies of meat, he was praising him to the heavens. He was more skilled than a pig bloater. As for selling to the supply and marketing cooperative for 5 yuan, Lu Zhu had his own calculations. While the black market paid more, selling grain and meat there long-term would inevitably attract attention and jealousy. It would be troublesome if someone targeted him. The supply and marketing cooperative was different. Looking at these people's attitudes, they were clearly even more afraid of getting into trouble than he was. If they hadn't been so desperate for meat, they probably would have kicked him out earlier. Furthermore, since the supply and marketing cooperative was a necessary place for consumption, under the planned economy, building a good relationship would make it easier for him to get things here in the future. Having thought this through, Lu Zhu took another deep drag of his cigarette and said to the director, who was staring at the meat, I live near the mountains. I won't say there's plenty of this wild boar meat, but hee. Some things were better left implied. The director was a smart man and immediately said, no matter how much you have in the future, just bring it here. I, Zhou Baochuan, won't let you go unrewarded. With that, he reluctantly stuffed the remaining half-pack of economic cigarettes into Lu Zhu's hand, clearly realizing the boy was a heavy smoker. Lu Zhu looked at the pack of cigarettes, accepted it, and said, Uncle Zhou, I don't want the money. Can I trade it for some goods instead? Hearing that Lu Zhu didn't want cash, Director Zhou was even more delighted. Of course, aside from grain, tell me what you need. Oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, cigarettes, alcohol, sugar, tea, whatever you have, I'll take, Lu Zhu said with a smile. Are you getting married? Zhou Baochuan asked curiously. After all, seeing Lu Zhu's patched clothes, he didn't look wealthy. Selling meat was surprising enough, but wanting to buy so many things made one wonder if he was getting married and had brought out the family's meat reserves for it. Seeing that Zhou Baochuan had misunderstood, Lu Zhu instinctively lied. It's not me getting married, it's our village's brigade leader. No wonder. I was wondering where a kid like you got the meat. Your brigade leader sent you on an errand, didn't he? Using the brigade leader's meat to act tough in front of me? Director Zhou teased with a smile, but he didn't get angry. Because as long as the meat was in Lu Zhu's hands, he could take it to whoever he wanted. Bringing it here was a favor. Besides, rural brigades usually had guns, and going into the mountains to hunt was common, so catching wild game was normal. If this partnership worked out, he would surely come back. Trading the money for goods is no problem, but I can only swap the consumables for you. I can't do anything about the items that require coupons. Director Zhou looked at Lu Zhu with some hesitation. Without hesitation, Lu Zhu pulled out a stack of coupons, collected by everyone in our production brigade. Is this enough? Lying had become a habit for him now, and since people in this era were quite simple-minded, he actually believed him. Whoa, that's enough. Your brigade is quite united. Director Zhou was very surprised. In these times, even if people wanted to curry favor for a brigade leader's wedding, they wouldn't give up so many coupons. The only explanation was that their village was very united. Lu Zhu didn't explain further and followed Director Zhou downstairs. When he got down, customers had started arriving at the supply and marketing cooperative, but none of the staff paid them any attention. Instead, they were all staring expectantly at Director Zhou and Lu Zhu. These customers were anxious to buy things but didn't dare call out to anyone, so they could only stomp their feet in frustration. 34. Number 34. Buy like crazy. Chapter 34. Purchasing, a shopping frenzy. Director Zhou acted as if he didn't see those customers and shouted, 2 of you, come and help the young comrade carry his things. When the people from the supply and marketing cooperative heard this, they knew the matter regarding the meat was settled, and they all immediately beamed with joy. Coming. 2 middle-aged women hurriedly squeezed through, warmly surrounding Lin Ming and asking him what he wanted. Lu Zhu didn't stand on ceremony either, pointing at the shelves and starting his selection. Give me 10 caddies of jasmine tea, sesame oil, soy sauce, fine salt, vinegar, as well as Sichuan peppercorns, star anise, bay leaves, all the seasonings. Give me 10 caddies of each. 20 caddies each of milk candies and those fruit candies. Kaojagao, peach crisp, mung bean cakes, ox-tongue pastries. Forget it. Give me 5 caddies of every kind of pastry. Give me some rice. Oh, you don't have any? Then flour not that either? Oh, you even have Zhonghua cigarettes here? Give me the shop's treasure is just a single carton? Then give it to me. And give me 5 cartons of brand of cigarette no, 10. Give me 20 bottles of a strong Chinese liquor, 50 cans of fruit and syrup, 5 thermoses, 3 flashlights and 10 pairs of rubber shoes. Let me think about what sizes I need. At this moment, Lu Zhu was a complete nouveau riche, shopping like a madman. As for oil, Lu Zhu didn't buy any because he could press oil from corn directly within his space, having as much as he wanted. The customers around him, who had been in a hurry, were no longer rushed. They all stared wide-eyed at Lu Zhu. They were all people used to living hard lives, who would split a penny in half to spend it. Where had they ever seen someone spend so lavishly? Everyone suspected that this was a supply and marketing cooperative from some rural commune, coming to restock. Even the staff of the supply and marketing cooperative were dumbfounded, almost mechanically helping Lu Zhu with his items. Director Zhou's eyelids twitched as he watched. Although he knew Lu Zhu was buying things for a production brigade, he was still shocked by their team's extravagance. Was this brigade that wealthy? Could they have embezzled public funds? But that couldn't be right. If the commune found out about this much money, wouldn't they arrest and execute them? By the time Lu Zhu finished picking everything out, the supply and marketing cooperative was in a state of chaotic activity, filled with the sounds of various items being packed. Although these people had bad tempers, their movements were truly swift. With a few quick motions, they could pack things beautifully and even add a handle. Beside him, Director Zhou was working the abacus beads so fast they seemed to fly, muttering under his breath, tea is 70 cents a caddy, caojagao is 60 cents a caddy, white sugar is 50 cents a caddy, but we can only sell 0.2 caddies. A bottle of a strong Chinese liquor is 1 yuan and 10 fen, Zhonghua cigarettes are 1 yuan a pack, 10 packs to a carton. Brand of cigarette is 50 cents a pack, 1 milk candy is 5 cents. So 1 caddy is worthy of being the director. He remembered the prices of the supply and marketing cooperative perfectly, with no need to look at a price list. After 10 minutes and checking his calculations 5 or 6 times, Director Zhou confirmed there were no errors and told Lu Zhu the price. The total is 452 yuan, 7 mao, and 8 fen. As soon as these words were spoken, the supply and marketing cooperative broke into an uproar. Everyone looked at Lu Zhu with envious eyes. Although everyone knew the money might not be his own, they still felt an instinctive envy. Over 400 yuan, that was equivalent to 1 or 2 years' salary for many people, yet he spent it all in a single day without even blinking. If only they could do the same. Even using public funds to show off would be fine, as it would provide plenty of material for bragging later. Someone who dared to spend such a huge sum of hundreds of yuan would be offered a cigarette with respect wherever they went. Director Zhou looked at Lu Zhu cautiously and whispered a reminder, is everything alright? If there's any trouble, let me know. Let's not end up taking the blame for something. Lu Zhu was somewhat surprised that the director would actually warn him. He had thought the man would only care about making money and not where it came from. Don't worry, our production brigade has a capable person who is incredibly good at catching wild boars. Lu Zhu lied habitually, even boasting about himself a little. Hearing this, Director Zhou understood. He immediately grabbed a handful of fruit candies, then thought for a moment and put them back, instead grabbing a handful of milk candies and stuffing them into Lu Zhu's hands. Take these back for your younger brothers and sisters. Although he didn't know Lu Zhu, almost every family had several children, so in Director Zhou's eyes, Lu Zhu definitely had younger siblings. Lu Zhu also understood his meaning and lowered his voice. To be honest, I don't know anyone in the county town. If you can help me get a bicycle or a tricycle or something, I can't guarantee anything else, but I can promise your family will never run out of meat, uncle. Director Zhou wasn't afraid of Lu Zhu coming to him. Rather, he was afraid the boy wouldn't. There's a saying that sounds harsh but is a reality. If you're useless, who would want to be your friend? Alright, I'll keep an eye out for you. Director Zhou agreed happily, then said to a young man nearby, put the things on the tricycle and deliver them for our brother here. You got it. The young man immediately loaded everything onto the tricycle. Lu Zhu also got on and headed out. As for the middle-aged woman who had argued with him before, he didn't even give her a glance, knowing that Director Zhou would surely handle it. Sure enough, once he left, Director Zhou looked at that woman and said, little son, stop worrying about the soy sauce for now. I see you haven't been in a good state these past couple of days. Go home and rest. The decision regarding your disciplinary action should arrive in a few days. Since it had escalated to disciplinary action, the outcome certainly wouldn't be good. The woman's face instantly turned pale, and she hurriedly cried out, Director, you can't do this, that kid just gave you a few caddies of. Shut up. Director Zhou was furious. He cast a subtle glance at the surrounding customers and stared coldly at the woman. Quote, there are some things I don't want to spell out. If you really think your own hands are clean, then keep making a scene here. In these times, among those working at the supply and marketing cooperative, how many didn't take things home? Especially since the higher-ups had regulations allowing for a certain amount of spoilage. This certain amount of spoilage provided an opportunity for those in the supply and marketing cooperative to exploit loopholes. Were those pastries damaged during transport, or were they broken by someone? Who knew? Was that flawed cloth due to poor factory quality, or was it torn by someone? Who knew? And some popsicles melting into ice water in the heat of summer and being taken away by the cooperative staff was even more normal. As the old saying goes, some things weigh less than 4 ounces if they aren't put on the scale, but once they are, even 1,000 caddies won't stop them. The woman also knew what the director's threat meant. If she dared to mention the wild boar meat, these people would surely refuse to admit it and then join forces to point the finger at her. No matter how fierce she was in a fight, she was no match for so many people, so she could only plead for mercy through tears. Director, I've been here for so long. Even if I have no great achievements, I've worked hard. You're driving me away over such a small matter. But my whole family of several people depends on me to eat. The others felt a bit of pity as well, looking expectantly at Director Joe as if they wanted to plead for her. Sigh, whose family isn't like that? Director Joe sighed. Quote, he'll be coming back in the future. If he sees you're still here, things won't be pleasant to talk about. These words explained everything. Lu or Zhu would come back in the future, meaning there would be more benefits for them. If this woman stayed, it was uncertain whether he would be willing to return. In these times, no family had it easy. Having finally found a chance to get meat, they couldn't possibly be willing to give it up. Immediately, the people of the supply and marketing cooperative lowered their heads. Their shallow sisterhood shattered easily under the heavy hammer of self-interest. 35. Number 35 Checking Household Registration. Chapter 35. Checking Household Registration. The young man from the supply and marketing cooperative pedaled his tricycle, intending to escort Lu or Zhu out of the city first. However, Lu or Zhu had him drop him off at the police station where the public security officer from yesterday worked. From last night until now, he had spent almost all of the 400 plus yuan he had earned, leaving only a few yuan. He had to go collect his debt. Looking at the police station in front of them, the young man asked curiously, "Are you reporting a crime? What happened?" "No, I have a friend working inside. I'm just stopping by to see him," Lu or Zhu said with a smile. The young man was instantly shocked. A friend in public security? Although public security officers in this era hadn't reached the fearsome reputation they would have during the strike-hard period, they could still beat you up if they wanted to, and you wouldn't be able to let out so much as a peep. In this day and age, having a friend in public security was a very honorable thing, and many problems could be easily resolved. The young man also instantly understood why Lu or Zhu dared to sell meat so openly. Lu or Zhu didn't say much and walked straight into the police station. The police station was starting its workday. Just as he entered, Lu or Zhu saw the familiar face from last night and walked over with a smile to greet him. Brother Wang. Wang Jianjun's thumb was wrapped in gauze. He was looking down at a newspaper while leisurely drinking tea. Without raising his head, he said perfunctorily, "Who are you? What's the matter?" Seeing his indifferent attitude, Lu or Zhu immediately handed over the slip of paper. "Nothing much, I just wanted to ask if your finger still hurts?" Upon seeing the slip, Wang Jianjun stood up abruptly, looking at Lu or Zhu with a mix of nervousness and surprise. Although he had noticed Lu or Zhu's youthful voice last night, he hadn't expected him to be this young. He looked only in his teens. "Come on, let's talk outside." Wang Jianjun pulled Lu or Zhu out the door. While pulling out a cigarette, he said in surprise, "How are you so young, kid? You're about the same age as my son." Thinking about how he had called such a young person brother last night, Wang Jianjun felt a bit embarrassed. Lu or Zhu pushed away Wang Jianjun's cheap economy brand cigarette and handed him a Zonghua cigarette. "Smoke this instead." "Holy crap, kid, how are you so extravagant? You just earned a little money last night and you dare to smoke these?" Seeing it was a Zonghua cigarette, Wang Jianjun was stunned. He wanted to give it back but couldn't bear to. Lu or Zhu took one out for himself, lit it with a match, and then lit Wang Jianjun's. Wang Jianjun quickly tucked the Zonghua cigarette away and smoked his own economy cigarette. "I can't bear to smoke such a good thing. I'll save it for our director later." "No wonder you're destined for a promotion," Lu or Zhu joked. "Get lost. Is it fun to mock me? You'll understand when you get to my age. Flattery isn't shameful, it's called a skill. Holding on to pride while letting your whole family suffer, that's what's truly shameful." Wang Jianjun gave Lu or Zhu an annoyed look, then changed the subject and lowered his voice. "Here for the money? My buddies and I pulled it together for you last night. Count it and see if it's right. Luer Zhu took the money without counting and stuffed it into his pocket, actually sending it into his mind space. No need to count. If I can't trust the public security, who can I trust? Wang Jianjun was still feeling the sting of losing that money, but hearing this, he couldn't help but laugh. You little rascal, if that little brat of mine had even half your ability, I'd happily quit being a public security officer. Don't be so quick to praise me. Wait until I've finished what I have to say. There'll be plenty of time for more compliments then. Luer Zhu interrupted with a laugh. Wang Jianjun froze, then guessed something, his face full of disbelief. You don't mean you have more? Mid-sentence, Wang Jianjun immediately shut his mouth and hurriedly pulled Luer Zhu to a quiet spot, glancing around warily. Once he was sure no one was around, Wang Jianjun whispered, Brother Ba, little brother, you don't happen to have more meat, do you? What's that supposed to mean? If I have meat, you'll keep calling me, brother. Luer Zhu teased. Ahem, Wang Jianjun's old face turned beet red. He wanted to curse the little brat, but then he thought about how he had swallowed his pride to beg for help last night. To curse someone the moment his family had meat to eat, wasn't that the definition of putting down the chopsticks to curse the mother? Even a well-raised dog wouldn't do something like that. Look, I can only call you brother in private. If outsiders find out, I won't have the face to stay at the police station, alright? Wang Jianjun said with a hint of pleading. Luer Zhu laughed. Brother Wang, I was just joking with you. Why are you so serious? It's not that I can't take a joke, it's just that your meat really saved my kid's life. After eating meat last night, that little brat could actually get out of bed to go pee by himself this morning, Wang Jianjun said gratefully. Alright, let's not get sentimental. If you really want to thank me, just don't pretend you don't know me if I ever come to you for help in the future, Luer Zhu said, immediately cracking a joke to lighten the mood. Wang Jianjun immediately promised solemnly. That's a given. Good, then let's discuss some serious business. Luer Zhu also lowered his voice. I still have a large wild boar, about 200 or 300 catties. Can your group handle that? Yes, absolutely. Wang Jianjun was incredibly excited. You have no idea, those guys are so hungry for meat their eyes are turning green. I only ate 2 pieces last night, but those bastards smelled it on me this morning. They kept asking where I got the meat. Even the director called me in for a talk, telling me not to be individualistic and to think more of the collective. I was just worrying about it. Luer Zhu hadn't expected it to be such a coincidence and said immediately, in that case, let me borrow a bicycle or a small tricycle, and I'll go get it for you. Sure. Right away, Wang Jianjun immediately ran into the police station and came out a moment later with a thin, elderly man. The old man was wearing a public security uniform and a peaked cap. He walked out quickly, scanned Luer Zhu from head to toe, and then broke into a smile. What a fine young man. Facing the director, Luer Zhu didn't dare to be careless. He handed over a Zonghua cigarette. The director overpraises me. Please, have a smoke. Seeing the Zonghua cigarette, the director's eyelid twitched. Although someone of his rank could afford them, he wouldn't just give them away so casually. Seeing that this kid had a whole pack in his hand and acted so nonchalant about it, the director didn't think he was trying to curry favor. Rather, it seemed he didn't value the cigarettes much at all. Yet, Luer Zhu was dressed very simply, one could even say he was wearing rags. It was a total mismatch with his temperament and behavior. The director grew wary. He didn't take the cigarette but instead took out a pack of brand of cigarettes for himself. What's your name, young man? How old are you? Where are you from? Hearing this interrogation-style questioning, Luer Zhu was stunned. Wang Jianjun also got a bit anxious and said immediately, Director, there's absolutely no problem with this little brother. The director gave him a cold look, and his powerful aura instantly silenced Wang Jianjun. At this time, many public security officers were retired military men. This old director in particular clearly looked like he had been in the war. He exuded a truly hardened, soldierly aura. He looked much more like a leader than the pot-bellied officials of later generations. Luer Zhu quickly reacted and stated which commune and production brigade he was from, as well as the village name, his parents' names, and his own name. The director gave Wang Jianjun a look. The latter understood and went to the archives room to verify the information with a sigh. Not long after, he ran back out, nodded and said, Brother Li says it's correct. This was where Wang Jianjun was clever. He knew his own word wouldn't be enough because he knew Luer Zhu, so he used Brother Li, who was in charge of household registration, as a shield. Sure enough, the director nodded in satisfaction and immediately shook Luer Zhu's hand warmly. Don't misunderstand, little brother. It's just that the county town hasn't been safe lately, and I've become a bit paranoid. Lu Zhu understood. During this period, there were still many spies lurking, and even a county town like this had its share of troublemakers. If a kid like him suddenly brought in so much meat, and it turned out he was a spy trying to infiltrate the police station by getting on their good side, the whole station would be in deep trouble. Now that the registration was confirmed to be fine, it was time to solve the most important matter of life. In this life, it all comes down to eating and drinking. Lu Zhu said directly, "Director, lend me the small tricycle, and I'll go haul it over for you." "Alright, but we might not be able to give you all the money at once," the director said apologetically. Lu Zhu, however, was very happy and repeatedly said it was no problem. Being owed money was a good thing. Social interactions are like that. You owe me a little, I owe you a little, and as the debts pile up, the relationship deepens. Of course, if the debt is too large or the resources between both parties are unequal, then that's a different story. The director didn't want Lu Zhu to lose out, so he wrote a note specifying the price per caddy and the date to collect the money. Lu Zhu took a look and gave a thumbs up. The police station was truly generous. They were buying it at 5 yuan and 50 cents per caddy, which was even more expensive than at the supply and marketing cooperative. When Wang Jianjun rode over with the canteen's tricycle, Lu Zhu hopped on and left. "I'll have it delivered in 10 minutes at most. That kid at the police station entrance is hauling my stuff. Keep an eye on him for me." Wang Jianjun quickly agreed, then walked over to the young man from the supply and marketing cooperative, smoking while staring him down. This kid was hauling the goods of his god of wealth, so he had to keep a close watch. The young man was terrified. He had never been stared at by a public security officer like this before. He kept shrinking his neck, eventually curling up like a quail and squatting by the tricycle. For some reason, he even put his hands behind his head. Passers-by were curious, wondering what mistake the kid had made to be squatting in public at the entrance of the police station. Some elderly folks, full of a sense of justice, were also on high alert nearby, fearing his accomplices might come to rescue him. Looking at the scowling passers-by, the young man couldn't help but want to cry. What a sin, I just came to help deliver some things. How did I end up about to get myself locked up? Lu Zhu hadn't expected that failing to explain things clearly would make the young man feel so wronged. He found a deserted spot and knocked out a wild boar from his mind space, tossing it into the tricycle. You see, these wild boars were taken in directly and remained in a state of frozen time within the mind space. Once brought out, they would be lively and kicking. To prevent it from escaping, he naturally had to knock it unconscious. When Lu Zhu returned to the police station entrance pulling the heavy wild boar, the passers-by were stunned, staring intently at the boar as if they could already taste it. The director was also overjoyed and hurried forward to receive it. As he got closer, he was shocked to find the wild boar was still breathing. He exclaimed, "How is it still alive?" "Oh, it fell into a trap and got knocked out. It probably won't be unconscious for long," Lu Zhu reminded him. "Oh my, quick, take it to the canteen and tie it up." The director was thrilled. A live wild boar was very different from a dead one. Its value was higher, and if handled properly, it would taste better. Seeing the pork delivered, Lu Zhu took his note, picked up the young man who was practically kneeling by the tricycle, and left. The director was still behind them, waving and shouting, "Zhu Zi, come by and visit often when you're free." Lu Zhu shuddered and looked back. Fortunately, the director wasn't holding a handkerchief, otherwise, it would really look like hiss, can't say it. Originally, the young man from the supply and marketing cooperative only intended to drop Lu Zhu off at the edge of the county seat. After all, with the long and rugged journey, wouldn't he be exhausted if he took him all the way back to the village? But after what had just happened, the young man didn't dare say a word. He lowered his head and pedaled the tricycle hard toward Lu village. Looking at the deserted mountain road, Lu Zhu asked him to stop several times, intending to pack up his things and head back alone. The young man, however, waved his hands in fear every time. "Don't worry, brother, even if I don't go to work today, the director won't say anything. Besides, you're carrying so much stuff, I wouldn't feel right leaving you out here in the wild." Seeing they were getting closer to the village, Lu Zhu quickly said, "Don't worry, my family will be here to pick me up soon. If you get back late, you won't get any of the good meat." Hearing this, the young man hesitated immediately. Seeing this, Lu Zhu got off the vehicle and started moving his things onto the ground. Seeing his persistence, the young man stopped hesitating. He immediately helped move the things down and said, "Brother, you're truly loyal. Come find me in the county seat sometime, and I'll treat you to a meal." This was just a polite remark. No one was well off these days. Many people had to bring their own meal tickets when visiting their parents' homes, otherwise, after eating a meal and leaving, the parents would go hungry. Lu Zhu smiled and handed over a brand of cigarette, saying, "Sure, I'll definitely go." He felt that even if he gave him Zhonghua cigarettes, the kid definitely wouldn't bear to smoke them, so it was better to give him a brand of cigarette. Unfortunately, he still misjudged. The young man quickly wiped the sweat from his hands, took the cigarette, and first sniffed it by passing it under his nose. Then, he carefully placed it in his jacket pocket and pulled out an economy cigarettes to light. Even the worker brothers would only be willing to take out a brand of cigarette when relatives came to visit. Usually, everyone smoked hand-rolled cigarettes or 8-cent economy cigarettes. Seeing this, Lu Zhu could only shake his head helplessly. The young man waved his hand and pedaled away on the tricycle. Once he was far away and Lu Zhu was sure no one was looking, he put everything into his system space, carrying only some daily necessities in the bag from the supply and marketing cooperative back to the village. Just as he entered the village, Lu Zhu saw the brigade leader, Lu Hai, squatting with his head down, smoking, looking gloomy and miserable. Lu Zhu curiously approached and heard him muttering, "What are we going to do? The ground is cracked from the drought. Next year is probably going to be a disaster too. Do we really have to go begging like the people in the neighboring village?" Hearing this, Lu Zhu looked at the farmland in front of him. Sure enough, the soil was cracked dry. The wheat seedlings that should have sprouted were sparse and few, looking utterly pitiful. Sigh. Lu Zhu put down his sack and squatted beside Lu Hai. Seeing someone squatting down, Lu Hai didn't look back, thinking it was a man from the village. He reflexively handed over the half-smoked cigarette in his hand. "Later, call the villagers to fetch water from the river, otherwise these wheat seedlings really won't survive. I don't smoke those anymore." Lu Zhu didn't take the cigarette and said in a low voice, "Can we stop handing over grain to the commune next year, or at least hand over less? We already hand over less. Other villages are reporting a yield of 8,000 caddies per mu, but our village reported normally and got criticized for it." Why is it you, kid?" Lu Hai suddenly realized something was off. He looked back and saw it was Lu Zhu, then laughed and scolded, "You little brat, what are you doing here acting like an adult?" Lu Zhu didn't waste words and threw a pack of Zhonghua cigarettes over. "I promised this to you before." Lu Hai caught the Zhonghua cigarettes and looked them over. They didn't seem fake. He said in surprise, "Zuzi, where did you get this?" Seeing Lu Hai's stern expression, Lu Zhu said testily, "I went to the city last night to help treat a classmate's father, and they gave it to me." "Treating an illness?" Lu Hai was stunned. Quote, "Oh, right, you're learning medicine from Big Tongue. But how can you go out and treat people so soon? Is it safe?" "I learned some in school before, so I finished my apprenticeship quickly." Lu Zhu sadly realized that he was getting better and better at making things up on the fly. Although Lu Hai knew a few characters, he had never attended middle school and didn't know what was taught there. Seeing that Zuzi didn't seem to be lying, he thought he'd ask Big Tongue later. Then he stuffed the Zhonghua cigarettes back into Lu Zhu's arms. "Stop messing around. Your father worked so hard for so many years to put you through school. You should give this cigarette to him. Even if you try to suck up to me, I can't give you an official position in the brigade. Get lost." Seeing that Lu Hai was clearly saying something kind but insisted on scolding him and even raised a foot to kick him, Lu Zhu dodged irritably and threw the cigarette back. "Would I mistreat my father? They gave me several packs. Besides, a family that can give away Zhonghua cigarettes must be extraordinary. Why can't I suck up to them? Do I have to suck up to you? I just see that you, as a brigade leader, are truly benevolent, unlike those in other production brigades who, for some hollow honor, forced the whole village to run out of food, even to the point of begging or starving to death." Seeing Lu Zhu's anger, Lu Hai, who had wanted to lecture him, sighed. "What's the use? You saw those two people from the commune who came last time, right? They came to criticize me, but they were also hinting that if I dare report low yields again, next year, they'll remove me from my position as brigade leader." 36. Number 36. That's our family's flashlight. Chapter 36. That's our flashlight. Hearing Lu Hai's words, Lu Zhu's brows furrowed. This truly was a special, frenzied period. Initially, the slogans chanted were all about rolling up sleeves and working hard. Although everyone was tired from working diligently, they would be ecstatic if they received praise or even advanced honors. But later, people realized that if you worked, others worked too, and those who were young and strong did more work, thus receiving more praise and honors. In order to compete for honors and lacking genuine capability, some people started resorting to dishonest tactics. They even shouted slogans like, 1,000 caddies per mew, 10,000 caddies per mew, and even 100,000 caddies per mew. These slogans, which sounded wrong from the start, were actually believed by a group of fools, who even proposed commendations. How could this be tolerated? That corrupt trend was instantly fostered, and later, it became impossible to stop, resulting in everyone suffering misfortune together. Those higher up were alright. At least they had connections and could make up for losses below, trading for their own benefits. But the common people at the bottom truly suffered. Not only did they have to hand over all their grain, but they also had to secretly eat any food they managed to acquire, lest they be accused of abandoning the collective. Actually, Lu Village was better off. Brigade leader Lu Hai was a smart man who knew that those deceptive schemes would ultimately bring misfortune upon himself. When everyone else was shouting about tens of thousands of caddies per mew, he insisted on reporting the actual yield per mew, and even reserved rations for the villagers. As a result, while many people starved to death in other villages, life in Lu Village could still barely be maintained. But what Lu Zhu didn't expect was that the commune would actually be dissatisfied because of this. He asked angrily, "Don't those people know the situation of the common folk below? People are bloody starving to death." Lu Hai glared at Lu Zhu. "Don't say things that are detrimental to unity." This single sentence hit Lu Zhu right in the lungs, leaving him speechless for a long time. True. If he dared to argue now, they would slap him with the label of obstructing national progress, and his entire family would suffer greatly. Forget it. It's better to focus on living his own life well first, facing the major trends of the era and the nation. Even if Lu Zhu had his space, he was truly powerless to reverse the situation. "I'm going home first." Lu Zhu lowered his head, picked up the bag, and left. "Hey, your cigarettes," Lu Hai called out, holding up the Zhonghua cigarettes. "No, they are your cigarettes." Lu Zhu waved his hand without looking back and walked away. Watching his retreating figure, and then looking down at the Zhonghua cigarettes in his hand, he resisted the urge to smoke, put them in his pocket, and muttered to himself, "Later, I'll help this kid find a barefoot doctor job arrangement through the commune. Can't take his cigarettes for nothing. I'll also use these cigarettes to pull some strings and see if I can keep my brigade leader position." It wasn't that he was greedy for power, but he knew very well that once another brigade leader took office, they would immediately imitate other villages, and then the people of Lu Village really wouldn't be able to survive, and he himself would also suffer greatly. Lu Zhu carried his things and returned home. As soon as he entered the door, he saw his mother heading out to empty the urine bucket in the fields. Niu Honghua was yawning, her eyes dark, clearly having not slept well. "Mother, didn't you sleep well?" Lu Zhu asked with a smile. Hearing her son's voice, Niu Honghua jolted, quickly ran over, and carefully checked Lu Zhu. "Oh my, son, why didn't you come back last night? Are you alright?" Lu Zhu was stunned. "Mother, you didn't sleep all night, did you? If you didn't come back, how could I dare to sleep?" Niu Honghua looked worried. Inside the room, Lu Fusheng's voice came. "Is Zhu Zi back? Quickly give me a couple of injections so I can sleep." Your mother was tossing and turning on the Kong all night and kept sighing, keeping this old man awake. Hearing this, Lu Zhu immediately felt immense heartache. No wonder people say a mother worries when her child travels far. He hadn't even traveled 1,000 miles. Just one night was enough for Niu Honghua to worry this much. "Mother, I'm fine. I just stayed at a classmate's house for the night, helped treat his father's illness, earned some money, and bought some things." "Hurry up and take a look." Niu Honghua had noticed the bag Lu Zhu was carrying earlier, but she was more concerned about her son's safety, so she hadn't paid much attention to the bag. Now hearing Lu Zhu say there were things inside, and hearing the rustling sound, she couldn't help but be curious. "Son, what did you buy? We don't lack anything at home. Why are you wasting money? You should save it for marrying a wife later." Lu Zhu walked into the room and put down the bag. "Mother, you look at it yourself. I'm going to give Dad acupuncture first." Niu Honghua let out an "oh," untied the sack, and reached her hand inside to feel around for what was there. Inside the room, Lu Fusheng lay on the Kong, looking somewhat tiredly at Lu Zhu. "Son, if you go out again, tell your mother the truth. Her nerves can't handle your antics." I know." Lu Zhu knew his father had seen right through him again, felt a bit awkward, and quickly took out his acupuncture kit to lighten the mood. Just as he inserted the first needle, he heard Niu Honghua scream, "Oh my god." Lu Fusheng jumped in surprise and scolded irritably, "Your son is giving me acupuncture. What are you yelling about?" Niu Honghua didn't retort. Instead, she took a flashlight out of the sack and said tremblingly, "His father, am I seeing things? Is this a flashlight?" Lu Fusheng, who was lying down for treatment, also suddenly sat up. "Let me see." Niu Honghua hurriedly handed the flashlight over. Lu Fusheng looked left and right, then cautiously pushed the switch forward. The flashlight, which could be turned on with little effort, was handled by Lu Fusheng as if he were defusing a bomb. The veins on his hands bulged with tension, yet the flashlight itself wasn't subjected to much pressure. Niu Honghua was so nervous her breathing stopped, and she stared intently at the flashlight. Click! The flashlight emitted a dim, yellow light, which was almost invisible in broad daylight. But Niu Honghua, who had been staring at the flashlight, screamed again. It's yellow, his father. You're the one who's yellow, say it's bright when it's bright. Lu Fusheng swore irritably, then wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Lu Erzu had already deftly finished the acupuncture by now, and smiled helplessly. Why are you two so tense? It's just a flashlight. After speaking, he took the flashlight, quickly flicked the switch a few times, tossed it into the air to let it flip twice, and caught it again. This small action, which a child in later generations would play with, completely terrified his parents. Oh, you little rascal, Niu Honghua, for the first time ever, slapped Lu Erju's shoulder. Although it was a light tap, it proved her current panic and fear. That was a flashlight in the entire Lu village. Besides the public one owned by the production brigade, only 2 people working as apprentices in the city had one. Lu Fusheng was also so frightened that he quickly sat up, snatched the flashlight, and glared at Lu Erzu, scolding, if you break someone else's, how do you expect to pay for it? Pay for what? This is ours. Lu Erzu laughed. Ours? Stop joking, this flashlight isn't cheap. Niu Honghua shook her head repeatedly, refusing to believe it. In this mountain village where kerosene lamps were still considered a luxury, a flashlight was definitely precious. To put it this way, the status of a flashlight in a rural household at that time was roughly equivalent to a tablet computer today. If parents saw their child daring to toss a tablet computer into the air as a toy, they would be lucky to escape with just 2 kicks instead of a full beating. Seeing that the 2 elders didn't believe him, Lu Erzu no longer hesitated. That's not all. He started pulling things out of the sack: enamel basin, thermos flask, vanishing cream, jasmine tea, and 10 feet of specially cut floral cloth, white jade toothpaste, toothbrush. 37. Number 37. Awesome great-grandfather and great-grandmother. Chapter 37. The badass great-grandfather and great-grandmother. Funnily enough, every time Lu Erzu took something out, the old couple would twitch as if they had been struck by lightning. Once Lu Erzu had taken everything out, he moved the burlap sack to a corner and set it down. As soon as he set the things down and turned around, he saw Niu Honghua already squatting on the ground, reaching out to touch the items. But she pulled her hand back before even making contact, terrified she might break them with a single touch. Lu Fusheng was lying at the head of the brick bed, also constantly reaching out, wanting to pick one up to look at it, but he couldn't quite reach. He shouted irritably, you mindless fool of a woman, give me one to look at. Seeing her husband's hand reaching over, Niu Honghua didn't hand him anything but instinctively gave him a pinch, making Lu Fusheng nearly fall off the bed in pain. Lu Fusheng lost his temper and bared his teeth in a grimace, cursing, you brainless woman, why did you pinch me? I wanted to see if I was dreaming. Oh, my dear mother, how can our family have so many good things? As Niu Honghua spoke, her eyes began to redden. To put it bluntly, she had seen all these things before. But that was in other people's homes. She had seen enamel basins and thermoses in the production brigade office. She had seen vanishing cream at 7th Auntie's house. There was only a tiny bit left in the box, about the size of a fingernail. It was said that a relative from the city had brought it during the new year, and it was treated like a priceless treasure. Last time someone from the commune came to do propaganda work, she had applied just a tiny bit, and because of that, she was even allowed to go on stage and speak with the propagandist. She had seen such beautiful floral cloth at third elder uncle's house. It was brought back by his daughter, who was an apprentice at a textile factory in the city. And then there was the toothpaste. Folks in the countryside rarely even used tooth powder. Who would spend that kind of spare money on grooming themselves? There was a large bottle of soy sauce and a basin of corn oil, because there was no other container to hold it. And that salt, how could it be so fine and smooth? No more having to whack it with all her might every time she cooked. There were also many seasonings that Niu Honghua had never even seen before. As she looked, Niu Honghua couldn't hold it back anymore. She slumped onto the ground and began to wail loudly. Oh, husband, what if I'm dreaming? I want all of these things. Lu Fusheng instinctively wanted to mock Niu Honghua for being so useless, but on second thought, it was his own lack of capability that made Niu Honghua so fearful and anxious upon seeing these things. He closed his mouth in guilt. Lu Erzu hurried over to help his mother up and said seriously, Mom, these are our things. You're not dreaming. Niu Honghua sobbed breathlessly, but son, where did our family get the money to buy all this? I earned it by treating people's illnesses. At this point, Lu Zhu glanced at his father and added in a low voice, I also sold half a pig. Lu Fusheng sighed. He had obviously guessed long ago that his son must have kept some pork and had gone to the black market last night, but his son had taken such risks to take care of the family. As a father, he couldn't bring himself to discourage or lecture him anymore. This was based on the exact words his own great-grandfather had used to scold his father when Lu Fusheng was beaten for being naughty as a child. You can hit a child because they made a mistake. That's the only way they'll learn. But you must not suppress or belittle a child. Doing so will only trap them in a cycle of low self-esteem or make them even more obsessed with doing dangerous things to prove themselves. When Niu Honghua heard that Lu Zhu had sold things, she panicked and hurriedly asked, no one saw you, right? Did you cover your face well? I heard third elder uncle say last time that the city police caught someone for speculation and profiteering. Not only was everything confiscated, but they also broke one of his legs and knocked out all his teeth. Son, hurry, open your mouth and let me see. Let your mother see your teeth. Helpless, Lu Zhu bared his teeth for his mother to see, just like how people checked the teeth of livestock for sale at the market in the old days. Even after seeing that her son was fine, Niu Honghua still wasn't at ease, repeatedly asking if he had any internal injuries. Lu Zhu had no choice but to say, Mom, I'm a bit hungry. Can you make me some food? Right. You haven't been back all night, you must be hungry. Mom will go boil some grain paste for you. Niu Honghua turned to head out. Mom, can we stop eating grain paste at home from now on? We can just have porridge, we're not short on grain, Lu Zhu called out. Shish, why are you shouting, child? What if someone hears you? Niu Honghua grew anxious and hurried to cover Lu Zhu's mouth. Seeing this, Lu Zhu simply said, well, anyway, if you don't make porridge from now on, I'll just take the cornmeal to the communal canteens. Then I'll have porridge with the whole village. That's better than eating wild vegetable paste at home. You child, how can you? Niu Honghua wanted to scold Lu Zhu, but she couldn't bear to. In the end, she could only stomp her foot and glare at Lu Fusheng on the bed. Quote, look at the fine seedling you've raised. Lu Fusheng had a helpless look on his face. While Niu Honghua went to boil porridge for Lu Zhu, Lu Fusheng looked at Lu Zhu with annoyance and said, you brat, just keep causing trouble for me, give me my tobacco pipe. Hearing that his old man wanted to smoke, Lu Zhu immediately pulled out a pack of Zonghua cigarettes and handed it over. Dad, you smoke this. Lu Fusheng glanced at it and was somewhat surprised. Zonghua cigarettes? Oh, you recognize them? Lu Zhu's heart skipped a beat. He knew he was in trouble. He had thought that since these cigarettes had only been out for a few years and were specially supplied, his father probably hadn't seen them. He hadn't expected them to be recognized. Sensing his son's thoughts, Lu Fusheng said crossly, who are you looking down on, you little brat? Just because I haven't eaten pork doesn't mean I haven't seen a pig run. Last time the commune people came to promote the benefits of collectivism, I saw that propagandists smoke one. I heard they're very expensive. They're alright, Lu Zhu said guiltily. Then I'll have a taste too. Lu Fusheng took one casually and waited for Lu Zhu to light it. Lu Zhu was somewhat pleasantly surprised. I thought you'd be like Mom and wouldn't dare smoke it. Lu Fusheng lit the cigarette, took a deep drag, savored the flavor, and then his eyes lit up. The taste is indeed not bad, it's just a bit weak. Then, he looked at Lu Zhu with disdain. Who are you looking down on? Your mother is the only one who's seen nothing her whole life. Your old man back in the day was someone who ate ginseng and abalone, entered the imperial palace and met princes. Do you know who last emperor of China is? When your father was a child in northeast China, I even drank soda he poured for me personally. Back then, the most popular opium paste, I almost had a taste of that too. Though later I was hung from a tree and whipped by your great-grandfather. Lu Zhu was extremely shocked. Dad, was our family previously landlords or warlords? We were landlords, but your great-grandfather was a professor at the National Central University. He was quite cultured, Lu Fusheng said. Lu Zhu sucked in a breath of cold air. Holy crap, a professor at the National Central University. Then his great-grandfather was definitely no nobody. He might have even been a top-tier figure back in the Republican era. Oh, right, your great-grandmother was a teacher at Peking University, Lu Fusheng added. Lu Zhu suddenly felt that he was being ridiculous. Just a moment ago, he had been secretly mocking his own mother for getting so excited over an enamel basin. Now, look at him, he was even more excited than his mother. His heart was practically jumping out of his throat. A great-grandfather who had been a professor at a top university in the country during the Republican era. A great-grandmother who had been a teacher at the country's current top prestigious school. With this family background and these identities, in a few years, they would be exactly the kind of people destined for the cowsheds. Wait, that's not right. Lu Erzu looked at his father. If my great-grandfather and great-grandmother were so amazing, and they liked you and raised you so much. Dad, how did you don't hit me, I was wrong. 38. Number 38. Why did my little cotton-padded jacket fly away? Chapter 38. How did my little cotton-padded jacket fly away? Watching his son run off, Lu Fusheng laughed and cursed softly, then picked up the packet of Zonghua cigarettes on the table and chuckled. Rotten kid, you've got guts. After running out, Lu Erzu remembered something. He forgot to ask his father, since great-grandfather was so awesome, why didn't he think to hide some things back then? Also, his grandfather and grandmother, and all the relatives in the family, his father had never mentioned them either. Lu Erzu wanted to go back and ask, but was afraid of getting beaten, so he decided to wait until later. He turned his head and saw his mother cooking. She was wiping away tears, yet a smile played on her lips. She felt heartache over the wasted grain, but the thought of her successful son made her unable to stop smiling. Seeing her happy, Lu Erzu thought for a moment, took out 2 big black 10 banknotes, and handed them over. Mom. Oh, you're hungry, right? Mom will just oh my. Niu Honghua wiped her tears, saw the money, and jumped in fright. She quickly checked if the door was closed, then grabbed her son's hand and tightly pressed the money back into Lu Erzu's grasp. Lu Erzu winced from the pain caused by her calloused hands and said helplessly, Mom, what are you doing? I earned this, I didn't steal it. Niu Honghua grew even more terrified and quickly covered her son's mouth. What nonsense are you talking about? You mustn't say that. Lu Erzu reluctantly pulled free from his mother's hand and explained, Fine, I won't say it. Then you keep this money as a filial offering to you 2 elders. Oh, dear Mom, absolutely not. Niu Honghua recoiled as if burned, stumbling back several steps. Quote, you keep this money. How could I take your money? This is so much. Mom can't even earn this much in a whole year. At this time, people still calculated money and distributed grain based on work points. Sometimes, after receiving rations at the end of the year and calculating their work points, they actually owed money to the production brigade. Therefore, not only did Niu Honghua not receive any money, but even selling the house probably wouldn't cover the debt to the brigade. Lu Erzu ignored her protests, stuffed the money into his mother's hand, and said, If I tell you to take it, take it. Hurry up and check the pot, it's going to burn soon. Oh no, my pot. Niu Honghua quickly grabbed the wooden spoon to check, while her other hand desperately clutched the money, veins popping out from the sheer force of her grip. She had to grip it hard. What if it fell and the wind blew it away? What if it fell into the fire and burned up? What if, oh dear, what should she do? Niu Honghua was completely flustered. Lu Erzu, meanwhile, walked out of his house and went next door to his older brother's house. His older brother was in the courtyard, squatting in front of his specialized interrogation chair, frowning and puffing on his pipe, contemplating how to handle the situation. Nizi was squatting beside him, imitating her father, frowning and sighing. She held a small stick, pretending it was a pipe, occasionally sucking on the stick and then exhaling a puff of air. She was incredibly adorable. His sister-in-law was washing clothes, occasionally looking up at the father and daughter. She wanted to laugh but was afraid of damaging her husband's confidence. Hearing the sound of the door opening, the whole family turned to look. Nizi was the first to happily jump up, spreading her arms like a little bird as she rushed toward Lu Erzu. Little uncle. Lu Erzu scooped Nizi up, smiling as he said, Give little uncle a kiss, and little uncle will give you something good. Nizi hugged Lu Erzu, kissed him on both cheeks, and then happily asked, Little uncle, what are you giving me? Watch closely. Abracadabra. Lu Erzu opened his hand as if performing a magic trick, revealing 2 pieces of white rabbit milk candy. He thought Nizi would be overjoyed, but instead, she just looked confused, poking the 2 candies with her small hand. Is this a drawing? It's drawn so nicely. Lu Erzu froze, then realized that Nizi had never eaten candy, or perhaps never even seen it before. Open your mouth. With a look of heartache, he peeled off the wrapper and placed the candy into Nizi's open little mouth. Nizi cautiously licked it with her tongue. Soon, the edible rice paper outside the milk candy melted, and the sweet fragrance spread. Immediately, the little Nizi widened her eyes and exclaimed excitedly, Sweet, so sweet. Her mouth was small and the milk candy was relatively large. She was afraid the candy would fall out if she spoke loudly, so she first shouted, then quickly covered her mouth with her dirty little hand, muffledly saying, So sweet. Watching Nizi's eyes narrow into crescent moons with joy, Lu Erzu smiled and slipped the other piece of candy to her as well. Unexpectedly, Nizi bit down twice, breaking the milk candy into 2 halves, and spat them out onto her small palm. Looking at the 2 half pieces of milk candy, one large and one small, Nizi hardened her heart, ate the smaller half, and then, holding the larger piece on her small hand, brought it up to Lu Erju's mouth. Little uncle, you eat too. Lu Erju was incredibly moved. Nizi had clearly just tasted candy for the first time, yet she was willing to share more than half of such a delicious treat with him. In later generations, whenever he gave his bastard something to eat, the little brat never offered him even a bite, even complaining that what he bought wasn't to his taste, often sitting on the ground crying and throwing tantrums. Good Nizi, you eat it, uncle won't. Lu Erzu hugged Nizi tightly, cherishing her, and rubbed his face against hers, only to realize her cheek was rough and chapped. This won't do. Lu Erzu quickly led Nizi toward the water vat, planning to wash her face and apply vanishing cream. As he walked over, his sister-in-law, Li Quikwei, asked curiously, Zuzi, what did you give Nizi? What's so sweet? Little Nizi immediately struggled in Lu Erju's arms, wanting to get down. Lu Erju set her down. Nizi ran on her short legs to Li Quikwei. Mom, you eat. Seeing the milk candy still covered in saliva, Li Quikwei licked it and was immediately surprised. Candy? How is this candy, Zuzi? Quickly take it away and give it to our father to nourish his body. After speaking, Li Quikwei took the half piece of candy and reached out to pry open little Nizi's other hand, snatching the piece of milk candy she was tightly clutching. Although this item wasn't as rare as powdered milk in the countryside, it was definitely a treasure rarely seen even during the New Year and festivals. In the village, it was already remarkable for a child to eat a piece of fruit candy. Li Quikwei was perfectly satisfied with Nizi getting half a piece. Since her father-in-law was still lying on the brick bed, she didn't dare let Nizi eat all the good stuff. Little Nizi hadn't expected that after trying to share with her mother out of kindness, the half piece was taken, and the whole piece was taken too. Her eyes immediately reddened, and her mouth turned down, looking ready to cry. Li Quikwei immediately glared. Don't you dare. Little Nizi was so scared that she fled in a panic, running around Lu Deliang, who had opened his arms to protect her, and dashed off to find Lu Erzu. Lu Deliang was stunned. How did his little cotton-padded jacket fly away? Sister-in-law, just let her eat it. I went into the county town last night and bought quite a bit. I also brought some things for you too. You can go get them from mom later. Lu Erzu first poured some cold water into the wooden basin, then added some hot water as he spoke. Li Quikwei couldn't sit still upon hearing this. She stood up and walked out, saying, Zuzi, why are you wasting money? What did you bring for us? And buying candy? You'll spoil that little girl. Are you getting water to wash your face? Liang Zi, hurry up and get Zuzi a towel. The last sentence was already coming from the neighboring courtyard. Lu Deliang was speechless, but how could an older brother wait on his younger brother? So he didn't even bother to get up, pointing toward the house and saying, the towel is inside, get it yourself. Lu Erzu went inside to fetch the towel and first washed Nizi's face with warm water. Fortunately, the chapping was new, and cleaning it with warm water made it much better. Next, he took out the vanishing cream, scooped out a large chunk with his hand, and began spreading it on Nizi's face. Lu Deliang inadvertently looked up and immediately shouted, Stop. 39. Number 39 Bombard you with cannons. Chapter 39. Blasting you with a cannon. Lu Erzu was startled by his elder brother and looked at him crossly. What are you doing? He saw Lu Deliang rush over in a few strides, snatch the vanishing cream's packaging, and then grab Lu Erju's hand, which was dipped in the cream. With wide eyes, he asked, is this vanishing cream? Yo, brother, you're quite knowledgeable. Lu Erzu was truly surprised. How did his rough-and-tumble brother even recognize vanishing cream? In his previous life, he only heard about this item from his classmates after entering middle school. Upon hearing Lu Erju's confirmation, Lu Deliang quickly used the edge of the metal tin to gently scrape the large glob of cream off his brother's hand and put it back into the box. He grumbled, why are you being such a spendthrift? Why did you buy something so precious? Even if you did buy it, couldn't you give it to our mother? What does little Nizi know? Why are you giving it to her? Hearing this, Lu Erzu snatched the vanishing cream back without hesitation and rolled his eyes at his elder brother. Move aside. Do you think I wouldn't have some for our mother? Besides, what the hell do you know? My Nizi should be fragrant and soft. Do you want her to end up like you, looking old and ugly at only 30? As he spoke, he applied the vanishing cream to Nizi's face. The one Lu Erzu used was milk-scented. After applying it to Nizi, her little face immediately became much more hydrated and emitted a faint milky fragrance, making her look even more adorable. Lu Deliang paced around nearby, cursing his younger brother for being a spendthrift. In truth, he also doted on Nizi, but years of poverty made him feel that things like cosmetics were useless. No one used them, and everyone's skin was the same, so who would laugh at whom? Furthermore, Lu Deliang was a very filial person. He felt that such good things should be prioritized for his elderly mother. A child's time to enjoy life would come later. Lu Erzu didn't bother saying more to his brother and looked at Nizi. Nizi kept sniffing her little hands. The milky scent made her very excited, and she happily brought her hands over, saying, "Little uncle, smell this, Nizi is so fragrant." Lu Erzu immediately leaned in to sniff and acted surprised. "Oh my, why is Nizi so fragrant? Like a little pig's trotter. Let me take a bite." Nizi let out a joyful scream and ran away on her short little legs. "Don't run, little uncle is hungry. Let me have a bite of those little pig's trotters." Lu Erzu laughed and chased after her, making Nizi run in circles around the courtyard. Her bell-like laughter filled the entire yard. Watching the two play together, Lu Dalang's heartache was somewhat diluted by happiness. Who wouldn't want a happy family? But then he thought of his son, who was working as an apprentice, and a wave of bitterness hit him. Actually, last night, Li Quique had cautiously asked Lu Deliang if Xiao Hu could follow Zhu Zi to learn medicine. Lu Deliang had flatly refused because the boy had already been apprenticed. If he suddenly changed trades, people would think Xiao Hu lacked perseverance and wasn't worth training. Besides, his younger brother had only just become an apprentice himself. If he tried to bring someone else into the fold so soon, what would Big Tongue think of Zhu Zi? If Xiao Hu failed to become an apprentice and Zhu Zi got dragged down with him, that would be bad. After being rejected, Li Quique didn't say another word, only crying silently for half the night. No mother doesn't love her child. Li Quique hadn't dared to visit Xiao Hu yet because she feared that if she saw her son suffering, she wouldn't be able to stop herself from dragging him straight home. As for Lu Deliang, it would be a lie to say his heart didn't ache, but what could he do? While Lu Deliang was dazed, Nizi was caught by Lu Erzu. Laughing happily, she suddenly thought of something and said in a sweet voice, "Little uncle, I want mother, grandfather, and grandmother to smell how fragrant Nizi is too." "Alright, let's go." Lu Erzu carried Nizi to the house next door. When Lu Erzu arrived next door, he found the porridge was already cooked and covered with a lid, unattended. Stepping inside, he saw that the things he had brought back earlier were still on the floor, untouched. The mother-in-law and daughter-in-law were squatting nearby, their faces full of excitement as they evaluated the items, naturally full of praise. When Lu Erzu entered, Li Quique was gently stroking a thermos, clearly loving it. But seeing Zhu Zi come in, she pulled her hand back as if burned, took 2 steps back, and said with an embarrassed, reddened face, "Zhu Zi, sister-in-law was just looking." "Looking at what?" "One of those 2 thermoses is for your family," Lu Erzu said with a smile. "Huh?" Li Quique was startled and jumped up like a spring. Quote, No, this thermos must cost 50 cents, at least 80 cents. Li Quique didn't know the price of a thermos, so she gritted her teeth and guessed a high price. Lu Erzu just smiled. This kind of metal thermos with patterns cost 2 yuan and 50 cents each. But he didn't say it. Otherwise, Li Quique would be even more afraid to take it. "Sister-in-law, you're overthinking it. I didn't buy this thermos for you and big brother. I bought it for Nizi. Also, I left a box of vanishing cream at your place. Apply it to Nizi's face every morning after washing, and her skin won't get chapped." Lu Erzu found an excuse that Li Quique could easily accept. Little Nizi also hurriedly stretched out her little hands. "Mother, grandmother, smell, Nizi is so very fragrant." Niu Honghua and Li Quique looked pained upon hearing this. Especially Li Quique, who gave Nizi's hand a heavy slap. "Fragrant, my foot, why would an ugly girl like you use vanishing cream? How dare you use it when your little uncle gives it to you, knowing how expensive it is? And your father is something else too. Why didn't he stop you? Something this good should be given to our mother." Nizi cried from the pain, and Lu Erzu, feeling sorry for her, kept softly coaxing her. Niu Honghua waved her hands as if frightened. Oh dear, I certainly won't use it." "Zhu Zi, can it still be returned?" Li Quique also nodded repeatedly. "Yes, go return it. Goods sold are non-refundable. If you two aren't afraid of being beaten up by the people at the Supply and Marketing Cooperative, why don't you go?" Lu Erzu shrugged. In this era, everyone knew how formidable the 8 great occupations were. When you went to buy things, the staff at the Supply and Marketing Cooperative were too lazy to even help you carry them and would grumble after walking just a few steps. If you dared to return something, getting beaten up was a real possibility. Lu Erzu knew his mother and sister-in-law were always honest and timid, so he deliberately tried to scare them. To his surprise, the 2 women looked at each other and actually steeled their resolve. "Zhu Zi, give me the sack. I'll go return the items. It's not like I haven't been beaten before. If I get hit, I get hit. Mother, I'll go with you. When the time comes, let them hit me. I can take a beating. Seeing the two of them grit their teeth and start stuffing things back into the sack, Lu Erzu was dumbfounded. Lu Fusheng, sitting on the Kong, shot a glance at his son and muttered, "Silly boy," under his breath. Then he stood up for him, looking at the two women. Quote, put it down, what return? The money used to buy those things has long been handed over to the collective to support national construction. It might have already been used to manufacture cannonballs by now. If you go and try to get the money back now, you'll be hindering the country's development. Being shot would be the least of it. They might even blast you with a cannon. Lu Erzu looked at his father speechlessly, thinking, are you trying to fool a child? Surprisingly, the two women were truly terrified. Their faces turned pale, and they put the things down together. They wouldn't return them. 40. 40 Mom, eat this. Chapter 40. Mom, eat this. Lu Erzu looked at the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, who were already stunned with shock, and immediately divided the items into two piles. One pile was for his own family, so there were naturally more items in that one. The other pile was for his eldest brother's family. It included a thermos and seasonings, but lacked items like enamel basins. He didn't give them a flashlight either. It wasn't that Lu Erzu was stingy, but that such a thing was too conspicuous. Although they had divided the household, they were still one family after all. For one family to have two flashlights, wasn't that just asking for trouble? Even though the winds of trouble hadn't picked up yet, there were plenty of envious people, and some things simply wouldn't stand up to scrutiny. Take the matter of hunting the wild boar, for example. If the commune came down to ask why you didn't give the meat to the village collective or hand it over to the commune, what would you do? How would you explain it? So, if his elder brother wanted to use a flashlight in the future, he should just come and borrow it. It didn't matter for the other things kept at home. As for the patterned cloth, Lu Erzu had originally intended for everyone in the family to have at least one new piece of clothing made. One piece of clothing should be fine. It wasn't too much. Who would have thought that after the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law discussed it for a long while, Li Quikwei only reluctantly accepted those things? She was even forced by her mother-in-law to take 3 kai of cloth to take apart her old clothes and add some patterned cloth to make them larger. Even then, she was so grateful she wiped away tears. Thank you, Mom. Thank you, Zhu Zi. I will always remember your kindness. If you ever need anything, Zhu Zi, just come to your sister-in-law. I might be uneducated, but I'm good at working. If it weren't for the fact that it was inappropriate for a sister-in-law to kowtow to her husband's younger brother, Li Quikwei would have wanted to kowtow to Lu Erzu right then and there. She felt she owed Lu Erzu far too much. She could never pay him back. Just then, Lu Deliang also came over. He was stunned when he saw the items on the ground. How could his younger brother get his hands on these things? These were all fine things that only city people could use, right? He really was capable. At this thought, and remembering what his wife said on the Kong last night, Lu Deliang couldn't help but feel tempted. With a flushed face, he looked at Lu Erzu and stammered, "Younger brother, you're so capable. Could you give Xiaohu?" Liang Zi, Li Quikwei hurriedly interrupted Lu Deliang, ran over, and pinched the soft flesh at his waist. Then she looked at the curious Lu Erzu and said, "We'll come back to get the things tonight. There are too many people during the day, and I'm afraid the villagers will see." After saying that, Li Quikwei hurriedly dragged Lu Deliang out the door. Once they were out of the courtyard, Li Quikwei glared at Lu Deliang, who was grimacing in pain, and said, "How can you be so shameless? Zhu Zi gave our family so many things, and you actually wanted him to help Xiaohu? Is there no end to your greed?" Lu Deliang felt incredibly aggrieved. "Wasn't it you who said on the Kong last night?" Li Quikwei suddenly lost her ground, so she simply became unreasonable. She said crossly, "On the Kong, you know that was on the Kong, can talk on the Kong be taken seriously? You used to tell me on the Kong that you could go for a long time, but in the end, you only poked around for a little bit." "Shish, shish, shish." Lu Deliang hurriedly covered his wife's mouth, looking around like a thief, then lowered his voice and pleaded, "My dear ancestor, can you please not talk about this outside in broad daylight?" Li Quikwei rolled her eyes at Lu Deliang, thinking to herself that he was truly a feudal blockhead. When women like them gathered, they talked about things far more explicit than this. Sometimes when they got excited, they would even use their hands to gesture how big their men were. Seeing his elder brother and sister-in-law leave, Lu Erzu set Nizi down and began to serve the porridge. Nizi squatted beside those items, also very curious, reaching out her small hand several times wanting to touch them. Seeing this, Niu Honghua was so frightened she called her little ancestor with every breath while picking Nizi up and placing her on the Kong. These were all treasures. What if she broke them? Actually, one could see from this that Niu Honghua, as a grandmother, wasn't someone who favored boys over girls. Because if it had been Li Quikwei here, she would have kicked Nizi away long ago and chased her into the yard to play. After the porridge was brought to the table, Luer Zhu felt a bit of a headache. He had forgotten to buy some pickles or something similar. As for vegetables, that was out of the question. In these times, there was a term called substituting grain with melons and fruits, meaning using vegetables and such to fill one's stomach instead of staple foods. Although just eating vegetables wasn't filling, it was better than starving. So every time vegetables arrived at the supply and marketing cooperative, they would be snatched up instantly. People in the county seat who came late couldn't even get in line, let alone Luer Zhu rushing over from the village. The village didn't give you the authority to plant vegetables. Every piece of land had to be used for grain to supply the cities. Luer Zhu could only drink the porridge and eat the wo-wo for now, thinking that he must get some rice and wheat seeds later, as well as vegetables and fruits. Luer Zhu happened to look up and saw little Nizi on the Kong, staring longingly at Lu Fusheng as he drank his porridge. He couldn't help but ask, "Nizi, didn't you have breakfast?" Logically, he had given his sister-in-law cornmeal and there was meat at home, so they shouldn't be this frugal anymore. Nizi nodded pitifully. "Mom said we have to live frugally. Missing one meal is no big deal." Luer Zhu looked at Nizi's shriveled little belly and felt a bit angry. When he saw his mother give her own food and wo-wo to Nizi and go to the side to just drink water, Luer Zhu became even more fuming. Why wouldn't these people listen? He had already said they wouldn't lack grain, so why were they all still being so cautious? Niu Honghua probably saw that Luer Zhu was angry and quickly said with an apologetic smile, "Zhu Zi, Mom isn't hungry. I've been fine without breakfast for so many years. What's one missed meal? True. Then I won't eat either, and Dad, you shouldn't eat either. We've survived so many years without eating. Just let the cornmeal rot in the vat and be eaten by bugs." Luer Zhu put down his chopsticks and said crossly. Lu Fusheng glanced at Luer Zhu, too lazy to deal with the mother and son. He just kept eating and drinking. Nizi, however, was terrified. Holding the wo-wo she had just taken a bite of, she didn't know whether to put it down or eat it. Her eyes were red as she looked at the mother and son. Seeing Nizi's expression, Lu Fusheng said softly, "It's fine, they're just throwing a fit. Nizi, go ahead and eat. If it's not enough, Grandpa still has some here." Nizi was still very afraid and looked at Luer Zhu cautiously. Seeing this, Luer Zhu felt a pang of heartache, but he forced himself not to go over. He didn't eat his own food either, just sat there quietly. Seeing this, Niu Honghua gave in and hurried over, whispering, "Son, it's not easy for you to get grain. Mom was thinking of saving it for you. Your dad and I are already this old, we won't live for many more years. Eating so much grain is a waste." "That's true. But I think everyone dies anyway, and I'll die in the future too. So why bother eating for a few more years? Let's just leave the grain and contribute it to the country," Luer Zhu said expressionlessly. Niu Honghua was suddenly frantic, pacing around Luer Zhu. Seeing that no amount of persuasion worked, she could only look at Lu Fusheng. "Old man, are you mute? Say something." Lu Fusheng looked up at the mother and son and said bluntly, "The porridge is really good." Luer Zhu almost couldn't hold back a laugh. He turned his head away and pursed his lips tightly, his shoulders still shaking from the effort. Niu Honghua, however, was moved to tears of frustration. Wiping her eyes, she scolded, "You old geezer, I asked you to talk some sense into her, Zhu. And you eat, you'll eat yourself to death sooner or later, both of you, old and young, are bullying me. I'll eat too, alright? Zhu Zi, just hurry up and eat. You're already so thin. Don't make yourself sick from hunger." Hearing this, Luer Zhu immediately picked up the porridge bowl and handed it over. Instead of a wo-wo, he took out a piece of peach crisp. "Mom, you eat this. If you'd like to hear other novels, feel free to request them in the comments. If there are no issues with posting the requested novel, we'll post it. You can also listen to more audio novels for free at patreon.com/xlightnovel. Before you start listening, please don't forget to like. 41. Number 41 The Teacher's Wife's Heartfelt Love. Chapter 41. Master's Wife's Heartfelt Love. Niu Honghua was stunned. How could he be so bold? She was already willing to drink porridge and eat wo-wo, yet he actually brought out peach crisps. In the future, wouldn't they be eating white flour buns, pork and green onion dumplings, and fried eggs every day? Lu Erzu stuffed the peach crisps into his mother's hand and then happily ran over to feed Ni-zi. Ni-zi, who had been scared just a moment ago, immediately had her eyes light up after tasting the rich sweetness of the peach crisp. Delicious, little uncle, it's delicious. Eat more if it's delicious, Lu Erzu said with a smile. Smack! Lu Erzu let out a yelp and dodged, quickly rubbing his buttocks as he looked at Lu Fusheng. Dad, why did you hit me? You little brat, I've already eaten my fill, and only now do you bring out the peach crisps. Who are you trying to hide them from? Lu Fusheng scolded with a laugh, but his eyes drifted toward Niu Honghua from time to time. Clearly, he was taking revenge for Lu Erzu bullying his wife earlier. Niu Honghua, however, was incredibly distressed. She walked over, snatched the pipe, and threw it into the corner. You old thing, why are you hitting my son? Don't smoke anymore. When that dogleg of yours is better, go get it yourself. After scolding her husband, Niu Honghua looked at Lu Erzu. Son, it doesn't hurt, does it? Lu Fusheng looked at his pipe in a daze, then at the distressed Niu Honghua. What a calamity. Lu Erzu just chuckled and went to eat with Niu Honghua. After they had their fill, Niu Honghua went to wash the dishes, while Lu Erzu did some quick tidying and picked up a burlap sack. Mom, I'm going to Master's house. Go ahead, Niu Honghua replied, but as soon as Lu Erzu stepped out the door, he heard Niu Honghua's scolding from inside. Good heavens, you old bastard, how dare you smoke these filtered cigarettes? Is your backside lined with gold? Quote, immediately after, the silver bell-like laughter of little Ni-zi drifted out. Lu Erzu had just put a cigarette in his mouth and was speechless upon hearing this. He didn't know whether to light it or not. Coincidentally, Lu Deliang walked out of his yard rubbing his waist. Seeing Lu Erzu smoking, he came up and kicked him. How old are you? And you're already smoking? Brother, I'm 16, Lu Erzu said, speechless. Oh, right. I always remember you being only 10, Lu Deliang said awkwardly. This was normal. Since the age of 10, Lu Erzu had been attending school in the county town and rarely returned, so his elder brother had few impressions of him. His memory habitually stuck on that 10-year-old boy. Seeing his brother take the cigarette from his mouth to try it, Lu Erzu stuffed a pack of Zonghua cigarettes and a carton of brand of cigarette over. Zonghua cigarettes are good, and I don't have many. Lu Deliang didn't recognize Zonghua cigarettes, but he knew how expensive a brand of cigarette was. The brigade leader had a pack, and he only brought it out when people from the commune visited. He had bought it a year ago and still hadn't finished giving them out. Seeing Lu Erzu casually stuff a whole carton into his hands, Lu Deliang opened his mouth to refuse but couldn't bring himself to part with it. Finally, he gave a self-deprecating laugh and said, Zhu Zi, you've given me so much that I can't pay you back. How about I kowtow to you? Lu Erzu glared at his brother in annoyance. If you don't want to smoke them, give them back. Why all the nonsense? Lu Deliang actually handed them back without hesitation. It really is a waste for me to smoke these. This one is enough. Stop being crazy. Why are you being so formal with me now? Why didn't you say that when you were supporting my schooling? Why didn't you mention how you've been supporting not just your own family but also our parents all these years? Lu Erzu first snapped back in annoyance, then, remembering his brother's stubborn nature, patiently and seriously tried to persuade him. Big brother, we're biological brothers. There's no need for all these complications. The things I give you are definitely my surplus. If I didn't have enough, and our parents didn't have enough, would I give them only to you? In my heart, you're rank behind Ni-zi, and even sister-in-law is ahead of you. Lu Deliang squatted on the ground, smoking in silence with his head down. As Lu Erzu was about to leave, he heard a muffled voice from behind. You're educated, so I'll listen to you. From now on, I'll do whatever you tell me to do. Just don't keep giving me things. Lu Erzu smiled and strode away. When he arrived at his master's house, he began stuffing things into the burlap sack again. A thermos, corn oil, cornmeal, a flashlight, and a pack of Cowsy cakes. He had planned all these items. The other things wouldn't be as conspicuous at home. As for the flashlight, it wasn't a big deal for a village doctor to have one. Besides, Master often organized medicinal herbs or read books at night and was reluctant to light the kerosene lamp. Having a flashlight would be more convenient and wouldn't ruin his eyes as much. Carrying the items, Lu Erzu entered the door and found that besides his master and master's wife who were smoking, there was also a young woman holding a child and a burly young man in the yard. Seeing Lu Erzu, Ma Sholian, who was playing with the child, smiled. Zhu Zi, you're finally here. Come see if the jacket I made for you fits. Lu Erzu immediately put down the sack and called out to the young man and woman, big brother, sister-in-law. These two were Big Tongue's eldest son, Lu Mashuan, and his daughter-in-law, Sun Lu. Lu Mashuan walked over and said seriously to Lu Erzu, Zhu Zi, thank you. If it weren't for you, my son would have starved to death. From today on, you are my own brother. Sun Lu's eyes were even redder as she said, Zhu Zi, I really don't know how to thank you. Lu Erzu quickly said, brother, sister-in-law, it's no big deal. Never mind Master's sake, even just because we're from the same village. I couldn't just watch the child go hungry. Lu Mashuan wanted to say more, but Big Tongue said impatiently, enough, enough. What's with the crying? This kid will be with us for a long time. No matter how nice the words are, they aren't as good as showing it through actions later. Ma Sholian also came out with a jacket and smiled. That's right, that's right. You two must treat Zhu Zi like your own brother from now on. Being a brother isn't enough. I have to treat him like a brother-in-law. Lu Mashuan also smiled. Sun Lu gave her husband a pretty roll of her eyes. I don't know who it was that went to my house last time and kicked my brother as soon as he entered, making him fall flat on his face and knock out his front teeth. Seeing his parents looking over, Lu Mashuan got anxious. Let's be fair. Didn't you say on the way that your brother almost didn't come back after going into the deep mountains for food, and told me to intimidate him as soon as I entered so he wouldn't go into the mountains again? Besides, do you think that kid didn't take revenge? Last time he secretly smeared dung on my pipe. I smoked smelly tobacco for 2 days, thinking the leaves had gone bad. Go on, go bicker somewhere else. Ma Sholian walked up to Lu Erzu with the jacket. Zhu Zi, try it on. Looking at the jacket, Lu Erzu was a bit surprised. Although there were 2 patches on it, it was much better than the clothes others wore, which were pieced together from various fabrics like a monk's patchwork robe. It was especially better than what his master and Lu Mashuan were wearing. Clearly, his master's wife had used the best fabric in the house, perhaps all of it, to make the jacket for him, because Lu Erzu noticed that Lu Mashuan's pants had become knee-length, and his legs were turning a bit blue from the cold autumn wind. The fabric for this jacket could clearly have been used to lengthen the clothes of his master's entire family. People aren't afraid of being poor, they're afraid of being ungrateful. This kind of, you're good to me, and I'll give you my heart in return, always wanting to give the other person the best, is what truly moves people. Lu Erzu said, moved, thank you, master's wife. Child, what's there to thank? Quickly put down the sack and see if it fits. Seeing that Lu Erzu liked it, Ma Sholian was overjoyed, her gaze no different from how she would look at her own son. Lu Erzu took the clothes and handed over the sack. This is for master and you, master's wife. Big brother, sister-in-law, please help take the things out. Sure. Lu Mashuan reached into the sack with a chuckle, making his mother so angry she reached out to pinch him. You money grubber, you'll take whatever is given, quickly give the things back to. Before she could finish her sentence, everyone in the yard stared at the item in Lu Mashuan's hand, stunned. 42. Number 42. I'll introduce him to a wife. Chapter 42. I'll introduce him to a wife. Master's wife, your craftsmanship is truly excellent. This jacket fits me perfectly. Lu Erzu tried on the clothes and looked up with a smile. However, he saw several people staring incessantly at the flashlight. Before they could speak, Lu Erzu said, master's wife. These things were exchanged using a formula from our family's medical books. This single sentence immediately drew Big Tongue over, who asked in surprise, who did you give that formula to? I didn't give away the formula. I prepared a dose of medicine for my classmate's father. He was very happy and gave me many good things, even saying he'd like me to continue providing those medicines in the future. However, I feel the formula isn't concise enough. Many people feel like there's something wrong with them if they have to take medicine, and decocting it every time before use is too much trouble. It would be better if the formula could be improved to turn the medicine into medicinal wine or tonic pills. Hearing Lu Erzu's words, Big Tongue nodded repeatedly. Exactly, I've had similar thoughts before. Let's go to the pharmacy and research it together. With that, the two of them headed toward the pharmacy. While Big Tongue was captivated by Lu Erzu's topic, Ma Sholian, as the master's wife, was no fool. She grabbed Lu Erzu and said irritably, you brat, what kind of game are you playing with me? That formula has been in the house for so many years, and your master never managed to exchange it for even half a grain of food. What does he know? Since you exchanged the formula for these things, they belong to you. Take them back to your house first. In the future, if you have such good things, honor your own parents first. Right. Lu Mashuan hurriedly tried to stuff the sack back to him. Lu Erzu didn't take it and smiled. I have some at home. If you don't believe me, go take a look. They gave me quite a lot. Ma Sholian was stunned and subconsciously remarked, "Good heavens, how deficient must that person's kidneys be?" In her view, while the formula was indeed useful for the other party to be happy enough to give so many things, they must have been practically a living eunuch before, right? Lu Erzu hadn't expected his master's wife to come out with such bold words, leaving him momentarily speechless. Mainly, he didn't dare to respond recklessly, lest he be accused of flirting with his master's wife. If that happened, the whole village would likely ostracize him to death. Big Tongue's face also darkened as he cursed, "You wicked woman, what are you saying? We must respect the patient. That's medical ethics. You're the doctor, I'm not." Ma Sholian rolled her eyes irritably. "Alright, master's wife, this is my gift to honor you. If you don't accept it, I won't come back again. Also, please share this oil and cornmeal with my eldest brother and sister-in-law. I'm going to research the formula with master now." Lu Erzu pulled Big Tongue away in a hurry. Watching his retreating back, Ma Sholian could only sigh helplessly. She then said to the disbelieving young couple beside her, "Our family has truly benefited immensely from Zhu Zi. These things alone would be enough to marry 10 or 8 wives, yet he gives them to us for free. If you two ever dare to treat Zhu Zi poorly, don't call me your mother anymore." The young couple nodded frantically, promising to treat Lu Erzu like their own younger brother. Sun Lu even added, "There are several beautiful girls in our village. I'll introduce some to Zhu Zi when the time comes. I'll make sure to find a good girl with a big chest and a big bottom who's also a hard worker." Ma Sholian nodded with satisfaction. Introducing a wife is fine, but you also have to see what kind of family they come from. Our Zhu Zi is an educated man. He's qualified even to marry a girl from the city. "Oh, mother, I remember there's someone in the neighboring village who works at the city textile factory. Although she's an apprentice, she earns 10 yuan a month in wages, gets a uniform, and can occasionally bring back some irregular fabric. She's very popular." Sun Lu suddenly thought of a candidate and became quite excited. Ma Sholian's eyes lit up as well. "Working in the city? That's worth considering. Find an opportunity later to let the two of them meet." Sun Lu nodded repeatedly. "I recall that girl usually stays in the dormitory, but she happens to be coming home tonight. I'll take Zhu Zi for a stroll at the village entrance then. If our Zhu Zi likes her, we'll try to match them up. If not, they'll just be saying hello, so it won't be awkward." This daughter-in-law's idea was very much to Ma Sholian's liking. In her joy, she even brought over the flour bag and scooped an extra ladle of cornmeal for Sun Lu. "Thank you, mother, thank you, Zhu Zi," Sun Lu called out happily. Lu Mashuan also admired his wife. With just a few words, she had made his old mother happy and even secured a large ladle of cornmeal. He also wanted to curry favor and said, "Mother, I also know a woman. She's so beautiful that her smile just steals my soul away. I run to the village entrance every day just to catch a glimpse of her. You say if I introduced her to Ow, wife, that hurts." Sun Lu was so angry she thrust the child into her mother-in-law's arms, grabbed Lu Mashuan by the ear, and dragged him toward the door, cursing as she went. "Her smile is pretty, is it? Stole your soul, did she? Come on, let's go to the village entrance so I can see what that vixen looks like and help call your soul back while I'm at it." Wife, I was wrong," Lu Mashuan cried out in pain, constantly begging for mercy. Ma Sholian watched the courtyard gate close and cursed with a dark face, "That stupid donkey. How did he end up just like his wicked father?" After her eldest son and daughter-in-law left, Lily and Lila ran home out of breath, looking around as soon as they entered. "You two came at the right time. Help me carry some things," Ma Sholian called out. Lily immediately said, "Mother, someone asked me to tell brother Zhu Zi something." "Where is he? I clearly heard the villagers say they saw him arrive." Hearing it was important, Ma Sholian quickly said, "He's in the pharmacy." Lily hurried off to the pharmacy. Lila wanted to follow, but Ma Sholian grabbed him. "Where do you think you're going, you little brat? Help me carry things." Hearing this, Lila was anxious. "Mother, my sister is lying to you." She heard Ni Zi from Big Liang's family say brother Zhu Zi bought milk candy and came back, so she wants to go scrounge some food. "I want to go too." Ma Sholian was suddenly amused and angry at the same time. That wretched girl. No wonder they say the eldest is honest, the second is shrewd, and every family has a bad third child. But she certainly couldn't let Lila run off. She handed over a tied bag of cornmeal. "Help mother carry this into the house. Hurry up." Lila pouted, not wanting to go, but was startled by Ma Sholian's motion of rolling up her sleeves. He picked up the cornmeal and ran. Ma Sholian handled the flashlight, thermos, and other items as if she were holding rare treasures as she walked into the house, while shouting toward the pharmacy, "Lily, you brat, if you dare ask your brother Zhu Zi for treats, I'll break your leg." In the pharmacy, Lily wasn't asking for any milk candy. Although she was also craving it, the main reason she sought out Luer Zhu was that hearing he had bought milk candy reminded her of his promise yesterday to buy her a hairclip. Now that even the milk candy was bought, how could the hairclip not be? At that moment, she stood before Luer Zhu, excitedly looking at a butterfly hairclip she held in her hands. The craftsmanship of that hairclip was quite high. It was shaped entirely like a butterfly and made of metal. Even the butterfly's wings were metal, yet thin as a cicada's wing. As Lily's small hand moved, the wings fluttered up and down, and the bright golden shell reflected a charming luster in the sun. Thank you, Brother Zhu Zi. Lily was incredibly excited. Luer Zhu teased, what if your mother breaks one of your legs? Lily looked at the hairclip with a bit of worry, then said fiercely, if she breaks it, then I'll call Ju Yatu to the house and let her see that I have a butterfly hairclip too. Big Tongue's eyes widened. All day long, all you know is how to show off. Get out of here. Unexpectedly, before Lily could leave, Lila ran in, dropped his pants in front of his father, and stuck out his bottom, but reached his hand toward Luer Zhu. Brother Zhu Zi, I want milk candy, the White Rabbit brand. Luer Zhu was about to take out the candy when he saw Lila exposing his bottom. He asked curiously, why are you asking for candy like this? My mother said if I dare ask for candy, she'll have my father whip me. After Lila finished, he turned and urged Big Tongue, Dad, hurry up and whip me once you're done. I can go eat the candy. 43. Number 43. Who is the head of household in this house? Chapter 43. Who exactly is the head of this household? Big Tongue was infuriated by these two good-for-nothing children. He slapped Lila on the butt and shouted, Get out both of you, you've completely disgraced your father. Lily didn't care and ran straight out. Luer Zhu stuffed 4 milk candies into Lily's hand. Give 2 to your sister in a bit. If I find out you ate them all yourself, I'll give you a thrashing too. Lila looked at the candy in his hand, then at Luer Zhu's palm, his face full of worry. Finally, he steeled himself and stuck his butt out toward Luer Zhu. Then go ahead and hit me. Luer Zhu laughed in exasperation and gave Lily's butt a light slap. Get lost. Lila didn't feel any pain and was suddenly overjoyed. He slapped his own butt and shouted, Giddy up. Then he scampered away on his 2 legs. Once the 2 children were out, Big Tongue said to Luer Zhu in a serious tone, You are my apprentice. It's only right that I teach you my skills. Whatever money you make with those skills is yours to keep. You shouldn't feel like you owe my family anything, and you don't need to keep bringing things over to pay me back. You'll spoil these kids if you keep this up, and it'll be hard to handle later. As the old saying goes, a small favor creates a friend, a large one creates an enemy. Luer Zhu smiled. Alright, then when our families become enemies, I'll stop giving you things. Big Tongue gave Luer Zhu a helpless look, unable to say anything more. Afterward, the mentor and apprentice began studying the formula together. After spending the whole morning pondering, Luer Zhu finally relied on his extensive experience to successfully modify the aphrodisiac formula. It was transformed from something that needed to be brewed and drunk immediately into a pill. Luer Zhu even gave it a very common name, tendon strengthening and bone reinforcing elixir. To anyone who heard it, it would sound like something for physical fitness, and people would just assume it was a nutritional supplement, but in reality, it was used to increase attack speed and stamina. Of course, it also had physical fitness effects. Long-term consumption could improve one's physical constitution. After the new formula was successfully developed, Big Tongue was also very happy. Although his main job that morning was helping Luer Zhu write down the formula, he still felt a strong sense of participation. Once the formula was ready, Luer Zhu felt that his master would probably bring up the old topic again, wanting to send the prescription to the commune to trade for some future prospects, so he thought about how to brush it off. To his surprise, Big Tongue didn't mention it at all. This made Luer Zhu look at him in surprise several times. Suspecting that he might try to send it privately, he asked tentatively, Master, how do you think this prescription should be handled? Big Tongue said seriously, You developed this prescription, so it's up to you how to handle it. I won't ask too much, just don't cause any trouble. Remember, wealth stirs the heart no matter who you trade this medicine with in the future. You must always be on your guard. Luer Zhu breathed a sigh of relief when he heard that Big Tongue didn't want to send it to the commune. Time to eat. His Shinang's shout came from outside the door. Luer Zhu and his master walked out of the pharmacy together, just in time to see Lily and Lila returning. Lily had a hairpin in her hair and a candy in her mouth, while Lily's face was covered in dark streaks from crying. Luer Zhu was amused. He hadn't bothered with Lila earlier because he knew the boy wouldn't be able to hide his candy. Big Tongue and Ma Sholian didn't even look at the 2 children. After all, children in every family fought. On the table inside were wild vegetable congee, 4 wo, and a small plate of steamed white meat. It was called a plate, but there were actually only 5 slices, each about the size of an elm leaf. Seeing the meat, Lily's eyes lit up. She carefully spat out the milk candy and wrapped it in the candy wrapper. Lila reacted even faster, reaching out with his dirty hand to grab some. Smack! Ma Sholian slapped the back of Lily's hand hard with her chopsticks and glared at the two children, scolding. No manners, this meat is for your father and Zhu Zi. With that, she picked up 3 slices of meat and put them in Lu Erju's bowl, giving the remaining 2 to Big Tongue. Big Tongue then walked over with 2 small wine cups and brought out a wine bottle. The label on the bottle was blurred, clearly quite old, and there was only a little bit of wine left at the bottom. By the time Big Tongue painstakingly filled 2 tiny cups, each holding at most 1 qian, the bottle was empty. He tilted the bottle over his mouth to catch the last drops and was about to lick the rim when Ma Sholian scolded him. You old thing, you won't even leave the root of fortune for Zhu Zi? What's the point of you drinking at your age? Root of fortune is one of the best wishes of northerners. It usually refers to the last bit of wine or soup, called root of fortune, implying that whoever drinks it will have good fortune. Most elders would leave the root of fortune for the children. Big Tongue was so craving alcohol that he forgot this, and as a result, he was scolded by Ma Sholian. Listening to his wife's nagging, Big Tongue chuckled. I forgot. Lu Erzu thought about it. He really had forgotten to bring wine for his master this morning. He immediately said, Master, I'm going out to get something. Wait for me a moment. Huh? What are you getting now? Ma Sholian got anxious and grabbed Lu Erju's arm, staring at him. Quote, sit down and eat, bringing this and that all day. Do you think your family owns a bank? Lu Erzu quickly defended himself. It's nothing special. Your Xinjiang told you to sit down and eat. Are you not going to listen? Ma Sholian said angrily. I'll listen. I'm eating right now. Lu Erzu could only sit down obediently. He saw the 2 children eating their congee while stealing glances at the white meat in his bowl. Come on, apprentice, have a sip. Big Tongue had only this little bit of wine left and hadn't had any for a long time. Craving it, he quickly picked up his cup and took a small sip. With a slurping sound, he narrowed his eyes in delight. So fragrant. Lu Erzu also picked up his wine and took a sip. Good heavens, it was home-brewed bulk liquor, and the kick was incredibly strong. For a moment, he thought he was drinking pure alcohol. After the wine went down, Lu Erju's stomach immediately felt like it was on fire, and sweat broke out on his forehead. He quickly shoveled a few mouthfuls of wild vegetable congee, but he almost vomited it back out. Because that steamed white meat didn't have any seasoning at all, just a hint of saltiness and the distinct gamey smell of wild boar meat. Even while just drinking the congee, the mere smell of it was unbearable to Lu Erzu. He quickly gave the meat to his Xinjiang and the 2 children. After putting the meat in their bowls, he even used his chopsticks to break it into pieces to prevent them from giving it back. Thank you, brother Zhu Zi. Thank you, brother. The 2 children were overjoyed. Ma Sholian got anxious seeing this. Hey, you child, why are you? Xinjiang, I don't like eating steamed white meat. I like ribs. In the evening, I'll make you a meal of sweet and sour ribs. Lu Erzu said with a smile as he finished his bowl of wild vegetable congee. Ma Sholian felt a bit helpless, thinking that Lu Erzu couldn't even tell a convincing lie. Who wouldn't like eating fatty meat? Looking at those 2 children, they were eating like little pigs, frantically shoveling food into their mouths. Then, Lu Erzu poured all his white liquor for his master and said, I can't drink this wine. It's too strong. I'm still used to drinking a strong Chinese liquor. This infuriated Big Tongue. He had treasured this wine for so long and only gave Lu Erzu a cup because he was happy today, yet it was actually being looked down upon. He immediately lectured. Hey, you little brat, you're actually getting picky. You should be lucky to have anything to drink at all. Do you really think you're a city person? Ma Sholian became unhappy. You old thing, who are you scolding? Zhu Zi's skills are even greater than those of city people, so what if he likes drinking a strong Chinese liquor? Fine, I won't argue with you two. Big Tongue lowered his head to drink his wine speechlessly. Now he felt that Lu Erzu seemed more like the head of this household than he did. 44. Number 44 Twist Car. Chapter 44. Wobble Car. Is Zhu Zi in? The voice of Brigade Leader Lu Hai came from outside Big Tongue's house. Lu Erzu had just finished eating and walked out following the sound. Uncle Lu? Is something the matter? Good news. Lu Hai smiled and handed him a hand-rolled cigarette. Since it's good news, please smoke mine. Lu Erzu handed him a brand of cigarette. Seeing the cigarette, Lu Hai's eyelid twitched, and he gave a wry smile. You've struck it rich, kid. It's either Zhonghua cigarettes or brand of cigarette. Lu Erzu struck a match and handed it over. I wouldn't dare say I've struck it rich. I'm just scraping by. Lu Hai also knew that the words "struck it rich" were sensitive right now. He lit the cigarette, hastily took a puff, and then apologized with a smile. Yes, I misspoke. This cigarette is really good. Lu Erzu lit one for himself and asked, Uncle Lu, you still haven't said what this is all about. Oh, right. I put in a word at the commune and got you an apprentice worker job. You'll study medicine in the village under Big Tongue, with a monthly subsidy of 30 work points. That's great, isn't it? Lu Hai said, beaming. Previously, when Lu Erzu was this apprentice, it was Big Tongue's private decision, and it wasn't registered with the commune or the county health department, so naturally, there was no subsidy. Now, he is considered to be studying with an official certification. I'm quite happy. Lu Erzu didn't know how to respond and could only give a perfunctory answer. But then he remembered something and looked at Lu Hai suspiciously. How could the commune be so kind as to arrange a job for me? Did you beg someone? You kid are smart. I took the box of Zonghua cigarettes you gave me and used it as a gift. The commune director was quite happy and gave me face. His attitude towards me even improved significantly, and he even poured me a cup of tea. I should really be thanking you, kid. Before, when I went to the commune, I never got this treatment. They always looked down on me, complaining that the grain yield I reported was too low. Lu Hai patted Lu Erzu's shoulder, genuinely delighted. Lu Erzu gave a wry smile. He hadn't expected people in this era to be so easily satisfied. A pack of cigarettes secured a job, and Lu Hai, the brigade leader, was even bragging just because the director poured him a cup of tea. Alright, hurry home and tell your master and your parents about this. They must be thrilled. From now on, study well under Big Tongue. Although the work points aren't many, it's a proper job, and you'll become a regular employee in a year. By then, you'll be a formal staff member of the county health department, and you might even be transferred to work in the county. Lu Hai offered a word of encouragement, smoked his cigarette, and left. His words did remind Lu Erzu. Although his parents hadn't said anything, they surely hoped he would find a formal job, and this job wasn't troublesome either. Just as Lu Hai left, Ma Sholian came out and asked curiously, Zhu Zi, what did the brigade leader want? Lu Erzu explained the apprentice worker situation, and Ma Sholian immediately became overjoyed. Oh my, that's truly great news. You don't know. Your master has been thinking about going to the commune these past 2 days to find someone to handle this for you, but it was hard to manage without connections. He was planning to take 2 caddies of meat to the commune tomorrow, and now it's done. Lu Erzu was a little surprised. He hadn't realized his master had been quietly thinking about his job all along. It seemed his previous eagerness to submit the medicinal formula to the commune was probably related to this matter. However, seeing that he could earn money with the formula today, he abandoned the plan. Thank you, Master's wife, and thank you, Master, Lu Erzu said emotionally. Alright, there's no need to thank us for this. Hurry back and tell your parents, they'll definitely be thrilled. Ma Sholian couldn't stop smiling. Although it was only a 30 work point subsidy per month, it was still a job plus. He would become a regular employee in a year, earning 60 work points a month. With that, plus doing some field work, supporting a family would be no problem. Countless people would envy him. Lu Erzu agreed and went home. As expected, when he told the news, the old couple were ecstatic. The work points were secondary. This was a job. In the countryside, having a job made one extremely popular when looking for a wife. Although wives weren't worth much in this era, you could bring one home with just 1 caddy of corn flour. But that was only for families too poor to feed themselves. If you wanted to marry into a family that had some stored grain, you still needed some capability. To put it bluntly, if Lu Erzu wanted to take a live-in husband, he could find attractive women of decent quality. Leaving his parents to celebrate at home, Lu Erzu stepped out and found Nizi squatting alone by the entrance, boredly drawing circles on the ground with a small stick. In the distance, a group of children with large heads, thin necks, and bodies like broomsticks were playing in the dirt. Looking at the group of malnourished children, Lu Erzu sighed with a pang of sadness. He then looked at Nizi and asked with a smile, Nizi, why aren't you playing with the other children? Nizi looked up pitifully. They won't let me play. Huh? Why? Lu Erzu was confused. His brother and sister-in-law had decent social standing, so why wouldn't anyone play with Nizi? They think I'm clumsy. I can't build houses with dirt and sticks. I tried many times and failed. Little uncle, is Nizi very clumsy? As she spoke, Nizi's wrong tears began to fall. Her pitiful appearance broke Lu Erzu's heart, and he quickly pulled the little girl into his arms. He didn't blame those little brats. What do children know? If you know how to play, I'll play with you. If you don't, I won't. It's that simple. However, even adults feel sad when excluded, let alone children. Lu Zhu thought about how he could help Nizi and quickly came up with an idea. Nizi, wait here for uncle. I'll bring you back a toy in a moment, okay? Lu Zhu smiled. Really? Nizi's eyes immediately lit up. When has little uncle ever lied to you? Lu Zhu pinched Nizi's small face, which had finally gained a little weight, and turned to walk toward the mountain. He needed to find some wood. Fortunately, there were some large trees blown down by the wind on the mountain. Lu Zhu collected some thick trunks into his mind space, then used the mind space to cut and carefully polish the wood, creating a pure wooden wobble car. This type of toy was very popular with children in later generations. Even some adults couldn't resist playing with it. After finishing the toy, Lu Zhu presented it to Nizi. Do you like it? Nizi circled the wobble car, looking at it, her beautiful large eyes filled with confusion and bewilderment. Little uncle, how do you play with this? Come, sit on it and I'll teach you. Lu Zhu picked Nizi up and placed her on the wobble car. He wiggled the steering wheel and the car moved forward by itself. Nizi was scared, her small hands gripping Lu Zhu's arm tightly. But as the car moved forward little by little, the joy of riding made her slowly relax. Eventually, under Lu Zhu's guidance, she grasped the steering wheel and carefully twisted it. After she controlled the wobble car herself for a few meters, she mastered the technique and wasn't scared at all. Happily, she twisted the car and drove towards the children playing in the dirt in the distance, her small braid bouncing behind her, full of vitality. 45. Number 45 Lily strikes again to protect Nizi. Chapter 45. Lily shows her might again, protecting Nizi. When the children saw the wobble car, they all stopped playing with the dirt and stared with wide eyes. Not to mention the children, even the adults cooling off in the shade in the distance gathered around to see what this thing was. After all, in this era, anything with wheels was not simple. A bicycle was comparable to a Rolls-Royce. Animal-drawn carts were the main means of transportation, but not just anyone could use them. They required a specialized handler to drive them. Many handlers were not only formal employees of their units, receiving a state salary, but they could also take on an apprentice. As for a novel gadget like the wobble car, these people had never seen it, let alone heard of it, so they were naturally very curious. Nizi wasn't a timid little girl. Seeing everyone looking at her, she felt immensely proud and wiggled her little bottom even more joyfully as she drove past. The wobble car moved forward in a serpentine fashion, circling around the people. This immediately became a hot topic. Those aunties, elderly women, and young wives didn't even care about gossiping about anyone's news anymore, all of them exclaiming in surprise. Oh my goodness, is that a bicycle? Haven't you seen the commune cadres riding bicycles? Those need someone to pedal them. This one doesn't need any pedaling at all. Could this be the legendary automobile? Oh my god, Nizi, don't leave, I'll call my husband to come take a look. He hasn't seen a big automobile before. Right, I'll also call my parents-in-law to come see. If they're happy, maybe they won't hit me so often anymore. A group of people all thought it was an automobile and were incredibly excited, quickly running off to call their families to come watch. The children were naturally even more fascinated, all following behind or beside Nizi, watching eagerly. Some children even lay on the ground, faces pressed to the earth, looking under the wobble car to see how it moved. Other children tentatively reached out their dirty hands several times, wanting to touch the wobble car, but were pulled away or scared off by their parents shouting. Although this wooden car looked very sturdy, what if it broke from a touch? Who could afford to compensate for an automobile? Seeing these children who had ignored her just moments ago now following her around like little tails, Nizi couldn't have been more pleased. She giggled incessantly and kept shouting, "Little uncle, look, am I running fast?" Very fast, Lu Zhu shouted with a smile, puffing on a cigarette. More and more people were gathering, all watching the wobble car more intently than they usually watched outdoor movies. A Harem production team leader Lu Shulin walked over. With just a clear of his throat, the tight circle of villagers actively made a path for him. Lu Shulin walked in from outside the crowd with his hands behind his back, speaking in an official tone. "Zhu, I heard you got an automobile that moves by itself. Let me see." Lu Zhu pointed at the wobble car and said, "It's not an automobile, just a child's toy. The principle is simple, it just uses centrifugal force and friction." Lu Shulin was stunned. What force? Centrifugal force and friction. They teach it in middle school physics, Lu Zhu explained. Oh, centrifugal force and friction. I didn't hear clearly just now. I thought it was something extraordinary, Lu Shulin said, feeling a bit embarrassed and guilty. Lu Zhu didn't expose him, but the surrounding villagers were suddenly full of praise for Lu Zhu. As expected of a middle school student, he knows so much. Isn't that the truth? Look at that carpentry skill. I think he could even take on an apprentice. Zhu, are you taking an apprentice? My son is very smart. Let him learn from you. You can put him to work however you like. Right. My son has plenty of strength and isn't afraid of hard work at all. People began recommending their sons, while those whose sons were past the age of apprenticeship or not yet old enough looked for other ways. Zuzi, you're 16 this year. My daughter would be a perfect match for you. Want to meet her? Oh, 8th auntie, stop it. Your daughter is only 13. My daughter is more suitable. She was even Zuzi's primary school classmate. 4th girl, you stop too. Your daughter only went to 1st grade and was only Zuzi's classmate for half a year. I have a niece who's a scorekeeper in the neighboring village. Zuzi, why don't you two meet? Everyone enthusiastically introduced their daughters and sons, leaving Zhu extremely embarrassed. He hadn't expected a single wobble car to trigger such a massive chain reaction. He quickly smiled and made an excuse. My master is calling me. I'll be going now, aunties, uncles, grandfather and grandmother. After saying that, Zhu vanished in a flash toward Big Tongue's house. Only after he left did Lu Shulin's son, Little Snot, dare to squeeze out from the crowd. With a half string of snot hanging under his nose, he ran up to Nizi, put his hands on his hips, and said, Nizi, let me play with your car for a bit. Nizi, who was having a great time, said without looking back, no, I haven't played enough yet. Nizi, you have to listen to me, or I won't marry you in the future, Little Snot shouted loudly. These words immediately drew a burst of laughter from the onlookers, but no one intervened, treating it as just children playing. Lu Shulin also shook his head and jokingly scolded the brat. Seeing that no one was stopping him, Little Snot became even more arrogant. He grabbed the wobble car's steering wheel and said impatiently, Nizi, get off quickly, I want to play. Nizi gripped the steering wheel tightly, her face full of grievance. I don't want to. You have to, Little Snot yelled, reaching out to pry Nizi's little hands away. Thump, a foot kicked out from the side, sending Little Snot tumbling. His head hit the ground, and a large bump quickly formed. Little Snot lay on the ground dazed for a moment before reacting, then clutched his head and wailed. The people were also startled and looked together at the person who had kicked Little Snot down. It was actually Big Tongue's Lily. Lily stood with her hands on her hips, pointing at Little Snot and scolding. Was the lesson last time not enough? You still dare to bother Nizi? Look at yourself. Your face is like a winter melon and you have snot running all day. How do you have the nerve to want to marry Nizi? Lila stood nearby, also making faces at Little Snot. Ugly number wife, ugly no wife. The two children made Little Snot cry even harder. The surrounding villagers were still laughing, as if watching a play. Children were always like this, hitting each other back and forth. As long as they didn't hit the eyes or vital spots, and didn't tear their clothes, it was no big deal. Seeing Lily and her brother helping Nizi vent her anger, Lu Shulin also gave them a helpless glare. You two little rascals, you're so ruthless. Little Snot's mother ran out from the crowd. She first looked at Little Snot's forehead, then glared at Lily. Lu, one kick, you dead girl. Why are you so ruthless? Lily was instantly fuming. She pointed at the woman and shouted, I'm warning you. Brother Zuzi said no one is allowed to call me Lu, one kick. He'll deal with whoever calls me that. Originally, Little Snot's mother was going to leave after scolding Lily and hadn't planned on making trouble for the girl. Hearing this, she laughed out of anger. Holding her son, she said, Lu, one kick, this is a nickname the whole village gave you. Your brother Zuzi is quite something, huh? He's going to teach the whole village a lesson? 46. Number 46. Respect women. Chapter 46. Respecting women. The villagers heard this and looked at Lily as if they were watching a show. After all, who didn't have a nickname in those days? Loudspeaker, Silent Gourd, Three-Eyed Lou. All sorts of unpleasant nicknames existed. Sometimes people used them so much they even forgot the person's real name. And some people are just like that. The more you dislike being called by a nickname, the more they insist on it. Lily was furious and glared at everyone, saying, from now on, if anyone calls me by that nickname again, I'll beat your kids every day. This threat only amused the villagers even more. Kids fighting? Let them fight. Seeing people laughing even harder, Lily didn't know what to do, her eyes turning red with anger. Zhu, who had just left, happened to want to go up the mountain to get some herbs to make muscle-relaxing and collateral-activating pills. Hearing the commotion, he walked over and looked at the angry Lily, asking curiously, what's going on here? Seeing Zhu, Lily suddenly felt more confident and complained tearfully, they're calling me Lu, one kick again. Hearing this, Zhu frowned at the villagers. Stop calling the kid that nickname. She's a little girl, it sounds terrible. Those who don't know might think she's a disabled person with only one leg. Little Snot's mother immediately said, Zuzi, we're just playing with the kid. It's not that serious. Besides, this girl just said you were going to help her teach us a lesson. I thought she was just making it up, but you really promised her? Auntie, some things you don't care about, but we do. Lily is a girl. She has to get married later. If she's called this nickname, it might be hard for her to find a good husband's family. Zhu said in a deep voice, frowning. Little Snot's mother still didn't care. So what? There are plenty of boys in our village. Anyone will do. Then why did you marry Uncle Shulin? Wasn't it because he's the production team leader? Why didn't you just find some random boy in your own village back then? Zhu finally couldn't hold back and snapped back. He realized that giving these people face was useless. If you don't get angry, they really won't take you seriously. This retort left Little Snot's mother speechless, and she could only glare at her husband in annoyance. Lu Shulin also frowned at Zhu. Zuzi, what are you doing? It's just a joke. Why are you being so sharp? I'm just stating facts. I don't care if you like being called nicknames. Even when you called me a spendthrift behind my back, I didn't say anything because I don't care. But Lily doesn't like this nickname, so I think you should stop. Respecting women, right? Zhu stopped being aggressive and reasoned with a smile. Lu Shulin and his wife were left speechless, and the villagers looked at each other in surprise. It was their first time realizing that this Zhu, who was always studying in the county town and let his father go hungry with a broken leg, was actually so eloquent. Lily, on the other hand, looked at Zhu with eyes full of admiration. Brother Zuzi was so amazing, these adults bullied her so much, yet he intimidated them with just a few words. Alright, disperse. Wouldn't it be better to use this energy to carry more water to the fields? Get to work. Brigade leader Lu Hai arrived, and with one command, the villagers picked up their tools to carry water. Little Snot's mother gave Zhu a resentful glare and left with her child. Lu Hai walked over, glanced at Lu Shulin, and criticized him. You too. The fields are so dry, yet you're here leading people to tease a child. Lu Shulin lowered his head in embarrassment and didn't dare to put on airs anymore. Honestly admitting his mistake. Lu Jie, I know I was wrong. I'll take the people to work right away. He turned to leave, but heard Lu Hai's voice scolding Zhu from behind. You little rascal, the commune let you be Big Tongue's apprentice, not a teacher. You're even lecturing the adults now? Lu Shulin paused. Zhu being Big Tongue's apprentice was assigned by the commune? That meant he was a formal apprentice with a salary? He hadn't heard of this kid having connections in the commune. However, Lu Shulin still stole a glance at Zhu, planning to get on his good side so he could ask about it later. Zhu knew Lu Hai was helping him out. If he hadn't announced that he was an apprentice arranged by the commune, Lu Shulin, who had lost face, would surely make things difficult for him later. After all, no matter how united the villagers were, who didn't have a temper, especially those with power, they would naturally be puffed up by it. Even if they didn't have a temper, they would develop one. Thanks, Uncle Lu. Zhu thanked him. Lu Hai waved his hand, then looked at the wobble car Nizi was riding and cleared his throat. This thing is quite novel. Can it be made into a large cart? For hauling goods or plowing? Zhu shook his head. No, the point of this thing is to be small. Any bigger and it wouldn't be as nimble as a bicycle. I see. Then make a few more for me later. I'll send them to the commune. Don't worry, I won't let you lose out. I'll give you work points, Lu Hai said with a smile. Lu Hai spoke cheerfully. Zhu instinctively wanted to refuse, but then he thought of his elder brother who was currently learning carpentry. He immediately said, Uncle, how many work points can you give me for this? Lu Hai didn't understand carpentry, but he knew that in these times, making a table took 10 days to half a month. A small car that could move on its own would surely take 2 or 3 months. And those wooden wheels weren't something that could be made easily. Just sanding them smooth would take a long time. So he estimated and said, I'll count one car as 3 months of work. I'll give you 1,000 work points. How's that? 1 work point was 5 cents, so 1,000 work points was 50 yuan. Good heavens, that was more expensive than wobble cars in the future. Zhu thought he'd be lucky to get 300 work points, so he looked at Lu Hai in surprise. Uncle, you're really going all out, aren't you? You don't understand. The commune director dotes on his son. If I can cater to his interests and get him a toy, maybe I can keep my position as brigade leader. Zuzi, if my position is stable, the commune will also know your name. You might even be transferred to the furniture factory to work, Lu Hai said temptingly. Zhu nodded. Sure, but I didn't make this car. My elder brother did. Liang Zi? Lu Hai was stunned. Quote, I did know he was studying carpentry lately. This kid is a genius, being able to make something like this? Exactly, my brother is quite capable, Zhu lied earnestly. Alright, I'll go talk to Liang Zi. Lu Hai started to leave. Zhu quickly stopped him. Uncle, you know my brother, he's incredibly honest and simple. If a big official like you talks to him, won't he be scared to death? How about this? I'll pass the word for you. I guarantee I'll handle this beautifully. Besides, when it comes to showing respect to the commune, if my brother dared to refuse, my father would beat him to death. Lu Hai thought this made sense. Just as he was about to agree, he suddenly felt something was wrong and glared at Lu Zhu. What do you mean by showing respect to the commune? Are those people my father's? After cursing, Lu Hai couldn't help but mutter, "Tisk, truth be told, I've never even served my own old man with this much heart." 47. Number 47 1000 work points. Chapter 47. 1000 work points each. Lu Zhu ignored Lu Hai's lamenting and returned to his eldest brother's house to tell him about the matter. Lu Deliang was just getting ready to go fetch water with the other villagers when he heard his younger brother's words. He couldn't help but stare at him with wide eyes. What did you say? You want me to build a car? This situation was like a young boy who loved boxing and had only studied for 2 days, suddenly being told he had to get in the ring for a real match with the world champion tomorrow. Seeing his brother's nervous expression, Lu Zhu quickly said, "It's not an automobile, just a small toy car." As he spoke, he picked Nizi up from the wobble car and handed the car to his brother to look at. Before Nizi could cry, he handily stuffed a piece of candy into her mouth. Nizi instantly became well-behaved and ran out to play hopscotch with Lily and Lila. Lu Deliang held the wobble car, turning it over and over to examine it. He said in amazement, "The craftsmanship on this thing is really good, it's incredible. I can't make this." "Then learn," Lu Zhu said. "How could I possibly learn this?" Uncle Hai said, 1000 work points per car. It doesn't seem that hard to learn after all. The way Lu Daliang's eyes lit up at the mention of money made him look exactly like Lu Zhu. To give his brother a bit more motivation, Lu Zhu said, "As long as you can make one car, you won't have to work for several months. And once you master this craft, you can even go work at the county furniture factory." "What? A permanent job too?" Lu Deliang grew even more excited. Quote, "Is that for real? Zhu Zi, don't lie to your brother. As long as you master this craft, a permanent position won't be a problem," Lu Zhu promised solemnly. The furniture factory also needed to generate revenue, especially now when the country was so desperate for foreign exchange. This kind of toy was able to break through the competition among so many toys in later generations and secure a place for itself. In this era where toys were scarce, it was definitely a lethal weapon for earning foreign exchange when the time came, let alone making Lu Deliang a permanent worker. If things were managed well, making him a director wouldn't be a problem. Any hire wasn't necessary. Lu Daliang's emotional intelligence and personality weren't suited for a high-ranking position. Lu Zhu just wanted to help his brother find a job where he could eat his fill. Furthermore, Lu Zhu's ancestral background was far too easy to be targeted. When the winds of change blew in the future, having a worker in the family would be more secure. Lu Deliang didn't trust others, he didn't even trust Lu Hai. But he trusted his own brother. In his eyes, Zhu Zi had not only gone to school but could also bring home so many good things. He was definitely capable. "Fine, then I'll study it and strive to understand the principles as soon as possible," Lu Deliang said with determination. Actually, although he was simple-minded, he wasn't stupid. He hadn't been able to learn well before because there was no master to teach him. Plus he didn't have the time. Usually, he worked in the fields all day and was half dead from exhaustion when he returned. Where would he find the energy to study carpentry? Now that he could skip field work, earn money, and potentially become a permanent worker in the future, even if he couldn't do it, he had to make it work. Seeing Lu Deliang squatting down to study it seriously, Lu Zhu didn't disturb him and turned to head out. A moment later, the sound of Nizi wailing came from behind. Clearly, she had discovered her car was being taken apart. Well, now his brother should be even more motivated. Lu Zhu smiled and headed up the mountain. He didn't just want to pick herbs, he also wanted to catch some small animals. The pigs in his mind space weren't quite enough anymore, and honestly, eating pork all the time was getting a bit sickening. It would be great if he could catch a rabbit or a mountain goat. Then he could arrange for kebabs, hot pot, and everything. On the mountain, Lu Zhu first checked other people's traps, finding them still empty. Better to look for burrows and the like. Knowing he couldn't rely on these traps, Lu Zhu began searching for various ground holes. As he walked, he unconsciously ventured into the deep mountains. It began to grow quiet here, with only the sound of wind rustling leaves and some bird calls. This quiet atmosphere was a bit eerie, especially since the mountain paths here became rugged. The woods grew dense, and the air was permeated with the scent of decay. It's a bit scary. No wonder the adults stopped children from entering the deep mountains. It was too easy for things to go wrong here. Even when adults picked wild vegetables, they didn't dare come in easily. Every time they came, they had to be in groups of 5 or 6, or even a dozen, to bolster their courage. Rustle. Lu Erzu heard a movement and jerked his head around, discovering a python as thick as an arm was leisurely passing not far from him. Yo, looking down on people, are we? Lu Erzu quickly rushed over. The sound of his running caught the python's attention. The python snapped its head back, its vertical pupils staring coldly at him, its tongue flickering in and out. It looked terrifying to the extreme. An ordinary person would have been scared into running away long ago. Lu Erzu, however, just rushed up and slapped the python's tail, instantly collecting it into his mind space. After taking the snake, Lu Erzu showed a look of anticipation. It seemed that because no one dared to come hunting in the deep mountains, there were quite a lot of wild animals here. It looked like he could catch a lot this time. Lu Erzu continued inward, searching for herbs as he went. After his basket was half filled with medicinal ingredients, he suddenly saw a ground hole surrounded by grass. The entrance wasn't large. It didn't look like a wild boar's, but rather like a rabbit hole. Finally, a change of flavor. This is great. Lu Erzu immediately took out a large handful of tender corn kernels and crushed them, letting the fresh, sweet corn juice flow out. After dropping the corn kernels at the mouth of the hole, Lu Erzu squatted nearby and waited. Before long, a rabbit was lured out by the sweet smell of the corn. Poking its head out to take a cautious look, Lu Erzu slapped the rabbit's head. The rabbit instinctively tried to shrink back but had already been sent into the mind space. It must be said that rabbits really don't have much of a brain. Seeing their companion disappear, although they were slightly startled, they still couldn't resist the temptation of the corn. A second one poked its head out to check and was naturally slapped into the mind space by Lu Erzu as well. Just like that, one after another, he got 6 rabbits. Among them were 2 adult rabbits, very fat. The rest were small rabbits, just right for roasting. After confirming there were no more rabbits in the hole, Lu Erzu continued to wander through the mountains. This wasn't like the big mountains in the northeast where there were tigers and black bears and such. Lu Erzu wandered a large circle and only found things like wild boars, wild chickens, and rabbits. It was late autumn now. Although these animals could all eat grass, who could resist a pot of sweet corn porridge? Lu Erzu found a large tree and hollowed out a hole, placing the corn porridge outside of it. Quite a few small animals were quickly attracted. Every time one came, he slapped it. By the time it was nearly dark, Lu Erzu had caught another 3 large wild boars, 6 wild rabbits and 7 wild chickens, as well as over a dozen sparrows and wild pigeons. The harvest could be described as quite substantial. Lu Erzu happily headed down the mountain with his food. On the way, he also found several sour jujube trees, which were fully ripe and covered with fruit. However, these things were sour and sweet, which stimulated the appetite, so even if the villagers saw them, they weren't willing to eat them. When you can't even eat your fill, stimulating your appetite is just asking for trouble. Lu Erzu didn't care. He munched on jujubes as he went down the mountain. After exiting the mountains, he stuffed the wild chickens and wild pigeons into a sack, intending to share them between his home and his master's house. 48. Number 48. This is the prescription I wrote. Chapter 48. This is the prescription I prescribed. Lu Erzu first arrived at his master's house, only to find many people gathered there, squatting by the door smoking and cursing the heavens with somber faces. After listening carefully out of curiosity, Lu Erzu understood. It turned out that the villager Lu Dagon had fainted in the fields while carrying water due to malnutrition and overwork. Thus, the villagers were all cursing the heavens for not letting the common people eat their fill, but no one dared to curse anything else. Production team leader Lu Shulin and brigade leader Lu Hai were also sitting on rocks in front of the door, listening to the crying coming from the courtyard and smoking with worried expressions. Lu Erzu's arrival didn't attract anyone's attention. He walked into the courtyard carrying his sack and saw a burly man lying on the ground, eyes tightly shut, his breathing already exceptionally weak. Looking closely, the man was already skin and bones from hunger and had a sallow complexion. It was only his large frame that made him still look burly. Beside the unconscious man, several people were kneeling on the ground, surrounding him and crying incessantly. There were the man's elderly parents, his wife with a face full of hardships, and 2 children, one older and one younger. Dagon, you have to hold on. If you leave like this, how will the whole family survive? Husband, it's all my fault for insisting you go work for work points. Please wake up, okay? We won't work anymore, we'll go begging. Please, wake up. The 2 children nearby, seeing their father who had always doted on them lying there, were so panicked they didn't know what to do, crying piteously and calling for their father. The people standing in the courtyard who had helped carry Lu Dagon over all turned their heads away in sorrow, unable to bear the sight. Everyone knew that Lu Dagon didn't have any other illness. he was just purely starving. He would be fine with just a little food. But in these times, who had surplus grain? If they helped Lu Dagon, their own families would end up in the same state. Besides, the villagers had actually been mentally prepared for a long time. People had already starved to death in neighboring villages. It was already a huge blessing that Lu village had gone over a year without any deaths. Now, someone had finally reached their breaking point. While Lu Erzu was watching, a naked little boy playing with dirt in the corner suddenly ran over, pushed the unconscious Lu Dagon on the ground, and said innocently, "Daddy, don't sleep here anymore. My tummy is hungry. Let's go home and eat gruel, okay? Or just let me have a sip of water. My tummy is growling." Seeing that ignorant child, thin as a rail, the people around finally couldn't take it anymore, and tears began to fall from everyone's eyes. Lu Dagon's wife grabbed her son and sobbed hysterically. Big Tongue stood nearby smoking his pipe. Seeing Lu Erzu arrive, he walked over and looked at him for a moment with a complex expression. Several times he clearly wanted to say something, but it ultimately turned into a long sigh. Lu Erzu understood what he meant. He simply wanted to ask if Lu Erzu could get some food, but felt too embarrassed to speak. After all, he had brought quite a bit of meat home these past few days, so as his master, Big Tongue certainly knew Lu Erzu had surplus grain. But how long could surplus grain last? So Big Tongue didn't want to make things difficult for Lu Erzu and simply didn't speak. Actually, even without Big Tongue saying anything, Lu Erzu couldn't bear to watch any longer. Not to mention that most of the villagers were related in some way and weren't bad people. The key was seeing that child innocently wiping his mother's tears, which made him unable to hold back. He simply went out to find the worried Lu Hai, pulled 3 wild chickens out of his sack, and handed them over. "Uncle, take these to the communal canteens and stew them. First, get a bowl of chicken soup for Uncle Dagon to save his life, and let everyone else have a bit of meat with the rest. No one can hold out forever without any fat or protein." Seeing those 3 wild chickens, Lu Hai and Lu Shulin jumped up, their faces full of disbelief. Hearing this, the surrounding villagers also looked at Lu Erzu in shock. Soon, Lu Shulin was the first to react, reaching out excitedly for the wild chickens. "Zhu Zi, you're the man, you're really something, kid." Slap. Lu Hai slapped Lu Shulin's hand away, swallowed hard, and then said seriously, "Zhu Zi, your heart is in the right place, but just taking out 1 chicken to save Dagon is enough. We can't take the rest." "Why not?" Lu Shulin said anxiously. "Lu Shulin, get this straight. You're a production team leader, don't act like a damn beggar. These wild chickens were caught by Zhu Zi in the mountains. If you caught something, would you share it with the village? And don't forget, Brother Fusheng's leg is broken and he's lying at home. Doesn't he need nutrition to recover?" Lu Hai glared at Lu Shulin and scolded him bluntly. These words made Lu Shulin's face turn red and white, and he was so stifled he couldn't utter a single sound. The surrounding villagers also wanted to eat meat, but thinking of Lu Fusheng still lying at home, they all sighed, thinking they should go into the mountains to take a look later. Lu Erzu hadn't expected the villagers to be able to restrain themselves from being greedy, even in this state, and he couldn't help but admire Lu Hai even more. As the old saying goes, if the upper beam is crooked, the lower beam will be slanted. If Lu Hai were a greedy and selfish bastard, the villagers would follow suit and wouldn't be good people either. To have lasted nearly 2 years in a great drought before someone starved to death, Lu Hai really counted as a good official and set a fine example for those beneath him. Lu Erzu stuffed the wild chickens into his hands and said firmly, "Don't worry, I've kept meat for my father to eat. Besides, I'm the village doctor. Since Uncle Dagon was brought here for help, I must take care of him. These chickens are the prescription I'm prescribing." Lu Hai hadn't expected Lu Erzu to say such words, and he felt very conflicted inside. He looked at Lu Erzu, then at the wild chickens in his arms. It would be a lie to say he wasn't craving them. Although he had subsidies as the brigade leader because he was too upright, he didn't eat very well either. As for the surrounding villagers, they couldn't even tear their eyes away from the 3 wild chickens, everyone constantly swallowing their saliva as their stomachs growled. "Zhu Zi, back then your father preferred to have the whole family go hungry just to support your schooling. I even advised him to let you come back. Now it seems your father was right. I was looking down on people. I apologize to you," Lu Hai said with utmost seriousness. Lu Shulin was also very embarrassed. Firstly, even the brigade leader had apologized. How could he, a small team leader, just stand there? Furthermore, he was indebted after accepting the food. He also lowered his head honestly and said, "Zhu Zi, what I said before was also wrong. When I get back, I'll give that wasteful woman of mine a thrashing." How could she give Lily a nickname? Lu Erzu smiled and waved his hand. "What's past is past. Besides, my auntie didn't exactly get the better of the situation. If you beat her up, she'll probably throw a tantrum. She wouldn't dare. Lu Shulin straightened his back as he spoke of this. Quote, I'm telling you, it's just that I usually don't bother with her. If I really get angry, would she dare to show me any attitude? This was actually true, and not just for Lu Shulin. Most of the men in the village wouldn't lose their tempers even if their wives pinched them or scolded them a bit. After all, as wives, they had to honor their parents-in-law, take care of the children, and do the laundry, cooking, and dishes for their husbands. Many men wouldn't even pick up a fallen oil bottle at home, so they wouldn't say anything if their wives gave them a hard time occasionally. But if a man really glared at them, those women would immediately admit their mistakes and back down. Otherwise, a beating would be for nothing. Even if outsiders found out, they would only advise the wife, saying, why did you provoke him? It was nothing like the little fairies of later generations, where the bride price is sky high, housework is non-existent, tempers are huge, and complaints are many. Not only do they act like tyrants, but if a man even dares to glare, they'll use the childbirth warning. 49. # 49 The Raging Sister-in-Law. Chapter 49. The Furious Sister-in-Law. Alright. Lu Hai interrupted Lu Shulin's bluster and said to the other villagers, what are you all standing around for? Zuzi is giving you meat to eat, and you can't even say thank you. The men of Lu village, who were already emaciated and sallow from hunger, finally believed they could really eat the meat soup and cast grateful looks at Lu Erzu. Thank you, Zuzi. I've always said since he was little, Zuzi was a smart kid. If my son had half the smarts of Zuzi, I'd be burning incense in gratitude. Who says otherwise? Zuzi, how about I match you up with Yaya later? Hearing someone else trying to set him up with a wife, Lu Erju's mind involuntarily conjured up the face of the village girl Yaya. How to put it? To put it aptly, Lu Erzu felt a craving when he saw her because the girl's face was big, round, and covered in freckles, like a naan-bread, especially since this girl was broad-shouldered and thick-waisted. Despite being only 17, she had never lost a fight. Even the grown male villagers were no match for her. With her combat prowess, if she had been born a few decades earlier, history might have seen a famous female general. Lu Erzu imagined marrying Yaya and thought, her big, grinding wheel butt would probably crush him to death. Thank you for your kindness, 9th grandfather, but I don't have any plans to marry for now. Lu Erzu fled in panic. 9th grandfather looked helpless. This kid is already so old, why is he still so shy? Just talking about a wife scared him off. I'll go to his house and talk to his mother. Lu Hai and Lu Shulin exchanged a knowing smile, naturally aware of what Lu Erzu was afraid of. Seeing 9th grandfather still determined to go to Lu Erju's house, they quickly stopped him. Don't repay kindness with enmity. Word about the communal canteen stewing chicken spread like wildfire, and soon the whole village knew. Many people quickly ran to the canteen to wait for the chicken soup. As for Lu Dagan, since he couldn't move easily, he helped make soup at Big Tongue's house. Ma Sholian helped stew the chicken soup while looking helplessly at Big Tongue. Why is our apprentice so good? Giving away such a fat hen like that. It's a good thing, Big Tongue muttered while smoking. Good my foot, it breaks my heart. Ma Sholian glared at Big Tongue, then lowered her voice. I know the Dagan family is pitiful, but wouldn't a chicken leg or something be enough? Did he have to give a whole chicken? And 2 more for the village. Big Tongue tapped his tobacco pipe and lectured seriously. What do you, an old woman, know? What was Zuzi's family background? Landlords, big landlords, all the land in our village used to be theirs. Back then, if his father hadn't reacted quickly, knelt to apologize to the villagers, and voluntarily gave away all the family wealth, the whole family would have been arrested as an example and half killed. Even though things are fine now, who can guarantee the future? If some malicious person schemes against them, even if Zuzi's family had 10,000 golden houses, they wouldn't be safe. But by doing this, he's made the villagers indebted. Who would have the nerve to bring up his family's landlord past? Ma Sholian nodded repeatedly. That makes sense. Zuzi is really smart. Of course, look who his master is. Big Tongue nodded proudly, then waited for his wife to continue. To his surprise, after waiting a while, he found Ma Sholian focused on stewing the soup and not speaking. His face darkened. Why the hell aren't you praising me more? Ma Sholian was startled. Oh right, I should praise Zuzi more. I heard his great-grandfather was amazing, taught many important people to read. That smart brain must have been passed down. Zuzi will surely achieve great things in the future. Enough, I mean, Zuzi is my apprentice after all. Besides, I was the one who explained all that reasoning to you. Why are you only praising Zuzi and not me? Big Tongue said irritably. Hearing this, Ma Sholian really looked her man up and down carefully, then praised sincerely. You're really lucky to have such a good apprentice. Big Tongue got up with a dark face and walked out. At the door, he stopped and turned back to warn. Keep what I just told you to yourself. Don't go blabbing without a filter. I know, Ma Sholian shooed him away irritably. As soon as Big Tongue left, Lu Dagon's wife came in with her 3 children and knelt to kowtow to Ma Sholian. Ma Sholian was startled and quickly said, "Oh, sister-in-law, what are you doing?" Lu Dagon's wife cried tearfully, "Sister, I have to thank you for saving my husband's life. If Dagon had died, us widows and orphans would have no way out but death." Ma Sholian tried to help them up, but with 4 people kneeling, helping one up only for another to kneel, she couldn't manage. She could only say, "If you want to thank someone, go thank Zuzi after you've eaten. It was Zuzi who gave your family the chicken." Lu Dagon's wife nodded repeatedly. "We'll remember Zuzi's kindness. We'll go kowtow to him later." Meanwhile, at Lu Erju's house, someone was also kneeling. To be precise, his older brother was kneeling before their parents, while his sister-in-law cried and scolded beside him. Lu Erju was startled, thinking his older brother had done something wrong. He hurried over and asked, "What's wrong? What's wrong, sister-in-law? What did my brother do to upset you? I'll teach him a lesson." Saying this, Lu Erzu grabbed his brother's clothes and pulled him outside, looking ready to beat him up, but the sister-in-law suddenly stopped Lu Erzu, crying, "Zuzi, why are you so foolish? That was a job opportunity, how could you give it to your brother?" "Huh?" Lu Erzu was confused. "What job opportunity?" "It's about the wobble car," Lu Deliang whispered with his head bowed, kneeling on the ground. "Shut up, how dare you mention it?" The sister-in-law angrily pinched Lu Deliang. "Are you human or not? I'm asking, are you human? Zuzi is your own brother. Don't you know how much he's given our family? The cigarettes you smoke, the hot water you drink, the vanishing cream your daughter uses, the snacks she eats, all given by Zuzi. How can you be so shameless, even wanting his job?" On the Kong, Lu Fusheng and Niu Honghua remained silent, since this involved both their sons, and taking sides wouldn't be right. They simply let their elder daughter-in-law handle it. Li Quikwei was also blunt, saying to Lu Erzu, "Zuzi, I originally wanted your brother to kowtow and apologize, but I thought about it, even though your brother is despicable, having him kowtow to you would hurt your reputation if word got out. So forget the kowtowing. I'll make him slap himself twice. Take back that job slot. This affects your whole life, why give it to this fool?" Lu Deliang obediently raised his hand, ready to slap himself. Lu Erzu quickly held his brother back and explained, "Sister-in-law, I was willing to give it to my brother." "I know." Li Quikwei suddenly cried again, pointing at Lu Deliang and scolding, "If he dares to ask you for the job slot again, I won't stay with this shameless man anymore. I can't bear the shame." "It's not that serious," Lu Erzu hurriedly dissuaded. "Sister-in-law, I didn't want the furniture factory slot, that's why I gave it to my brother. Besides, I have a job. It's not that I look down on your job, but the furniture factory means moving to the city. You'd become a city person, eating state grain. With your brains, in a few years you could become a small official. Isn't that better than being a barefoot doctor in the village?" Li Quikwei kept shaking her head. She couldn't believe anyone would refuse to become an official, preferring to believe Lu Erzu was kind-hearted and gave the slot to his brother. 50. Number 50. You idiot. Chapter 50. You heartless fool. Lu Erzu no longer knew how to explain things to his sister-in-law, who was crying as beautifully as a pear blossom in the rain. After all, for many mountain folk, those 1,000 work points were already a significant amount of income. The status of a formal city worker was an even greater symbol of glory. Moreover, in these times when people often starved to death, being a city dweller meant having a stable supply of grain. In the eyes of many mountain people, a city dweller's job was respectable and stable. The grain they worked so hard to grow was sent to the city first, where people could go to restaurants and have a little drink whenever they felt like it. It was practically heaven. So, in this era, it really wasn't hard for a city man to find a wife. No matter how ugly, old, or even physically disabled he might be, there were plenty of villagers eager to marry off their daughters to him. This was the reason Li Quikwei was making such a big fuss. In her view, her husband had completely ruined Lu Erju's future. "Sister-in-law, it depends on how you look at it," Lu Erzu advised patiently. "I already have a job. If I hog this spot at the furniture factory too, won't the villagers curse me for eating from the bowl while eyeing the pot? Would the commune think I'm too ambitious and then intentionally deny me the chance to transfer my household registration to the city? But my big brother is different. In the eyes of the villagers, he's a steady man. If he goes to the furniture factory, people might be envious, but at least they won't target our family. At worst, once he's at the furniture factory, he can find an opportunity to get me a job, or even let me go there as his apprentice, and then I can be promoted bit by bit. Besides, this is just a possibility. No one knows if we can actually go to the county furniture factory. What if the brigade leader's word doesn't count? So just let my big brother do it first. In the end, maybe he'll just earn those 1,000 work points. That wouldn't be too bad, right? Listening to Lu Erju's words, Li Quique also realized the severity of the issue. She already considered Lu Erzu her own younger brother. If the villagers were to curse him or the commune were to make things difficult for him, that simply wouldn't do. Then alright then. Let your brother do the work for now. If he manages to get into the city later, he'll give you half his salary and wait for a chance to get you into the city too. Li Quique said hesitantly. We'll talk about that when the time comes. First, see what I brought back. Lu Erzu took 2 wild chickens from his bag and handed them to Niu Honghua, who had been silent on the side. Mother, go start the fire. In a bit, I'll make a spicy chicken dish for the family. Actually, Lu Erzu felt it would be better if these 2 wild chickens could be made into braised chicken with potatoes. Unfortunately, he didn't have side dishes like potatoes or green peppers, nor did he have rice. Braised chicken without white rice has no soul. Looking at the 2 chickens, Niu Honghua said conflicted, son, we haven't even finished the braised pork you made before. Is that so? Then throw it out, Lu Erzu said directly. Don't. Niu Honghua got anxious. Don't ever say such things again. That's food wasting. Food will get you struck by lightning. We won't say things like that anymore. Well, if you don't want me to get struck by lightning, then don't leave leftovers, Lu Erzu said crossly. Niu Honghua immediately looked troubled. Lu Fusheng spoke up. Go on, do as Zhu Zi says. My son and I aren't dead yet. It's not an old woman's turn to call the shots in this house. Pa, you old thing. What are you talking about death for? Niu Honghua spat several times in aversion. Your mouth is leaking. If you're going to spit, then spit. But you sprayed it all over my face. Lu Fusheng quickly dodged away, cursing incessantly. Seeing Lu Fusheng's disheveled state, Niu Honghua couldn't help but laugh. I should spit all over your face for talking nonsense. I'll go start the fire now. Li Quique hesitated about whether she should go home first. After all, her in-laws were about to eat. If she didn't leave, it would look like she was angling for a free meal. Before she could speak, Lu Erzu smiled and said, Sister-in-law, you all should taste my cooking in a bit. If nothing else, this spicy chicken is truly fragrant. This. Li Quique felt a bit awkward. How can someone keep coming back to their in-laws' house for meals after the family has been divided? Our family doesn't have such rules. Besides, I like eating with Nizi. Lu Erzu laughed. Li Quique wanted to decline again. Lu Deliang suddenly chimed in, saying cautiously, Wife, can you give me a hand? I can't stand up. He had been kneeling for so long that his knees had gone numb. Seeing her husband's useless state, Li Quique gave him a fierce glare. I don't know what kind of merit you accumulated in your past life to have such a good brother like Zhu Zi. Despite her words, Li Quique hurriedly went to help her husband up. Lu Erzu, meanwhile, rolled up his sleeves to start cooking. Spicy chicken was actually quite easy to make. Generally, after a chicken is slaughtered, blood remains on it. Blanching it makes it much better, but doing so would lose the chicken's freshness and much of its original flavor. So Lu Erzu chose another extravagant method, marinating. When ordinary mountain folk cook meat, they felt that any marinating or processing was a waste. Marinating required wasting cooking wine and a large amount of seasoning, while blanching made them feel like all the fat and flavor were being removed. Then what would be left to eat? Lu Erzu didn't care about the cost. He got a basin, chopped the chicken into small pieces and put them in, used a strong Chinese liquor instead of cooking wine, and added plenty of ginger slices, green onions, salt, soy sauce, sugar, and pepper nearby. Li Quique and Niu Honghua had originally intended to learn Lu Erju's skills so they could cook whatever he wanted to eat later, saving him the trouble of doing it himself. But the more they watched, the more their hearts ached and the corners of their mouths twitched. When they saw Lu Erzu actually putting white sugar into the basin, the two of them really couldn't take it anymore and scrambled out of the room. My goodness, my younger brother's cooking is too terrifying. My heart is aching to death, this spendthrift brat. Both the mother and daughter-in-law kept patting their chests, their faces full of distress at the waist. Lu Deliang was massaging his knees at the door. Hearing this, he looked back. Mother, wife, what's wrong? Did Zhu Zi cut his hand? Go to your mother's backside, can't you speak like a human? Li Quique cursed. You're one to talk, cursing my mother like that right in front of her. Lu Deliang rolled his eyes. Fearing his mother would hold a grudge against his wife, he quickly explained, Mother, don't take it to heart. Quique wasn't cursing you when she said, your mother. Niu Honghua hadn't taken it seriously, but she was amused to the point of anger by the explanation. What, do you have a second mother out there? No, my father doesn't have that kind of capability. Besides, don't I still have a mother-in-law? Lu Deliang quickly explained again. Right, mother, don't misunderstand. Actually, I was cursing, Li Quickly explained quickly, but halfway through she realized something was wrong. She immediately put her hands on her hips and cursed, Lu Deliang. You wicked thing, I can't curse our mother, but it's okay for me to curse my own mother? Seeing that his good intentions had resulted in his mother being unhappy and his wife being angry, Lu Deliang simply shut his mouth and stopped talking. Li Quickly gave him a glare, then smiled apologetically at Niu Honghua. Mother, don't be angry. I've just gotten into the habit of cursing Nizi and it slipped out. Niu Honghua naturally understood, so she didn't take it to heart at all. She even said seriously, queer, when you curse Nizi in the future, don't always say, your mother's this or your mother's that. Aren't you just cursing yourself? From now on, just curse, your father's. Li Quickly knew this was her mother-in-law showing her affection, so she smiled and agreed. Lu Deliang was stunned and asked, Mother, then isn't she just cursing me? So what? Niu Honghua said with a stern face. Your father's backside, am I not allowed to curse you? Lu Deliang shut up again. Lu Fusheng's cursing voice came from the room. You heartless fool. Liang Zi, did you have to butt in? Not only did you get cursed twice, but you even dragged your old man into it. If you'd like to hear other novels, feel free to request them in the comments. If there are no issues with posting the requested novel, we'll post it. You can also listen to more audio novels for free at patreon.com/xlightnovel. Before you start listening, please don't forget to like. 51. Number 51 People who often starve to death know. Chapter 51. Those who often starve to death know. The spicy chicken was soon out of the pan, and a pungent, spicy aroma wafted through the air, causing the mother and daughter-in-law, who were watching from a distance, to twitch their noses. Although one could tell it was very spicy just by the smell, it still gave people a strong appetite, and their stomachs even began to rumble. Lu Erzu carried a large plate of food into the house and shouted to Lu Deliang, Brother, go call Nizi, and bring Xiao Hu back while you're at it. I've been back for almost 3 days and haven't seen him once. I really miss that kid. Niu Honghua said irritably, so you do know you have a nephew. I thought you only knew you had a niece. Lu Erju's behavior of favoring girls over boys was almost blatant. Everyone knew how much he doted on Nizi. Especially over the past 2 days, Nizi had not only grown a bit chubbier from his feeding, but her temper had also grown. Although she didn't dare talk back to her mother, as soon as she saw she was about to be beaten, she would waddle over to seek refuge with Lu Erzu. Li Quickly naturally wouldn't complain about Lu Erju's behavior. Both children were equally dear to her. To Lu Erzu, doting on Nizi and doting on Xiao Hu was the same. Besides, Lu Erzu didn't neglect Xiao Hu. Every time he made stewed chicken or braised pork, he would have her take some to the boy. These past 2 days, Lu Deliang had also been quietly bringing food to Xiao Hu, all of which had been provided by Lu Erzu. Xiao Hu is apprenticing. His master is teaching him how to identify materials these few days, so he probably won't be back. Let's not wait for him, Li Quickly said with a smile. Lu Erzu didn't think much of it. Alright then. Anyway, this dish is very spicy, so he probably wouldn't be able to eat it. I'll go see the kid myself later. My impression of him is still from when he was 4 years old, crying his eyes out while being chased by a puppy. Thinking back, those were good times. They were good times for you, but my son was scared half to death. That night, we even had to find a spirit caller to perform a ritual for him. Lu Deliang rolled his eyes. Ahem, you should blame the dog. Why blame me? Lu Erzu felt a bit embarrassed. Don't blame you? You're the wicked one who let that dog loose, scaring my son into running and crying while you laughed behind him. Lu Deliang was so annoyed he stepped forward and kicked Lu Erzu in the butt. Lu Erzu immediately felt even more guilty. Had he really been that wicked before? But before he could speak, the 2 women nearby got angry. Especially Li Quickly, who kept pinching Lu Deliang in annoyance. You blockhead. What are you doing? Why are you kicking Zhu Zi? He was only 10 years old then. What did he know? Besides, did that dog actually bite your son? He's just timid and useless himself. Why blame our younger brother? Niu Honghua also gave Lu Deliang a slap on the back of the neck and scolded. Can't you see your brother is holding a plate of food? If you make him spill it, I'll lock you in the doghouse. Lu Deliang felt very aggrieved under the double-sided attack, but seeing Lu Erzu chuckling incessantly, he got even angrier. He stepped forward, grabbed a piece of chicken, stuffed it into his mouth, and chewed hard to vent his frustration. But in this era, let alone using chili peppers, common folk used very little oil or salt. Their daily diet of watery wild vegetable porridge had made their taste buds extremely dull. As soon as the spicy chicken entered his mouth, a pungent heat rushed straight to his head. Lu Deliang felt as if fire was spewing from his every orifice. His eyes widened instantly. He didn't dare to chew anymore, but he couldn't bring himself to spit it out. After all, it was meat. To relieve the burning sensation in his mouth, he could only open his mouth and keep panting. Niu Honghua laughed in spite of herself at the sight. I said I'd lock you in the doghouse. So now you're pretending to be a dog? Li Quikwei also swatted him. Stop acting the fool to amuse our mother. It's not gulp. Lu Deliang simply swallowed the piece of meat whole and kept fanning his mouth with his hand. Hiss ha, really hiss ha, so spicy. Seeing this, Lu Erzu immediately put the plate on the table, then pretended to open a cupboard in the corner. In reality, he took a bottle of canned peaches from his space, unscrewed it, and handed it over. Brother, use this to cool the spice. Lu Deliang was busy gulping down cold water and didn't notice the shocked expressions on the mother and daughter-in-law's faces. He took the bottle and took 2 large gulps. The sweet syrup went down his throat, finally easing his pain. He stared at Lu Erzu with wide eyes. How many chilies did you put in? How can anyone eat this? Don't worry, you're just not used to it. This stuff gets spicier the more you eat, but the spicier it is, the more you want it, Lu Erzu explained. Forget it, I don't dare eat anymore. I'll stick to water, Lu Deliang said, shaking the can in his hand. Niu Honghua snatched it away and scolded. Dream on, is your backside lined with gold that you'd dare eat canned fruit? To people of this era, canned food was a top-tier rarity, equivalent to shark fin or Australian lobster in later generations. Country folk rarely saw it. Even in the cities, most people only had a chance to eat a little when they were sick. After all, the sugar water in the cans was highly nutritious. Those who often starve to death know that a sip of sugar water at a critical moment can truly save a life. Lu Deliang finally realized what he had been drinking and immediately slapped his thigh in regret. Zuzi, how can you be even more of a blockhead than me? You gave me something this good to drink? We have plenty at home, so just eat as much as you like. Lu Erzu rolled his eyes and took out another 7 or 8 cans from the cupboard. There were peaches, apples, and even canned pears. Seeing all those cans, everyone's eyes lit up. They hurried over, touching them here and there, but no one suggested opening them or tasting them. Even the can that Lu Deliang had taken a large gulp from was taken away by Niu Honghua, who intended to hide it. Lu Erzu made up a lie on the spot. Mom, if you don't eat those cans once they're opened, the nutrition will be lost. Ah? Niu Honghua had absolute trust in her educated younger son. She hurriedly brought the can back out, feeling incredibly pained. Then let Nizi and your father eat it in a bit. Lu Erzu didn't say much more and opened 2 more cans in succession, making Niu Honghua jump in anxiety. Li Quikwei, as the sister-in-law, couldn't afford to spoil Lu Erzu anymore. She scooped up the remaining cans and ran, shouting, Mom, quick, hide the cans, don't let younger brother open any more. Niu Honghua also hurriedly chased after her. Don't run, be careful not to break them. Li Quikwei was also panicking. She held the cans and didn't dare move, her forehead breaking out in a sweat. If she broke even 1 bottle, she wouldn't have the face to show her face at her mother-in-law's house ever again. Seeing the mother and daughter-in-law carefully placing the cans into the cupboard one by one, as if they were defusing bombs, Niu Honghua even brought out an old padlock that hadn't been used in years and locked the cupboard. The 2 of them finally breathed a long sigh of relief and slumped down beside the cupboard. Oh my, I was scared to death. Just now, I felt like I was holding grenades. You can say that again. This little spendthrift. Niu Honghua looked at the opened cans on the table with even more heartache. Lu Erzu didn't mind. He picked up 1 bottle, screwed the lid back on, and stuffed it into Lu Dalang's hand. Brother, take this to Xiaohu, then call Nizi back. She'll definitely love it. Lu Deliang glared at Lu Erzu and put the can back on the table. Nonsense. Even a fool would love canned fruit. But children shouldn't be spoiled like this. You should put it away and eat it yourself. 52. Number 52. Let her be your maid. Chapter 52. Let her be your maid. Brother, who are you calling a fool? I made a whole basin of chicken, and you want me to eat canned food? Lu Erzu gave Lu Deliang an annoyed glare. He was truly tired of eating things like canned food, but he had been craving spicy chicken for a long time. Lu Erzu first placed a small table on the Kong, then brought 5 bowls and opened a bottle of a strong Chinese liquor, pouring it for all 5 of them. Women back then could drink a bit, especially the further north you went, the better they could hold their liquor. 1 bottle wasn't enough to share among 5 people, so Lu Erzu opened another one. His casual, free-spending manner left the whole family stunned. Dad, have some wine. Brother, if you don't go get Nizi soon, all the aroma of this wine will evaporate. Lu Zhu reminded him. Oh, I'm going right now. Lu Deliang licked his lips at the bowl of wine, hugged the half jar of canned food, and ran off quickly. Li Quikwei was actually craving a drink too, but she pushed the wine bowl toward Lu Fusheng. Dad, what business does a woman like me have drinking? You have it. Niu Honghua also smiled wryly. Zhu Zi, we can't live like this. Isn't that just being a spendthrift? How will you manage your life after you get married? Then you and sister-in-law will just have to help me keep things in check, Lu Zhu said with a smile. Alright, I'll definitely help you. Li Quikwei nodded hurriedly. Although Niu Honghua was pained by the expense, she couldn't help but smile. They say a magpie has a long tail, and a man forgets his mother once he weds. She loved hearing Lu Zhu say he needed her help. It made her feel useful, as if he wouldn't go years without visiting her. Moreover, the fact that Lu Zhu got along so well with his elder brother and sister-in-law made Niu Honghua and her husband even happier. Many brothers, after growing up and splitting the household, would come to blows over unfair distribution and never speak again for the rest of their lives. Little uncle, Nizi rushed into the house on her short legs, her voice arriving before she even stepped through the door. Li Quikwei couldn't help but laugh. Mom, do you see? This little ungrateful wolf has already forgotten she has parents and grandfather and grandmother. She only cares about her little uncle. Niu Honghua also gave the rushing Nizi an amused glare. You brat, why aren't you greeting your grandfather and grandmother? Grandfather and grandmother, Nizi called out quickly, which made everyone laugh again. Because while she was calling them, her little eyes were fixed on the canned food on the table. Niu Honghua scolded jokingly, is that jar of canned food your grandmother? Nizi didn't know the meaning of embarrassment. She ran quickly to Lu Erju's side and hugged his leg, trying to climb up, looking incredibly impatient. Don't bother your little uncle, come to mom, Li Quikwei chided. I like little uncle. Nizi wasn't stupid. If she went to her mother, she wouldn't get anything to eat. Lu Erzu also liked her clinging to him. He placed a whole jar of canned food in front of her, sliced off a piece of yellow peach with a spoon, and fed it into Nizi's wide-open, eager mouth. Seeing such a large piece, Nizi hurriedly closed her mouth, afraid her mother would snatch it out with her hand. She puffed out her little cheeks and chewed quickly, while holding her small hands under her chin to catch any sweet juice that might leak out. Seeing Nizi eating with such a blissful expression, Lu Erzu was also overjoyed. Let's eat too. Nizi shouldn't eat chili, so I'll just feed her the canned food. Come on, let's drink. Seeing Lu Erzu pick up his wine, Lu Fusheng, who had been waiting impatiently, also picked his up and remarked, if you hadn't picked up yours, I wouldn't have dared to drink, or your mother's claws would have strangled me. So much nonsense while drinking. Are you going to drink or not? Niu Honghua glared. I'm drinking. Lu Fusheng took a sip and was immediately delighted. Quote, good, it's really good. Seeing this, Niu Honghua and Li Quikwei also cautiously picked up their wine bowls and took a sip. They hadn't had a drink in a long time, and even when they did, it was only bulk liquor. Now that this a strong Chinese liquor was going down, they couldn't help but praise it. It's so good, as expected of a strong Chinese liquor. Seeing everyone full of praise, little Nizi didn't want to be left behind. She quickly hugged the canned food jar, squinted her eyes like the adults, and took a small sip. But since she couldn't make the sound, she provided her own sound effect after drinking. Slurp, it's so good, a strong Chinese liquor is the best. The others immediately burst into laughter, making Nizi a bit embarrassed. She buried her head in Lu Erju's arms and didn't dare look up. Lu Erzu doted on her by pinching her little nose, then said to the three others, don't just drink. Try the spicy chicken I made. The three of them quickly picked up a piece with their chopsticks and tasted it, only to be overwhelmed by the spiciness. Lu Erzu offered them canned food to soothe the heat, but none of them touched it, just enduring the spice. Seeing them like that, Lu Erzu didn't mind and tasted the spicy chicken himself. I'll tell you, the meat was firm, the spice was intense, it was great. Although the other three were stung by the spice, they also felt the taste was truly good. Once the heat subsided, they couldn't help but pick up a second piece, followed by more huffing and puffing. After a few consecutive pieces, their mouths adapted slightly, and it tasted even better. Their chopsticks kept moving. Before long, Lu Deliang returned, his eyes a bit red. After sitting down, he silently took a large gulp of wine. Lu Erzu looked at him strangely. What's wrong, brother? Did you deliver the canned food to Xiao Hu? I did. Xiao Hu asked me to say thank you to his little uncle for him, Lu Deliang said with a forced smile. Alright, then let's eat first. Lu Zhu wasn't stupid. He could tell at a glance that his elder brother's mood wasn't right, guessing there might be some trouble on Xiaohu's end. But since his brother didn't want to talk, he didn't pry further and immediately changed the subject. Lu Deliang also drank, and after half a bowl of wine, his mood improved significantly as he joined them in eating the meat heartily. By the end of the meal, everyone was satisfied, but the price was that their mouths were all bright red and slightly swollen from the spice. Lu Zhu also used a mix of coaxing and trickery to force his sister-in-law and parents to eat quite a bit of the opened canned food. Only his elder brother, clearly the most simple-minded one, refused to believe Lu Zhu no matter what. In his words, he was the most easily fooled, so he didn't believe anything you educated people said. After they had eaten and drunk their fill, Li Quikwei and Niu Honghua began to clean up, when a shout came from outside. "Is Zhu Zi home?" Lu Zhu, already a bit tipsy and planning to sleep, had to walk out, only to find Lu Dagan's family of 5. "Uncle General? You're awake? Why aren't you resting at home? What are you doing here?" Lu Zhu asked. "Zhu Zi, what happened to your mouth?" Lu Dagan asked anxiously. Lu Zhu touched his swollen lips, just about to explain it was from the spice. Lu Dagan suddenly knelt down and, with red eyes, kowtowed to Niu Honghua, who was washing dishes, saying, "Sister Hua, Zhu Zi gave me a chicken out of the goodness of his heart. I will definitely pay it back. You can't hit the child because of this," and hit his mouth to look. His mouth is all swollen. He's just a kid, what does he know? If you want to hit someone, hit me. Lu Zhu was stunned. Wait, what on earth was this about? Beside him, Lu Dagan's family all knelt down as well, especially Lu Dagan's wife, who said through tears, "Zhu Zi, thank you for saving my man and my whole family's lives. From now on, Auntie's family will serve you like beasts of burden. And little Chunner, let her stay by your side and serve you as a maid or something." 53. Number 53. Dad, you were originally an only child, weren't you? Chapter 53. Dad, were you an only child? Niu Honghua and the others were all dazed, completely unaware of what had happened. Lu Dagan had always been a quiet and honest man in the village, rarely interacting with anyone. Usually, he would just give an awkward smile and a nod when he saw someone. What was going on today, coming to the door crying and kowtowing? Li Quikwei reacted quickly and immediately looked at Lu Zhu. Did Zhu Zi do something good again? Lu Zhu hurriedly explained. Didn't I catch a few wild chickens today? I saw Uncle Dagan was exhausted and fainted, so I gave him 1 chicken to make soup and gave 2 more to the village. Niu Honghua and the others finally understood, but then they felt a pang of heartache. 3 chickens just given away like that? If they had brought them home, they could have eaten them for 3 or 4 months. If they had raised them secretly at home, they could have lasted even longer. However, she couldn't say that in front of others. Niu Honghua walked over and helped Lu Dagan up. "Brother, we're all fellow villagers. There's no need for this." Lu Dagan refused to get up no matter what and even slapped himself twice. "I'm useless, eating a child's food." "Sister Honghua, hit me, don't hit the child." "I didn't hit the child," Niu Honghua said, bewildered. Lu Zhu also explained with a bitter smile, "Uncle, Auntie, don't overthink it. My mouth is like this from eating chili. Besides, isn't everyone in my family like this? Could my mother have slapped our whole family's mouths?" Lu Dagan looked up with teary eyes, glanced at the mouths of Lu Zhu's entire family, and saw that they were indeed all red and swollen. Only then did he breathe a slight sigh of relief. "Brother, please get up. You've really misunderstood. You're an elder. It's not right for you to kowtow to a child. Hurry up and get up." Niu Honghua quickly helped him up. Lu Dagan also realized that in these times, kowtowing could easily lead to gossip or even more serious consequences. He had just been overcome with emotion, feeling he had no way to repay the kindness, and had knelt down instinctively. Now, he hurriedly pulled his wife up and looked at Lu Zhu seriously. "Zhu Zi, I will never forget your life-saving kindness. From now on, let Chunner stay at your house and help you with work." Lu Zhu glanced at the girl beside him, who was bowing her head deeply and was thin as a hemp stalk. He said helplessly, "What era is this? Who still keeps maid-servants?" "Not a maidservant, not a maidservant, just treat her as a worker or an apprentice. You don't even need to provide her meals or teach her anything. Just let her do whatever work needs to be done. Besides, isn't my brother Fusheng's leg still not healed? Keep her at home to act as a crutch for brother Fusheng," Lu Dagan said excitedly. He really didn't know how else to repay Lu Zhu. The importance of a chicken during this period was unquestionable. Even if one had gold, they might not be able to buy one. Yet Lu Dagan knew he had no other means, so he could only send his daughter to work. Lu Dagan's wife also kept pushing her daughter. "You wretched girl, go serve your uncle Fusheng, hurry." The girl looked to be about 14 or 15. Her clothes were covered in patches, her pant legs were so short they only reached her knees, and her straw sandals had worn down into slippers. She walked into the house with her head down. "Little sister, wait a moment." Lu Erzu stopped the girl and said to Lu Dagan and his wife, "Uncle, auntie, I helped you because we're from the same village. Who can say they'll never need help from a neighbor? If you really feel bad about it, just focus on getting healthy. In the future, if my family has any trouble, you can help us out if you're able. How about that?" Lu Dagan looked troubled. "But then wouldn't I still be eating your chicken for nothing?" Lu Erzu said with a smile. "The villagers all had chicken soup too. If they all lined up to kowtow, how would I manage?" "That's different." Lu Dagan shook his head firmly. Quote, "I must repay you." This made Lu Erju's head ache. However, he also knew that Lu Dagan wasn't trying to distance himself. That's just how honest people were. Owing someone even a small favor felt like the sky was falling. They would think of every way to pay it back, and even multiple times over. Those who knew them understood they meant well. Those who didn't would mistake it for them being eager to clear the debt and cut ties. Lu Erzu didn't have experience handling such matters either. He suddenly remembered that his old man inside was the son of a landlord and must have seen people coming to express gratitude many times. He hurriedly ran into the house. "Dad, what should I do?" Lu Fusheng casually lit a brand of cigarette and smiled. "I thought you could handle it yourself. In the end, you still came to ask your old man?" "Dad, stop joking. In a moment, Uncle Dagan is going to rush in and kowtow to you. Let's see what you do then," Lu Erzu said crossly. Seeing his son was anxious, Lu Fusheng stopped teasing. "In the past, your great-grandfather often waived the rent for tenant farmers. During disasters or hardships, he would also open the granary to distribute grain. Back then, plenty of people would come to the house like this to kowtow and thank him, crying that they had no way to repay him. Your great-grandfather eventually got tired of dealing with it and came up with a good solution. He would find some work for these people to do. While they worked, he'd give them a full meal and even some money. This way, they could eat in peace and wouldn't be so panicked, always thinking about kowtowing in thanks." Lu Erzu thought for a moment. "So it's the work for relief approach?" Lu Fusheng nodded repeatedly. Yes, that's exactly what your great-grandfather said. I just forgot the term." "Dad, were you an only child back then?" Lu Erzu couldn't help but ask. "Yeah, how did you know?" Lu Fusheng was curious. He had never told Lu Erzu about his family's past. Lu Erzu sighed as he walked out, saying, "If you weren't an only child, would my great-grandfather have doted on you so much?" Lu Fusheng smoked on the heated brick bed, pondering those words for a while before he realized what Lu Erzu meant. It was clearly an implication that he was too slow-witted. If he hadn't been an only child, the great-grandfather would have groomed someone else long ago. "You little brat," Lu Fusheng shouted toward the door, then laughed. Lu Erzu stepped outside, having also thought of a good idea. He said to Lu Dagan, "Uncle, I actually happen to have something I need help with. I'll give you pictures of a few herbs. Could you go up the mountain and help me gather them?" Every time he went up the mountain to find herbs, it was an ordeal for Lu Erzu. Sometimes, to find a single herb, he had to climb over 2 mountain peaks. If it were for catching a wild boar or something, running over a mountain would be fine. But for finding herbs, Lu Erzu was truly reluctant. Hearing that Lu Erzu had something for him to do, Lu Dagan nodded repeatedly. Good. My whole family will go up the mountain to help you gather them." Lu Dagan's wife also breathed a sigh of relief, feeling they had finally found a way to repay Lu Erzu. "All right, I'll see you out." Lu Erzu led them toward the exit. Niu Honghua wanted to follow and exchange a few more pleasantries. Lu Erzu turned back and said, "Mom, you and sister-in-law keep tidying up. I'll see them out." Nowadays, Niu Honghua was completely obedient to Lu Erzu. She quickly said, "Sister, I won't see you two out then." No need, we can walk out ourselves." Lu Dagan quickly told the two of them to go back. Once they were out of the courtyard gate, Lu Erzu, like a magician, pulled a bag of corn flour from his vest and stuffed it into Lu Dagan's arms. Seeing his eyes widen, he immediately said, "Don't say a word, just take it. I'm not some Joe the Skinner. How could I let you work without giving you anything in return? Besides, with your constitution, what's a single bowl of chicken soup going to do? If you collapse again while gathering herbs on the mountain, I won't be able to save you then. How would you repay my kindness then?" Lu Dagan knew Lu Erzu had a point, but he had come to show gratitude, and ending up with another bag of grain made him feel even more indebted. Seeing this, his wife started crying uncontrollably and was about to lead the 3 children to kneel. Lu Erzu stopped them and said seriously, "It's not like you don't know my family's background. Kowtowing like this isn't thanking me, it's intentionally harming me, do you understand? We wouldn't dare." Lu Dagon also realized and didn't dare kowtow anymore. Alright, go on. I have things to do. Go to my master's house early tomorrow to help. Lu Erzu waved them away. Lu Dagon's family agreed, clutching the grain and heading home, looking back with every step. Seeing this, Lu Erzu simply went inside, closed the door with a bang, and slid the bolt shut. Only then did the family quickly return home. After arriving home, they opened the bag to make some porridge, only to find that inside the bag, besides the corn flour, there was also a jar of canned fruit in syrup and 6 white rabbit milk candies. Seeing these things, the couple broke down in tears again. But they didn't dare go out, they could only close their own door, wailing as they pulled their 3 children to kneel toward the direction of Lu Erju's house, and kowtow heavily 3 times. Lu Dagon, his face covered in tears, said to the 3 children, "From now on, whatever your brother Zhu Zi says goes. If anyone dares to be disrespectful to him, I'll beat you to death." 54. Number 54 First Blind Date. Chapter 54. The first blind date. Lu Erzu returned home and, seeing the pained expressions on his mother and sister-in-law's faces, knew they were regretting the loss of those 3 chickens. He immediately ran to the sack by the wall and pulled out 2 wild chickens. "Mom, I caught hens this time. Raise them, and our family will have eggs to eat in the future." Sure enough, the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law had their attention diverted, and they excitedly ran over to examine the 2 wild chickens. They were indeed hens. Li Quikwei was extremely excited, staring at the wild chicken and shouting, "Mom, Mom!" Smack. Niu Honghua gave Li Quikwei a slap on the back of the neck, saying angrily, "You silly girl, what are you calling Mom at?" "Hee hee, Mom, I'm just too excited," Li Quikwei said with an embarrassed laugh. Niu Honghua didn't scold her further because she was also very excited. Nowadays, with the planned economy in place, people are afraid to engage in private business, and even eating something good can make them fear being reported. But only this chicken butt bank is completely without issue. You can use eggs to exchange for goods at the purchasing station or the supply and marketing cooperative, or even directly for money, without any problem. Seeing that the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law had their attention diverted, Lu Erzu turned to leave. Knock knock knock. Someone knocked on the door, startling Lu Erzu, who thought that family had returned. Just as he was considering whether to climb over the wall to hide, he heard Lu Mashuan's voice from outside. "Zhu Zi, I need to talk to you about something. Come with me." Coming. Hearing it was his master's son, Lu Erzu breathed a sigh of relief and hurried out. "What's up, Xuanzhe?" Lu Mashuan pulled Lu Erzu toward the village entrance. "Your sister-in-law says there's a pretty good little girl in the neighboring village. She's an apprentice worker at the county textile factory, earning at least 10 yuan a month, so she wants to set you 2 up. Lu Erzu was full of question marks. How did this suddenly turn into matchmaking? "No, listen to me, brother. I don't plan on finding a wife for now." In his previous life, Lu Erzu had married too early, which prevented him from enjoying life much. In this life, he didn't want to marry so early again. He planned to first be filial to his parents and then enjoy life on his own. If possible, he hoped to travel the world in the future, climb snowy mountains, see the aurora, and cross oceans. Which of these things isn't more enjoyable than getting married? Besides, with his space ability, he wouldn't lack money. By the 1980s or 1990s, wouldn't those female stars be throwing themselves at him? If possible, he also wanted to experience the joy of golf. But Lu Mashuan wouldn't take no for an answer and dragged Lu Erzu to the village entrance. Sun Lu was waiting there, chatting animatedly with a group of old ladies. Seeing all the elite members of the village's department gathered here, Lu Erzu was truly panicked. Good grief, having a blind date in front of these gossips. Who knows what kind of news about him would spread by the next day. "Brother, if you want to kill me, just say so. No need to go through all this trouble." Lu Erzu turned and pleaded. Lu Mashuan looked puzzled. "Zhu Zi, what nonsense are you talking about? The aunties and grannies in the village are grateful to you for sending chicken soup to the village, so they want to help vet her for you. Others don't even get this treatment." Lu Erzu suddenly began to mourn for that girl. The unlucky one here wasn't him, it was clearly that girl. "Anyway, I have things to do. I need to leave. Let's talk about the blind date another day." Lu Erzu hurriedly declined. She's here, a sharp-eyed auntie suddenly shouted. Everyone's gaze shifted to the distance. Even Lu Erzu instinctively glanced over. They saw a very tall girl wearing a slightly oversized blue worker's uniform, riding a worn-out bicycle from afar. The girl had wheat-colored skin and a fairly delicate appearance. Although she looked thin, it only made her chest and buttocks stand out more. Sun Lu quickly ran over and said to Lu Erzu, "So, younger brother, look at that big chest, look at that butt. The girl I introduced to you isn't bad, right? If you like her, I'll go propose for you." It'll definitely work. The other old ladies also chimed in with their opinions. Oh my, this girl is getting prettier and prettier. Working in the city must be easy. Look at how nice her clothes are. I've heard about this child. She's hardworking and filial. She's really good. I even know her grandmother. Zhu, do you want me to help talk to her? Watching these women chatter noisily, Luer Zhu was so annoyed he could only plead. Aunties and grannies, I don't want to get married for now. At least wait until my dad's leg is better. This excuse left them speechless. After all, you can't have the man's father limping while welcoming a new daughter-in-law into the house. Watching his first attempt at arranging a blind date for someone start and end so abruptly, Sun Lu also felt a bit regretful. Alright then, this girl is really quite good and matches you well. Lu Mashuan also nodded, watching the girl's retreating figure and saying, she's really beautiful, even prettier than your sister-in-law. Zhu, why won't you agree? Luer Zhu gave Lu Mashuan a strange look and moved away slightly. Xuan Zhe, no wonder you and my real brother are good friends. What's wrong? Lu Mashuan came back to his senses but found his wife glaring at him angrily. He asked curiously, wife, what's wrong? Toothache? She's good looking, huh? Prettier than me, huh? Then why don't you go find her? See if she'd even look at a big fool like you. Sun Lu pinched Lu Mashuan hard, scaring him into fleeing in panic. Those aunties and grannies burst into laughter, all watching the commotion. Luer Zhu took the opportunity to escape back to his home. Just as he was about to lie down and rest for a while, the effects of the alcohol hit him, and somehow, he fell asleep. The next day, Luer Zhu was woken up by the need to pee. He tried to sit up by pushing against the Kong, only to find the area he touched was wet. This startled him greatly. Thinking he had wet the bed, he hurriedly tried to get up, but his foot bumped into something soft and small. He squinted and looked, only to find Nizi lying in his quilt. But she had rolled all the way to the inner side of the Kong and was sprawled out, fast asleep. Luer Zhu immediately laughed. It seemed this little girl had wet the Kong and, unable to squeeze past him, had gone to sleep on the inner side. He picked up Nizi and placed her properly, then went outside to pee. Unexpectedly, as soon as he reached the yard, Luer Zhu noticed several dark figures crouching outside his fence. Instinctively, he pulled out his gun and shouted sharply, "Who's there?" He couldn't afford to be careless. Yesterday, treating the villagers to chicken soup had shown off his wealth, which might have attracted someone's attention. When people are desperate with hunger, they're capable of anything. And his fence couldn't even keep out a dog, let alone a bad person. Hearing Luer Zhu's challenge, the dark figures outside all stood up abruptly, holding tools in their hands. 55. Number 55 Chunner was left behind. Chapter 55. Chunner is left behind. Zhu, it's us. Lu Dagon's voice came from outside the fence. Luer Zhu only breathed a sigh of relief when he heard the familiar voice. He had been so focused on being nervous that he immediately pulled out his gun and hadn't even had time to take out his flashlight. When he shone his flashlight now, he finally saw the familiar faces of Lu Dagon's family of 5. The early morning in late autumn was quite cold. None of them had warm clothing, and they were all shivering from the cold. The lips of the 3 children were turning blue, and they huddled tightly together, both because of the cold and because of fear of the gun in Luer Zhu's hand. Luer Zhu quickly approached. What's wrong? Did something happen to you? No, didn't you ask us to help? I was afraid of being late, Lu Dagon said with an honest smile. Luer Zhu was dumbfounded by this statement, and subconsciously looked at the sky. The sky isn't even bright yet. Going up the mountain this early is just asking for bad luck. Lu Dagon's family lowered their heads, not daring to argue. Seeing their pitiful appearance, Luer Zhu felt helpless. He looked at the 3 shrinking children and snapped, "Wait here for a bit." Aye. The family of 5 agreed and squatted down again, reducing the surface area exposed to the wind to keep warmer. The youngest child, curled up in his mother's arms, still couldn't stop trembling. Luer Zhu went back inside, came out with a thermos and several bowls, then dropped a piece of fruit candy into each bowl, dissolved it with hot water, and handed it to them. Drink this. They were all skin and bones, clearly malnourished. If they were caught by the autumn wind like this and didn't replenish some sugar, they would definitely die on the mountain. When they saw Luer Zhu pouring hot water into the bowls, a sweet, fruity scent rushed over, causing Lu Dagon's family to instinctively swallow their saliva. Hearing that it was for them, they all hurriedly backed away. I wouldn't dare, Lu Dagon waved his hands repeatedly. Quote, Zhu, you've already given my family so much, we can't take any more favors from you. The child in Lu Dagon's wife's arms didn't understand anything and instinctively reached into the hot water bowl for the candy, but his mother slapped his hand hard. The child wanted to cry, but Lu Dagon's wife quickly covered his mouth, nervously looking toward the house, afraid of disturbing Lu Erju's parents' rest. The two little girls beside them, one older and one younger, also kept their heads down, shyly and timidly looking at their toes. Seeing how nervous the family was, Lu Erju said with a dark expression, "You won't drink it? Then go back home. I don't need you to work anymore." This put the family in an awkward position, unable to advance or retreat. "Hurry up, I can't hold it steady anymore. If the bowl drops on the ground in a moment, no one gets to drink," Lu Erju urged. "No, we'll drink it." Lu Dagon saw the hand holding the bowl shaking and some of the sugar water spilling out. Pained, he quickly took the bowl. Lu Erju handed over the other bowls of hot water soaking fruit candy. The youngest boy ignored everything else and first reached into the hot water bowl to take out the candy. His hands were dirty, and as soon as they dipped into the hot water, the water instantly turned black. The boy didn't mind, gulping down the sugar water. He licked the bowl several times before starting to continuously lick the fruit candy in his hand. The others were much the same. They all took out the candy first, drank the water, and licked the bowls clean. The difference was that the two girls both handed their candy to their younger brother. Chunner was the eldest girl, already in her teens, so being sensible was normal. The other girl was only about 10 years old, underdeveloped, looking like a 6 or 7-year-old child. Even though she was already drooling with desire, she still placed the candy in her younger brother's hand. Not to mention Lu Dagon and his wife, they didn't even dare to lick the candy once. Lu Erzu couldn't be bothered with the two adults. He just stared at the two girls and said, "Eat the candy, it's for you." The two girls were very nervous because of him, holding the candy and unsure what to do. Lu Dagon's wife dared not contradict Lu Erzu. She glanced at her two daughters and said tenderly, "Eat it, eat it. Didn't I tell you that you must listen to your brother Zhu Zi in everything?" A look of joy quickly flashed across the faces of the two girls, and then they started licking the candy piece by piece, their faces full of contentment. After drinking the hot sugar water, the family of 5 was much warmer, and their bluish faces became much rosier. Seeing this, Lu Erzu finally relaxed. He was genuinely afraid that this family of 5 would die on the mountain. People often say that modern people are weak, but people in this era are robust and rarely get sick. That's because a minor illness can be fatal. Those who weren't robust died, so those who survived naturally appeared strong. This is why many people insist on having several children even though their families are suffering so much. If they have a few more, perhaps one will survive. If they have too few, it's truly easy for the family line to die out. Zhu Zi, we've finished drinking. Can we go up the mountain to help you work now? Lu Dagon carefully collected the bowls and handed them over. Lu Erzu returned to the house, took 2 pieces of rough paper, drew the required herb patterns on them, and handed them to Lu Dagon. Just pick according to what's on here, but absolutely do not enter the deep mountains. Also, go home for lunch, and you must be home as soon as it gets dark in the evening. If you can't do that, then don't help me work. Lu Dagon looked troubled. That's too little time. How many herbs can we gather? Lu Erzu said helplessly, this is a job that requires steady effort over time, like farming. You can't expect to finish a year's work in one day, right? Even if you had the ability to gather that much, I wouldn't have anywhere to store it. Lu Dagon was honest, but not stupid. He knew that Lu Erzu cared for his family and didn't want them to overwork. But the more Lu Erzu did this, the more indebted Lu Dagon felt. So, he reluctantly agreed verbally, but inwardly resolved to speed up his search, otherwise, he wouldn't get much work done in a day. Alright, you guys head up the mountain first. Lu Erzu waved his hand to dismiss them. He was holding in his pee. Lu Dagon turned and walked away with his family. After only 2 steps, he suddenly turned back and said, Zhu Zi, let Chunner stay behind to serve you, help you wash clothes and such. That's right, that's right. Lu Dagon's wife also quickly pushed Chunner. Hurry up, go wash the bowls. Lu Erzu originally wanted to refuse, but seeing Lu Dagon's manner, he figured the man wouldn't come down the mountain all day. If Chunner stayed, she could also cook a meal and send it up the mountain. Fine, let her stay then, but I don't need serving. Lu Erzu readily agreed. Lu Dagon's family was overjoyed, finally feeling they could help their benefactor a little. Immediately, Lu Dagon's wife glared at her eldest daughter and said, you must be obedient while you are here, and don't be clumsy. If I find out you made your brother Zhu Zi unhappy, don't blame me for punishing you. Chunner lowered her head and softly hummed in agreement. Alright, let's head up the mountain now. Lu Dagon called out softly and left with his family. Chunner quickly picked up the bowls and thermos from the ground, cautiously walked into Lu Erju's house, and asked timidly, Brother Zhu Zi, should I wash the bowls first? Go ahead, go ahead. I'm going to the latrine. Lu Erzu waved his hand, letting Chunner do as she pleased. Going to the latrine? Do you need my help? Chun'er quickly asked. I'm this old, what is there to help with when going to the latrine? Are you suggesting I need you to wipe my butt? Lu'er Zhu was speechless and quickly walked away. If he didn't leave soon, he'd have to ask Chun'er to help wash his pants. 56. Number 56. The son has already brought his wife home? Chapter 56. Did my son bring a wife home? Lu'er Zhu came out of the latrine, feeling light and refreshed. But he saw Chun'er squatting by the door, her arms wrapped tightly around herself like a little quail. Several clean bowls were stacked neatly on the stove. What are you doing? Lu'er Zhu walked over and tilted his head to look, making sure Chun'er wasn't squatting there to relieve herself. Chun'er thought Lu'er Zhu was accusing her of being lazy and hurriedly whispered an explanation. Brother Zhu Zi, I wasn't being lazy. I've washed the bowls. I wanted to sweep the yard or chop wood, but I was afraid the noise would wake up Uncle and Auntie, and there's no other work to do. Seeing the girl on the verge of tears as she spoke, Lu'er Zhu quickly shushed her and said seriously, I'll say it again, you're not here to be a servant. You don't need to be in such a hurry to work. If you want to rest, you can rest. Do you understand? Chun'er lowered her head upon hearing this, not knowing how to respond, so she chose to remain silent. Seeing her like this, Lu'er Zhu shook his head helplessly and led Chun'er into the house. He told Chun'er to sit on a stool and wait for a while he thought about making a trip to the county seat later. It was time to collect the money for the wild boar he had sold to the police station, and he was also wondering what else to buy in town. Nizi was still young, and the malnutrition from the past few years couldn't be fixed just with meals and canned food. He needed to get some malted milk extract and milk powder. Then there was white flour or wheat seeds, as well as other vegetables. Potatoes, green peppers, green beans, and the like. He had been craving a taste of big pot stew for a long time. Not long after, Niu Honghua woke up. Rubbing her eyes as she sat up, she saw her son sitting at the table with a girl. She froze, then rubbed her eyes hard, thinking she was seeing things. Once she was sure there really was a girl by the table, she gave the sleeping Lu Fusheng a pinch. Lu Fusheng woke up from the pain. Seeing his arm pinched red, he cursed angrily. Niu Honghua, are you crazy? Niu Honghua ignored the cursing and pointed at Chun'er, saying, Am I dreaming? How did Zhu Zi already bring a wife home? Huh? Lu Fusheng also poked his head out from under the covers. After taking a closer look, he asked in confusion, Chun'er? Why are you here? Oh, it's Chun'er? I didn't see clearly. Niu Honghua hurriedly started dressing. Lu Fusheng was embarrassed to get out of bed in front of the little girl, so he could only look at Lu'er Zhu, waiting for an explanation. Lu'er Zhu quickly explained how he had asked Lu Dagan for help and the reason he kept Chun'er. So that's how it is. Niu Honghua was a bit disappointed. She would have preferred it if her son had quietly brought a daughter-in-law home. This way she could hold another big bastard sooner. Besides, Chun'er wasn't ugly. Although malnutrition had made her skin dull, her delicate features weren't affected. Moreover, even though she was skin and bones from hunger, those large granaries were still full, and her buttocks were round and perky, showing how good her natural build was. A girl like this, with 10 days to half a month of good food and drink, would immediately turn into a radiant beauty. The more Niu Honghua looked, the more she liked her. At the same time, she thought that since Lu Dagan's family was so grateful to her son, if he really married Chun'er, they certainly wouldn't ask for a penny in bride price and would even be very happy. Once this thought appeared, Niu Honghua couldn't let it go. She quickly said, Chun'er, I'm going to empty the urine bucket first. Wait a moment, Auntie, I'll do it, Chun'er said quickly. No need, it's dirty, Niu Honghua said, feeling a bit embarrassed. Not to mention Chun'er wasn't a daughter-in-law yet. Even if she were, no daughter-in-law would empty the urine bucket for her parents-in-law on her first day at their home, unless it was the kind of feudal old mother-in-law who wanted to establish dominance. Chun'er didn't say a word. She picked up the urine bucket and went out, emptying it in the nearby fields. This was high-quality fertilizer and couldn't be wasted. Seeing Chun'er walk out with her perky buttocks swaying, Niu Honghua couldn't help but say, Zhu Zi, I think this girl is definitely destined to give birth to sons. Lu'er Zhu was a bit annoyed. Quote, Mom, I have no plans to get married for the time being, so stop trying to play matchmaker. You child, getting married is so good. You'll have a wife, kids, and a warm bed. Besides, you like Nizi so much. If your wife gives birth to a daughter in the future, you'll surely be happy too. Niu Honghua advised him earnestly, her heart set on getting her son married soon. Lu'er Zhu simply ignored her and focused on giving his father acupuncture and applying medicine. At the same time, the swishing sound of sweeping could be heard outside. Seeing that Lu'er Zhu's family was all awake, Chun'er didn't wait any longer and started busying herself with various chores. Seeing she couldn't persuade him, Niu Honghua went out to chat with Chun'er, wanting to ask the girl how she felt about her son. By the time Lu'er Zhu finished attending to his father, Nizi had just woken up. She crawled to the edge of the Kong with sleepy eyes and reached out to Lu'er Zhu. "Little uncle, hug." Lu'er Zhu picked up Nizi and said with a smile, "You little girl, why did you come looking for me again? A few more times and you'll wet the Kong until it collapses." Nizi felt a bit shy and burrowed into Lu'er Zhu's arms, then said piteously in a small voice, "Little uncle, I'm a bit hungry." "Alright, uncle will make you some porridge and put sugar in it, okay?" Lu'er Zhu affectionately pinched Nizi's little nose. Nizi was incredibly excited. Although the family had become a bit wealthier in the past 2 days, Li Quikwei was used to being frugal. Coupled with the habit of preparing for lean times, she still didn't let Nizi eat breakfast. Now that there was porridge to drink with sugar, she couldn't be happier. Even someone as open-minded as Lu Fusheng felt a bit pained hearing this. No wonder Nizi runs here as soon as she wakes up. What a little glutton. Nizi didn't care. She leaned on Lu'er Zhu's shoulder and made a face at her grandfather, looking playful and cute. "You brat," Lu Fusheng scolded with a laugh. He raised his hand as if to hit Nizi, making her kick her legs and scramble up Lu'er Zhu's shoulder in fear. But when the large hand came down, it only patted Nizi's little bottom like a tickle. Nizi immediately giggled again, no longer afraid. Lu'er Zhu carried Nizi outside and got some firewood, intending to cook. Chun'er was being held by the hand by Niu Honghua, who was asking her all sorts of questions. Her dull face showed a hint of shyness. Seeing Lu'er Zhu about to start a fire, she wanted to help but didn't dare pull her hand away forcefully. She whispered anxiously, "Auntie, I want to help brother Zhu Zi start the fire." Go on, Niu Honghua said with a smile, letting go of her hand. She didn't want Chun'er to work more, she just wanted the two of them to spend more time together. In Niu Honghua's view, Lu'er Zhu was just young. Once he spent more time with a girl, he would know the benefits of having a woman. In this era where boys were favored over girls, many girls started working at 4 or 5 years old and knew how to start a fire and cook by 7 or 8. As the eldest sister in her family, Chun'er was naturally more skilled. She quickly started the fire and boiled a pot of water. Looking at Lu'er Zhu, she asked, "Brother Zhu Zi, are there any wild vegetables at home? I'll make some porridge. If not, I'll go up the mountain to pick some." 57. Number 57. I want to have a child with Brother Zhu. Chapter 57. Wanting to bear Brother Zhu Zi's children. We're not eating mush. Lu'er Zhu brought over the family's flour bag. Quote, "We're making porridge." Looking at the clean, golden cornmeal inside the bag, Chun'er was stunned. To her, this stuff was no different from a bag of gold. She didn't even dare touch it for fear of getting it dirty or spilling it. "What's wrong?" Lu'er Zhu glanced at Chun'er. Chun'er looked up, her eyes shimmering with troubled tears. "I don't know how to make porridge." Growing up, she had mostly eaten various kinds of mush or sweet potatoes. To be honest, in her teens, she had only eaten her fill for about half a year, back in 58 during the time of the communal canteens. But back then, she wasn't qualified to help with the cooking. She could make mush and even steam wowo, but she truly didn't know how to do something as extravagant as boiling so much flour into porridge just for one full meal. Lu'er Zhu turned to look at Niu Honghua, but she quickly turned her head away. She knew how to make porridge, but she couldn't bring herself to do it. So much cornmeal, wouldn't it be better to make wowo? Wouldn't that be more filling than porridge? If made into wild vegetable mush, it could last a week. Lu'er Zhu shook his head and simply made a pot of corn porridge himself, then added 2 large spoonfuls of white sugar to the pot. This single act consumed 2/3 of the white sugar in his mind space. He calculated that he needed to stock up more this year. Otherwise, by next year, white sugar would become a strategic resource, and buying it would require a note from the hospital. Once the porridge was ready, Lu'er Zhu asked Chun'er to serve a bowl to everyone. Nizi sat obediently on his lap, pouting her little mouth to blow on the piping hot corn porridge, anxious to drink it. After the past 2 days, Lu Fusheng and Niu Honghua had become somewhat accustomed to their son's wasteful ways. Though it pained them, they sipped the porridge in small gulps. But judging by their pace, by the time Lu'er Zhu finished the pot, they would probably have more than half a bowl left to pour back for him. These two were still doing all right. After silently bringing the porridge to everyone, Chun'er lowered her head and went outside. She crouched by the door, hugging her legs tightly, resting her pointed chin on her knees as she stared blankly at her toes. She was used to curling up into a ball like this to compress her stomach. Some said that by flattening the stomach, one wouldn't feel as hungry. Suddenly, Chun'er noticed a pair of clean, nice-looking rubber shoes appear in front of her. Compared to those shoes, both her rough feet and her tattered straw sandals seemed so lowly. Feeling a bit inferior, Chunner pulled her feet back slightly and looked up. Brother Zhu, why aren't you eating? I should be asking you that. Luer Zhu looked at the empty bowl sitting on the stove. Me? Chunner hadn't expected Luer Zhu to still want her to eat, so she shook her head repeatedly. Quote, I'm not hungry. Gurgle. Perhaps it was the intoxicating aroma of the corn porridge that made Chunner's stomach growl. Chunner's small face immediately flushed as she lowered her head, feeling like crying. Why was she so pathetic? How embarrassing. Brother Zhu would surely laugh at her, wouldn't he? Just as this thought occurred to her, she felt a warm, large hand cover her head. She flinched instinctively, thinking she was about to be hit. Luer Zhu only gently stroked her head and said softly, if you want to work for me and repay me, you have to eat your fill. Otherwise, if you collapse after 2 days, wouldn't I be the one losing out? Chunner had never experienced such tenderness and couldn't help but stare blankly at Luer Zhu. She worked at home too, but her parents were never this gentle with her. If she did a good job, it was expected of her. If she didn't, she would be scolded at best and beaten at worst. To make matters worse, she was the eldest sister. If her younger siblings did something wrong, she would be punished for not looking after them properly. Fortunately, Chunner was used to it. After long-term submissiveness, she didn't think much of it. Today, Luer Zhu was like a beam of light shining into her long numb soul, making her feel warm. For some reason, she developed a strong affection for the youth before her. Chunner couldn't even help but fantasize about how wonderful it would be if she could marry Brother Zhu. She would certainly work like an ox or a horse for him, washing his feet every day, emptying his chamber pot, and bearing him a whole bunch of sons. Luer Zhu had no idea of Chunner's repaying kindness with enmity thoughts. He took her hand and led her into the house. Quote, you have to eat to work. I'm not some landlord like Joe the Skinner. Seeing the two of them come in hand, Niu Hongwa's eyes widened. She wore a full anti-smile and even began to fantasize about taking her old man to their eldest son's house for the night to make room for the young couple. Maybe she'd be holding a bastard in no time. Lu Fusheng also widened his eyes but out of anger. You brat, what do you mean by landlord Joe the Skinner? Not all landlords were bad people. Yes, I'm not talking about you. Don't be so defensive, Dad, Luer Zhu explained. That's more like hey, you mother F, what do you mean, defensive? Lu Fusheng realized something was wrong and started swearing again. If his legs weren't so inconvenient, and if Chunner weren't there, Lu Fusheng would have really wanted to slap him. Luer Zhu pressed Chunner down into a seat and even went to serve her a bowl of porridge. Drink up. Nizi sat obediently on her chair, swinging her little feet, and said gleefully, drink up, Sister Chunner. It's really sweet. Chunner bit her lip, not daring to move. Can you give me a bowl without sugar? That request is indeed excessive. Do I have to start a separate stove just for you? Anyone who didn't know better would think we have some high-ranking leader in our house, needing a separate small canteen. Just drink it quickly. I have things to do and need to head out after you're done. Luer Zhu urged. Niu Honghua also hurriedly said, Chunner, drink it. It's fine. Nourish your body so you can bear children. Luer Zhu glanced at his mother, knowing she must be getting the wrong idea again. Chunner's face also turned bright red at those words, but she picked up the bowl and began to drink cautiously. She wanted to bear Luer Zhu's children. It didn't matter even if she had no official status. Luer Zhu sat nearby and watched as every one of them finished their porridge. As for them licking their bowls after finishing or using their fingers to scrape the residue, or talking about adding water and wild vegetables to the pot to boil it again, that was none of his business. Luer Zhu asked Chunner to take Nizi out to play and instructed his mother to make steamed buns for lunch, telling Chunner to take them up the mountain so Lu Dagon's family could eat their fill. Only then did he set off for the county seat to collect debts. Just as he stepped out, he ran into Uncle Hai driving an ox cart, swaying slowly along. Uncle Hai, where are you going? Luer Zhu asked curiously. Going to the commune for a meeting, Uncle Hai said helplessly. Quote, 2 meetings in 3 days. It's annoying. Luer Zhu looked at Uncle Hai with pity, thinking to himself, you're annoyed by 2 meetings in 3 days? In a few years when the wind starts blowing, even 3 meetings a day won't be enough to stop it. Perfect, I'm heading to town. We're going the same way, so give me a lift. Luer Zhu didn't feel like walking, so he simply hopped onto the ox cart. What are you going to the county seat for? Uncle Hai asked while driving, once Luer Zhu was settled. To collect a debt, Luer Zhu replied casually. Uncle Hai glanced back at him. Collect a debt? Then I'll go with you first before heading to the meeting, just in case those people try to bully you because you're young. 58. Number 58 Going to the city to collect debts. Chapter 58, Going to town to collect debts. No need, uncle. He's a friend of mine, not an outsider, Luer Zhu declined with a smile. He could hardly imagine how terrified Lu Hai would be if he knew he was going to the police station to collect a debt. After all, people in this era still held a considerable amount of respect and fear towards state departments, because, at this time, the public security officers really dared to open fire. Are you sure you can handle it? Don't let yourself get bullied, Lu Hai said with concern. Setting aside the 2 chickens Lu Erzu gave the village, which allowed everyone to nourish their bodies, it wouldn't even be an exaggeration to say he helped extend the lives of some frail elderly people by several months. Even just considering they were from the same village and shared the same surname, he couldn't just stand by and watch Lu Erzu get bullied by outsiders. Lu Erzu quickly reassured him. Don't worry, that friend of mine used to be a soldier. His professional ethics wouldn't allow him to bully people. Lu Hai suddenly understood and felt relieved. He didn't understand professional ethics, but he understood soldiers. Soldiers of this era had a strong sense of national honor. It was impossible for them to ruin a soldier's reputation or the country's image for a little bit of money. The ox cart wobbled along, bringing Lu Erzu to a spot not far from the commune. Lu Hai pointed toward a slightly level path and said, "Go this way. Though it's a bit further, it's easier to walk." Lu Erzu gave a word of agreement, jumped off the cart, and left. Lu Hai watched him walk away before continuing to drive the ox cart forward. Ding ling ling, accompanied by a crisp bicycle bell ringing from behind, Lu Hai's face darkened. He didn't even need to look back to know who was coming. Hazy, who was that kid just now? Your son? A man riding a Phoenix brand bicycle pulled up dashingly beside the ox cart. Lu Hai said crossly, "I wish he were my son. That boy is very promising." The man laughed. "How promising can someone from your Lu village be?" "Oh, don't get me wrong. I mean, we're so close that if your village had a talented person, I would have known long ago. But I haven't heard of any golden phoenix flying out of your place lately. That promising kid you mentioned isn't even as well known as this iron phoenix I'm riding." Lu Hai knew this guy always loved to show off, especially since his daughter married a city person and they gave him a discarded second-hand bicycle he spent all day riding around, acting incredibly smug. Usually, Lu Hai didn't want to bother with this fellow, but now, the man's words had truly crossed Lu Hai's line. He snapped, "Wang Egu, what the hell are you so smug about? No matter how awesome you are, can you make your whole village eat meat? That boy Zhu Zi caught 2 wild chickens and let the whole village have meat soup, and look at those straw sandals you're wearing. He's wearing liberation shoes. Plus, his brother is a top-notch carpenter who made a wobble car that can move on its own. I've already told his brother to make another one to send to the commune. When the time comes, won't it be easy to trade it for a job opening at the county furniture factory? No matter how great your daughter is, doesn't she still have a rural household registration and no job?" After this outburst, Lu Hai felt incredibly vindicated seeing Wang Eguo's stunned and bewildered expression. Having been suppressed by this guy for so long, he could finally vent his anger and get the upper hand. It was lucky Erzuzi was so capable. He'd have to see if he could arrange for the boy's father to become a point keeper. That way, he could still work even with a broken leg. Lu Hai silently felt grateful to Lu Erzu in his heart. Wang Egu, however, had forgotten to pedal his bike while listening. He fell far behind the ox cart, his mind filled with thoughts of meat soup. Once he snapped out of it, he quickly caught up. "Hazy, are you telling the truth? Your whole village ate meat?" Hearing this, Lu Hai's heart skipped a beat. This was going to be bad. In his rush to show off, he forgot that the commune had been without meat for a long time. If they had meat but didn't offer any to the commune, he'd likely be targeted with small shoes. Wang Egu judged from Lu Hai's expression that he wasn't lying. Amidst his jealousy, he was also full of smugness. "Fine, Lu Hai, you're something else. I'll definitely help you publicize that kid's glorious deeds." Wait, Brother Egu, Big Brother Egu, I was just bragging," Lu Hai said hurriedly. "Well, let's see if the commune's secretary and director believe that." Wang Egu sneered, pedaled his bicycle hard, and quickly departed. Lu Hai slapped his thigh in regret and hurriedly whipped the ox's rump to give chase. Lu Erzu was unaware of what was happening here. He had already sighted the county town and quickened his pace to enter. There were many people coming and going on the streets. Most wore blue work uniforms with oversleeves and patches on their elbows. Although it affected the aesthetics slightly, these workers didn't think so. Instead, they felt very proud, especially when people on the roadside looked at these workers with envious eyes. Satisfied and happy smiles would inevitably appear on their malnourished faces. Even more smug were those riding bicycles to work. Whether or not anyone was in their way, they would ring their crisp bells from time to time, just like how people in later generations liked to rev their sports cars' engines to make the exhaust pipes roar. After another half hour or so, Lu Erzu finally reached the entrance of the police station. He poked his head in first to take a look. Seeing that Wang Jianjun, whom he had traded with before, was among those on duty, he walked in boldly. Brother Wang, keeping busy? Wang Jianjun was drinking water. Seeing it was Lu Zhu, he stood up happily. Brother Zhu Zi, come. Sit. I'll pour you some water. The 3 other public security officers also on duty looked at Lu Zhu with curiosity, wondering who this was to make Wang Jianjun so polite. Wang Jianjun poured Lu Zhu a cup of plain boiled water. He picked up his tea canister only to find it empty. He said awkwardly, Zhu Zi, drink this for now. I'll go buy some tea leaves for you. This made the other 3 officers even more surprised. One young officer with a mole at the corner of his mouth couldn't help but tease. Brother Wang, this couldn't be your brother-in-law, could it? What brother-in-law? That pig we shared was brought in by him. Wang Jianjun glared at him. The other officers all stood up instantly, looking at Lu Zhu in disbelief. So he wasn't a brother-in-law, but the god of wealth. No wonder Wang Jianjun was being so polite. They hadn't expected the god of wealth to be so young, though. The young officer immediately walked over and handed him a brand of cigarette. Brother Zhu Zi, don't mind me. I didn't mean anything by it just now. I was just joking. Lu Zhu took the cigarette and waited for the young officer to light it for him before saying, what are you saying, brother? If I could really have a public security officer as a brother-in-law, wouldn't I be happy to death? Men rarely held deep grudges over trivial things. Usually, any irritation would vanish after sharing a cigarette, especially since Lu Zhu was so well-spoken. The office's impression of him improved instantly, and they all came over to praise him. Brother Zhu Zi is indeed a fine-looking man. Where do you work? It's a pity we don't have any openings right now. Otherwise, making you my apprentice would definitely be a good thing. Being a public security officer requires adjusting your household registration, which might be hard to manage. But you seem to be of marriageable age, kid. Do you have a girlfriend? Want this uncle to introduce someone to you? Jianjun, don't go buy tea. Let Zhu Zi have mine. Several people gathered around Lu Zhu, chatting animatedly. Looking at the tea dust the old officer brought out, Lu Zhu reached into his jacket, pretending there was an inner pocket, but actually pulled a small packet of tea leaves from his mind space. Better drink mine instead. 59. Number 59. Is this a case of using someone else's flowers to offer to Buddha, or taking advantage of someone's misfortune? Chapter 59. Presenting flowers to Buddha or looting a burning house. It wasn't that Lu Zhu wanted to show off, but the tea the old police officer brought out was basically tea dust. It couldn't even be considered geosui. Lu Zhu even suspected it was mixed with soil or tree roots. Seeing that bag of plump jasmine tea, the eyes of several police officers lit up. They all silently turned back, grabbed their tea mugs, and came over, lining up behind Lu Zhu like they were in a cafeteria line. The old officer didn't hesitate to toss his own tea back into the drawer and lock it. Wang Jianjun trotted over with a thermos, looking embarrassed as he said, look at this. You're visiting us and we're making you provide the tea. The old officer next to him shot him a sidelong glance. If you're embarrassed, then don't drink it. I'm just helping Zhu Zi taste if the tea is pure, so he doesn't get cheated. Wang Jianjun explained shamelessly, earning looks of disdain from the other officers. Lu Zhu wasn't stingy either, grabbing a handful for each person to brew. Instantly, the entire duty room was filled with the fragrance of tea. This scented tea had many benefits, but the greatest was its fragrance. After pouring the water, the officers watched the tea leaves slowly unfurl into large leaves in the hot water. Without waiting for it to cool, they blew on the steam and started slurping it down, each one looking utterly satisfied. When drinking tea, it was inevitable to get tea leaves in one's mouth. Normally, they would just chew and swallow them, but today, they couldn't bear to. They would hold them in their mouths for a moment and then spit them back into their cups. One could imagine that they could keep brewing this bit of tea all day. Seeing that everyone had a tea mug except Lu Zhu, Wang Jianjun immediately handed over his cup. Here, drink mine. Lu Zhu had just seen him spit tea leaves back into the cup. He waved his hand without hesitation. You guys drink. I don't really like tea. Wang Jianjun wasn't an idiot. Seeing Lu Zhu's disgust, he felt a moment of awkwardness. The young officer who had teased Lu Zhu earlier burst out laughing. Brother Wang, you haven't brushed your teeth in half a month. Who would want to drink your water? Come on, Zhu Zi, drink mine. Looking at the equally unclean tea mug, Lu Zhu refused again. No, I really don't like tea. The young officer was stunned. Seeing someone else take over the embarrassment, Wang Jianjun was no longer awkward and laughed loudly. Li Xiangyang, you think you're so clean? Zhu Zi is disgusted by every single one of us equally. The other officers all laughed along. The young officer, Li Xiangyang, rubbed his nose awkwardly and said irritably, you little Zhu Zi, who are you trying to fool? If you don't drink tea, why do you carry such good tea with you? Lu Zhu also felt his lie wasn't very good. He smiled to ease the atmosphere. Wait a moment, I'll think of a better reason to trick you. Don't worry, my mind works very fast. This made everyone laugh even harder. No one took offense. Instead, they thought Lu Zhu was quite interesting. Li Xiangyang was also amused to the point of laughter. You kid are just like my younger brother. I could hit him 800 times a day and still not feel satisfied. Then sit down quickly, brother Li. My brother has already avenged you. He used to hit me every day when we were kids. Lu Zhu shrugged. Being called brother Li completely dispelled Li Xiangyang's dissatisfaction. Instead, he patted Lu Zhu's shoulder and said, you're alright, kid. If anyone bullies you in the future, just give the name, Li Xiangyang of South Street. I'm undefeated in the county town. None of those little punks aren't afraid of me. That's great then, Lu Zhu readily agreed. Just then, the director who had traded with Lu Zhu before walked in with a slightly plump, middle-aged man. Oh, what are you talking about? It's so lively. Whoa, it smells so good, the plump middle-aged man sniffed. Quote, is this scented tea? Jasmine tea. Lu Zhu and the others all looked at this middle-aged man, knowing he was definitely no ordinary person. If he hadn't drunk it regularly, he wouldn't have been able to identify the tea so quickly. The director also saw the tea spread out on the table and immediately stepped forward to sniff it. Old Lu, your nose is sharp. It really is scented tea. As he spoke, the director casually wrapped up the tea and put it in his pocket, his movements incredibly natural and smooth. Wang Jianjun quickly stood up and said, Director, this tea is scented tea? What scented tea? The director looked completely blank. The police officers. Old Lu also smiled without saying anything. He often used this trick in his own office, so he was just thinking about how to trick some out of the director once they got into his office. Wang Jianjun also knew his director's nature. Although he usually protected them, it didn't conflict with him pilfering their things. For example, if a pen went missing in the office, you could always find it in the director's office. Usually, they wouldn't mind too much, but this scented tea didn't belong to them. Wang Jianjun could only brace himself and lean in, pointing at Lu Zhu. Director, Zhu Zi. Alright, are you done yet? The director glared at Wang Jianjun irritably. Quote, if I didn't want to entertain Zhu Zi and old Lu, would I even bother taking this little advantage of you? When Zhu Zi is happy with his drink and starts coming here often, won't there be benefits for you too? If that's not enough, you don't have to work your night shifts this month, and you can have an extra 3 taels of the stuff Zhu Zi brought. How's that? Wang Jianjun was shocked. These were 2 pieces of great news. Normally, he would have agreed happily, but today, it really wouldn't work. Director, that tea belongs to Zhu Zi, Wang Jianjun said in a low voice, bracing himself. The director was stunned. Lu Zhu also looked at the director with a smile. Using my tea to bribe me. Let's see how you explain this. Hearing Wang Jianjun's words, old Lu immediately burst out laughing. Old Lu, you're something else. People say, presenting flowers to Buddha, but I didn't expect your flowers to be borrowed from the Buddha himself. The director was also very embarrassed, wishing he could find a hole to crawl into. Who would have thought he'd try to present flowers to Buddha and end up looting a burning house? He quickly took the tea out and said with a dry laugh, how should I put this, Zhu Zi? Hurry up and put the tea away. Giving this good stuff to them is just a waste. Lu Zhu gave him a way out. It's fine, I have plenty more at home. Let's leave this here for everyone to drink. Don't be silly, this stuff isn't cheap. Who would have a bunch of it at home? The director didn't take Lu Zhu's words seriously, thinking he just wanted to build a good relationship with the police station and had bought the tea to bring over. Lu Zhu reached into his coat and pulled out 2 more small bags of tea, placing them on the table. He was glad he had divided the tea into several small bags for convenience earlier. Looking at those 2 bags of tea, the director was stunned for a moment. Then, the bag he was holding naturally went back into his pocket. Ahem, you really do have quite a lot of tea. Jianjun, I remember we got a few military overcoats when we were investigating smuggling. Give one to Zhu Zi later, then report it as damaged and I'll sign off on it. Wang Jianjun agreed. Lu Zhu's eyes lit up. He hadn't expected to get a military overcoat. You should know that winters in this era were extremely cold and difficult to endure, and a military overcoat was definitely the ultimate fashion item for winter. Not only did they have plenty of cotton and were very thick, but some high-end ones even had sheepskin linings. They were incredibly stylish and warm. Unfortunately, these military overcoats were usually supplied to the military, and it was hard for ordinary people to get them. He didn't expect a bag of tea to bring so many benefits. But it also made Lu Zhu realize that this police station must have many more good things from their smuggling investigations. He had to find a way to get some more. 60. Number 60 Farmer Grandpa. Chapter 60. Peasant Grandpa. Lu Zhu was thinking. Old Lu took a swift step forward, grabbed a pack of tea without changing his expression, and stuffed it into his pocket. He looked at him with a smile and said, Zhu Zi, right? I am the textile factory director, Lu Shengli. Come by my place later and sit for a while. I have many little girls there, so finding a wife will be very easy. The police chief said irritably, Old Lu, have you no shame? Taking a man's pack of tea and giving him such a half-hearted promise? Lu Zhu also looked at Old Lu with a smile, waiting for him to continue speaking. He didn't particularly value these things, but he wouldn't give them away for nothing. Lu Shengli, feeling a bit put on the spot by the retort, hesitated before saying, How about this? The factory recently produced a batch of defective cloth. I'll have someone send some over later. Let's forget about the defective cloth for now. Lu Zhu thought for a moment and asked, Uncle Lu, do you have any cotton? I want to buy some, or could you give me some seeds? Lu Shengli's expression changed instantly. He put the tea down somewhat unnaturally and said with a fake smile, You kid, your demands are a bit high. I can't afford this tea at that price. Then never mind the tea. Do you want meat? Lu Zhu said directly. In any case, there were no outsiders here. These public security officers wouldn't betray him unless they didn't want to eat meat anymore. Lu Zhu's confident words left Lu Shengli stunned. He even asked somewhat cautiously, Are you from the slaughterhouse? Or which breeding farm? It wasn't that he was timid, but rather that the people from those two places were too powerful. They were in charge of meat distribution. Leaders from many units would scramble to give them gifts. Ordinary small things weren't even accepted, and some people couldn't even find a way to give gifts if they wanted to. Put it this way, even if a small apprentice from the slaughterhouse came out, even a director like Lu Shengli would have to curry favor and wouldn't dare to offend them in the slightest. I'm not from the slaughterhouse. I'm a farmer from the mountains, but I can go up the mountain to hunt. It just so happens I caught some rabbits recently. Director Lu, if you want. Before Lu Zhu could finish, Lu Shengli rushed over with glowing eyes, grabbed his hand, and shook it repeatedly. Zhu Zi, right? Just now, Old Lu, failed to recognize Mount Tai. Don't hold it against this old muddlehead. Lu Zhu felt he had still underestimated the attraction of meat to these people. Quote, Director, you don't need to be so polite. I'm just a farmer. Who could have imagined that a director of a textile factory, a man with considerable power, would be so humble upon hearing there was meat to eat? Hearing Lu Zhu's words, Lu Shengli immediately said with righteous indignation, What's wrong with being a farmer? Without farmers, what would we eat or drink? Watching such a factory director, a man feared and respected by many textile factory employees, being so humble toward him, Lu Zhu wanted to laugh. He finally understood how poignant that internet quote from the future was. When there's no food, they call us peasant grandpa. When there's food, they call us peasant uncle. After they've eaten their fill, they call us peasant brother. When they're stuffed, they call us migrant workers. If they're stuffed and there's still grain at home, the address changes to country bumpkin. The police chief saw Lu Shengli's anxiety, patted his shoulder, and said, It's not convenient to talk here. Let's go to my office first. No, why go to the office? Zhu Zi, have you had breakfast? I'll treat you to a meal out, Lu Shengli said enthusiastically, his hand still gripping Lu Zhu's without letting go. I ate breakfast before coming. Let's head to the office to talk first. Director Lu, don't worry. Those rabbits are already dead. They won't run away. Lu Zhu comforted him with a smile. Lu Shengli wasn't afraid of the rabbits running away. He was afraid of Lu Zhu running away, and afraid that the rabbits within his reach would be snatched by the police chief. The police chief saw through the man's thoughts and said irritably, Don't worry. Zhu Zi brought us a large wild boar, which is enough for us to eat for a while. I'll definitely let you have these rabbits. There's even a wild boar? Lu Shengli's eyes lit up. Quote, Zhu Zi, from today on, you are my blood brother. By the way, do you have a job? Why not come to our textile factory? There are so many little girls there, and every one of them is beautiful. As a factory director, arranging a position for someone in the factory was simply too easy. And since Lu Zhu could get wild boar and rabbits, who could guarantee he wouldn't be able to get other things in the future? So Lu Shengli wanted to arrange a procurement position for him. As long as he could get food, it wouldn't matter if he didn't show up for work for 100 years, his salary would still be paid and his bonuses would be maximized. For the past 2 days, the police chief had also been considering whether to give Lu Erzu a spot as a canteen procurement officer. Hearing Lu Shengli actually trying to poach him, his face immediately darkened. I say, old Lu, isn't this going a bit too far? What's so far about it? It's every man for himself, Lu Shengli said with a beaming smile. Hey, you old rascal, the police chief was about to lose his temper when he suddenly thought of something and laughed. The police chief first said to Lu Erzu, Zuzi, my next words aren't meant to make things difficult for you. They're purely aimed at this fat bastard. Then, the police chief said to Lu Shengli with schadenfreude, you don't know, do you? Zhu Zi has a rural household registration. To let him work, you'd at least need a letter of introduction and to move his household registration information. Coincidentally, I'm the one in charge of that. Lu Shengli also realized this and immediately deflated. Fine, 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 you bastard, you win. Then you talk to Zhu Zi first. I'll wait for him at the entrance. He was unhappy and didn't even bother going to the police chief's office, instead smoking gloomily at the police station entrance. The police chief, on the other hand, cheerfully led Lu Erzu to his office. Inside the office, the police chief first poured 2 cups of tea for Lu Erzu, using his own tea leaves, before saying, Zhu Zi, I've already prepared the money. But I think you definitely won't just be thinking about money. Do you want a job placement? Oh, don't misunderstand. A job placement is just a matter of a word from me. There's no need to spend money. A job placement at the police station? It sounded very good, but Lu Erzu knew very well that when times truly got bad in the future, it wouldn't matter if you were a public security officer or a divine doctor, you'd be in deep trouble. Right now, the best choice was still to stay in the village, conserve energy, and wait for the reform and opening up to take flight like a dragon. So Lu Erzu flatly refused. My father's leg is broken and hasn't recovered yet. I don't want to move into the city for now. However, I really don't want just money. It would be best if you could give me some tickets or something. The police chief laughed. I knew it, so I prepared them for you long ago. He took out a lunchbox. After opening the lid, inside were 4 stacks of tickets of all kinds, even including manure tickets and urine tickets. These 2 things were quite precious to farmers. Many production brigades couldn't get them even by pulling strings everywhere. But Lu Erzu had no interest in those. He preferred the cigarette and alcohol tickets. Especially since there were actually grade A cigarette tickets inside. Now he could buy more Zonghua. There were also quite a few grain and meat tickets. Although Lu Erzu could get those himself, if he wanted to eat at a restaurant, these things were still necessary. There were also a dozen or so match and soap tickets. There were 3 soy product tickets, which wasn't many. Lu Erzu was a bit disappointed. He had wanted to eat braised grass carp with tofu. Lu Erzu rummaged through them again and found that there were actually vermicelli tickets. He was suddenly overjoyed and hurriedly tucked them away carefully. The police chief watched curiously. I just gave you those to make up the numbers. Why are you so happy? What can you even make with vermicelli? It's expensive and tasteless. Lu Erzu smiled triumphantly. One look and I can tell you've never had duck blood vermicelli soup. Just imagine, using duck carcasses to simmer a rich, fragrant broth, then using long, smooth vermicelli as a base. On top, you place thin slices of deep red duck blood, along with savory braised duck intestines and duck liver. Then add a small pinch of bright green cilantro and pour on a bit of secret chili oil. One mouthful and your mouth is filled with fresh, fragrant, tender, and smooth flavors, with juices overflowing. Gurgle. The police chief stared at Lu Erzu in a daze. Saliva wouldn't stop secreting in his mouth, and his stomach rumbled incessantly. He had actually been made hungry by the description. He had only eaten a portion of substitute grain in the morning, which was useless. Damn it, you've made me hungry. How about you stay for lunch today? We'll pool some money, and you can make us a meal of this duck blood vermicelli soup? The police chief was craving it so much he couldn't stand it and wanted to keep Lu Erzu to join the police station canteen. Lu Erzu forgot that people in this era were lucky just to be full, so they certainly hadn't eaten many varieties of food, especially since this duck blood vermicelli soup was a snack from Nanjing, which people around here wouldn't easily get to eat. He hurriedly said, it's no use even if you want to eat it. I don't have the ingredients yet. When I catch ducks on the mountain later, I won't just treat you to duck blood vermicelli soup. I'll even know how to make roast duck by then. If you'd like to hear other novels, feel free to request them in the comments. If there are no issues with posting the requested novel, we'll post it. You can also listen to more audio novels for free at patreon.com/xlightnovel. Before you start listening, please don't forget to like. 61. Number 61. I'm rich. I've struck it rich. $1,000. Chapter 61. Struck it rich, 1,000 yuan. Upon hearing Lu Erju's assurance, the station chief's attitude towards him improved even more. Good lad, if I had a son like you, I'd be laughing in my sleep every night. Lu Erju didn't speak, lowering his head to sort through the coupons. Pastry coupons, sugar coupons, bicycle coupons, sewing machine coupons, cash register coupons, watch coupons, bath coupons, cotton coupons, all sorts of coupons, some more, some less. Quite a complete collection. Lu Erzu couldn't help but ask, Station Chief, do you usually moonlight as a ticket scalper? Kid, can't you take a compliment? The station chief's face darkened. I just praised you, and look at what you're saying. Me, a law enforcement officer, being a ticket scalper? Ahem. Lu Erzu coughed dryly, almost saying, your men are practically begging for food. Wouldn't it be normal for you to be a ticket scalper? But Wang Jianjun was also forced into it. He couldn't betray anyone. The station chief didn't think too much of it, explaining in a low voice. Some of these were confiscated from smuggling, some I got by trading with others. To get these coupons, I owe quite a few favors. Lu Erzu felt like laughing. Why was he acting like he was reporting to a superior, starting to boast about his achievements? Station chief, calculate how much all this costs. Lu Erzu said, 100. The station chief didn't stand on ceremony, pulling out 10 large black 10 yuan notes from the money that should have been given to Lu Erzu. Even so, there was still a thick stack left. After all, it was 1,000 yuan. Lu Erzu looked at the 1,000 yuan in his hand, quite astonished. Are you kidding me? Not to mention anything else, just the coupons for bicycles, sewing machines, and watches, the 3 big items, aren't cheap. Selling one for 30 to 50 yuan is conservative. Plus so many precious cotton coupons, grain coupons, and meat coupons. And you only won 100 from me? The station chief waved his hand. The coupons for the 3 big items you mentioned were confiscated from smuggling. I'll just report them as losses. The others I got with money and favors. I have to pay those back. Otherwise, I wouldn't even take this 100 from you. This righteous talk made Lu Erju's favor towards this station chief increase greatly. Plus, with 1,000 yuan in hand, at a time when the average wage was 20 to 30 yuan, this was an absolute fortune. With money in his pocket, Lu Erzu got a bit carried away and said, Station Chief, I'd like to ask you to help me buy something. Sure, the station chief was overjoyed. Tell me, as long as you say it, I'll pull in whatever favors I need to get it for you. It's not that troublesome. It's just that my village is a bit far from the county town. Can you get me a bicycle? Lu Erzu knew that bicycles, rare items comparable to sports cars in later times, would definitely be hard to buy on his own. Because this wasn't a big city but a county town, where the annual bicycle quota wasn't much, so whenever they arrived, they'd be snatched up immediately. If you reserved one in advance, given the efficiency for ordinary people nowadays, it'd be lucky if Lu Erzu could ride it a month later. You're being so serious, I thought it was something big. Wait a moment. The station chief immediately walked to the desk, picked up the phone. Hello, transfer me to Section Chief's son at the Bureau of Commerce. Yes, Section Chief's son at the Bureau of Commerce. The station chief yelled until his voice was a bit hoarse, took a sip of tea, and explained to the stunned Lu Erzu. The phone signal is too poor, too much static. You have to yell to be heard. Lu Erzu hadn't experienced phones from this era. Seeing the station chief almost cursing earlier, he thought he had a bad relationship with the Bureau of Commerce. Soon, there was a response on the phone. Section Chief's son answered. The station chief started yelling again. Help me coordinate a bicycle. The two yelled at each other over the phone for a long time before hanging up. Done. Your bicycle will be delivered in half an hour. The station chief wiped the sweat from his forehead. Making a phone call was really like fighting a battle. He was exhausted. Lu Erzu quickly tossed over a Zonghua cigarette. Thanks for your hard work, station chief. Seeing the Zonghua cigarette, the station chief casually picked it up, smelled it, then lit it. Kid, you're really rich, handing out Zonghua cigarettes so casually? But then again, if I were like you, making 1,000 yuan in a day, I'd smoke Zonghua and drink liquor too. Station chief, you're overthinking it. I'm just trying to make a living. Lu Erzu took a deep drag of his cigarette, thinking of the hardships in a few years, his face full of worry. In those times, no one could guarantee they wouldn't be affected. Even those founding heroes would be persecuted and wrongfully killed, let alone ordinary commoners? You never know what excuse your enemies will use to target you. Seeing Lu Erzu so worried, the station chief found it amusing. Clearly a young man, clearly so capable, yet always looking worried, as if the world was about to end. The two waited in the office like this, completely forgetting Director Lu waiting outside in the wind, until the bicycle was delivered, and Wang Jianjun came in to call them. After they came out, seeing Lu Shengli looking anxious in the duty room, Lu Erzu was surprised. Director Lu, you're still here? Lu Shengli immediately looked resentful. So you were in the office for so long and forgot about me? How petty, I just didn't agree to give you cotton earlier, but I can coordinate it for you now. Isn't that enough? No, don't misunderstand. Lu Erzu knew he was in the wrong and quickly took out a pack of brand of cigarette and handed it over. Please forgive me. Seeing the cigarette in his hand was brand of cigarette, Lu Shengli smiled again. Look, it was just waiting a bit, and you give such good cigarettes. I'm really not that petty. After saying that, he stuffed the cigarettes into his pocket. The station chief next to him was annoyed, thinking this kid was foolishly generous, and you, old man, really had the nerve to take it? After interacting with Lu Erzu twice, the station chief had a very good impression of him, even felt they got along well, so he said quietly, Director Lu, sorry to keep you waiting so long, but we didn't ask you to wait, did we? What were you waiting for? What was I waiting for? Don't you know? Lu Shengli said irritably. Oh, waiting for Zhu Zi's cigarettes? The station chief asked. I was waiting for the rabbit, Lu Shengli said halfway. Then seeing the sarcastic station chief, immediately realized and quickly took out the cigarettes, adding half a pack of Muden cigarettes, smiling apologetically as he handed them over. Zhu Zi, don't mind me. I was just joking with you earlier. With our relationship, what's waiting a bit? How could I have the nerve to take cigarettes from a kid like you? Lu Erzu looked at the pack and a half of cigarettes, understanding that Lu Shengli was being polite because of the rabbit. He was about to say he didn't lack cigarettes. The station chief had already cheerfully taken the cigarettes and stuffed them into Lu Erzu's arms. Take them. He's a factory director. Can he lack cigarettes? Let's go see your bicycle first. At the entrance of the police station, a brand new Phoenix brand bicycle was parked, polished to a shine. Lu Erzu quickly handed the money and coupons to the young man standing by the bicycle, casually pulling out a Muden cigarette and handing it over. Seeing it was a Muden cigarette, the young man didn't want to smoke it right away, tucking it behind his ear with a beaming smile. Thanks, we'll be off now. After the young man left, Lu Erzu circled the bicycle once, feeling a bit emotional. He had a bicycle back then too, bought with borrowed money. It hurt to spend the money when buying it, and after buying it, he treasured it even more, polishing it every day. But after buying the bicycle, he started a very painful life. Riding the bicycle to work during the day to support the family, at night to get some meat for the kids, he had to ride it out to fish all night, living several times harder than without a bicycle, so much so that later, seeing a bicycle made him ache, always feeling like he'd been bruised. Now, with over 1,000 yuan in his pocket, spending 150 on this bicycle didn't hurt at all, and he didn't have to work day and night like in his previous life, just for a few dimes. 62. Number 62 Bicycles and M1911. Chapter 1911. When Lu Erju's bicycle was brought over, Wang Jianjun helped him register it. At this moment, he walked over holding a small booklet and handed it to Lu Erzu. Keep this safe. In the future, if your bicycle is lost, bring this booklet to find us, and there's a chance we can find it. Also, you need to bring it when paying the annual vehicle and vessel use tax, which is 2 yuan a year. To be honest, having to pay tax was also a reason many people didn't dare to buy bicycles. Lu Erzu didn't care about this bit of money and took the booklet. Thanks, Brother Wang. Seeing that Lu Erzu was finished, Lu Shengli hurriedly walked over, rubbing his hands as he said, Zhu Zi, can you come with me now? I'll go get the cotton for you. Seeing Lu Shengli finally give in, Lu Erzu stopped stalling him. You go prepare first. I'll go get the rabbits and meet you at the textile factory later. Good. Lu Shengli was overjoyed. The chief turned and urged, has that military coat been brought yet? Coming. Wang Jianjun walked over carrying a duffel bag. It was a large travel duffel bag made of white canvas with a red star printed on it. It looked very sturdy, just a bit old. The bag was bulging, likely stuffed with the military coat. Wang Jianjun helped tie the bag securely to the side of the bicycle's rear rack, saying, this way, it'll be convenient for you to carry things when you go out. The items inside won't be seen by others, and they won't get lost. As he said this, Wang Jianjun patted the bag meaningfully. Lu Erzu understood. It seemed there were other good things inside. Alright, thanks, Brother Wang. Lu Erzu nodded in thanks, then hopped on his bicycle and left. Lu Shengli also departed in a hurry. After the outsiders left, the chief glared at Wang Jianjun. You brat, you've taken all the credit for being the good guy. Tell me, what did you secretly give him? His little scheme exposed, Wang Jianjun said awkwardly. He saved my boy's life, so I gave him a satchel, a Browning, and 20 rounds of ammunition. They were all confiscated goods, don't worry, the chief said crossly. Did you get a permit for the gun? I did. Wang Jianjun nodded repeatedly. HMPH, get lost and get to work. The chief didn't say more and turned to leave. Wang Jianjun was his soldier, after all. He naturally knew the boy's family was in difficulty. He had been asking everywhere to borrow grain before, even coming to him. In the past 2 days, he suddenly didn't need to borrow grain anymore, and the reason was self-evident. If it were peacetime, he would definitely have severely punished this fellow who dared to give away a pistol and bullets so casually. But now, Wang Jianjun's actions made him feel that the boy was someone who knew how to repay kindness. If he were promoted to a confidant in the future, there wouldn't be much to worry about. Wang Jianjun didn't know that the chief's appreciation of him had risen to another level. He breathed a sigh of relief and followed him into the duty room. Lu Erzu pedaled his bicycle and found a quiet corner. He looked around cautiously. Although he was sure no one was there, he still didn't manifest the rabbits directly. Instead, he opened the duffel bag first, intending to drop the rabbits straight into it. After opening the bag, the first thing he saw was a dark green military coat. Lu Erzu took out the military coat and put it on. He immediately felt much warmer, and after a moment, he even felt a bit hot. It had to be said that although people were poor in this era, the materials used were absolutely substantial. There were 3 other things in the duffel bag that Wang Jianjun had given him. There was a yellow military satchel with a badge of the great teacher's profile on it, and the words "Serve the People" in large characters. It was also a popular fashion item at the time. However, as Lu Erzu looked at this bag, he always felt that something was missing compared to the memories of his previous life. Soon, he remembered, it was missing a red armband, and then he could legally smash and grab. Lu Erzu shook his head and slung the satchel over his shoulder. In the future, this could serve as cover for his mind space. As long as he didn't pull a large wild boar out of it, presumably no one would suspect him. Then there was that pistol, a Browning M1911. Known as the king of military pistols, many people still liked it even in later generations. Lu Erzu thought to himself that Wang Jianjun was truly loyal. Giving this thing as a gift to a leader would be prestigious, yet he gave it to him. He would visit his home to see the child later and see if he could help with anything. Lu Erzu tucked the pistol into the satchel, but actually stored it in his mind space. Then, he took out 2 wild rabbits he had knocked unconscious from his mind space and stuffed them into the bag. Watching the wild rabbits start breathing again after coming out of the space, he felt a bit frustrated. For some reason, although this space could clearly grow grain and had water, any living creature put inside would be instantly frozen in time, making it impossible to raise them. He wondered if raising fish would work. After all, that water looked like living water and was clearly full of spiritual energy. He would get a fish to study later. Lu Erzu pedaled the bicycle and quickly rushed toward the textile factory. People on the road all showed curious looks when they saw him. After all, Lu Erzu was carrying a bag and a duffel bag, looking travel-worn. Could he have come from out of town on a bicycle? Someone even shouted, "Hey buddy, are you selling newspapers? How much for one?" Lu Erzu waved his hand at the person to indicate he wasn't selling anything and rode away. When he arrived at the gate of the textile factory, the gatekeeper was an old man playing chess with a bearded man from the security department. There was also a thin man in a security department uniform watching the game intently. No one saw Lu Erzu arrive. Lu Erzu looked around and found that Lu Shengli wasn't waiting for him here. He could only lean toward the guardhouse window and toss in 3 cigarettes. "Gentlemen, could someone please call Director Lu and say that I've delivered the items he wanted?" The gatekeeper and the bearded man were focused on their game and didn't even turn their heads. The thin man watching the game also glanced over impatiently. Just as he was about to say he was busy, he saw that the 3 cigarettes were actually peony cigarettes. He lunged forward, stuffed all 3 cigarettes into his pocket, and looked at Lu Erzu with a smile. "Buddy, are you a relative of Director Lu?" "No, Director Lu asked me to deliver some things," Lu Erzu said with a smile. "Alright, wait a moment. I'll go call him for you." The thin man left immediately, lighting a cigarette as he strolled into the factory. The gatekeeper glanced at him and wondered, what's wrong with Shouhu today? Why is he so enthusiastic toward a young lad? Probably took the wrong medicine, the bearded man muttered, then quietly swapped the positions of 2 chess pieces. When the gatekeeper looked down, he immediately bristled. "You shameless fellow, your soldier hadn't even crossed the river just now, and now he's right next to my general?" The bearded man said triumphantly. "What do you know? This is a behind the enemy lines armed working team. They've been lurking by your side all along. You just didn't notice. Didn't those little Japs also fail to notice our ancestors back then? Do you think the behind the enemy lines armed working team is no good? The gatekeeper was furious but didn't dare say anything bad about the behind the enemy lines armed working team. Seeing that he was about to lose, he simply slapped the bearded man on the head. The bearded man was stunned. Grandpa Chin, why did you hit me? I'm your elder. What's wrong with hitting you once? Are you going to be disrespectful to your elders? Believe it or not, I'll go tell your father, the gatekeeper said triumphantly. The bearded man, who had been successfully counter-attacked, turned red in the face. He didn't dare let Grandpa Chin complain. Otherwise, at over 30 years old, being thrashed by his own father would be incredibly embarrassing. 63. Number 6350 Gin of cotton in exchange for wild rabbits. Chapter 63. Trading 2 hares for 50 pounds of cotton. Lu Zhu also looked at the guard in surprise. He hadn't expected him to share the same name as the legendary Grandpa Chin, the gatekeeper from future generations. However, that legendary Grandpa Chin was a university guard, while this Grandpa Chin worked for the textile factory. Well, the textile factory wasn't bad either. There were so many little girls there. Lu Zhu scanned Grandpa Chin a few times. Grandpa Chin noticed and said crossly, "What are you looking at, kid?" "Nothing, I just really admire you," Lu Zhu said with a smile. Oh? Grandpa Chin's interest was piqued. He leaned in and asked, "Kid, have you heard stories about me?" Lu Zhu was about to say that his face was full of stories, but he was so overwhelmed by the sudden blast of bad breath that he took several steps back, nearly gagging. Grandpa Chin's face darkened. The bearded man burst into laughter. "Grandpa Chin, your mouth is even stinkier than your chess skills. You're making the guy want to vomit." Grandpa Chin grew even angrier, glaring at Lu Zhu. "You'd better have legitimate business here, kid, or don't blame me for getting physical." "Getting physical is fine, but let's try not to use our mouths." "I can't handle chemical weapons," Lu Zhu couldn't help but say. Good grief, even a dry latrine in the countryside wasn't this pungent. Hearing this, the bearded man laughed so hard he nearly lost his breath, slapping his thigh repeatedly. "I can't take it, kid. How did you come up with that? Chemical weapons, ha ha ha." Grandpa Chin was fuming, his beard bristling. He rolled up his sleeves and rushed out of the guardhouse to start a fight. Stop right there," Director Lu shouted as he ran over from a distance. Slightly plump, he was panting heavily but didn't dare stop his pace. The scrawny man arrived first and grabbed Grandpa Chin. "What are you doing? You can't lay a hand on him," Grandpa Chin said irritably. "Let go of me, kid director. You have no idea how infuriating this bastard is. He actually said my mouth is a chemical weak." "Grandpa Chin, don't speak for a moment." Director Lu, still catching his breath, waved his hand dismissively and looked around in confusion. Quote, "Did the factory's septic tank break? Why does it smell so bad? Ha 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 ha." The bearded man laughed even louder, tears streaming down his face. Grandpa Chin's chest heaved with rage, frightening Lu Zhu into backing away quickly, fearing he might be knocked over by the stench. Director Lu also covered his nose, frowning deeply. "It's getting worse. It seems there really is a problem with the septic tank. Someone get it fixed immediately." "Fix what? It's my breath." "All right." Grandpa Chin turned and stormed off in a huff. He couldn't stand another day of this damn job. Seeing him leave in a huff, Director Lu felt a bit awkward but didn't dare say much more. After all, in this era, one needed connections to become a gatekeeper. It was a prime spot for retirement. Seeing Grandpa Chin about to leave, Lu Zhu quickly called out, "Grandpa Chin, you should go to the hospital for a checkup. Specifically, have them check your stomach." Grandpa Chin turned back angrily. "You're not done yet? Now you're cursing me?" "No, I'm a doctor. Your bad breath isn't normal, and your complexion is quite off. I suspect it's something like a gastric ulcer. Recently, have you felt pain between your chest and navel? Do you often feel nauseous, or feel a burning sensation in your stomach?" Lu Zhu asked seriously. Grandpa Chin rubbed his belly, hesitating. "Are you really a doctor?" "I actually do have those symptoms." "Yes, so go to the hospital. It's not a major illness yet, but it needs to be treated quickly. Otherwise it could easily become a bigger problem," Lu Zhu reminded him kindly. Fine, I got it." Grandpa Chin hurried away, walking quite fast. Lu Zhu's description was so accurate it scared him a little. He wanted to get to the hospital for a checkup right away. Lu Shengli also looked at Lu Zhu in surprise. "Brother, you're a doctor?" The scrawny man nearby whispered to the bearded man. "Believe it or not, in a couple of days, the factory clinic is going to have a new, young, and promising doctor." "You're saying this kid's medical skills are good enough for the clinic?" The bearded man whispered curiously. The scrawny man looked at him with disdain. Are you stupid? What medical skills could a kid that young have? He was able to explain Grandpa Chin's illness so clearly just now because Director Lu must have asked him to put on a show in public, so he can justify placing him in the clinic. The bearded man had a sudden realization and looked at Lu Zhu with some envy. It was good to have connections. The clinic was a cushy job. Not only was the salary high and the subsidies good, but one could also frequently interact with the young girls. The bearded man dreamed of seeing countless young ladies and young wives lying before him, voluntarily pulling down their pants to reveal their snowy white backsides for him to give them an injection. Hearing Director Lu's words, Lu Zhu actually performed a brief medical observation on him. Finally, he leaned into Director Lu's ear and whispered, "Director Lu, you need to pay attention to your rest." Lu Shengli was a bit puzzled. "I'm resting quite well. I mean, you should focus on resting alone. Being too tired isn't good," Lu Zhu said with a meaningful smile. This immediately made Lu Shengli react, and he looked at Lu Zhu in shock. In truth, he hadn't quite believed Lu Zhu when he said he knew medicine, but he hadn't expected the kid to see right through the fact that he didn't like resting alone. "You've got some skills, kid. Then can you help me treat?" Lu Shengli looked at Lu Zhu expectantly. Halfway through his sentence, he suddenly caught himself, pulled Lu Zhu to the side, and whispered, "Ahem, well, I have a friend who always says he feels inadequate. Do you have a way to treat that?" He had indeed been feeling inadequate lately and had even gone to the hospital, but the prescribed medicine didn't work at all. Because his stamina was getting shorter and shorter, his wife was finding all sorts of excuses to pick fights and throw tantrums. Even the widows, young wives, and aunties he worked so hard to support outside were giving him increasingly poor reviews. Lu Shengli had always thought it was because he hadn't eaten meat in a long time and was just hungry. That's why he had been so excited when he heard Lu Zhu had meat, even thinking of hogging it for himself. Now, seeing how miraculous Lu Zhu was to see through his problem at a glance, the simplest belief people held was that if a doctor could diagnose it, they could certainly cure it. Lu Zhu didn't stand on ceremony. He reached into his satchel and actually took a packet of pills from his space. "In the future, your friend should take one before exercise. At most 2 pills a day. There will be improvement in half a month at most. By then, 1 pill a day will suffice. After a month, he'll be as vigorous as a dragon or tiger even without them. But if he exercises frequently over the long term, he'll still need to take the medicine again." Lu Shengli looked at the packet labeled Tendon Strengthening and Bone Reinforcing Elixir, with some hesitation. "A tonic? I have those at home, and I even drink milk powder occasionally. Does it work?" "That's just the name. The effect isn't that simple. Are there any support targets of yours in the factory? If so, you can give it a try," Lu Zhu said. Lu Shengli still didn't quite trust it. He took out a pill and was about to put it in his mouth to try it. Lu Zhu quickly stopped him. "Give me the cotton first. I have no interest in waiting here for half an hour for you." Lu Shengli's eyes lit up. It was that potent? He immediately waved to the distance, and 2 female workers ran over carrying a large bundle of cotton. However, the cotton was wrapped neatly in flawed cloth. An outsider would never be able to tell what it was. Otherwise, in an era where the average person's ration was only 2 pounds of cotton a year, Lu Zhu walking away with a pile of cotton would definitely be targeted by people with ill intentions. "The reason I wasn't waiting for you at the gate just now was because I went to get the cotton. 50 pounds for your 2 rabbits. I'm being fair, right?" Lu Shengli whispered. A pound of cotton sold for 70 cents at the Supply and Marketing Cooperative, so 50 pounds was worth 35 yuan. No matter how you looked at it, 2 wild hares weren't worth that much. Lu Shengli was clearly trying to make friends with Lu Zhu, so he was giving a lot away for free. Lu Zhu handed over the hares with satisfaction. Lu Shengli immediately wrapped the rabbits in his clothes to keep them from being seen. The rabbit trade was over, but there was still the medicine. Seeing Lu Shengli's hesitant look, Lu Zhu smiled. "We can talk about the payment for the medicine next time. It's not like I won't be coming back to the county seat." "Fair point." Lu Shengli breathed a sigh of relief. He wasn't being stingy, he was mainly afraid the medicine would be a waste of money. He appreciated Lu Zhu's reasonableness even more now and immediately called the bearded man over. Quote, "Go to the security department and get a work permit for a factory guard. From now on, when Zhu Zi comes, don't stop him." The bearded man was stunned. "Huh? Factory guard? Isn't he going to work in the clinic?" 64. Number 64. A potent drug effect, equivalent to 10 bottles of motai. Chapter 64. Violent effects, 10 bottles of liquor. Who told you he was joining the health clinic? Hurry up and get the certificate. Lu Shengli scolded irritably. The bearded man hurriedly ran off, even shooting a glare at the scrawny man. What a troublemaker. The scrawny man also knew he had guessed wrong and ducked back into the gatehouse in embarrassment. Once the certificate was brought back, Lu Zhu asked somewhat uncertainly, "Director, I have a rural household registration, and I don't want to work in the factory for the time being. Is that okay? Don't worry, this is just something to fool people. Our textile factory still has some prestige in this county. Anyone who sees it will have to show some respect. If anyone bullies you in the future, just take this out and use it to scare them off. Of course, if you really do want to join the factory, I'll definitely arrange it for you." Lu Shengli said with a smile. "I'll pass on joining the factory, but I'll take the work permit." Lu Zhu then put away the work permit with satisfaction. Not just the textile factory's security department, the security department of any factory was formidable. After all, in these times, most security departments were armed and very united. If anyone from the department was bullied, they would all mobilize together to fight. After taking the work permit, Lu Zhu saw Lu Shengli staring at the medicine packet, eager to try it. He took out 2 brands of cigarettes, lit them, and handed one over, saying, "After taking the medicine, within the time it takes to smoke this cigarette, you'd better find a quiet place with your assistance target." Lu Shengli looked at Lu Zhu skeptically. In this era before the little blue pill had appeared, he found it hard to believe any medicine could take effect so quickly. Lu Zhu said no more and turned to leave. Out of curiosity, Lu Shengli took one out to taste after he left. It didn't have much taste, and he didn't even feel anything after swallowing it. Lu Shengli shook his head with a smile, thinking he had been overthinking it. That kid must have been bragging just to sell his medicine, and he had actually believed him. Smoking his cigarette, he strolled toward his office, greeting people along the way. Just a second before entering his office, the cigarette finished. A sudden, intense heat appeared out of nowhere. Simultaneously, Lu Shengli became extremely excited. Though his hands hadn't moved, the door in front of him was being pounded loudly by something. Holy shit! Is it this powerful? Lu Shengli hurriedly ran into his office hunched over. Poking only his head out, he shouted to the person in the next office, Xiao Shu, go call Kui Kui for me, hurry. Xiao Shu in the next office gave an "oh" and ran to get her. Kui Kui, wearing her work uniform, ran to the door of Lu Shengli's office with a puzzled look. "Director, what do you need me for? I feel like your ideological awareness has been a bit low lately. I'm here to help you raise it." "Get in here." Lu Shengli opened the door and yanked Kui Kui inside. Half an hour later, Lu Shengli sat in his chair, sipping tea. Kui Kui tried several times to stand up and get dressed, but her legs gave out and she knelt on the floor. Her flushed face was full of lingering fear. "Director, why are you like a donkey?" Though they were insulting words, they made Lu Shengli incredibly proud. "The last few times I called you over, you either said you were busy or it wasn't convenient. Will it be convenient from now on?" "Convenient, it's convenient for me anytime now." Kui Kui looked at Lu Shengli with satisfaction, her eyes filled with admiration. Lu Shengli became even more proud, and his faith in Lu Zhu grew. He was thinking if he really should get Lu Zhu into the health clinic. Those medical skills were absolutely top-notch. Right, and then there's the factory director. I heard he's been feeling a bit inadequate lately. We're about to elect a deputy factory director soon. If I send this good stuff over, then the more Lu Shengli thought about it, the more excited he became. Lu Zhu, oh Lu Zhu, you really are my lucky star. Kui Kui. Later on, find a friend who's a bit more open-minded to help me entertain someone. Kui Kui obediently agreed, already starting to pick out a target in her mind. Meanwhile, Lu Zhu was riding his bike straight to the supply and marketing cooperative where he had bought things last time. He had told the director of the cooperative that if there was any white flour or rice, he must save some for him. Also things like Zonghua cigarettes and liquor. That director had promised to apply and coordinate. He didn't know if the goods had arrived yet. When Lu Zhu arrived, it just so happened that a shipment had arrived at the supply and marketing cooperative. A group of people was busily moving goods into the warehouse. Director Zhou of the supply and marketing cooperative was watching the people work when he accidentally saw Lu Zhu. He immediately ran over happily. "Zhu Zi, you're here." Hearing this warm and familiar address, Lu Zhu handed over a cigarette. "Director Zhou, you're busy. I'll wait a bit and not disturb you." "What kind of talk is that? Since you're here, I must attend to you first. It's almost noon. I'll treat you to a meal at the restaurant. Let's go, let's go." Director Zhou pulled Lu Zhu toward the state-run restaurant, leaving him quite bewildered. Even if he had sold a few caddies of meat last time, there was no need to be this polite, right? "Wait, Director Zhou, you should tell me what's going on first. I know there's no such thing as a free lunch." Lu Zhu quickly stopped and asked with a wry smile, Seeing Lu Erju's shrewdness, Director Zhou said helplessly, "You rascal. Actually, it's nothing much. It's just, can you get me some more meat? Our county is about to set up a department store, and I want to get a transfer." A department store was much larger than a supply and marketing cooperative, and there were more opportunities. After all, if there were any good items, people would definitely prioritize sending them to the department store. Not to mention the big three: watches, sewing machines, and bicycles, as well as good things like radios. When people wanted to buy these, their first thought was definitely the department store, and only then the supply and marketing cooperative. The department store was synonymous with high-end goods and upscale consumption. Working there was a symbol of prestige. Lu Erju's eyes lit up. The county was going to have a department store? That's great news. If he could have one of his own people in there, it would be even better. Lu Erju also became enthusiastic. I happen to be hungry too. Let's go grab a bite together. Director Zhou's eyes lit up. Good, good, good. I must treat you to something good today. Fine, but first have someone set aside some white flour and rice for me, Lu Erju said quickly. No problem. Zonghua cigarettes and liquor are hard to get, but I can still make the call to set aside some of these grains for you. Director Zhou immediately gave a few instructions to his men and then took Lu Erju straight to the state-run restaurant. The restaurant wasn't large, with only 5 tables. Aside from a counter, everything else was like a cafeteria. The day's menu was hung on the wall. People had to go to the counter to pay with money and coupons, then go to the window to get their own food. As for ordering from a menu or waiting for a server to bring the food, for a state-run restaurant, that was an even more offensive act than eating for free. Director Zhou knew the people at the restaurant. While handing over the money and coupons, he couldn't help but complain. Why are there only vegetarian dishes today? I'm treating a guest to a meal here. The chef wasn't polite either, leaning on the window to tease him. Old Zhou, why don't you cut off your balls? I'll fry up a meat dish for you to go with your wine. Anyway, those things of yours serve no purpose other than hanging there and getting in the way. Normally, Director Zhou would have fired back long ago, but being mocked in front of Lu Erju made him feel a bit embarrassed. He irritably reminded him, "Cook-song, can you be serious? I have a guest here." "Guest? This little brat? Is he your son or a relative?" Cook-song scanned Lu Erju up and down, not taking him seriously. Lu Erju saw that this man just had a foul mouth and didn't bother with him. Instead, he stared at the liquor displayed on the counter and asked, "Is that liquor for sale? How many bottles do you have?" He had been craving it for a long time. He hadn't drunk it in his previous life, so in this life, he had to satisfy his craving no matter what. "Yo, kid's pretty arrogant. If you're so capable, why don't you buy my shop?" Cook-song teased. A state-run restaurant certainly wouldn't allow private purchase, so he was intentionally mocking Lu Erju. The cashier didn't even look at Lu Erju, head down knitting a sweater, and said impatiently, "3 yuan a bottle. There are 10 bottles left." This liquor had all been accumulated. The restaurant's director had some kind of whim and insisted on getting a batch of liquor, saying it would bring prestige. But after a year, no one had ever asked for it. In this tiny county, who would be bored enough to come here and drink liquor? "Okay, I'll buy them all." Lu Erju immediately took out his money and coupons. He hadn't expected this inconspicuous little restaurant to have so much liquor in stock. 65. Number 65. Why can't I be an idiot? Chapter 65. Why can't I be an idiot? The cashier looked at the money and coupons, glancing at Lu Erju with considerable surprise. "Which unit are you from? Here for procurement?" In her experience, people in the county seat couldn't even bear to buy a single bottle of liquor normally. How could someone suddenly pull out more than a month's salary to buy 10 bottles? Although people said alcohol was the essence of grain, you couldn't actually eat it as a meal. So, he must be a procurement agent for some unit. Lu Erju didn't explain, only urging her, "Aren't you supposed to be knitting a sweater? Hurry up and get the goods." The cashier's curiosity wasn't satisfied, making her clearly a bit annoyed. But after a glance at Director Zhou, she still brought all the liquor over to Lu Erju. Cook-song walked out of the kitchen, staring longingly at the bottles of liquor. "Young man, I see you're quite generous and open-hearted. Since old Zhou is treating you to a meal, you can't have him provide both the food and the alcohol. How about he provides the food, and you provide the alcohol?" Although he was the cook here, stealing a bit of vegetables or minced meat was the limit. He really had no way to steal alcohol, especially liquor, which he didn't dare touch. Seeing Lu Erju buy so much, he wondered if he could score a bottle to taste. Director Zhou finally caught an opportunity to retort, "Who do you think you are, daring to drink liquor?" Lu Erju didn't even have enough liquor to honor his father and master. How could he possibly give any to this guy? He immediately asked with a smile, "Chef Song, Director Zhou provides the food. I provide the alcohol, so what do you provide?" Just being a pure idiot? Aw, what's wrong with me eating for free? Can't I eat for free? Cook-song shook his ladle, the meaning obvious. The power to stir-fry was in his hands. Director Joe immediately caught Lu Erju's pun. He hadn't expected Cook-song to cooperate so well and struggled hard to stifle his laughter. Nearby, Lu Erju nodded. Of course, no problem. If you want to be an idiot, be an idiot. We'll be going now. With that, he packed the liquor into his satchel, holding 4 bottles in his hands. He went outside, placed them together in the bicycle's luggage bag, and then quietly stowed them into his space. Seeing the two leave, Cook-song chased them out unwillingly, shouting at Lu Erju, "Wait, what do you mean, kid? What's wrong with me eating for free? Can't I eat for free? Ask anyone on this street. Who dares say I can't eat for free?" People walking back and forth on the street looked at Cook-song in confusion. What was wrong with this guy today? How much had he drunk to end up like this, shouting in broad daylight that he was an idiot? Lu Erju gave a thumbs up in admiration. You really can, but I have things to do today. You can be an idiot another day, that's more like it. Seeing Lu Erju's look of admiration, Cook-song turned back into the restaurant triumphantly. As soon as he returned to the restaurant, Director Joe couldn't hold it in anymore. Ha ha ha, oh man, I really couldn't hold it back. You're too wicked, kid. Making Cook-song admit he's an idiot in front of so many people, he probably won't be able to shake that title for the rest of his life. Who told this guy to have such a foul mouth? Just curing his bad habit, Lu Erju laughed. Director Joe felt very gratified and liked Lu Erju even more. Let's go. We'll find another place to eat. Better not. I can see that these days, even the state-run restaurant doesn't have anything good to eat. Lu Erju shook his head and refused. He had just looked at the available dishes: sautéed greens, stir-fried potato shreds, and pickled radishes. Lu Erju didn't like any of these 3, and other state-run restaurants wouldn't be much better. He thought about those transmigrator predecessors who would go to state-run restaurants to buy braised pork at every turn. It was probably because they were in big cities, while this was just a small county seat. Director Joe also felt a bit embarrassed. In that case, I'll get some good food later. Come to my house. My wife's cooking isn't bad either. Sure, I'll definitely go when I have time. Let's talk about your business first. Lu Erju looked around and lowered his voice. Quote, how much meat do you think it will take to get things done? Director Joe had been wondering how to bring this up. Hearing Lu Erju mention it proactively, he hurriedly said, at least 1 wild boar. It's hard to get things done with less, since there are quite a few people eyeing this matter. Seeing that he hadn't mentioned a price, Lu Erju could only ask directly, for free? Director Joe slapped his forehead with a look of self-reproach. Look at my brain, I forgot to tell you. This wild boar can't be given for free, otherwise, it wouldn't be good if someone caught us and called it bribery. However, the price can only be at the market rate. At most, I'll compensate you in other ways. For example, Lu Erju still preferred to have things clear to avoid future disputes. There were many cases where gift-giving wasn't clarified, resulting in turning a gift into a grudge. Director Joe, who managed the supply and marketing cooperative, was also used to being straightforward. Seeing that Lu Erju didn't play games, he patted his shoulder in appreciation. You're alright, kid. If I had a daughter, I'd make her marry you regardless. You can rest assured about the compensation. It will definitely satisfy you and be of equal value. Think about it. When the department store opens, it'll definitely need some treasures to anchor the shop. Watches, radios, and sewing machines are all essentials. It's said they might even get a Leica camera. This time, Lu Erju was truly shocked. A Leica camera? That thing must cost over 1,000 yuan, right? Has someone reserved it? Director Joe laughed and waved his hand. Who in this small county could afford it? It's just brought in to anchor the shop, with no expectation of selling it. Later, it'll be sent to anchor other places. Director Joe, who was laughing and joking, didn't notice Lu Erju's slightly stirred expression. In his previous life, after being separated from his family, he had always wanted to take a photo with them but never had the chance. Later, when his family passed away, he lost the chance to take one forever. If he had a camera, he could take photos of his family himself, however he wanted. However, Lu Erju quickly abandoned this thought. The bicycle was already a big enough shock to the mountain people. He still wanted to get a radio and a watch, which would definitely be even more startling. If he added a camera, it would be too arrogant and would definitely lead to bad luck. Don't worry, Director Joe. I'll handle the wild boar. Just please save the watch and radio for me when the time comes. Lu Erju promised with a smile. He didn't plan to produce the wild boar right now. Otherwise, if he said he had it as soon as they asked, anyone would suspect his origins were fishy. Director Joe was overjoyed. Great, I knew you could do it. Someone come here. Help load the stuff for Zhu Zi. Someone from the supply and marketing cooperative came out carrying 2 sacks containing white flour and rice, 10 caddies each. One must know that even with a current urban household registration, the average monthly supply of fine grains didn't exceed 3 caddies. Lu'er Zhu had suddenly obtained more than half a year's worth of fine grain quotas for someone else, and he was certain that if he wanted more, he could get it. It had to be said, the 3 bowls of noodles in life were truly useful. Lu'er Zhu wasn't satisfied with just rice and flour. He also wanted to buy some vegetables. Without hesitation, Director Joe took Lu'er Zhu to the warehouse and let him pick the fresh ones. Lu'er Zhu found that there were actually green peppers, potatoes, and the like, and even shiitake mushrooms and vermicelli. He collected quite a lot, along with some scallions, ginger, garlic, and other seasonings. It was a bountiful harvest. This way, he could show off his culinary skills once he got back and cook whatever he wanted. For convenience, he also bought a clay pot and an iron wok. After handing the money and coupons to Director Joe to settle the bill, Lu'er Zhu asked him to keep an eye out for things like milk powder, and then he rode off on his bicycle. At the state-run restaurant, a burly bald man walked in. Seeing Cook Song playing idly with his ladle, he couldn't help but tease, "Yo, big idiot Song is playing with his ladle? Is it fun? Let me see if you're wearing open crotch pants." Cook Song snapped and cursed, "Old Baldy, is there something wrong with you? Did I provoke you? You come in and immediately call me an idiot? I'm calling you that? Who was it just now shouting all over the street? What's wrong with me being an idiot? Who dares say I'm not an idiot?" Old Baldy imitated Cook Song's shouting image perfectly, then spread his hands innocently. Quote, "I wouldn't dare say you're not an idiot. But now you've snapped again. I think your brain really isn't normal, changing from one moment to the next." Cook Song froze for a moment, then finally realized he had been played. "Fuck your ancestors, Joe Baochuan, and that little brat, I'm going to kill you." Before Cook Song could rush out to settle the score, 2 more customers walked in and greeted him as soon as they saw him. "Yo, good afternoon, big idiot Song. What dish is the idiot chef making today?" Cook Song was so angry his eyes almost rolled back. He cursed loudly, "To hell with your mothers, I'm not cooking today." But as soon as he let out that harsh remark, several more people walked in, also greeting him as idiot chef. In a short time, the restaurant was actually full, and there was even a line outside. Everyone was calling out, "Idiot Song, hurry up and stir-fry, we're all starving." If it were just commoners, it would be one thing, but people from the neighborhood committee had come to eat. Cook Song could only return to the kitchen to stir-fry in a huff. Meanwhile, the restaurant hall was filled with a joyful atmosphere. In just the span of a single meal, the nickname Idiot Song was firmly established. From then on, this street had one less Chef Song who was always threatening people, and one more Idiot Song. 66. Number 66 Crispy Fried Chicken Leg. Chapter 66. Crispy Fried Chicken Legs. Lu'er Zhu had no idea that his single sentence would cast a shadow over Chef Song's life for years to come. He pedaled his bicycle and left the county town like the wind. Once he was out of town, Lu'er Zhu first stored the rice and flour into his mind space and then rubbed his belly. After being busy all morning, he was indeed feeling a bit hungry. He had thought he could get a free meal at the restaurant, but who would have expected that restaurants these days had nothing either? Lu'er Zhu rummaged through his mind space. Besides a large quantity of cigarettes, alcohol, sugar, tea, cotton, and fabric, there was also an exquisite pistol and a box of bullets. There were 3 large wild boars, 4 wild rabbits, 2 wild chickens, wild pigeons, and over a dozen sparrows. Lu'er Zhu found a spot sheltered from the wind and skillfully began digging a hole. He then moved some stones over to build a simple stove. He set an iron pot on the stove and poured in half a bucket of oil with a glug-glug sound. Then, Lu'er Zhu used his mind space to start processing those wild chickens. He plucked and cleaned them, then tore off the legs of the 2 wild chickens to marinate them. The marinating would take at least half an hour, so Lu'er Zhu began fiddling with the pistol. This pistol held a prestigious status in the future, but Lu'er Zhu had only seen it before and never had the chance to handle one. He weighed it in his hand. It was quite heavy. He pressed the bullets into the magazine one by one and then slotted the magazine back into place. Just then, a bird flew across the sky. Lu'er Zhu excitedly raised the gun to aim and fired. The bird flew away safe and sound. The entire process was extremely smooth and done in one breath. Cough, the range of a pistol really isn't enough, Lu'er Zhu muttered to himself awkwardly as he watched the bird fly away, trying to save face. He couldn't be blamed. having never played with guns in 2 lifetimes. Being able to fire a bullet was already good enough. As for accuracy, he would need much more practice. After all, sharpshooters were made by feeding them countless bullets. Lu Zhu played with the pistol happily, and out of the 20 bullets, only 5 were soon left. He only forced himself to stop so that he would have some left for future use. Not having had enough fun, Lu Zhu wondered if he should go to the black market tonight to scrounge for some more bullets. While he was thinking, the marinated chicken legs were ready, and the oil in the pot was about hot enough. Lu Zhu immediately took out some white flour and mixed it with the yolks of the eggs he had just bought, adding water and salt, using his space to stir it well. He first coated the chicken legs in cornstarch, then covered them with the golden batter, and finally put them into the oil to fry. 10 minutes later, 4 golden, crispy fried chicken legs were ready. The rich aroma was enough to make countless children cry with envy. They were no worse than those made by Ken Fried Chicken. Satisfied, Lu Zhu put everything in front of him back into his mind space. He waited until the 4 chicken legs had cooled down a bit in the wind before he began to feast. Eating just chicken legs wasn't quite satisfying enough, so Lu Zhu took out a bottle of motai and poured some into a tea mug to taste. Not bad, the flavor was quite good. In his previous life, he often heard that motai sold for high prices just because of brand effect, but now it seemed that wasn't necessarily the case. While it might not be the absolute top-tier liquor, being ranked among the 8 famous liquors proved it had some merit. Lu Zhu had a sip of liquor and a bite of fried chicken leg. It was incredibly delicious. Anyone seeing this would have to say that in a year of great disaster, this was just too much. By the time the liquor in the cup was gone, only 1 chicken leg remained. Lu Zhu finally wiped his mouth and stood up, patting his bulging belly. This is what life should be like, truly satisfying. Time to go home. Full of energy, he got back on his bicycle and rushed home, taking a detour to the commune to let Lu Hai know he was heading back first. After all, Lu Hai had said he would wait at the commune to give him a ride back. He didn't want the man to wait for nothing. With the bicycle, he moved very fast, and in a third of the time it took in the morning, Lu Zhu arrived at the Red Star commune. The commune was just a courtyard of single-story houses, all built of adobe. The conditions were quite harsh, but even so, it had the necessary facilities. For example, a gatehouse. The gatekeeper was eating his meal with a small wine cup in front of him. He was drinking happily when he heard someone calling at the gate. He walked over unhappily, and seeing Lu Zhu arriving on a bicycle, he thought it was some production brigade leader. He asked crossly, "Which brigade are you from? The meeting is almost over and you're just getting here. Are you just coming for the meal?" Lu Zhu explained, "I'm not a leader, I'm here to find someone." "Is Lu Hai here? You're not a leader?" The gatekeeper looked suspiciously at Lu Zhu's brand new bicycle and muttered, "Who is such a spendthrift to lend such a new bike to a kid like you? In such a remote mountain area, only those production brigade leaders were qualified to buy this kind of bicycle. As for ordinary folks, it was something they wouldn't even dare to dream of. Could you please call him for me?" Lu Zhu tossed over a Dachshundman. The gatekeeper's eyes lit up when he saw it was a filtered cigarette, and when he saw it was a Dachshundman, he was even more surprised. "Whoa, I called you a spendthrift and you really didn't hold back? Handing out such good cigarettes?" Lu Zhu got annoyed. "Then don't take a spendthrift cigarette. Give it back to me." The brat's even getting angry. "You're Lu Hai's son, right? Is this the bike Lu Hai just bought?" The gatekeeper lit the cigarette directly and took a deep blissful puff. Quote, "Don't even think about getting the cigarette back. I'll have to have a word with Lu Hai later. He takes the ox cart while letting you ride such a good bicycle and smoke such good cigarettes. I'll have him teach you a lesson and see if you still dare to get angry." This old guy was way too good at imagining things. In just a moment, he had labeled Lu Zhu a spendthrift and even assigned him a new father. How irritating. Lu Zhu didn't hold back and retorted, "Old man, did you really think I'd give you such a good cigarette? That cigarette just fell into a manure pit, and I didn't want to smoke it, so I gave it to you. Didn't you taste the flavor of shit?" Cough, cough, cough. The gatekeeper, who had just taken a puff, couldn't spit it out or swallow it. As a result, he almost choked to death, coughing until his face was red and his neck was thick. Lu Zhu laughed loudly. "Old geezer, does the shit cigarette taste good?" The gatekeeper was already disgusted, and hearing this, he suddenly felt that what he was holding wasn't a cigarette but a piece of dung. He was so nauseated he started dry heaving. He wanted to throw the cigarette away, but thinking that it cost 2 cents, he was a bit reluctant. He was caught in a dilemma. He glared at Lu Zhu through gritted teeth. "You brat, just you wait. I'm going to call your father out to beat you." "Old geezer, Lu Hai isn't my father, and he won't hit me for your sake." Besides, go ahead and shout if you have the guts. Call him over and tell him you smoked a shit cigarette. Believe it or not, the whole commune will know you by tomorrow. I don't know what your surname was before, but I guarantee everyone will call you Old Shitty from now on. Let's see if your daughter-in-law and bastard are still willing to let you into the house then. Lu Zhu had lived for many years in his previous life, so he naturally knew what old people cared about most. The gatekeeper was instantly intimidated by Lu Zhu, his withered hands trembling uncontrollably. You brat I. Alright, now you can go call Uncle Hai. Lu Zhu smoked his cigarette and spoke in a commanding tone. It was his turn to act tough. How could he let the old man off? The old man was so angry he was about to fume, but for the sake of his reputation and to be able to enter his home, he could only bite the bullet and go call the person as Lu Zhu requested. But he didn't expect that Lu Zhu was far more wicked than he thought. This bastard stood behind him and suddenly shouted, "Double time, march." The old man had been a militiaman and had received training. Hearing this command, his arms instinctively tucked in, and he started jogging forward. Only after running a distance did he suddenly realize something was wrong. He was freaking 70 years old, and he was running like a chased dog just because of a command from this kid? 67. Number 67. This young man is indeed promising. Chapter 67. This kid is indeed young and promising. No matter how unhappy the gatekeeper was, he could only walk into the cafeteria with a dark face and shout at Lu Hai, who was drinking wild vegetable porridge. Eat, eat, eat. All you know is eating. Someone's looking for you. Lu Hai gave a start, hurriedly swallowed the porridge in his mouth, and asked nervously, "It wouldn't be the secretary looking for me, would it?" Before, he had gotten carried away and bragged about Lu Zhu to Wang Egu. As a result, that bastard Wang Egu went to the commune and told everyone he met that Lu Hai's production brigade had produced a capable person who ate meat every day and steamed buns every meal. Although most people didn't believe it, some still came to ask Lu Hai if it was true. Despite Lu Hai's desperate denials, some still said they wanted to go to their production brigade to learn from them. In these times, the so-called mutual learning between two production brigades or various units was actually just coming over to sponge off food and drinks. Lu Hai could afford to host a meal or two, but he was afraid these bastards would go one after another once they got a taste of the benefits. Wouldn't that eat the production brigade into poverty? Most terrifyingly, when the commune head held a meeting, he specifically said a few words about everyone needing to raise their ideological awareness, and that benefits should first be considered for the collective rather than for personal possession. Although no names were mentioned, Lu Hai knew very well that the commune head was talking about him. Lu Hai nervously followed the gatekeeper uncle out, only to find that he didn't go to the commune head's office but instead arrived at the main gate. From a distance, Lu Hai saw Lu Zhu sitting on the back seat of a bicycle, smoking. He was startled and, ignoring the gatekeeper uncle, rushed over in a few steps, pulling Lu Zhu off the bicycle. "How can you be so bold, kid? Whose bicycle do you dare to sit on? If you break it, we'll become a negative example for the commune." Lu Zhu said helplessly, "Uncle Hai, this is the bicycle I just bought. The registration is right here." Pulling the registration out of his satchel, Lu Zhu handed it to Lu Hai for a look. Lu Hai looked at the registration in shock. His hands stretched out and then retracted. For a moment, he didn't even dare to reach out and take it, because if Lu Zhu wasn't lying, this was the very first bicycle in Lu village. Besides, his hands were so dirty, it wouldn't be good if he got the little booklet dirty. Seeing that he didn't dare touch it, Lu Zhu simply flipped it open for him to see. "Uncle Hai, you at least know how to read, right?" Lu Hai nodded repeatedly. I do. But looking at Lu Zhu's name written on the little booklet, he suddenly felt as if he couldn't read. "Oh, my goodness, for the first time in my life, I feel like the three characters, Lu Zhu, are so pleasing to the eye, so beautiful." Lu Zhu smiled and patted the bicycle seat. "Then do you think the name looks good? Or the bike looks good?" "Ouch, don't pat it, don't use so much force." Lu Hai was incredibly distressed. He hurriedly reached out to touch the bicycle seat, then remembered his hands weren't clean and immediately pulled back. "It's fine, Uncle Hai. Go ahead and touch it. You won't break it." Lu Zhu wanted to laugh at the sight. He thought of a famous saying from his previous life. "The bicycle you're too afraid to touch, your buddy stands up to pedal. My hands are too dirty." Lu Hai rubbed them on his clothes again and again, but still felt it wasn't enough. Finally, he spat twice into his palms as a way of washing his hands. "You'd better not touch it for now." Lu Zhu stopped Lu Hai with a dark face. Who washes their hands with spit? Lu Hai really didn't dare to touch it anymore. He kept circling the bicycle, and even so, he was incredibly happy. "This is the first bicycle in our village. It's so beautiful." Seeing Lu Hai's pathetic display, the gatekeeper said disdainfully, "What's so great about a bicycle? I've even seen a small jeep. Do you know about the military GAZ-69? What, did someone drive that car to come and arrest you? Lu Zhu retorted instinctively. The gatekeeper was furious. Do you know how to talk, kid? If not, shut up. Lu Hai felt that Lu Zhu was simply the treasure of his production brigade. Hearing him being snapped at, he immediately got angry. Lu Dai, do you know how to talk? Zhu Zi is praising you. Think about it. If that jeep was used to arrest you, how much face you would have. The gatekeeper uncle widened his eyes in disbelief. So I'm supposed to thank him then? You're welcome. Lu Zhu chimed in with a smile. Being tag-teamed by the two, the gatekeeper uncle almost blacked out and collapsed there. He also realized that getting Lu Hai to discipline Lu Zhu was out of the question, so he simply lowered his head and went back to his small room to eat. But back in the room, seeing the extinguished half-brand of cigarette on the table, he became even more irritated. Even the little bit of wine didn't taste good anymore, especially since it was bulk wine. The color was very cloudy, looking just like urine. People say that wine with a cigarette is like being an immortal. Now, no matter how he looked at it, he was annoyed. Seeing the gatekeeper driven away in anger, Lu Zhu looked at Lu Hai. Uncle Hai, I just came to let you know, don't wait for me. I'll ride the bike back myself. Huh? You're riding? Lu Hai frowned. Don't worry, I know how to ride. Lu Zhu thought he was worried about his riding skills. Lu Hai hurriedly said, even if you can ride, it's no good, the mountain roads are so hard to travel. If you break the bike, what then? I'll go get the cart. You put the bike on the ox cart, and we'll pull it back. Lu Zhu was speechless. Why don't you just say it should pedal me back? Snapped back to reality by those words, Lu Hai realized that a bicycle is for riding, and treating it like a deity was indeed ridiculous. He said with a wry smile, Zhu Zi, don't be angry. It's just that I haven't seen much of the world. Go on back quickly. Your parents will be overjoyed when they find out. Alright, I'm heading off then. Just as Lu Zhu was about to push the bike, a curious inquiry came from a distance. Little Lu, who is this? Lu Hai looked back and saw it was a balding man, so he quickly stood at attention. Commune head, this is Lu Zhu from our village, a very capable young man. The bald commune head walked over, scanning Lu Zhu from top to bottom. Is he the Lu Zhu that Wang Egu mentioned, who eats meat and steamed buns every meal? Cold sweat immediately began to pour down Lu Hai's forehead, and he wanted to explain. Lu Zhu smiled and handed over a Zonghua cigarettes. The commune head? Eating meat every meal is an exaggeration. I'm just making a living. Seeing the Zonghua cigarettes, the commune head's eyebrows shot up. Ho, my goodness. You're smoking better cigarettes than I am? Oh, Director Lu from the county textile factory gave it to me, Lu Zhu said with a smile. The bald commune head's sarcastic expression froze. He scanned Lu Zhu again and asked hesitantly, you know Director Lu? Lu Zhu said with feigned nonchalance, I know him. Lu Shengli, right? He's quite interesting. He's clearly much older than me, but he keeps insisting I call him brother. You know, I usually call Director Lu from the police station uncle, so I'm almost losing track of my seniority. The bald commune head's expression became even stranger. You also know the police station director? Look at what you're saying. If I didn't know the director, could I have gotten this bag? And this duffel bag, if it weren't for Director Lu's help, I wouldn't have been able to buy this bicycle so quickly, let alone get the registration done. Lu Zhu patted his satchel, which observed the people, written on it, and his obviously unusual duffel bag. Actually, Lu Zhu usually didn't like to show off his connections because when the wind started blowing in the future, it was hard to say whether these connections would be good or bad. But seeing the commune head's attitude toward him in that sarcastic manner, it was obvious he had been provoked by someone. If he didn't stir things up a bit, he was afraid that both Lu Hai and he would be targeted by the commune head. Meanwhile, the bald commune head's expression shifted uncertainly. He didn't know if what Lu Zhu said was true or false, but Lu Zhu's gear was indeed intimidating. Besides, how could an ordinary mountain village kid know the full name of the textile factory director, much less dare to brag like that in front of him, a commune head? This kid knows two big figures in the county. He must have some other background, right? At this thought, the bald commune head revealed a sincere and polite smile. Lu Hai, you weren't wrong. This kid is indeed young and promising. Why don't you come to my office for some tea before you leave? 68. Number 68. Go see Lu Xiaohu. Chapter 68. Visiting Lu Xiaohu. Upon hearing that the commune head had actually invited Lu Zhu for tea, Lu Hai was overjoyed. Our brigade is finally going to stand up. I'll come for tea another day. I'm in a hurry to get home. Lu Zhu flatly refused. Lu Hai was instantly dumbfounded. The commune head hadn't expected Lu Zhu to turn him down. In this Red Star commune, he couldn't exactly be called all-powerful, but he was a big shot countless people longed to connect with. Many people carrying eggs, rice, and flour couldn't even get into his office if they tried. Now, with him extending the invitation himself, this kid actually refused? The commune head stroked his bald head and said with a half-smile, "What, are you afraid I don't have good tea to serve you?" "Not at all. My father's leg is broken and needs care. I have to go back and check on him," Lu Zhu explained indifferently. He knew all too well what the commune head meant by inviting him to the office. Tea? Clearly, it was a probe. Lu Zhu had known Lu Shengli and Director Lu for too short a time to withstand the commune head's scrutiny. Right now, the commune head didn't know Lu Zhu's background, so he was being polite and would tread carefully with Lu Village Brigade. If it were confirmed that Lu Zhu had no backing, any benefits he had would be squeezed dry by the commune. After all, to curry favor with superiors and chase after some illusory honors, the people in the commune had gone mad. Faced with Lu Zhu's reasonable explanation, the bald commune head couldn't say much. In fact, being rejected made him deeply wary. After all, if someone had no skills or connections, why would they be so disrespectful to him? The commune head? Hey, so that's how it is. Then hurry home. The bald commune head resumed his previous amiable demeanor. Lu Zhu didn't say more, greeted Lu Hai, who was anxiously rubbing his hands nearby, and pedaled away on his bike. After he left, the bald commune head stood silently for a moment, then smiled at Lu Hai. "That kid from your brigade is really something, able to build good relations even with the county textile factory. If the textile factory ever has any defective cloth or such, you must have him remember us folks in Red Star Commune." Lu Hai nodded repeatedly. "Don't worry, commune head. Zhu Zi is very righteous. If there are benefits, he'll definitely think of Lu Village and the commune." The bald commune head savored the sweetness of power again from Lu Hai and nodded in satisfaction, offering a carrot. "By the way, your Lu Village Brigade pledged in the meeting just now to increase yield per mu to 500 jin. Other production teams have vowed to reach 10,000 jin per mu next year. I was going to criticize you, but considering how tough things have been for everyone these past 2 years, I'll skip the criticism and inspection. But you need to step it up and boost that yield. Commune head, rest assured, we'll do our utmost not to trouble the commune or the country," Lu Hai promised, pleasantly surprised. He had thought criticism and inspection were unavoidable this time. Who would have thought that after Zhu just rode his bike around, the commune head's attitude toward him changed. Lu Zhu pedaled his bike toward Lu Village, passing through Li family village on the way. His nephew Lu Xiaohu was apprenticing to blacksmith Li in this village. It had been a long time since he'd seen the kid, and he really missed him. Plus, last time his older brother came to deliver some canned goods, he looked off when he returned, probably because things weren't going well here. After all, those older masters were a bit old-fashioned, sticking to the old rules of master-disciple and father-son relationships, where children could be beaten and scolded at will, and some even had rules that it was justified if they were beaten to death. On top of that, Lu Zhu remembered from his previous life that both children died very young. He had quietly checked Nizi these past few days and found nothing wrong with her, so he wanted to see how Xiaohu was doing. Lu Zhu asked for directions and entered Li family village, arriving at the blacksmith's door. Just as he was about to knock, he heard a rough voice cursing inside. "Is your head full of shit? Can't even recognize the materials, and you want to be a blacksmith?" Lu Zhu paused, peeking through the crack in the door into the yard. He saw a thinly dressed child kneeling on the ground, with over a dozen pieces of iron material laid out in front of him. The child was staring at the iron in fear, with bruises from whipping visible on every exposed part of his body. Whether from pain or fear, he was trembling slightly. Lu Zhu recognized him as his nephew, Lu Xiaohu. Next to Lu Xiaohu was a burly man, likely the blacksmith master. The blacksmith held a rattan cane in his right hand and a canned bottle full of tea in his left, drinking tea while demanding, "Now tell me, which is white iron, which is gray iron, and which is wrought iron?" Lu Xiaohu pointed at a piece of iron with a trembling hand. This is white iron." Smack. "Idiot. Wrong choice." The rattan cane struck his outstretched hand hard, making Lu Xiaohu cry out in pain and tremble even more violently. But Lu Xiaohu didn't dare cry, just pointed at another piece of iron with red-rimmed eyes. This one is gray iron." Wrong again. The cane struck twice more. The blacksmith cursed angrily. Stupid pig, if it weren't for your parents begging me on their knees back then, I wouldn't take a fool like you. Teaching you for 2 days, and you still can't recognize the materials." Lu Xiaohu bit his lip hard, holding back tears, not daring to explain that he'd only been learning to recognize materials for a day. In the yard, 3 other children, though also in patched clothes that at least covered their bodies, were playing hopscotch, occasionally cheering. Children's games spread quickly. Lu Erzu had just taught Lily and Lila, and it had already reached the neighboring village. These joyful children formed a stark contrast with Lu Xiaohu kneeling on the ground. Lu Erzu was already fuming, and then he heard 2 more smacks. The blacksmith shouted angrily, "Speak, cat, got your tongue? A few hits and you're still not convinced? Don't want to learn anymore? Then get the hell back to your home." Lu Xiaohu spoke again in a hoarse voice. "This iron is wrought iron." "Wrong, wrong." The blacksmith raised the cane to strike again. Lu Erzu finally understood why his older brother's eyes were red when he returned that day. Though he knew these masters believed in no beating, no talent, he couldn't stand it anymore and pushed the door open heavily. The door banged loudly, making everyone in the yard instinctively look over. The stout blacksmith holding the cane yelled immediately, "Damn, scared the hell out of me. Who is it?" Lu Erzu walked over with a dark expression, first helping Lu Xiaohu up, but Lu Xiaohu staggered and almost fell to the ground. It turned out he had been kneeling for too long. His 2 skinny little legs were shaking uncontrollably, completely useless. This made even a grown man like Lu Erzu almost cry from heartache. He quickly squatted down and carried Lu Xiaohu on his back. "Good child. We're not learning anymore. We're not fucking learning anymore." Lu Xiaohu didn't really remember Lu Erzu and looked at him in panic, then at his furious master. He hadn't cried from the beatings, but now he burst into tears. "Who are you? Put me down, master. I don't know him." "It's okay, child. I'm your uncle Zhu Zi. When you were little, I even set dogs on you," Lu Erzu quickly said. 69. Number 69 Villagers Support. Chapter 69. Backed by the villagers. Lu Xiaohu had been struggling to get down, but after hearing Lu Erzu's words, he understood. Crying, he said, "Little uncle, I can't leave. I'm almost finished learning. Learn my foot, go home. Little uncle will support you," Lu Erzu said with a dark expression as he walked out, but the blacksmith standing nearby was unhappy. He blocked their path with a rattan cane. "Hey, hey, hey, who are you? You just barge in here and try to snatch my person? The child took you as his master, so I can't say anything if you hit him. His parents allowed that, but now we don't want to learn from you anymore. Are you saying we can't even leave?" Lu Erzu said coldly. The blacksmith curled his lip. "Who do you think you're acting tough with, you brat? Besides, what kind of place do you think I'm running here? You think you can just come and go as you please? I've taught him so many skills. What do you have to say about that?" "Skills, my foot." Lu Erzu didn't bother responding to the man and carried Xiaohu on his back as he walked out. Just as he stepped out the door, blacksmith's wife happened to return. Seeing Lu Xiaohu being carried, she hurriedly asked, "What's going on?" "Nothing much. They say they're not learning anymore," the blacksmith said irritably. "Huh? Why aren't they learning? We've taught him all our family's skills, and he hasn't even worked for you yet, let alone provided for your old age." "No way, no way. Put him down. Xiaohu, hurry up and start the fire for me. I still need to cook." Blacksmith's wife reached out, trying to pull Lu Xiaohu away. Lu Erzu didn't hesitate to pull out his handgun and flick the safety off. "Go ahead, try and stop me." Blacksmith's wife was startled and hurriedly dodged away, but the blacksmith was furious. He roared and cursed. "You think you're the only one with a gun? Son, go get my shotgun. You've got some nerve trying to snatch someone from my Li family village." Soon, the blacksmith's gun was brought out. He pointed it at Lu Erzu. "Try firing a shot and see what happens." Bang! Lu Erzu fired a shot directly at the blacksmith's feet and countered. "You try firing a shot and see what happens." The blacksmith jerked in fright and scrambled backward. He hadn't expected Lu Erzu to actually dare to fire. Although many people had guns, bullets were hard to come by. Furthermore, once a gun went off, the matter would escalate. The blacksmith had only intended to intimidate Lu Erzu. He didn't expect the man to be such a hothead. The sound of the gunshot sent the blacksmith's family retreating. The people of Li family village were also drawn over, forming a circle to watch the commotion, wondering what had happened. Seeing the crowd grow, blacksmith's wife suddenly sat on the ground and began to wail. "Everyone, come and judge this. This heartless person said he came to my house to learn a trade, but as soon as he learned it, he wanted to leave. How can such a thing be allowed?" Hearing this, the surrounding villagers all nodded in agreement. They all believed in the old ways. When an apprentice enters a master's house to learn a trade, they must provide free labor for at least 3 years and support the master in their old age. If one went back on their word, they would have no future, and the villagers would look down on them. Lu Erzu naturally wouldn't let Lu Xiaohu's reputation be ruined. He immediately said, "My nephew has been learning from you for over half a year, hasn't he? Up until now, forget about blacksmithing skills. You've only just started teaching him how to identify materials, and that was only because we sent over a bowl of meat and a jar of canned food on top of that. You've beaten the child so badly he can't even stand up. If you were actually teaching him something, I would accept the beatings and scoldings. But do either of you dare to put your hand on your heart and swear to the instructor that you've taught the child earnestly? In this era, making such an oath was more effective than swearing to gods or Buddhas in the old days. The blacksmith couple immediately lost their nerve, muttering and not daring to answer. The villagers saw this and understood what was happening. Besides, no one was a fool. Everyone had heard about how the blacksmith usually beat and scolded Lu Xiaohu. Seeing the child covered in injuries now, some of the older villagers couldn't help but feel for him, their eyes tearing up in sympathy. An old man pointed his walking stick at the blacksmith and criticized him. Li Pang, how could you beat a child like that? The blacksmith hadn't expected his own villagers to not help him and instead bully him. He instantly became enraged. What do you all know? That's how I was when I learned the trade. Anyone who helps him, don't come looking for me to fix your pots or farm tools ever again. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone immediately fell silent. After all, every household had times when they needed a blacksmith and they were unwilling to offend him. Lu Zhu didn't bother saying more to the blacksmith. Since the facts had been cleared up, it was enough that everyone knew who was right and who was wrong. He placed Lu Xiaohu on the back seat of his bicycle and prepared to leave. However, the blacksmith rushed over, blocked the bicycle, and yelled, "If you want to leave, fine, but my family has fed him for over half a year. You have to give me the money for that food. My nephew didn't work for you? Did your family's firewood come out of your own backsides? Was the water you drank and used made of piss? Talk about providing food. Just look at how sturdy your 3 children are. While my nephew is starved to skin and bones, you have the nerve to mention food?" Lu Zhu snapped back furiously. The blacksmith's face turned red and white as he was scolded, unable to speak, but he stubbornly refused to let them pass. Just as Lu Zhu was thinking about forcing his way through, a loud curse came from outside the crowd. Li Pang, I'll fuck your ancestors if you dare touch Zhu Zi. I'll fight you to the death. Lu Dagan rushed into the crowd with a basket of herbs on his back, waving a sickle. His eyes were bloodshot as he charged at the blacksmith. Seeing his murderous look, the blacksmith scrambled back in fear. Lu Dagan shielded Lu Zhu, waving his sickle wildly and shouting, "Li family village is bullying people, is that it? If anyone dares touch Zhu Zi today, I'll fight you with my life. If I kill 1, I break even. If I kill 2, you're the ones losing out. Come on." The villagers were unwilling to offend the blacksmith, but they were even less willing to get hurt because of him, so they hurriedly backed away. At that moment, Lu Dagan's wife also rushed into the crowd waving a sickle, standing by Lu Erju's side with bloodshot eyes, ready to fight to the death. This display scared people into moving even further away. Seeing this, Lu Erzu quickly tried to calm the two. "Great uncle, great aunt, I'm fine. Don't be impulsive. Zhu Zi, don't worry. We're here if anyone dares touch you. I'll fight them to the death." Lu Dagan protected Lu Erzu with fuming rage. Lu Dagan's wife also held her sharp sickle, looking as if she wouldn't stop until she had killed someone. This moved Lu Erzu deeply. He quickly pushed his bicycle outward. After all, this was someone else's territory. The blacksmith didn't dare to block them this time, only muttering something under his breath that seemed quite foul. Before Lu Erzu and the others had gone very far, they heard the shouts of children in the distance. "They're over there, right over there. Brother Zhu Zi is being bullied by the people of Li family village." Lu Dagan's second daughter appeared, carrying her younger brother and leading a large group of villagers from Lu village as they rushed over. The people of Lu village were carrying hoes, shovels, and some even had guns. They all ran over and surrounded Lu Erzu. "Zhu Zi, are you alright? You weren't bullied, were you? Those brats didn't hit you, did they? Quickly, tell us who bullied you. I'll hoe them to death." The people of Lu village shouted with righteous indignation. Even great-grandfather, the most respected person in the village who had lost all his teeth, came out to see justice done, carrying a large firecracker. "I was saving this firecracker for when I die, but if anyone dares bully Zhu Zi now, I'll blow them up before I go." 70. Number 70 Ancestors. Chapter 70. The Old Ancestor. At this time, the villagers were all from the same clan and were very united. Especially since Lu Erzu had previously given the village 2 wild chickens. Every household had received some meat soup. In a year of great famine, a bowl of meat soup was a life-saving thing. So when they heard Lu Erzu was being bullied, the villagers of Lu village were all enraged and rushed over to help. Lu Erzu hadn't expected such a big commotion and quickly put away his gun, explaining that everything was fine. As for the blacksmith's family, they didn't dare ask for any more benefits and all retreated into their home. Lu Erju's mother, eldest brother, and sister-in-law also arrived. Niu Honghua first looked at her son, then at her eldest grandson on the bicycle who was covered in bruises. She began to cry heart-wrenchingly, calling Lu Deliang over and giving him a beating. "I'll beat you to death. How could you let my eldest grandson suffer so much? My poor Lu Xiaohu." Lu Deliang knelt before his mother, taking the beating in silence, though his heart was actually aching terribly. Sister-in-law Li Quikwei also felt for her son, but she knew her husband was incredibly stubborn. If she didn't intervene, he really might be beaten until he couldn't get up. She quickly pulled her mother-in-law back. "Mom, let's go home first. Let's talk once we're home." "Yes, Mom, let's go home first. I'll apply some medicine to Zhu Zi and get him something to eat," Luer Zhu also quickly urged. Niu Honghua then stopped, took Lu Xiaohu's hand, and followed the bicycle step by step back to the village. The villagers all followed as well. Upon returning to the village, Luer Zhu said seriously to everyone, "Uncles, great-uncles, grandfathers and grandmothers, thank you all." "Pa, what's there to thank, you brat?" "Exactly, can the men of our Lu village be bullied by outsiders?" "It's nothing, hurry on home. Hurry and take the child home to apply medicine. How could that damn blacksmith beat the child like this?" Some soft-hearted elders in the village also cried seeing Lu Xiaohu's state. After thanking them again, Luer Zhu took Lu Xiaohu home first. When he arrived home, he saw his master, Big Tongue, talking with his father. Lu Fusheng couldn't get out of bed and was worried about the situation, so he had Big Tongue stay to comfort him. Seeing Lu Xiaohu back, Big Tongue stood up to take a look. Frowning, he cursed, "Damn that fat Li, how could he be so ruthless? Quick, go to my place and get some medicine." Luer Zhu agreed and looked at his elder brother. "Carry Zhu Zi onto the Kong." Lu Deliang stepped forward, his eyes red as he carried Lu Xiaohu to the Kong. Lu Xiaohu clearly couldn't sit still and grimaced in pain even while lying down, yet he still managed a smile. "Dad, I'm fine." Lu Deliang, who had been holding it in, suddenly wailed, "Son, Dad is sorry. Dad is useless for letting you suffer." Everyone was startled by Lu Dalang's sudden crying, mainly because his voice was so deep and loud. Lu Fusheng even kicked him with his good leg. "Get out, you sound like a damn braying donkey. Scared the life out of me." Lu Deliang was kicked aside and cried uncontrollably against the wall. He had wanted to bring his son back long ago, but because he wasn't a decisive person, he hadn't made up his mind. Now he was filled with regret and heartache. Li Quikwei was also devastated, constantly stroking the uninjured parts of her son while weeping. Seeing the whole family fussing over Lu Xiaohu, Luer Zhu went out to get the medicine. Just as he stepped out, he found Lu Dagan's family hadn't left yet. They were standing straight next to his bicycle, alertly watching the surroundings. The second daughter and little third were chased far away, stretching their necks curiously to look at the bicycle. If they tried to get close, they'd get a kick. As for Chun'er, she was washing a towel to wipe Lu Xiaohu down. Luer Zhu looked at Lu Dagan and his wife curiously. "Uncle, Aunt, what are you two doing?" "We're helping watch the bicycle so no one breaks it. It wouldn't be good if it got scratched when you return it," Lu Dagan explained. "No need to watch it, this bicycle is mine," Luer Zhu said helplessly. "Ah, yours?" Lu Dagan was incredibly surprised. Lu Dagan's wife praised with envy. "Oh, Zhu Zi is really successful. He can even afford a bicycle. There's a phrase, right? The star of literature descended to earth." "Shish, don't talk nonsense." Luer Zhu quickly waved his hand. Quote, "Don't mention things like monsters and demons." Right, I said it wrong. Anyway, Zhu Zi is amazing. The most amazing in our Lu village." Lu Dagan's wife didn't know how else to praise him, but she just wanted to say something nice. Lu Dagan was also very envious but still said, "Then I still have to watch it so no one bumps into it." Seeing him insist on standing guard, Luer Zhu shook his head helplessly and went to get the medicine. Entering his master's wife's gate, he saw Lily sharpening a knife, with Lila beside her cheering her on. Luer Zhu asked curiously, "What are you two doing?" Lily was about to speak. Lila rushed over like a little lackey and shouted, "My sister is going to help brother Zhu Zi get revenge and hack that bastard Fat Li to death." Luer Zhu's mouth twitched as he looked at Lily. "Really?" Lily shook her head. "Brother Zhu Zi, don't listen to Lily's nonsense. I didn't want to hack Fat Li to death. I wanted to give him a slash on the butt to teach him a lesson so he won't bully you or my eldest nephew again." Luer Zhu's face darkened. He walked over and snatched the wood-chopping knife. "You're a young girl, you can't always try to solve problems with a knife. Besides, we adults can handle these things ourselves." "But, no buts, go play." Luer Zhu gave Lily and Lila 2 milk candies each and waved them away. Lila ate the candy happily. Lily wasn't satisfied. Seeing Luer Zhu enter the house, she immediately said, "Lila, do you want to help brother Zhu Zi and our eldest nephew get revenge?" Yeah, Lu Xiaohu is my eldest nephew. 7-year-old Lila looked at his sister innocently. Quote, but brother Zhu Zi said we can't interfere in adults' business. We won't interfere in adults' business, but doesn't that fat guy have sons? You go eat candy in front of his sons and lure them to the village entrance. I'll give those 3 brats a beating, Lily said through gritted teeth. Lila gave an "oh" and obediently went to carry out his sister's plan. Of course, he had his own selfish motives. Eating candy in front of other kids was a matter of pride. Especially eating candy while watching his sister beat others up, it was simply a treat for the eyes. Lu Zhu took the herbs from the house and saw the 2 little kids sneaking out. He first checked that the wood-chopping knife was still there, then didn't bother further. When he returned home, Lu Xiaohu's clothes had been taken off. His body was covered in a crisscross of old and new whip marks, a shocking sight. After the medicine was applied, he grimaced in pain. Seeing his mother and sister-in-law's heartache, Lu Zhu explained, this medicine is a bit irritating, but it works fast. The marks will be gone in 3 to 5 days. Also, Mom, go get a jar of canned food for Lu Xiaohu. He's so hungry you can count his ribs. Niu Honghua wasn't stingy this time. Seeing her eldest grandson beaten like this, she wanted to give him the canned food, but without Lu Zhu's word, she didn't dare, fearing her son would be angry. While they were coaxing Lu Xiaohu with the canned food, great-grandfather arrived. Great-grandfather was the village's ancestor, having reached the age of retirement. Usually, he was only disturbed for major village matters and rarely came out. But since this happened today and he had benefited from Lu Zhu before, he had to come and see. Who would have thought that as soon as he entered, he saw the bicycle in the yard? He was immediately surprised. Dagon, isn't this the bicycle Zhu Zi borrowed? Why hasn't it been returned yet? Quick, ask whose it is and help push it back. Don't let them worry or have to come here for it. Lu Dagon immediately boasted, Ancestor, you don't know, Zhu Zi bought this. He didn't borrow it. What? This is Zhu Zi's? Great-grandfather's eyes widened. Quote, oh, our village has a bicycle? That's a huge joyous occasion. Quick, set off these firecrackers to celebrate. Great-grandfather took out the firecrackers he had planned to save for after his death, incredibly happy. After all, in this era, having a bicycle in the village meant that when someone got married, they could ride it to pick up the bride. That was a matter of great prestige when a girl married into the village. Her family would also think more highly of them. At his age, great-grandfather didn't seek anything else but to see the descendants of his clan living well. Lu Dagon hesitated. Great-grandfather, is this okay? Aren't these firecrackers for your future use? Oh, how many more years can I live? Maybe this is the only bicycle I'll ever see in the village. Great-grandfather was overjoyed. Seeing Lu Dagon didn't dare move, he simply got matches himself and lit the firecrackers. Firecrackers back then were very powerful. Once lit, they soared into the sky with a boom, and the explosion could be heard throughout the village. When the firecrackers sounded, everyone in Lu village looked toward Lu Erju's house in disbelief. Then, whether they were carrying water to the fields or searching for wild vegetables on the mountain, everyone immediately dropped their work and rushed to Lu Erju's house. The villagers quickly gathered. Some even wrapped white cloth from their homes around their heads, all walking toward Lu Erju's house wailing loudly. Oh, my old ancestor, how could you leave just like that? Old ancestor, may you have a safe journey. Great-grandfather, oh my great-grandfather. If you'd like to hear other novels, feel free to request them in the comments. If there are no issues with posting the requested novel, we'll post it. You can also listen to more audio novels for free at patreon.com/xlightnovel. Before you start listening, please don't forget to like. 71. Number 71. Grandpa has come back to life. Chapter 71. Great-grandfather has risen from the dead. Lu Erzu and the others also heard the firecracker sounds and were all stunned. At this time, no one in the village had firecrackers stored away except great-grandfather. The problem was that the firecracker sounds seemed to have come from right outside the door. Had great-grandfather died at their doorstep? Niu Honghua, after all, was experienced. Although she didn't know what was going on, upon hearing crying outside, she immediately raised her voice in a wail and walked out. The others either lowered their heads and hummed or cried loudly as well, all heading outside together. Even Lu Fusheng was carried out on Lu Dalang's back. Ni Zi had no idea what was happening. Perched on Lu Erju's shoulder, she asked in confusion, Uncle, what are Grandma and the others crying about? Lu Erzu didn't know how to explain it to Ni Zi and could only brush it off, saying, I don't know either. Ni Zi could only hold her little head and ponder deeply. Suddenly, her eyes lit up, and she looked at Lu Erzu with an expression of sudden understanding. I already know what Grandma and the others are crying about. They want to trick my mom into giving them candy. Lu Erzu twitched the corner of his mouth, wanting to laugh but not daring to, and could only whisper, that's not it. Don't guess randomly. It definitely is because that's how I used to trick my mom into giving me candy. But Grandma and the others are really dumb. They don't cry as convincingly as I do, Nizi said proudly. Although everyone was crying, Nizi was still young and didn't know to lower her voice, so everyone could hear her. Her childish words left them both amused and exasperated. Seeing his sister-in-law's expression had already turned ugly, Lu Erzu quickly whispered to Nizi, "Little girl, you better shut up, or your mom will spank you." Hearing this, Nizi actually got a little scared and clung tightly to Lu Erzu's neck. Then, "Uncle, you'll protect Nizi, right? I can't beat your mom, so don't talk nonsense." Lu Erzu doted on the child but didn't want Nizi to become a brat who feared nothing. Who would have thought Nizi would say, "It's okay. I'll tell you my mom's weakness. Her butt is the most ticklish. Every time my dad touches my mom's butt, she laughs. If you can't beat my mom, just tickle her butt." Lu Erzu actually reacted very quickly. As soon as he sensed something was off, he tried to cover Nizi's mouth but didn't make it in time. PFF'd Big Tongue, who had been lowering his head and humming nearby, couldn't help but laugh out loud. Li Quikwei also flushed bright red with embarrassment and anger, reaching over to pinch Nizi's butt hard. The little girl immediately cried out in pain, no longer able to spare a thought for talking too much. The whole family nearby fell silent, and even Lu Erzu didn't dare to plead for Nizi. The family quickly walked into the yard just as the villagers also came over, weeping and wailing. Everyone looked up and saw great-grandfather, who should have been dead, standing next to the bicycle admiring it. They were all dumbfounded. For a moment, there was dead silence, with only Nizi still crying sincerely. He's risen from the dead," someone trembled and said. The villagers looked panicked, hurriedly stepping back, scared enough to flee. It was Lu Erzu who reacted quickly. He glanced at great-grandfather's shadow on the ground, then stepped forward to feel his pulse. Immediately relieved, he announced, "Everyone, don't panic. The ancestor is alive." Great-grandfather was the eldest in seniority, but only Lu Erzu's father's generation had the right to call him grandfather. For the younger generation, they could only call him ancestor. "Damn it, do I need you to announce whether I'm dead or not?" Hearing this, great-grandfather was also furious and wanted to hit Lu Erzu on the head with his cane. Seeing this, Lu Dagan hurriedly stepped forward, wanting to help block it. But as great-grandfather swung his cane halfway, he remembered that this kid was the most promising person in the village and couldn't be harmed. Just then, Lu Deliang heard that great-grandfather wasn't dead. This simpleton couldn't help but mutter softly, "This ancestor really has no sense of propriety, pretending to be dead in broad daylight for fun." Great-grandfather, who was reluctant to hit Lu Erzu, heard this and immediately pointed at Lu Deliang, smiling. "Come here, Liang Zi. I have something good for you." Lu Deliang didn't expect the village's highest-ranking ancestor to give him something in public. Feeling both honored and smug, he stepped forward. "Ancestor, what are you giving me?" "What am I giving you?" "I'm giving you a slap." Great-grandfather instantly changed his expression and slapped Lu Deliang on the head. After all, he was old, so great-grandfather's strength was just right, stunning but not brain-damaging. After venting his anger by hitting someone, great-grandfather ignored the stunned Lu Deliang and said irritably to everyone, "And you all," crying without asking for details. "Do you wish I were dead?" Production team leader Lu Shulin quickly ran up, smiling apologetically. "Great-grandfather, you're overthinking it. We just misunderstood when we heard the firecrackers. Who knew that thing accidentally exploded?" Hearing this, great-grandfather was immediately distracted and beamed with joy. "I set off those firecrackers on purpose. Our village has a big happy event. Zhu Zi has a bicycle." "What?" Lu Shulin was very surprised and even dug at his ear. "Great-grandfather, say that again? Do you have donkey hair stuffed in your ears?" Great-grandfather scolded impatiently, but for such a great event, he proclaimed it again. "Fusheng's Zhu Zi is capable. He got the first bicycle for our Lu village." Hearing it a second time, the villagers finally confirmed they hadn't misheard and all looked at the bicycle with envy. Earlier, after escorting little Tiger home, they had been discussing where Zhu Zi had borrowed the bicycle from. Who would have thought he bought it himself? Even Lu Shulin was extremely envious. As a production team leader, he hadn't even gotten a bicycle yet, and here a little kid already had one. He reached out to touch the bicycle but was blocked by Lu Dagan. "Dagan, what are you doing?" Lu Shulin asked in surprise. "I'm afraid you'll break it by touching it," Lu Dagan said honestly. Lu Shulin was furious. "Are my hands nails or saws? Can it break from a touch? Besides, Zhu Zi hasn't said anything. Why are you acting all high and mighty?" Lu Dagan was honest and simple, not good with words or used to arguing, so he ignored Lu Shulin entirely. No matter what he said, Lu Dagan just blocked him and wouldn't let him through. Lu Shulin also knew what he was like. After trying twice and failing to touch it, he simply turned to Lu Zhu, adopting the posture of a production team leader. Zhu Zi, having a bicycle in our village is a big happy event. I'm giving you an oral commendation. But in the future, if anyone needs to borrow the bicycle for a wedding, you have to lend it to them. Lu Fusheng and the others, who had been stunned into a daze by the fact that their family now owned a vehicle, finally snapped back to reality. Hearing Lu Shulin's words, they were somewhat reluctant. The bicycle was so new, the mountain roads so rough. If anyone could ride it, what if it got broken? And not just anyone knew how to ride this bicycle, but Lu Shulin was the production team leader, and it wouldn't do to offend him. Lu Zhu, standing nearby, saw his parents' resistance. When it came to food and drink, he liked to oppose his parents because it was for their own good, but whether to lend the bicycle or not depended on whether his parents liked it. So, Lu Zhu opened his mouth to brush off the refusal. But at that moment, with a thud, Lu Shulin's head was hit. He immediately clutched his head in pain and crouched down, shouting angrily, Who the hell hit me? 72. Number 72 Sugar Water. Chapter 72. Distributing sugar water. It's me. Great-grandfather stood up, glaring and cursing. Lu Shulin, you're quite generous, aren't you? You're saying someone else's bicycle should be ridden by the whole village just because you say so? Why don't you spend over 100 yuan to buy a bicycle and provide benefits for the whole village yourself? Lu Shulin was left speechless by the retort and didn't dare talk back to great-grandfather. He could only rub his head and mutter, I was just saying, get lost from now on. Nobody better set their sights on Zhu Zi's bicycle. Don't forget, they even gave you meat broth to drink. Great-grandfather knew that Lu Fusheng and his wife were thin-skinned, and combined with their past class status issues, they wouldn't dare oppose the villagers. So, he took the initiative to step forward and shut the villagers up. This way, even if people couldn't borrow the bicycle, they wouldn't hold a grudge against Lu Fusheng's family. They would only complain about him, the old ancestor. But he was someone who didn't know how many days he had left to live, so why would he care about that? The villagers were indeed a bit disappointed to hear they couldn't borrow the bicycle, but hearing about the meat broth, they couldn't say anything either. They could only stare in envy. Lu Zhu, however, understood that even with the old ancestor acting as a shield, behaving like this long-term would easily alienate them from the villagers. To win over the villagers, Lu Zhu smiled and said, adding a big item to my home today is a happy occasion. Plus, everyone just helped me bring Xiaohu back, and to compensate for the old ancestor's firecrackers, I'll treat everyone to sugar water. Hearing that they could have sugar water, everyone's eyes lit up. Even great-grandfather's heart stirred, but he still advised, Zhu Zi, don't waste your money. As the old saying goes, careful planning lasts half a year, and one won't suffer in lean years. No matter how much money you have, this isn't the way to spend it. Lu Zhu explained, what money do I have? I did buy this bicycle, but it's easier to go to town to treat people. As for the candy, it was actually given to me by people from the textile factory as thanks for treating them. Even this bag is from them, look. As they watched Lu Zhu pat the duffel bag on the back seat of the bike, the villagers looked at the canvas material, which appeared thick at a glance, and became even more envious. One must know that light industry was not doing well during this period. Even if there were good things, they were exported. Canvas was rarely seen in the countryside. Great-grandfather also carefully touched the canvas duffel bag and remarked with emotion, good. Our village has truly produced a talent. Even the county textile factory invited you to treat patients. Seeing that great-grandfather had nothing more to say, Lu Zhu immediately said to the villagers, everyone, go back and get your bowls first. I'll boil the water. In those times, no household had enough bowls for the whole village to use. So, whether it was a banquet or a regular meal, everyone brought their own bowls and chopsticks. The villagers hurriedly ran to their homes to get their bowls and chopsticks, while Lu Zhu went to boil the water. Seeing this, Chun'er quickly pushed Lu Zhu aside and kept herself busy. Seeing that her hands and feet were indeed nimble and she didn't need his help, Lu Zhu didn't interfere further. He had come to understand Chun'er's temperament. If he helped, she would definitely cry out of anxiety. Soon, a pot of water boiled, and Lu Zhu took out a pound of fruit candy and dropped it into the pot in batches. He couldn't be so extravagant as to use white sugar or milk candy. Those things had to be saved for his own family. Besides, fruit candy had plenty of sugar as well. In the hot water, the candy pieces quickly melted, and the people arrived just then. Lu Zhu had them line up to serve themselves. If he saw someone too embarrassed to fill their bowl, he would have Chun'er top it off for them. The villagers all carried their sugar water happily, yet none of them drank it. Some called over their gaunt children to drink, some carried it home for the starving elderly, and others took it to care for the sick. But no matter who it was, before leaving, they had to say something nice to Lu'er Zhu, and the younger generation even had to kowtow. If anyone dared to just walk away with their bowl of sugar water, great-grandfather, sitting at the gate of the fenced yard, would directly strike them with his walking stick. Usually, he doted on children the most. No matter how much those rascals from Lu village crowded around him and made a fuss, he wouldn't get angry. But today, he wouldn't be polite even to those rascals. In great-grandfather's words, this was Zhu Zi saving their lives. Wasn't that worth a kind word? Lu'er Zhu saw great-grandfather acting like a door god and quietly walked over, grabbed a handful of milk candy from his bag, and stuffed it into the old man's pocket. The old man didn't recognize the white rabbit milk candy. He looked around like a thief and then whispered, Zhu Zi, why are you being so careful? You didn't steal this, did you? Leave it with me for now. If anyone comes looking, just say I climbed over someone's wall to steal it. They wouldn't dare hit an old man like me anyway. Lu'er Zhu smiled helplessly, thinking the old man was quite funny. At his age, even getting onto a bed was a struggle. If he said the man could climb walls, no one would believe it, but he didn't dare say it directly. Instead, he said with a smile, Old ancestor, what are you thinking? Putting aside whether you can climb walls, I wouldn't do something as sneaky as stealing. This is milk candy, my gift to you. When you go back, eat one piece a night, or you can dissolve it in water. The old man had lived in the village his whole life and had suffered his whole life. Hearing about milk and sugar now made him more nervous than holding stolen goods. He tried to give it back to Lu'er Zhu. You silly boy, I'm someone with one foot in the grave. Why would I eat this? Take it away. Old ancestor, you have to live for many more years. In the future, if my son is born and dares to be a rebel, I'll use you to scare him. After all, you're the only real man in our village who's killed Japs. You'll definitely be able to keep people in line. Lu'er Zhu flattered him with a beaming smile, but this wasn't blind flattery. The old man had originally been a militia captain. Once, a squad of Japs was chased into the village by the Red Army. He happened to run into them when he got up in the night. He assisted in sniping those Japs and even hacked one to death with a blade. He received a commendation for it, which was why his status in the village was so high. Otherwise, seniority alone wouldn't have been enough to keep the whole village in check. The old man, who was just declining the milk candy, immediately showed a look of pride. That's right, I'm not bragging to you, boy. Back then, that Jap was killed by a single strike of my blade. Even the company commander chasing the Japs praised my ruthless blade work. No matter how old those brats in the village are, there isn't one who isn't afraid of me, so keep this milk candy safe. The village still needs you to keep things in line for many more years. Lu'er Zhu said his true feelings in a joking tone. When the winds of change blew in the future, having such a highly respected figure in the village would indeed keep many people and many things in check. The old man knew Lu'er Zhu was making excuses for him, but he wasn't one to be fussy. On the contrary, he was very smart, so he lowered his voice and said, You're much sharper than your father. Don't worry, isn't it just that business about your ancestors being landlords? As long as I'm around, no one in this village will dare touch your family. Lu'er Zhu gave a thumbs up. Ancestor, you're mighty. The old man smiled triumphantly. Once all the villagers had received their sugar water, they left with 1,000 thanks. Lu'er Zhu also gave some sugar water to Chun'er's family, which moved them all deeply once again. They repeatedly instructed Chun'er that she must serve Lu'er Zhu well. 73. Number 73 Brother, can you ride a bicycle? Chapter 73. Big brother, do you know how to ride a bicycle? When the villagers had all left, Lu Deliang took the initiative to escort great-grandfather home, then stopped to fetch 2 large buckets of water on his way back. Lu'er Zhu watched in confusion. Brother, there's still water at home. Why did you go get more? So many people were drinking sugar water just now that what we had left would barely last until tomorrow morning. I had nothing else to do, so I just went and got some. From now on, don't worry about the firewood and water. You've got such thin arms and legs, I don't want you overworking yourself. Your brother might not be good at much else, but I can certainly handle manual labor. Lu Deliang muttered as he poured the water into the vat. Li Quikwei walked over holding Ni Zi. She added some hot water to the bowl that had just held sugar water and was feeding it to Ni Zi. Zhu Zi, ignore your brother. He's already useless as it is. If he were any lazier, he'd be a total freeloading bum. Lu'er Zhu looked at his brother and sister-in-law, knowing they felt guilty for benefiting from his household and wanted to make up for it through work. This was typical behavior for honest, simple folk. When they gained an advantage, they felt uneasy. Lacking other skills, manual labor was their only way to compensate. To put them at ease, Lu Zhu didn't stop him further but reminded him, brother, learn how to make that wobble car as soon as possible. That's what really matters. Lu Deliang immediately gave a sheepish grin. I pretty much know how to do it now. It's just that handiwork is slow, and I want to make it look nice so I don't embarrass you. That's good, then. Lu Zhu knew that while his brother was simple-minded, people like him were the most honest. If he said he could do it, he could. He wouldn't lie just to save face. Knowing he could make the wobble car allowed Lu Zhu to breathe a sigh of relief. Because his biggest worry was this upright, blunt brother of his. His brother was foolishly honest. If you told him to work, he'd put in all his effort. But in this world, the cheapest thing is physical labor. The more capable you were at labor, the more work you'd be given, and the harder your life would be. In his previous life, his brother had worked himself to death partly to support the family, but it was also because he was too honest. While others looked for easier jobs, he never turned down any work. As long as he could make the wobble car, Lu Zhu would immediately get him a worker status, ideally as a skilled technician. That way, he wouldn't literally work himself to death. Niu Honghua had been listening silently nearby. Seeing that Lu Zhu had stopped talking, she looked at her eldest son. You've been thick-headed since you were a kid. From now on, don't mind anyone else. Just listen to your younger brother. Do whatever he tells you to do. I know, mother, Lu Deliang chuckled. Li Quikwei quickly added, Zhu Zi, I'll listen to you too. If your brother tries to be stubborn with you, I'll help you straighten him out. Niu Honghua smiled happily. After all, the family's situation was improving, and the brothers were getting along. This was exactly what an elder hoped to see. After finishing the chores, Lu Deliang turned his attention to the bicycle. Zhu Zi, what about this bicycle? If we leave it here, won't it be stolen at night? I'll just wheel it inside at night. Lu Zhu waved it off casually, then suddenly remembered something and turned back. Quote, Big brother, do you know how to ride a bicycle? Huh? Lu Deliang jumped in surprise. Quote, no way you can't give the bicycle to me. Lu Zhu. Li Quikwei was fuming. Niu Honghua poked him in the head and scolded. How is your face thicker than your own backside? Give you the bicycle? I think you look like a bicycle, you're just asking to be kicked. Realizing his mistake, Lu Deliang said sheepishly, it's just that Zhu Zi is too generous. He gave away over a caddy of sugar. I thought he was going to give me the bicycle too. Before the mother and daughter-in-law could scold him more, Lu Zhu said with a smile, brother, I want you to learn how to ride the bicycle so it's easier for you to take my sister-in-law back to her parents' house. As for the bicycle, if you can get a job at the furniture factory, I'll give you one. How about that? No. Lu Deliang shook his head vigorously. Quote, I only mentioned it once and mother almost slapped me. If I actually dared to take it, she and my wife would probably beat me out of the house. Li Quikwei frowned, wanting to lecture her Zhu Zi, but she was quite shrewd. Before she spoke, she turned to Niu Honghua. Mother, our Zhu Zi is just like you, far too kind and righteous. You have to advise him not to let his wicked brother take advantage of him all the time. This single sentence praised two people, leaving Niu Honghua beaming with joy. She agreed, right. I'll have to find Zhu Zi a wife to manage the household later. Otherwise, this spending habit of his won't do. Kui, you help look around too. See if there are any suitable girls in your home village. That won't do. Our Zhu Zi is so capable. How could he marry a village girl? Li Quikwei shook her head repeatedly. Quote, I'll have my mother ask around later to see who has relatives in the city to help arrange a match. Niu Honghua was even more delighted. Seeing some sugar water left in the pot, she immediately called out, Chunner, go to your sister-in-law Kui's house and get the thermos. Heat up the sugar water and put it in there. Li Quikwei was secretly thrilled but still demurred. Oh, mother, what are you doing? I'm genuinely looking out for Zhu Zi, not doing it for a bit of sugar water. It's fine. The whole village drank some. Why shouldn't my eldest daughter-in-law have more? Niu Honghua pulled Li Quikwei into the house, their relationship appearing as close as a mother and daughter. Seeing this, Lu Deliang couldn't help but lean in toward Lu Zhu. Younger brother, why do I feel like your sister-in-law is so thick-skinned? She just says whatever sounds good. She has no shame. Lu Zhu looked at his brother helplessly. If you had even a third of my sister-in-law's silver tongue, you wouldn't have been chased down the street with a broom by mother every day since you were a kid. What kind of talk is that? Every time I got a beating, wasn't it because you messed up and deliberately blamed it on me? Lu Deliang stared at Lu Zhu with wide eyes. This made Lu Zhu incredibly embarrassed. He gave a dry cough. That just proves you're simple-minded. Why was I able to shift the blame to you, while you didn't know how to shift it back? Lu Deliang was a bit dazed by the logic, but no matter how he thought about it, it felt wrong. He simply gave Lu Erzu a kick. What did you hit me for? Lu Erzu stumbled from the kick. Nothing. I just felt like you were tricking me, so my foot just moved on its own, Lu Deliang said righteously. Lu Erzu didn't want to talk to this brute anymore, so he went inside to see Lu Xiaohu. Once inside, Lu Erzu saw Xiaohu lying on the Kong bed, forcing a smile while talking to his mother and grandmother. On the small table at the head of the Kong sat an untouched bowl of sugar water that Chun'er had brought over for Xiaohu earlier. Xiaohu hadn't dared to drink it and just left it on the table. Lu Fusheng was smoking silently nearby, looking troubled. Seeing Lu Erzu enter, Lu Fusheng spoke up, Zhu Zi, come here. I've been thinking for a long time and don't know what to have Xiaohu do. You have a lot of ideas. Think of a path forward for Xiaohu. As soon as he said this, everyone in the room looked at Lu Erzu. He was now the backbone of the family. Whatever he said, everyone would believe and follow. 74. Number 74 Making Dumplings and Steaming Buns. Chapter 74. Making Dumplings and Steaming Buns. Lu Erzu looked at Xiaohu, who was lying on the Kong with his head lowered, and asked, Xiaohu, what do you want to do? Xiaohu kept his head down and muttered softly, Uncle, I'll do whatever you say. Then stay at home. There's no need to go work, Lu Erzu said immediately. But this decision made Xiaohu a bit panicked. He glanced up at him, then nervously lowered his head again, saying cautiously, Uncle, I can work. Just help me find a place where I can get food. I'll do as much work as needed. They say children from poor families grow up early, but in reality, they are forced to. During the past 6 months or so at the blacksmith's house, what little childishness Lu Xiaohu had was beaten out of him stroke by stroke with a rattan cane. Even his self-esteem and self-confidence had been crushed, leaving only an inferiority complex. It made him feel that, being so old now, staying at home and eating for free was a sign of uselessness. Lu Erzu gently stroked Lu Xiaohu's head and said softly, Xiaohu, you're still young. You don't need to find a job. Lu Xiaohu was still very nervous and kept his head down without saying a word. Beside them, Chun'er whispered, Brother Zhu Zi, Xiaohu didn't drink the sugar water. Lu Xiaohu jolted and quickly put on a fawning expression. Uncle, please don't be angry. I don't like sweet things. As his mother, Li Quikwei really couldn't bear to see this, and her tears began to flow instantly. What child doesn't like candy? It was simply that Lu Xiaohu had been beaten so much at the blacksmith's that he was terrified, thinking he would be hit if he ate too much. Chun'er, you drink the sugar water. Lu Erzu casually took out a piece of white rabbit milk candy, unwrapped it, and held it to Xiaohu's lips. Quote, eat it. Xiaohu instinctively looked at his parents. Li Quikwei quickly wiped her tears and said to Lu Xiaohu, from now on, our family will listen to your uncle. You must be obedient too, do you understand? Only then did Lu Xiaohu obediently open his mouth and eat the milk candy. For some reason, his tears wouldn't stop flowing. He hurriedly tried to wipe them away with his hands, but he couldn't keep up. His young face looked both embarrassed and aggrieved. It was so sweet. Seeing him like this, Li Quikwei began to sob and tremble again. Niu Hongwa's heart ached so much that she wished she could grab a kitchen knife and go fight the blacksmith to the death. Her wonderful eldest grandson. How could that bastard beat him into this state? Lu Fusheng made the final decision. Then we'll do as Zhu Zi says and let Xiaohu play at home. With so many men in our family, can't we support one child? Ni Zi was squatting in the corner watching ants with her bottom sticking out. Hearing this, she immediately turned her head around lightheartedly and asked, can Big Brother stay home and play with Ni Zi from now on? Lu Erzu smiled and picked up Ni Zi. Yes, but you have to share your treats with Brother Xiaohu. Are you willing? Ni Zi was immediately conflicted. She started counting on her little fingers. Ni Zi has milk candy, canned fruit, peach crisp, egg cakes, so many. Do I have to share all of these with Big Brother? Seeing Ni Zi's chubby little face scrunched up, Lu Erzu wanted to laugh, but he deliberately said seriously, yes, you have to share all of it. Is that okay? Ni Zi looked at Xiaohu, who was sitting on the Kong with his head down. After agonizing for a long time, she finally made a difficult decision and said pitifully, Big Brother, Ni Zi is willing to share with you, but can you take small bites? Just a tiny little bite. As Ni Zi spoke, she gestured with her little hand, but the size she showed wasn't much bigger than a grain of rice. She could share, but not too much. She loved her brother, but not that much. Ni Zi was truly a little bundle of joy. Her words made everyone burst into laughter, sweeping away the sad atmosphere. Lu Erzu watched his family's happy faces and thought about what to eat for dinner. Originally, he was going to make oil-spilled noodles. After all, he had been craving them for a long time. Unfortunately, given Xiaohu's physical condition, it wasn't suitable for him to eat anything too stimulating. Besides, this was a day for a family reunion, and they had just acquired a major item for the house. They might as well just eat dumplings. Mother, I brought back some white flour. Let's have pork and green onion dumplings tonight, Luer Zhu said. Niu Honghua instinctively frowned. It's not a holiday or a festival. Why are we eating dumplings? To help Xiaohu recover. Besides, we got a major item for the house, and even my ancestor set off a firecracker. There's nothing wrong with having a meal of dumplings. Luer Zhu turned and walked out, pretending to get the white flour from his luggage bag. Ultimately, Niu Honghua felt for her eldest grandson. Besides, that was just the custom for northerners. Whenever something significant happened, big or small, they would make dumplings. Especially during holidays or festivals. Even if a whole table of dishes had already been served, 2 plates of dumplings had to be brought out at the end as the staple food. Once the dumplings were served, even those who had been shouting that they were stuffed to death and couldn't eat another bite would instinctively come over to try 1 or 2. It wasn't out of greed, it was mainly because if you didn't eat a couple of dumplings, you felt like something was missing from the holiday. Of course, this refers to traditional holidays. When celebrating foreign holidays, the main course is usually booking a hotel room. By the time Luer Zhu brought out a bag of white flour from his luggage bag, Chun'er had already prepared the water and basin, waiting to knead the dough. Niu Honghua and the others hadn't seen white flour in a long time. They all gathered around, looking at the snowy white flour and couldn't help but reach out to touch it. Mother, this flour is so fine and smooth, Li Quikwei remarked. Yes, I haven't seen flour in so long. The last time I ate white steamed buns was during the New Year of '58. The communal canteen steamed 20 pots of big white buns, and then the canteen ran out of grain, Niu Honghua recalled wistfully. Luer Zhu ignored the mother and daughter-in-law and poured a lot of flour into the basin. Chun'er trembled as she watched, wanting to stop him but not daring to speak. Niu Honghua also hurriedly said, "Oh, you spendthrift, why are you pouring so much? Add some cornmeal." Mother, I have a good relationship with the director of the Supply and Marketing Cooperative. I can buy white flour all the time, Luer Zhu explained. Back when the production brigade office set up the communal canteen, they also said everyone would have braised pork every meal and never-ending white steamed buns. And what happened? In less than 6 months, we were back to eating wild vegetable gruel. Last year, it was shut down entirely, and they even smashed all the iron pots in our village to smelt steel. Many people didn't have a pot to use for half a year. Niu Honghua didn't believe in the future anymore, so she thought that by saving a mouthful now, they could eat for 1 more day later. Luer Zhu shook his head slightly, took a handful of money and coupons from his satchel, and placed them on the table. Mother, keep these. This should be enough for our family to live on for a long time, right? Even if the mind space were to disappear, the medical skills he had learned certainly wouldn't. Even if his medical knowledge were forgotten, the formula for the tendon strengthening and bone reinforcing elixir he had researched wouldn't disappear. Even if everything disappeared, this 1,000 yuan and the pile of coupons wouldn't, right? These were real, tangible things. Seeing that large pile of money, everyone nearby was dumbfounded. Niu Honghua tried to reach for it several times but pulled her hand back as if it were burning. She looked at Luer Zhu in fear and asked with a trembling voice, "Zhu Zi, where did this money and these coupons come from? You didn't do anything bad, did you? I got a wild boar and sold it to the police station. This is the money and coupons they gave me. It's definitely from a legitimate source," Luer Zhu reassured her. Hearing this assurance, Niu Honghua finally dared to pick up the stack of money. She counted carefully, her eyes growing redder with each bill until she eventually lost count. She had never gone to school and could only count to 50, so she could never reach 1,000. But she knew this was a huge amount of money. She immediately clutched the money and coupons to her chest and said seriously to Luer Zhu, "Mother will keep these safe for you to use for your wedding in the future." Luer Zhu didn't care. He wasn't short of this bit of money. He had brought it out just so his mother would feel at ease eating a meal of dumplings. In his heart, as long as his family could live well, he wouldn't trade it for 1,000 pieces of gold. 75. Number 75. Chun'er's feelings. Light. Chapter 75. Chun'er's affection. After Niu Honghua took the money and tickets inside to hide them, Chun'er had already started mixing flour. This time, Luer Zhu not only planned to make dumplings but also intended to steam some steamed buns. After all, eating wowo all day long was unbearable. Dumplings were fine, they could be made with unleavened dough. but steaming buns required leavened dough. In those years, the only yeast powder factory in the country was in Shanghai, and it wouldn't reach this area anytime soon. Common folks usually used old starter for leavening, but that thing wasn't something every household could have, especially hard to find in the countryside. Fortunately, Lu Zhu was an old man in his 60s from his previous life, so his experience was quite rich. He asked his elder brother to heat up water in the pot, then took out rice from his bag and cooked a pot of rice soup. When Niu Honghua saw Lu Zhu cooking rice soup, she was a bit puzzled. Zhu Zi, didn't you say we were eating dumplings? Why are you making rice soup? Eating rice soup is also very good. I haven't had it in a long time. It smells so fragrant. Li Quikwei thought Lu Zhu regretted using so much flour and quickly offered a way out. It smells really good. Lu Zhu didn't explain. Instead, after the rice soup thickened considerably, he took some out and started mixing dough again. Seeing Lu Zhu start mixing dough again, Niu Honghua was so pained she could barely stand. What are you doing, you spendthrift? Why so much flour? How can our family feed so many people? This pot of flour is for steaming buns. I'm making the dough rise. Lu Zhu explained only after handling the flour. If he had mentioned it earlier, his mother surely wouldn't have agreed. Let alone Niu Honghua. Li Quikwei, standing nearby, clenched her fists upon hearing this. Using rice soup to make dough rise, it truly showed he was a child from a rich landlord's family. Only Lu Zhu could pull off something like this. If this were in the past, she would have scolded him immediately. Being an elder sister-in-law was like being a mother was no joke. Moreover, if Li Quikwei disciplined Lu Zhu for wasting things like this, no one would blame her. But now, no matter how much Li Quikwei felt the pinch, she wouldn't touch a finger of Lu Zhu's. She could only turn and run. Mother, I'll go take care of Xiaohu. Just as she walked a couple of steps, Niu Honghua said, Kui, you stay here and help. I'll go take care of Xiaohu. Li Quikwei helplessly stopped, looking at Niu Honghua and saying, Mother, you feel bad, and watching it makes me distressed too. If you don't let me leave, I'm afraid I won't be able to resist using the ladle to hit Liang Zi. Lu Deliang, who was quietly studying the wobble car nearby, looked utterly confused. Why would you hit me? Li Quikwei put her hands on her hips and said righteously, Zhu Zi is wasting so much, and it pains me to watch. Then go beat him, Lu Deliang retorted unhappily. But I can't bear to, can I? Our younger brother is so good. How could I hit him? You're thick-skinned. What's wrong with letting me hit you a couple of times? As Li Quikwei spoke, she actually smacked Lu Deliang on the back with the ladle. Lu Deliang glared at Lu Zhu, holding back his anger. When we were little, I took beatings for you all the time. Why do I have to take beatings for you when we're grown up? Maybe it's because elder brother, you really look punchable, Lu Zhu said with a smile before running off. I'll definitely beat you up sooner or later. Lu Deliang was furious. Suddenly, there was a pa sound. A small hand slapped his back. When Lu Deliang turned around, he saw Nizi mimicking her mother, hands on her hips, shouting, Daddy, you are not allowed to hit little uncle, or I won't play with you anymore. I won't even let you wipe my bottom when I poop later. Lu Deliang wanted to discipline Lu Zhu even more. The family happily finished wrapping the pork and scallion dumplings. Just as the large steamed buns came out of the steamer, Lu Zhu used the dough basin to hold a full basin of dumplings. Seeing Chun'er finishing wrapping dumplings and about to leave, he immediately said, Chun'er, stay and eat dumplings. No need. Chun'er hurried out, afraid Lu Zhu would stop her. Lu Zhu knew Chun'er felt uncomfortable being there, so he immediately stepped forward to stop her, then stuffed 3 large white steamed buns into her arms. Take these, go home and eat. Chun'er hugged the buns, looking somewhat frightened. Brother Zhu Zi, I can't accept any more things from you. I already owe you too much. Since you already owe me, does a little more or less matter? Lu Zhu retorted. Chun'er didn't speak. Suddenly, she knelt on the ground, head bowed, her hair covering her face full of self-abasement. I beg you, Brother Zhu Zi, I really cannot accept any more things from you. Seeing Chun'er like this, Lu Zhu truly didn't know how to handle the situation. He really wanted to say that these few flour buns amounted to nothing to him, but saying that would indeed seem too arrogant, and it might not even make Chun'er believe him. However, Lu Zhu didn't know that Chun'er currently held a blind adoration for him. Whatever he said, she would believe. Brother Zhu Zi. Chun'er suddenly looked up, her eyes red, and said earnestly, I'm staying at your house not because my parents told me to, nor because I'm greedy for your family's good food. It's because you saved my father's life, and because you are a good person. I want to stay and serve you, but you need to eat enough to have the strength to serve me, Lu Zhu said helplessly. Chun'er lowered her head again. I've eaten enough. Lu Zhu looked at her, truly troubled, unsure how to proceed. It was Niu Honghua who walked over, glared at Lu Erzu unhappily, and said, "Get inside the room." "Okay, alright." Lu Erzu scratched his head, wondering why she was scolding him for no reason. After he went inside, Niu Honghua leaned close to Chun'er and whispered, "You like your brother Zhu Zi, don't you?" Chun'er's little face instantly flushed crimson. Her head bowed so low she looked like she was trying to disappear into her ample bosom. Niu Honghua was a woman too, so she naturally understood Chun'er's feelings. In fact, she was quite fond of Chun'er herself. Buxom and curvaceous, she was considered one of the village beauties. She was skilled in both housework and field labor. Many people in the village had wanted to marry her, so, after confirming Chun'er's feelings, she continued, "You need to say some things directly. Men only understand that way. If you just work hard like this, they'll think you're willing to do it. You go home first. I'll ask Zhu Zi tonight what his intentions are towards you, alright?" Chun'er became scared instead. She grabbed Niu Honghua's hand and pleaded, "Auntie, don't ask. Brother Zhu Zi is so good, he definitely wouldn't look down on me. If you really go ask, I'm afraid brother Zhu Zi will think I'm trying to climb the social ladder and won't let me come anymore. He dares." Niu Honghua looked like she was ready to back her up. Chun'er still shook her head repeatedly. "I beg you, auntie. I just want to serve my brother Zhu Zi. I'm not thinking of anything else. Besides, brother Zhu Zi studied in the city for so many years. How could he not have a girlfriend or something? I don't hope to marry him. As long as brother Zhu Zi doesn't chase me away, I'm fine. Even if he has children later, I can help take care of them." Chun'er's words actually made Niu Honghua hesitant to press the matter further. She started thinking too. Indeed, Lu Erzu studied in the county town for several years, perhaps he had dated someone. It was better to ask him tonight before making any decisions. 76. Number 76 Dream Lover. Chapter 76, Dream Lover. Niu Honghua sent Chun'er away and immediately returned to the room to find Lu Erzu. She asked, "Zhu Zi, did you have a girlfriend when you were in school in the county seat?" Lu Erzu was stunned by the question, and a figure appeared in his mind. Song Enying. She was a girl with an oval face, tall and curvaceous, with an incredibly elegant temperament. One could say she perfectly met all the requirements a prominent family would have for a wife. Before the liberation, a girl like her would have been a worthy match even if she married into a family of officials. Naturally, such a girl had countless pursuers. Even in such a conservative era, the number of love letters she received was measured in kilograms. Lu Erzu was one of them, but he was soon drowned out by the crowd and never received any response. Song Enying should still be in school now, right? Or has she already gone home to get married? After all, at their age, some people already have children. As for not reaching the legal marriage age, they just wouldn't get a marriage certificate. Many people boarded the boat first and bought the ticket later, and some didn't even have a ticket their entire lives. In this way, they could still support each other through thick and thin for a lifetime, unlike later generations who would constantly threaten to return to their parents' home or get a divorce. Niu Honghua was an experienced woman. Seeing Lu Erju's expression, she knew he definitely liked someone. She said happily, "I was wondering why you didn't like Chun'er. So you already have someone. What does she do? Is she a city person?" "She's not exactly my girlfriend. She didn't fancy me," Lu Erzu said helplessly. Niu Honghua's face stiffened, and she asked cautiously, "What's her family background? They aren't cadres, are they?" After these past 2 days of living a wealthy life, Niu Honghua had truly become inflated. She felt that if her son wanted to find a wife, he could take his pick from the best girls in every production brigade office or even every commune. Now that someone actually looked down on her son, it must be the daughter of some high-ranking official. "Son, you didn't set your sights on the county magistrate's daughter, did you?" Niu Honghua suddenly cried out. "Mother, your standards are really high now. In your heart, is only the county magistrate's daughter qualified to look down on me?" Lu Erzu couldn't help but complain. Niu Honghua also felt she was getting a bit ahead of herself and said awkwardly, "Wasn't I just guessing for fun? If she doesn't like you, then forget it. Chun'er likes you, though. If all else fails, just live a good life with her. I see she's a steady girl." Lu Fusheng also chimed in, "Kid, don't set your sights too high, and don't always think about finding someone you like. Once you're married, you'll know how important it is to find someone who likes you." Lu Deliang, who was eagerly waiting for the dumplings to come out of the pot, subconsciously turned around and said, "Dad, why do I get the feeling you're saying you didn't like Mom, but she was the one chasing after you?" Lu Fusheng was so angry he said to Liang Zi, "Come here, Liang Zi. Come over, and I'll show you a treasure." Lu Deliang had indeed learned his lesson. Having been tricked by the old ancestor into getting slapped before, he immediately stayed far away. "I'm not coming over." You're definitely tricking me." These words left the whole family incredibly surprised. Had the simpleton wised up? Even Lu Fusheng sat up in excitement and said happily, "Liang Zi, how did you know I was tricking you? My mom said that in the past, my great-grandfather always said you were a pure spendthrift, spending 2 cents for everyone you had. How could you have saved anything good? Besides, with your favoritism, if you had anything good, you'd definitely give it to Zhu Zi, or else to your eldest grandson. How could you possibly give it to me?" Lu Deliang analyzed logically, but the more he analyzed, the darker Lu Fusheng's face became. Beside them, Li Quique and Niu Honghua were desperately holding back their laughter, trembling from the effort. Lu Erzu gave a long sigh. When his big brother was a simpleton, he was annoying. How could he be even more annoying now that he was smart? Lu Fusheng didn't say a word. He took out a Zonghua cigarettes that Lu Erzu had given him earlier, lit one, and began to smoke. Seeing the Zonghua cigarettes, Lu Dalang's eyes lit up. He rubbed his hands and approached. "Dad, give me one." Smack. Lu Fusheng immediately slapped Lu Deliang on the head and cursed, "As if I still can't hit you, brat." Lu Deliang had been used to being hit since he was a child, so he didn't take it to heart at all. He snatched his father's cigarette and ran to the side to smoke, feeling like he had gotten a great deal. Seeing his "I got a bargain" look, Lu Fusheng gnashed his teeth in anger. How did he father such a simpleton? Beside him, Niu Honghua added fuel to the fire. "Zhu Zi, did you see your father's expression? That's exactly how your great-grandfather used to look at your father." Lu Fusheng was furious, but recalling his grandfather's eyes, it really was like that, which made him even angrier. He used to always curse that Lu Dalang's simple-mindedness came from Niu Honghua's side, but it seemed he wouldn't be able to say that anymore. "The dumplings are ready," Li Quique shouted, and everyone ran over to carry the plates. Seeing the white, plump dumplings lying on the plates, emitting an enticing aroma, everyone's stomach began to growl. Ni Zi was greedy. Sitting on Lu Erju's lap, she kept trying to reach for the dumplings on the table, but the steam made her afraid to touch them. Lu Erzu simply took an extra bowl and used his chopsticks to split a dumpling in half. The dumpling skin broke in the middle, and rich, fragrant juice flowed out. A plump, round meatball rolled out from inside. The meatball, a mix of fat and lean meat, was speckled with a few green onion leaves. It looked so delicious that it made Ni Zi swallow her saliva even more. Lu Erzu had just blown on it a few times to cool it down when she reached out her little hand, pinched the meatball, and popped it into her mouth. Delicious, so delicious. Ni Zi's eyes curved into happy crescents, and her fair little feet swung back and forth in the air, looking as adorable as a little fox wagging its tail when happy. But she was also smart. She knew who had brought these dumplings, and if she wanted to eat more, she had to curry favor with Lu Erzu. So she immediately hugged Lu Erju's neck and gave him a loud kiss on the cheek. "Little uncle is the best." Lu Erzu knew the little girl was just coaxing him, but he was still delighted by her little tricks. He didn't even bother eating himself, constantly picking up dumplings to feed the girl. Beside them, Niu Honghua poured wine for everyone and smiled. "This little girl has so many clever ideas, and her mouth is so sweet. Mother, Ni Zi also truly likes her little uncle. After all, if it weren't for Zhu Zi, how could she live such a good life? Even during the time of the communal canteens, I only ever ate 3 or 5 dumplings. Where would I have seen so many? Zhu Zi is truly our family's lucky star. We've all benefited greatly." Li Quique praised him with great emotion, which made Niu Honghua very happy. She only poured half a bowl of wine for the others but gave Li Quique a full bowl. Lu Deliang didn't expect that having a sweet mouth would have such benefits. He hurriedly said, "Zhu Zi, big brother thanks you too. You're really amazing." Niu Honghua understood what her eldest son meant. Seeing him clumsily trying to praise someone, she couldn't help but roll her eyes, but she still poured him a bit more. Lu Fusheng looked at the wine bowls on the table. Seeing that his had the least, he couldn't help but glare at his wife. "What, do I have to curry favor with this little brat too just to get a bowl of wine? So what if you do? What's wrong with praising my son a bit? Don't forget who brought back this wine and white flour. If it weren't for my son, that dog leg of yours would have been crippled long ago. You really don't know how to talk." Niu Honghua stood with her hands on her hips, angrily glaring back at Lu Fusheng. Lu Fusheng was furious, so he simply stopped talking and sullenly drank his wine. Seeing that he was still defiant, Niu Honghua immediately declared, "No one is allowed to pour him any more wine. Let this old thing starve." Lu Deliang and his wife were used to this. They knew the old couple's arguments came and went quickly, and trying to mediate now would only add fuel to the fire. But Lu Xiaohu didn't know that. He was a bit nervous and said cautiously, "Little uncle, I am not very good at praising people. How about you let me do some work instead?" 77. Number 77. How did I end up with a godmother? Chapter 77. How did they end up extorting a godmother for themselves? Lu Erzu patted Lu Xiaohu's head and said gently, "Our family doesn't need you to work. You're still young. Your main task now is to recover your health, and then later, you'll go to school to learn to read and write." Although intellectuals would suffer in a few years, Lu Erzu didn't expect Lu Xiaohu to go to university. He just needed to be literate. Then, before the wind started blowing, he would find him a stable job that wouldn't be affected, ensuring he'd have no worries about food and clothing for the rest of his life. Lu Xiaohu kept his head down, still a bit unaccustomed to this kind of life. Lu Erzu didn't say much more to him. If he instilled too much at once, a child wouldn't be able to process it. It's easy to destroy a person's character, but building it takes a long time. He saw Lu Xiaohu sitting stiffly at the table, not daring to pick up his chopsticks. Big brother and sister-in-law were there to eat for free in the first place, so they felt even more awkward about taking the initiative to serve dumplings to Lu Xiaohu. Lu Erzu simply scooped a plate of dumplings for himself and handed them to Lu Xiaohu. "Finish them. I can't eat this many," Lu Xiaohu said hurriedly. "Force them down," Lu Erzu said seriously. Quote, "Once you've recovered and grown strong, go to school for a few years. Then, your uncle will send you to join the army, where you can hold an assault rifle, drive tanks, and even fly planes." What young boy doesn't dream of planes and cannons? Even many adults in later generations would buy toys of planes and cannons to play with, let alone in this era of scarce resources and limited horizons. When Lu Xiaohu heard he could join the army and even get to touch planes and tanks, his eyes immediately lit up. "Really, uncle? Really? We can pinky swear." Lu Erzu reached out his hand. Lu Xiaohu reached out his hand, which still bore scars. "Pinky swear, hang yourself, no changes for 100 years. After pressing their thumbs together, Lu Xiaohu finally showed a small smile. He was a child, after all, and believed firmly in the pinky swear. Having received the promise, he immediately began eating the dumplings in front of him, no longer so restrained. Li Quiquis' eyes grew red. She took a deep breath to hold back her tears, raised her wine bowl to Lu Erzu, and said, "Younger brother, sister-in-law toasts you." Lu Erzu raised his wine bowl, clinked it with Li Quiquis, and took a large gulp. Li Quiquis, however, drank half the bowl directly, and her face turned red instantly. Lu Deliang silently raised his wine bowl, gave it a nod toward Lu Erzu, and then drank half of it. "All right, let's eat, let's eat." Niu Honghua interrupted the emotional atmosphere. Quote, "The dumplings will get soggy in a moment." The whole family picked up their chopsticks and began eating dumplings happily. There were actually quite a lot of dumplings cooked, at least 6 or 7 caddies, and they were all finished in the end. They drank most of the dumpling water in the pot. The leftovers weren't thrown away but kept to be reheated with porridge the next day. After the meal, the mother and daughter-in-law cleared the dishes. Lu Erzu took 5 white flour buns and headed out. "I'm going to give some gifts to my master and master's wife. I'll be back in a bit." Niu Honghua slapped her thigh. "Oh, I didn't think of it just now. We should have sent some dumplings over." Looking at his mother's hypocritical expression, Lu Erzu smiled and didn't say much. In fact, he had thought about sending dumplings to his master and master's wife earlier, but seeing that the number of dumplings Niu Honghua had made was exactly enough for them, there wouldn't have been enough to eat if he sent some to his master's house, so he hadn't mentioned it. Lu Erzu didn't say anything about his mother. After all, her frugality was for the good of their own family. When he arrived at his master's door with the buns, he thought they would have finished eating, but as he entered the courtyard, he heard shouting from inside the house. He glanced toward the doorway and found that the blacksmith couple from Li family village was there, along with 3 children whose faces were bruised and swollen. Lily and Lila were kneeling nearby with their heads bowed. His master, Big Tongue, was smoking, and his master's wife was apologizing. After listening to a few words, Lu Erzu understood what was happening. Lily and Lila had beaten up the blacksmith's 3 children, so they had come to demand an explanation. Lu Erzu immediately stepped forward and said, "Is a children's fight worth coming to the door? You two really can't get enough of extorting money, can you?" The blacksmith was imperiously scolding Ma Sholian for her poor parenting. Hearing someone dare to talk back to him, he turned around to curse, but when he saw it was Lu Erzu, he suddenly shuddered. Why are you here?" The blacksmith hadn't forgotten the scene where this kid had pointed a gun at him and called over so many villagers to deal with him, so he felt an instinctive fear. In fact, the blacksmith hadn't wanted to come at first, but he was annoyed by the 3 children's crying. His wife had also heard that Lily was eating candy, so she was certain that Big Tongue's family had good things and wanted to extort some benefits, even if it was just a few pieces of candy. Who would have thought they'd run into Luer Zhu here? Luer Zhu placed the white flour buns on the table, reached out to help Lily and Lila up, and looked at the blacksmith. This is my master's house. Why can't I come? When the blacksmith heard this, he glared fiercely at his wife in regret. I told you not to come, but you insisted. When Big Tongue saw Luer Zhu arrive, he immediately waved him off. Zhu Zi, don't get involved in this. Your master's wife and I will handle it. They are my younger brother and sister. Why can't I get involved? Luer Zhu said decisively. Master's wife Ma Sholian tried to pull Luer Zhu aside. Zhu Zi, sit down for a moment. We are indeed in the wrong here. Luer Zhu didn't care about who was in the wrong. He wasn't the type to side with reason over his own kin. Suddenly, the blacksmith's wife spoke up. I don't care who handles it. To be honest, it's common for children to fight, but my 3 children were beaten so badly by your daughter. This can't just be let go, can it? As she said this, the blacksmith's wife kept her eyes fixed on the white flour buns on the table. Although her husband had blacksmithing skills and could usually earn some money, at most, they just wouldn't starve. Being able to eat a meal of mixed flour buns during the new year was considered well off for them. She had never seen such white buns before, and they even emitted a faint scent of grain. She was dying for a taste and had to take a few. Just as she was looking for trouble, Luer Zhu chuckled and said, actually, I'm also quite curious. How did 3 sons from your family get beaten like this by one little girl, Lily? The blacksmith couple was suddenly left speechless, and they even looked at their 3 children with a sense of disappointment. What useless trash. 3 big boys beaten by one little girl until they cried and ran home to call for their mother. Lily raised her head proudly and said, Zhu Zi, you don't know. They're so stupid. I told them to kneel and call me big sister, and they knelt. They even said that as long as I let them have a lick of my candy, they'd even call me grandma. As soon as I heard they were still after my candy, I gave them a beating, and they didn't even dare to dodge. The blacksmith couple's faces turned green. They even called you grandma. Luer Zhu laughed wickedly. Quote, after all that, it turns out our 2 families are god relatives, then there's no problem. Lily beating them was just a senior disciplining the juniors, and I really don't want to criticize you too, but you parents are too incompetent. Look how hungry you've made the children that they're out here making god relatives on their own. Big Tongue and Ma Sholian looked at each other, barely able to hold back their laughter. They only knew that Luer Zhu was a kind and righteous child. They never expected him to have such a wicked side. The blacksmith couple was also stunned. Wait, they came to extort money. How did they end up extorting a godmother for themselves? 78. Number 78 Security Department. Chapter 78. The Security Departments. Soon, the blacksmith realized something was wrong and cursed. Luer Zhu, are you damn sick? Can you really take a child's words seriously? A child's words cannot be taken seriously? Luer Zhu countered. Nonsense, of course not. The blacksmith's wife chimed in. Luer Zhu smiled slightly. Then did the 2 of you personally see Lily beating up your sons? No. The blacksmith answered subconsciously. So that means the information about your children getting beaten came from the 3 of them, right? Luer Zhu pressed. Yes, why? The blacksmith still hadn't caught on. Luer Zhu laughed. Then here's the problem. You just said a child's words can't be taken seriously. Just because they said Lily hit them means Lily hit them? I find your sons untrustworthy. The blacksmith finally understood that he had been tricked, and angrily said, what my sons said is true. Oh, so Lily is your adoptive mother. Luer Zhu even turned back and said to his master, congratulations, master and madam, on having such a big, fat bastard. Big Tongue and his wife were laughing too hard to speak. Lily, adding insult to injury, stood up and shouted at the blacksmith and his wife, since you 2 have acknowledged me as your mother, why don't you kneel down for me? The blacksmith was furious, glaring and cursing. Luer Zhu, stop your damn nonsense. My son only knelt because Lily tricked him with candy. I think it might be fate. Otherwise, why couldn't Lily trick anyone else? But your son fell for it specifically? Maybe, in your past lives, you really were Lily's children, and this life you came back to repay her kindness. Luer Zhu spoke with such sincerity that the blacksmith felt somewhat dazed. Could it be that this guy was telling the truth? The blacksmith's wife slapped her husband on the shoulder. What are you spacing out for? This kid is clearly messing with you. Hurry up and beat him. The blacksmith also snapped back to reality and roared, kid, you dared to mess with me, believe it or not, I'll slap you silly. Seeing the situation escalate, Big Tongue quickly stepped out to mediate and offer apologies. However, Luer Zhu just pulled a small notebook from his satchel and tossed it over. Bastard. Can you read? Look what's written on it. The blacksmith knew a few characters. He took the notebook suspiciously and looked at it. Textile factory, security department. Lu'er Zhu? He was stunned, looking at Lu'er Zhu in disbelief. When did you join the textile factory security department? What business is that of yours? Lu'er Zhu stepped forward and snatched the notebook back. Quote, get lost quickly. You have the nerve to come to my house over a kid's fight? Why didn't you make a peep when your kids were bullying others? The blacksmith was considered a local tyrant in Li family village. Not only did he and his wife often bully people relying on their craftsmanship, but even their sons frequently caused trouble. This was why Lily was famous enough to keep the three boys in check. Otherwise, Lily would definitely have been the one suffering this time, which is why Lu'er Zhu wouldn't give the blacksmith's three children a break. The blacksmith also chickened out and hurriedly dragged his wife and children outside. The blacksmith's wife looked at the white flour-steamed buns on the table, still unwilling, and struggled, shouting, why are you dragging me? Are they just going to get away with hitting our kids? After stepping outside, the blacksmith cursed, can you just calm down? He's from the textile factory security department, so what if he's from the security department? He's not from the police station. They can manage the factory, but can they manage us ordinary folks? The blacksmith's wife said unwillingly. That's why I say you're a brainless idiot. Do you really think anyone can work in the security department? Before, those guys were all thugs from the county seat, which is why they could keep the factory workers in line. These thugs value loyalty and reputation the most. If we really provoke Lu'er Zhu, he could call a dozen people to smash up our house. Believe it or not, the blacksmith glared with wide eyes and cursed angrily. His wife was scared, but still somewhat unwilling. Then can't we call the police? Call the police? He's from the security department. Do you think he doesn't know the people at the police station? They'll just treat them to a meal and they'll be released. We'll be the only ones suffering. Don't you dare disbelieve me. I saw plenty of this sort of thing when I was learning blacksmithing in the county seat. The blacksmith kicked his wife. If she didn't leave soon, he was about to slap her across the face. Fortunately, his wife was truly intimidated and quickly left with the children. Inside the house, Big Tongue looked at Lu'er Zhu and sighed with emotion. I thought we'd have to pay at least 2 caddies of wild vegetables to settle this, but I didn't expect you to chase them away in just a couple of moves. Madame Ma Sholian glanced at the steamed buns on the table and said, Zhu Zi, you brought things here again. Take them back later. Your house has plenty of food. Lu'er Zhu glanced at the stove. You haven't eaten yet, right? No, we were just about to eat when those two came knocking. Since you're here, we father and son will have a drink later. Big Tongue waved Lu'er Zhu over, then instructed the mother and 3 children nearby to serve the meal. Lu'er Zhu stopped Lily and quietly took out a crispy fried chicken leg wrapped in oil paper from his satchel and handed it over. The fried chicken leg was stored in his mind space, so even after all this time, it was still piping hot and maintained its crispy, tender texture. You two go share it and eat, hurry up. After handing over the chicken leg, Lu'er Zhu also slipped them 2 steamed buns. Lily hugged the chicken leg and Lila hugged the steamed bun. The two ran off together, leaving behind only a tempting aroma and the sound of Madame's scolding. When Madame came in carrying the wild vegetable porridge, she said grumpily to Lu'er Zhu, just keep spoiling the 2 of them. They deserve it, they're kids. Lu'er Zhu glanced at the wild vegetable porridge, noticed it was mixed with plenty of cornmeal, and said with satisfaction, Madame, add more cornmeal next time. Just use the wild vegetables for flavor. Madame was quite helpless hearing this. Zhu Zi, life isn't meant to be lived like this. What, is there no cornmeal left at home? Lu'er Zhu asked. Yes, there's still quite a lot, Madame quickly replied. I don't believe it. Bring it here, let me see. Lu'er Zhu shook his head repeatedly. Madame quickly put down her bowl and chopsticks and went to the locked cabinet to fetch the cornmeal. This was what Lu'er Zhu had given them before, and there was still a lot left. Lu'er Zhu grabbed the sack of flour and bolted out of the house. This confused his madam. Why is Zhu Zi robbing our food now? Does his family have nothing to eat? Big Tongue gave her a speechless look. You silly woman. That kid must have gone to replenish the grain. Oh no, that won't do. Madam slapped her thigh anxiously and was about to rush after him. Lu'er Zhu had already run back, throwing the sack, now replenished with 20 caddies of cornmeal, onto the ground. Master and Madam, I'm going home to sleep now. Tomorrow we'll make some tendon strengthening and bone reinforcing elixir. I have a feeling this stuff is going to sell big. Madam quickly walked over and picked up the sack of flour from the ground, finding that Lu'er Zhu had already vanished. She looked at her husband with complete helplessness. Big Tongue took a sip of wine and said calmly, put it away. This is the virtue accumulated by my ancestors. Virtuous indeed. Madam gave her husband an irritated look, put the sack away, and then looked at Big Tongue with some conflicted feelings. Tell me, is there any chance Zhu Zi won't be able to find a partner within 5 years? Big Tongue instantly saw through his wife's thoughts and exposed them without ceremony. Even if Zhu Zi doesn't get married until he's 30, he wouldn't marry a crazy girl like your daughter, who can kick a pier a meter away when she's only 8. You're right. Madam sighed instantly and sat down. 79. Hash 79. Is it right for everyone to do this? Chapter 79. Is it right just because everyone else does it? Lu'er Zhu walked back from his master's house happily, his mind already wondering if he should go to the black market tonight to get some bullets. He only had 4 pistol bullets left, which was really not enough. After returning to his front door, Lu'er Zhu took the cotton out of his mind space. With 50 caddies of cotton, if made into thin cotton clothes, pants, and shoes, he could make 12 sets. But thin ones could only be used in early winter. At this time, there was no such thing as global warming. The winter could freeze a person to death. If he wanted to make thick cotton clothes, he could only make 8 sets. Lu'er Zhu's family alone had 7 people, so it was barely enough. His master and mistress couldn't just be left to freeze, right? Besides, the family didn't seem to have thick bedding yet. The Kong only had a layer of patched blankets, which was uncomfortably lumpy. Every winter when the Kong was fired up, it was so hot that people couldn't lie still. He would check later to see if he could get more cotton from the textile factory. Lu'er Zhu pondered and simply took out all the remaining flawed fabric from his space, carrying it into the house. Niu Honghua was washing her feet when she was suddenly startled by so much cotton. Where did you get this from? I traded 2 wild rabbits for it at the textile factory. Lu'er Zhu told the truth this time. This is cotton, right? It's so clean. Are 2 wild rabbits worth this much? They gave you this much fabric too? Hearing the truth, Niu Honghua found it a bit hard to believe instead. Lu'er Zhu realized the fabric was actually bought at the black market, so he immediately explained, it's flawed fabric, not worth much. Mother, use the cotton to make a few sets of bedding first. Our family, my eldest brother's family, and my master's family will all share it. Later, I'll go back to the textile factory to get some more cotton and flawed fabric to make cotton clothes for the winter. Niu Honghua was a bit hesitant. Can you really trade for more? Why don't we save the cotton and flawed fabric for your wedding? Lu'er Zhu waved his hand. No need to save it. I find it uncomfortable to sleep on this Kong. You'd better make me some bedding so I can be comfortable. Alright then. Niu Honghua couldn't bear to see her youngest son suffer, so she could only reluctantly agree. Lu Fusheng was unhappy, however, and cursed. Why are you so troublesome? Everyone else sleeps on this Kong, only you keep grumbling. Lu'er Zhu retorted. Is it right just because everyone else does it? Isn't it better to make oneself a bit more comfortable? Looking at Lu'er Zhu who was retorting him, Lu Fusheng was stunned for a moment, then lay down on the Kong, muttering to himself. Motherfucker, how is this brat so much like his great-grandfather? Lu'er Zhu fetched the thermos and was about to pour water when he found it was empty. Niu Honghua hurriedly said, your father and I just used up all the water. Mother will go boil a pot of water for you. Just as Lu'er Zhu was about to refuse, Chun'er's voice came from outside. Auntie, let me boil it. Chun'er, why are you back? Lu'er Zhu walked out of the room with a strange expression. Chun'er briskly lit the fire to boil water while saying, my father said the sky has just turned dark and told me not to be so lazy, and to come back and do more work. Lu'er Zhu was helpless. There's no work here that needs you to do. Chun'er didn't speak, just kept her head down and stayed busy. Seeing her persistence, Lu'er Zhu peeled a milk candy and walked over. Chun'er, open your mouth. Huh? Chun'er subconsciously looked up and opened her mouth, and then her mouth was filled with sweetness. She suddenly realized what Lu'er Zhu had given her and hurriedly tried to spit it into her palm. Lu'er Zhu glared. If you dare to spit it out, go home. Chun'er was startled and didn't dare to spit it out, looking as aggrieved as a little wife who had been beaten. But Lu'er Zhu ignored her, looking at the picket fence around the yard, thinking if it could be changed into a proper courtyard wall. This thing, which only stopped gentlemen but not scoundrels, didn't make him feel safe living there, and he needed to build 1 or 2 more rooms. Otherwise, it was quite awkward to always be squeezed into one room with his parents. However, he had to think of a good reason. Otherwise, building a house and a courtyard wall for no reason would easily invite trouble from outsiders. This wasn't the period of the Japanese invasion anymore. Why would you build such a high courtyard wall? To break away from the collective and live your own capitalist life? Lu'er Zhu was thinking about improving his home. Chun'er, meanwhile, was quietly looking at his back, her eyes full of admiration, and the candy in her mouth seemed to sweeten her very heart. Soon, the water boiled. Chun'er first filled the thermos, then brought a basin and prepared the water, saying softly, Zhu Zi brother, I've prepared the water. Sit down and wash your feet? Oh, okay. Lu Zhu walked over. Although these Jifeng shoes were much more comfortable than straw sandals, they were still far worse than the shoes of later generations. Mainly because they weren't breathable. His feet had been stifled inside all day, and he had walked and cycled such a long distance. If he didn't wash his feet, the smell would really be lethal. As soon as Lu Zhu took off his shoes, he saw Chun'er squatting in front of him. She didn't mind his smelly feet at all, picking up one of his feet to help wash it. No, no, no. Lu Zhu hurriedly refused. I'm not used to letting others wash my feet. In his previous life, he had been treated by a colleague to a foot massage parlor once. The girl there was pretty, had good technique, and was sweet-talking and persuasive. Just as Lu Zhu was chatting with the girl about her sick mother and gambling father, his wife suddenly burst in and gave him a loud scolding in public, calling him shameless. Later, Lu Zhu developed a shadow over it. Every time he washed his feet, he would recall this past event. Now that Chun'er was washing his feet, it made him feel uneasy all over again. But Chun'er didn't know, so she looked at Lu Zhu a bit nervously, thinking that Lu Zhu was disgusted by her. Don't overthink it. I just feel that letting a young lady like you wash my feet would be bad for your reputation if word got out. Lu Zhu hurriedly explained, seeing Chun'er's awkwardness. Chun'er, however, grabbed Lu Zhu's foot again and said with her head down, I have no other way to repay you, so just let me do some work. Lu Zhu was helpless. Fortunately, because Chun'er did manual labor all year round, her hands were indeed a bit rough, like a man's, so having her wash his feet didn't actually feel like being in a foot massage parlor. After finishing the foot washing, Chun'er also washed Lu Zhu's socks and hung them inside the room. She was afraid they would be taken if left outside. After all, in these times, even a tiny scrap of fabric was good. No matter how smelly, it could still block the wind if sewn onto clothes, right? After Chun'er had waited on Lu Zhu until he was on the Kong and about to sleep, she brought the urine buckets for everyone, boiled another pot of water to fill the thermos, and left the remaining water in the pot for tomorrow's porridge before finally heading back to her own home. Niu Honghua watched Chun'er leave from the window, her hips swaying, and said pointedly, what a good girl. Having 2 kids in 3 years wouldn't be a problem at all. Lu Zhu just pretended not to hear, lying on the Kong and feigning sleep. Seeing that he was ignoring her, Niu Honghua immediately nudged Lu Fusheng. Don't you agree? Lu Fusheng was almost asleep, but being nudged like that woke him up again. He said unhappily, you already have grandsons and granddaughters. Why are you always obsessing over Zhu Zi having children? Let him play for a couple of years if he wants to. Seeing her man getting genuinely angry, Niu Honghua muttered softly, I'm just afraid that when I get even older, I won't be able to help look after the kids. Then you just keep on living, live until you're a turtle spirit, and then you can carry his son around on your back. Lu Fusheng cursed. Hey, you old thing, we were talking just fine. Why are you cursing at me? Niu Honghua also got angry. Don't ask me to get the urine bucket for you tonight, just hold it until you burst. You old bastard. 80. #80 Run into a classmate. Chapter 80. A chance encounter with a classmate. Hearing the 2 elders start arguing, Lu Zhu silently pulled his head into the blankets to avoid the crossfire. However, he truly did admire his old man. As expected of someone from a landlord family, even at his age, his morning grumpiness was more intense than that of office workers in his previous life. After snapping at each other for a bit, both parents went back to sleep in a huff. Lu Zhu silently kept track of the time. Once he heard his father's snoring start and his mother's breathing become steady, he quietly crawled out from under the covers and headed out. The bicycle had been brought inside the house, so he had to carefully push it out while trying his best not to wake the 2 elders. Just the effort of moving the bicycle for a short moment left Lu Zhu drenched in sweat from nervousness. Once outside, Lu Zhu tied a flashlight to the handlebars and put on his military overcoat. After all, late autumn nights were truly freezing. The mountain roads were rugged, but with the flashlight, he could at least pick out better paths. Coupled with the bicycle, his speed was much faster. It took him less than half the time it did last time. Upon reaching the outskirts of the black market, Lu Zhu found an empty corner, covered his face with a patterned cloth, stored the bicycle into his space, and walked into the woods with his flashlight. The woods were still crowded with people drifting about like ghosts, whispering to one another. From time to time, someone would flick on a flashlight for a quick look and then immediately turn it off, fearing both battery drainage and discovery. Lu Zhu located a stall selling firearms and ammunition and headed straight for it, asking in a low voice, do you have any .45 caliber pistol rounds? How many do you want? The stall owner asked. How many do you have? Lu Zhu asked, sounding wealthy and powerful. The stall owner gave him a surprised look, although he couldn't see the face. Seeing Lu Zhu in a military overcoat told him this was someone with connections. He immediately became enthusiastic. I have 180 rounds, but I only trade for food. 10 no, 20 pounds of corn flour. Can you handle that? Lu Zhu glanced at the stall owner, making him feel guilty. The owner said awkwardly, I'm not bragging, but you really won't find this many at once from anyone else. At most, they'd sell you 3 or 5 rounds because ordinary families can't get pistols. They only have shotguns. Fine, I'll take them. Lu Zhu agreed. Quote, wait here while I go get the food. Wait, I'll go with you. I wouldn't dare bring that much food into the black market myself. And if you can really take all that, I have something else good to show you. The stall owner spoke with an air of mystery. Curious, Lu Zhu immediately followed the stall owner deeper into the woods. Upon reaching a secluded spot with poor visibility, Lu Zhu pulled a bag of grain out from his grass hut space and returned. When he got back, he noticed that besides the bag of ammunition, there was a black object in front of the stall owner. Lu Zhu leaned in for a look and was instantly startled. Holy crap, a Type 11 light machine gun? Where did you get this? It's definitely from a legitimate source. My father was a veteran of the War of Resistance, the stall owner whispered. Lu Zhu felt a surge of respect. An old Red Army soldier. He was Nationalist Army, the stall owner said somewhat awkwardly. That works too. At least the Nationalist Army produced many anti-Japanese heroes. Lu Zhu leaned closer to inspect the Type 11 light machine gun. He noticed the exterior was well maintained, but he didn't know the condition of the internals. Seeing his hesitation, the stall owner unhesitatingly picked up the machine gun and disassembled it in a few moves. I've loved guns since I was a kid. These are my collectibles, and I've maintained them very well. If my family weren't starving, I'd never be willing to sell it. Seeing that the internal parts were also well protected, Lu Zhu believed the man's words and immediately asked, how much ammo does this gun have? 500 rounds. If you take it all together, give me 100 pounds of corn flour. Seeing Lu Zhu frown after hearing the price, the owner quickly added, I'm not overcharging. This Type 11 light machine gun is good enough to hunt bears in the mountains. Sure, if I actually dared to take this into the mountains, the second after the bear is caught, I'd be caught too, Lu Zhu said crossly. Quote, after a burst of fire from this, wouldn't the villagers think the Japanese had invaded again? The stall owner looked a bit sheepish and didn't dare speak, because what Lu Zhu said was exactly what he was worried about. Otherwise, he would have gone into the mountains to hunt bears with the machine gun long ago. However, it wasn't that Lu Zhu didn't want it, he just felt the price was too high. He had plenty of food, but he wasn't a fool. How about this? 80 pounds of coarse grain for the pistol ammo I wanted, plus this Type 11 light machine gun and its ammunition. Package it all up for me, Lu Zhu said in a deep voice. The stall owner was somewhat reluctant. This is my pride and joy. Then go play with your pride and joy. I'll find someone else. Lu Zhu turned to leave. Wait, I'll sell. The stall owner hurriedly stopped him, smiling as he packed everything into a large burlap sack. Lu Zhu took the items and brought out an additional 60 pounds of grain for the trade. After the stall owner nervously left carrying the grain, Lu Zhu squatted there looking at the Type 11 light machine gun. Man, in all those years of his previous life, he had only seen this in movies. He had never actually touched one in reality. He picked up the gun, pointed it at the distant night, and made rat-a-tat-tat sound effects with his mouth while his body shook. He suddenly felt a surge of adrenaline as if he were fighting Japanese soldiers on a battlefield. Once he'd had his fill of fun, Lu Zhu put the machine gun away and happily returned to the black market, planning to browse for more things. He had just returned when he heard a familiar sound of arguing from a distance. How can you just raise the price like that? When I asked just now, you said 5 pounds of coarse grain for 1 pound of white flour. Shut the hell up, do you want to die? Are you trying to kill someone? Aren't you afraid of being shot? What a freaking idiot. Hey, why are you closing your stall? Sell me the stuff first. The commotion drew the attention of many people. Everyone watched the scene, and some even shone flashlights maliciously at the faces of the arguers. One of them was the stall owner with mud smeared on his face, who immediately covered his face when hit by the light. The other was a youthful face, completely uncovered, pulling on the stall owner in a rage to stop him from leaving. Seeing that familiar face, Lu Zhu confirmed his earlier guess. It was indeed his classmate, Guo Ming. In his previous life, he had only learned about this black market because he had come here with Guo Ming. He remembered that back then, Guo Ming wanted to buy a birthday present for his girlfriend. He ended up getting into an argument and was stabbed. Although the wound wasn't fatal, the blood kept flowing, which was terrifying. Ultimately, because he was injured, the secret of coming to the black market couldn't be kept. The school found out and expelled him. Seeing the stall owner getting increasingly annoyed with a murderous glint in his eyes, Lu Erju's memory was a bit fuzzy, but he estimated that this was likely when Guo Ming got injured. Since they were classmates and had a good relationship in their previous life, he immediately rushed over, pulled Guo Ming away, and whispered, "Stop shouting, aren't you afraid your dad will find out you're here and give you a thrashing when you get home?" If you'd like to hear other novels, feel free to request them in the comments. If there are no issues with posting the requested novel, we'll post it. You can also listen to more audio novels for free at patreon.com/xlightnovel. Before you start listening, please don't forget to like. 81. Number 81 Goodbye, My Dream Lover. Chapter 81. Seeing the dream girl again. Guo Ming was fuming with anger when he heard this familiar voice and looked over subconsciously. When he saw Lu Erzu, he was instantly surprised. Lu Erzu quickly covered Guo Ming's mouth to stop him from shouting his name, then apologized to the stall owner and dragged Guo Ming into the small grove. Once they were pulled into the grove, Guo Ming struggled free from Lu Erju's hand and said crossly, "What did you pull me for?" "That bastard said 5 caddies of coarse grain for 1 caddy of white flour. If I could make that trade, I could give a gift to my girlfriend." Lu Erzu said speechlessly, "This is the black market. Those who dare to come here are either at their wits' end or incredibly bold. What would you do if someone stabbed you?" Reminded of this, Guo Ming's impulsive emotions slowly cooled down as he realized that this wasn't a trade between classmates but the black market. He couldn't help but feel a wave of lingering fear, and at the same time, he said somewhat awkwardly, "I was too excited just now and completely forgot about that. But that guy was really infuriating. We clearly agreed on the price, and I even borrowed grain from others. But then he went back on his word. What a huge loss." Lu Erzu also knew that this guy was truly devoted to his girlfriend. The two had already written love letters and pledged their lives to each other. Now they were just waiting until after graduation to find a matchmaker to contact both sets of parents so they could get married naturally. To celebrate his girlfriend's birthday, this guy had gone to great lengths, not hesitating to fetch water and wash clothes for his classmates for half a year in exchange for those few caddies of coarse grain. He wanted to get some white flour to make a cake, so seeing it all go for naught naturally made him angry. "Fine, I'll trade with you." Lu Erzu fumbled around in his satchel and pulled out a caddy of white flour. Guo Ming looked at the flour bag in surprise, and after opening it for a look, he said in even greater disbelief, "Lu Erzu, did you drop out of school specifically to come here and do business? If you don't speak, no one will think you're a mute." Lu Erzu snapped at him. If it hadn't been for Guo Ming helping him out several times when he was being bullied after first arriving in the county town from the countryside in his previous life, he would have turned and left by now. It was enough to know he was doing business. To actually say it out loud, someone with a worse temper would have beaten him up. Guo Ming also realized he had misspoken. Doing business was a taboo these days. He hurriedly apologized with a smile, Yes, I was wrong. Here's the coarse grain." Although he didn't lack this bit of grain, following the philosophy that a small favor creates a friend, a large one creates an enemy, he casually took the grain and said, "Don't come to the black market if you don't have to. If you're caught and it affects your father's job at the furniture factory, see if he doesn't whip you." Guo Ming felt even more afraid. Seeing Lu Erju's face covered with a patterned cloth, he also hurried to hide his face with his arm. Then, "Zuzi, I'll head out first. We'll talk later." Lu Erzu gave a word of agreement, but noticed that Guo Ming, who had only walked a couple of steps, suddenly turned around with a mischievous smirk. "Hey, Song Enying is here too. Do you want to come and see her with me?" Song Enying? Lu Erzu was very surprised. Quote, "What is she doing here? I remember her father is a section chief at the Bureau of Culture, a level 15 cadre with a monthly salary of over 100 yuan and all sorts of benefits. Why would she come here? I brought several classmates along for courage, both boys and girls. When she heard about it, she wanted to come along to see the world. Don't say your buddy isn't looking out for you. 7 of us came this time, but we have 4 bicycles. Including you. That's exactly 2 people per bike. I'll create an opportunity for you and Song Enying to share a bicycle later. How about it?" Guo Ming bumped Lu Erzu with his shoulder, winking repeatedly. Thinking of the white moonlight of his youth, Lu Erzu really did want to go take a look. "Fine, let's go see." Guo Ming chuckled wickedly and walked toward the black market with his arm around Lu Erzu. When they reached the meeting point agreed upon with the classmates, everyone else was already there, 3 boys and 3 girls. Guo Ming walked over with his arm around Lu Zhu and said with a smile, "Guys, look who this is." Everyone looked over, but awkwardly. The 3 female classmates didn't recognize Lu Zhu at all. After all, Lu Zhu wasn't a celebrity at school. He was rather dull and didn't have many friends, so naturally, they didn't know him. However, all 3 male classmates showed expressions of surprise. A chubby, dark-skinned boy walked over and gave Lu Zhu's shoulder a hard punch. "Zhu Zi, you said you were going home to visit, but then you never came back. That's so shitty." Lu Zhu recognized him as the boy from the neighboring bunk, Lin Yukai, whom he was on good terms with. "I couldn't help it. My family is poor, so they wouldn't let me attend anymore," Lu Zhu explained with a smile. The other classmates didn't think much of it. Everyone was poor these days, so no one was in a position to laugh at anyone else. Besides, many teachers at school were so hungry they didn't have the strength to teach. And Lu Zhu wasn't the only student who had dropped out. After Lu Zhu finished his explanation, he looked at Song Enying, who stood out from the crowd, and couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion. The girl was still that same girl, exactly as Lu Zhu had seen her many times in his dreams. Pure, beautiful, and carrying a hint of the elegance that comes from being raised in a cadre's family. The 2 girls next to her were actually decent looking, but compared to her, they were like ugly ducklings next to a white swan. In fact, in his previous life, Lu Zhu was also like a toad lusting after a swan. Every time he faced Song Enying, he felt so inferior that he couldn't even speak clearly. But now, he could stand boldly in front of her and even dared to look her over a few more times. Seeing Lu Zhu's gaze, Song Enying nodded to him as a greeting, her attitude neither warm nor cold. After all, there were many boys pestering her, and some even went to her house to propose marriage, so she was used to her own beauty and wasn't shy about it. The other 2 girls curled their lips slightly. They were used to men looking like infatuated pigs when they saw Song Enying, and there were even many who were full of flattery. A round-faced girl even deliberately stepped in front of Song Enying, blocking Lu Zhu's view to prevent him from harassing her friend. Lu Zhu just smiled at the sight. He looked at Song Enying because he was reminiscing about his youth, not because he truly had any other intentions. Living another life, he wanted to enjoy himself more before getting into a relationship. Guo Ming nudged Lu Zhu gently and teased, "Stop staring. Since we ran into you, you might as well give us a ride home." Lin Yukai was also a good wingman and immediately said, "Right, 2 to a bike, it's perfect." Song Enying spoke without hesitation, "Yan Zi and I will ride 1. As soon as she said this, the expressions of the boys around her varied. Guo Ming and Lin Yukai's expressions stiffened slightly. They had intended to play matchmaker for Lu Zhu, but they hadn't expected her to be so guarded. The other 2 boys breathed a sigh of relief. They also had secret crushes on Song Enying and naturally didn't want her to be carried by another man on a bicycle. Guo Ming didn't dare to force Song Enying, so he could only shrug helplessly at Lu Zhu, signaling that his buddy had tried his best. Lu Zhu laughed it off and didn't take it to heart. "I just came over to say hello. I won't be going back to the county town with you, otherwise I'd have to squeeze into the dorms to sleep, and besides, my parents wouldn't be at ease. Don't I'm celebrating Yan Zi's birthday tonight. Why don't you join us for the meal?" Guo Ming said hurriedly. "Is it her birthday tonight?" Lu Zhu recalled carefully. It really was. In his previous life, Guo Ming also wanted to celebrate Yan Zi's birthday tonight, but it didn't happen because something went wrong. It just so happened that Guo Ming's father was a level 5 carpenter at the furniture factory. If he could get to know him, he could look out for his older brother when he joined the furniture factory in the future. "Fine, then I'll use those 5 caddies of coarse grain from earlier to chip in." Lu Zhu agreed with a smile. The people nearby were all very surprised. When they ate together, each person only contributed 3 taels of coarse grain. Lu Zhu offered 5 caddies just like that, and he said his family had no money? Yan Zi, in particular, frowned deeply and signaled to Guo Ming with her eyes. She wanted him to persuade Lu Zhu not to puff himself up and waste his family's rations just to show off in front of a beauty like Song Enying. 82. Number 82 Song Enying gives candy. Chapter 82. Song Enying gives candy. Guo Ming also didn't expect Lu Zhu to take out so much grain. He whispered a reminder, "Each of us only brought 2 or 3 taels of coarse grain. We're just doing this for fun. There's no need to bring so much." In these years of famine and disaster, no one was wealthy. Even though these few individuals all had access to government-supplied grain in the county seat and had workers or officials in their families, they still wouldn't bring out so much food for a gathering. Seeing everyone looking at him, even Song Enying gave him a few extra glances. Lu Zhu smiled and said, "It's fine, I'm just happy." The others nearby exchanged looks, and no one tried to persuade him further. If a sucker was willing to provide the food, who wouldn't want to eat? Guo Ming and Lin Yukai thought to themselves that Luer Zhu was probably trying to act wealthy because Song Anying was there. It really wasn't appropriate to keep advising him now. They would just have to find a way to help him save some grain later. Luer Zhu also saw through their thoughts but didn't pay much attention. The reason he did this was partly because he truly didn't care about this bit of coarse grain, and partly because he wanted to fulfill a dream from his previous life. In his previous life, he had a crush on Song Anying for a long time. As an adolescent boy, he naturally wanted to catch her attention, or even win a smile from the beauty. Unfortunately, as a child from a mountain village with no money or background, he only had slightly better grades than average. But Song Anying was also a top student, so he had always felt inferior and unworthy of liking her. Countless times in his dreams, he imagined himself becoming like those wealthy young masters, putting on airs and acting rich in front of Song Anying. He would wake up from the joy, only to fall into a new round of melancholy. Now that he had the ability, he didn't need to rely on imagination. He naturally wanted to fulfill his own dream. I've bought all my things, what about you guys? Guo Ming stopped trying to persuade Luer Zhu and looked at the others instead. The others all nodded. They had mainly come to see the sights and hadn't bought much. Alright, then Zhu Zi and I will ride one bike in a bit, Guo Ming offered. No need, I have a bicycle. It's parked over there. Wait for me a moment. Luer Zhu turned and left. Guo Ming and the others were all quite stunned, especially Lin Yukai, who watched Luer Zhu's receding back and couldn't help but say, "Old Guo, Zhu Zi has changed so much." Guo Ming nodded in deep agreement. Before, although Luer Zhu would talk and laugh with people, he always seemed very cautious and inferior, as if he were afraid that saying the wrong thing would mean no one would play with him. But now, Luer Zhu had become bright and confident. Before, he sometimes didn't even have enough food and had to work for them to trade for a meal. Yet now he could afford a bicycle? Before long, Luer Zhu, who had taken the bicycle out of his mind space, ran back. Looking at his brand new bike, Guo Ming said in shock, "You didn't just buy this at the black market, did you? How would anyone dare to sell this at the black market?" "I bought it in the county seat," Luer Zhu explained calmly. Bicycles required registration. Even if someone at the black market dared to sell one, no one would dare to buy it. Guo Ming and the others realized this and stopped asking. 8 people, 5 bicycles, there was no need to worry about who would ride with whom. Everyone got on their bikes and headed straight for the county seat. However, once they were on the road, everyone noticed something was wrong. The others were all holding a flashlight in one hand and the handlebars in the other, riding wobblily. Only those with someone on the back seat could have their passenger help hold the flashlight to light the way. Luer Zhu, however, had tied his flashlight to the handlebars and was riding very leisurely, making the others quite envious. It wasn't that they were stupid and couldn't think of this idea. But in this desolate mountain wilderness, where were they supposed to get rope? Before coming out, everyone had been so excited that they forgot about this detail. Guo Ming's arm was getting really tired from holding the flashlight, so he thickened his skin and approached. "Zhu Zi, lend me a piece of rope. I'll give it back once we reach the county seat." Lin Yukai also hurried over. "Zhu Zi Zhe, lend me one too?" Fortunately, Luer Zhu had kept some defective cloth for emergencies. He braked, tore off several strips of defective floral cloth in his mind space to use as rope, then reached into his satchel and pulled them out. "Here's one for each of you." Guo Ming was overjoyed. "Thanks, Zhu Zi." Lin Yukai grinned and spoke in a high-pitched, deliberately coy voice. "Zhu Zi Zhe, you're so kind." Luer Zhu looked at Lin Yukai speechlessly. "Get lost, you're disgusting." Seeing that he had successfully grossed out Luer Zhu, that bad friend Lin Yukai ran off to the side, satisfied. The others' hands were indeed getting tired, so they all thickened their skins and came over to borrow rope. Even Song Anying walked over. After taking the rope, she gave a slight nod. "Thank you, you're welcome." Luer Zhu's heart skipped several beats, betraying him. As expected, anyone would find it hard to restrain themselves when facing their white moonlight. The scariest part was that this white moonlight hadn't changed at all. She was still in her adolescence, still looking just as she did then. At that moment, Guo Ming suddenly cried out, "Holy crap, Zhu Zi, are you crazy? Why are you using floral cloth as rope?" Because it was too dark, people hadn't noticed and thought it was just something like a waistband. Now they all crowded in to look. Sure enough, it was a piece of floral cloth twisted into a cord, and looking at the edges, it had clearly just been torn. These 7 or 8 strips combined would be as wide as a palm and as long as an arm. What couldn't they be used for? Using them as rope was simply a waste. If any of them dared to do this, they would definitely get a beating at home. What a spendthrift. Even though they were taking Lu Erju's things, they had already silently labeled him a spendthrift in their hearts. Song Enying also spoke up with some hesitation. You didn't tear this specifically to lend it to us, did you? We'll pool some money later to pay you back for a piece of cloth. Guo Ming and Lin Yukai also agreed. The others nearby frowned slightly, somewhat unwilling. After all, they hadn't forced Lu Erzu to tear the cloth, so why should they pay for it? However, none of them spoke, just waiting for Lu Erju's response. Lu Erzu said casually, no need. Just tie up your flashlights and let's go. Seeing Lu Erju's free and easy attitude, Song Enying pursed her lips slightly and took out a fruit candy, handing it over. Here, I don't like owing people favors. Looking at the fruit candy, Lu Erzu raised an eyebrow. It's just a strip of cloth, no need for this. After all, you only tore the cloth because we asked to borrow rope. Take it. Song Enying placed the candy in Lu Erju's hand and turned to tie her flashlight. Lu Erzu looked at the girl's elegant receding back and couldn't help but smile. This girl is quite interesting. As expected of my dream girl. Guo Ming leaned over and lightly bumped Lu Erju's shoulder. When Lu Erzu looked over, he gave a thumbs up. You have to lose a sheep to catch a wolf. Not bad. Lu Erzu gave him an annoyed look and casually tossed the fruit candy into his mouth. Tisk, it's really sweet. Two unfamiliar male students nearby were a bit jealous. That was a candy personally given by the goddess. But this bastard was truly wasteful. He actually just ate it directly. If it were them, wouldn't they have to treasure it properly and take it out to think of Song Enying whenever they were free? 83. Hash 83 Is Lu Erzu a relative of the bureau chief? Chapter 83. Is Lu Erzu a relative of the bureau chief? The group soon arrived at the county seat, stopping before a dilapidated small courtyard. It's said that this place was a brothel during the Republican era. After liberation, no one wanted to take it over, so it was left abandoned. Guo Ming introduced. Lu Erju's face was a question mark. What did you bring us here for? Sightseeing at a brothel in the middle of the night? And an empty one at that? Guo Ming cleared his throat. We're celebrating the birthday here tonight. Everyone was speechless. Even Lin Yukai spoke seriously. Guo Ming, sometimes when I face you, I feel ashamed of my own name. You're damn well talented. Indeed, celebrating a birthday here? Guo Ming said helplessly. Then where should we go? Everywhere is closed this late at night. We can't go to the school cafeteria or our homes. We had to find an empty house and it had to have a stove. This was the only place. The classmates also knew that Guo Ming's words made sense. There really was nowhere to have a group meal late at night. But this place was truly a bit much. If it were just boys, it might be fine. They could joke around and just go in to have fun. But there were female classmates too. If word got out that several girls went into a brothel with male classmates in the middle of the night, how could they ever show their faces again? Song Enying especially, her pretty face turning cold, said, Yanzi, Yuan, I didn't wear enough clothes and I'm a bit cold. Let's go back. Yanzi also felt a bit awkward. She glared at her boyfriend, Guo Ming, and prepared to leave with Song Enying. The little girl next to them also followed and got onto her bicycle. Guo Ming suddenly panicked. He hadn't expected that his well-intentioned birthday celebration would not only fail but also offend his girlfriend and her friends. If this left a bad impression, it was uncertain whether they could even get married in the future. Inevitably, Guo Ming blocked the three girls, pleading, Don't go, can we change locations for the birthday? We'll go wherever you say. Song Enying didn't speak and looked at Yanzi. After all, it was her birthday, and her boyfriend was the one stopping them. Yanzi was already unhappy about the idea of celebrating a birthday in a brothel. Now, she said irritably, where can we go this late? Even restaurants are closed. I don't see anywhere to go. Let's just go back to sleep. No, there must be a place to go. There definitely is. Guys, help me think of something. While blocking them, Guo Ming looked pleadingly at the other boys. The two unfamiliar male classmates lowered their heads, too embarrassed to look at Guo Ming. Even Lin Yukai helplessly spread his hands, indicating he was powerless. This was the county seat in 1960. Once it got dark, there was no one on the streets. In the middle of the night, it was even more impossible for any place to be open. What capability did a few students have to find a good spot? If he could have found another place, Guo Ming wasn't an idiot. Why would he choose a brothel? Seeing Guo Ming's pitiful state, Lu Erzu decided to help him out. He spoke up, I know a place that's definitely open and has people there. Where? Guo Ming's eyes lit up as he looked at Lu Erzu with hope. The police station. There's definitely someone on duty there, Lu Erzu said. The group looked at Luer Zhu with even more speechless expressions. Lin Yukai sighed softly. You two are really something. One is more talented than the other. Why don't you two discuss it and split my name between you? Guo Ming also looked at Luer Zhu with a bitter smile. What time is it? Stop joking with me. Is the police station a place where we can go for a group meal? Why not? I know people at the police station. Borrowing their cafeteria should be fine, Luer Zhu said confidently. These words made everyone nearby look over in surprise. Guo Ming's worry turned to joy. Really? Zhu Zi, you know people at the police station? Why would I lie to you about this? Luer Zhu retorted irritably, then looked at Yanzi. Quote, Yanzi, give him some face. This kid almost got stabbed in the black market just to make a cake for you. You have to give him a chance to show off. Hearing this, Yanzi was startled and immediately checked Guo Ming up and down. Are you okay? Are you hurt anywhere? Why were you fighting people in the black market? Seeing Yanzi so concerned about him, Guo Ming was overjoyed and quickly jumped a few times to show he was fine. Even so, Yanzi still looked at Guo Ming with teary eyes full of emotion. This man actually dared to fight people in the black market just to celebrate her birthday. How much must he love her? Luer Zhu looked at Yanzi and sighed silently in his heart. This girl was lucky to be born at this time. If she had been born 20 or 30 years later, she would definitely have been the type to be used and discarded by some delinquent. Song Enying and the girl named Yuan were originally going to leave, but seeing Yanzi holding Guo Ming's hand with so much love, they couldn't bring up leaving again. They planned to follow and see. If they really could eat in the police station cafeteria, it wouldn't be so bad. Let's go, guys, get on your bikes and follow me, Luer Zhu called out. The group immediately got on their bikes and followed him toward the East Gate police station. There were naturally people on the night shift at the police station. From a distance, they could see a small building with a dim yellow light shining in the night. Arriving at the entrance of the police station, the group, being students after all, felt an instinctive fear of law enforcement and didn't dare to enter. Guo Ming was also a bit nervous and whispered, Zhu Zi, are you sure it's okay? Don't let them scold us and then send us home. My dad would beat me to death. Luer Zhu looked at the group and found everyone shrinking back. Even Song Enying had a hesitant look on her face. He simply said, then you guys wait outside for a bit. I'll go in first to check. If it's okay, I'll call you in. After saying that, Luer Zhu parked his bike and walked into the police station. Coincidentally, the officer on duty tonight was the young officer Li Xiangyang, whom Luer Zhu had chatted with before. Li Xiangyang had pushed some chairs together and was sleeping soundly under a military overcoat. Ahem. Luer Zhu cleared his throat to signal someone's arrival. Who would have thought Li Xiangyang was sleeping so deeply that he didn't hear a thing? Luer Zhu had no choice but to walk over and give him a nudge. Brother Li, wake up. Li Xiangyang was nudged awake and had a bit of morning grumpiness. He squinted his eyes and grumbled, who is it? Are you sick in the head coming here to cause trouble in the middle of the night? It's me, Zhu Zi. Luer Zhu handed over a Zonghua cigarette. Li Xiangyang instinctively took the cigarette in his mouth and took a puff before reacting. This cigarette Zonghua? Oh ho, Zhu Zi, I was wondering who it was. Hey, wait. Why are you here in the middle of the night? Did someone bully you? Or did you get caught visiting the black market? Seeing Li Xiangyang's dazed state, Luer Zhu said helplessly, a classmate of mine is having a birthday, and we want to borrow the cafeteria. PSH, is that all? You gave me a fright. Li Xiangyang smoked half the cigarette and finally fully woke up. Quote, let your classmates come in. I'll go get the cafeteria keys for you. Luer Zhu gave an affirmative response and walked to the door to wave at the nervously waiting Guo Ming and the others. Come on in. Everyone was pleasantly surprised. They hadn't expected Luer Zhu to actually have connections at the police station, so they hurriedly entered the building. After all, even with coats on, it was quite cold outside. Once they were inside, Li Xiangyang brought the keys and first scanned the group. The others didn't dare to meet his gaze and lowered their heads one after another. Only Song Enying remained relatively natural and greeted Li Xiangyang. Sorry for the intrusion. Li Xiangyang revealed a smile, put his arm around Luer Zhu, and whispered in his ear, you kid, using my territory to woo a girl? Is it the one with the long legs? The long legs referred to Song Enying. Yanzi and Yuan were both somewhat malnourished and only about 1.5 meters tall, while she was nearly 1.7 meters. Those beautiful legs were straight and slender, no worse than those of a dancer. Luer Zhu quickly shook his head. No, you've misunderstood. It's my classmate celebrating his girlfriend's birthday. Come on, your brother Li did plenty of girl wooing back in the day. I have some experience in this. Watch, your brother will help you out. Li Xiangyang fished out half a pack of Zonghua cigarettes from Lu Erju's bag as payment, then stepped back 2 paces and looked at Lu Erzu with a face full of fawning smiles. Oh, Zhu Zi, look at you being so polite. It's just borrowing a cafeteria, why give me Zonghua cigarettes? Just based on you being our bureau chief's relative, it's only right that I lend you the cafeteria. 84. Number 84 Make a birthday cake. Chapter 84. Making a birthday cake. Guo Ming and the others nearby were all stunned, looking at Lu Erzu in disbelief. No one expected that he was actually a relative of the Public Security Bureau chief. No wonder he was willing to use patterned cloth as rope, and no wonder he could casually take out 5 caddies of coarse grain. The few people who had originally defined Lu Erzu as a profligate because of those actions all changed their attitudes, feeling that a young master should live like this. It's just that they hadn't encountered the Dragon King culture of later generations yet, otherwise, they would have definitely imagined a Return of the Dragon King scene. Actually, even Lu Erzu didn't expect Li Xiangyang to be such a joker. With just 1 sentence, he had arranged the identity of a bureau chief's relative for him. Seeing that everyone else actually believed it, Lu Erzu felt even more helpless. People at this time had seen little of the world, had limited access to information, and were quite simple-minded, so they were easily fooled. That's why the later farces like the water-to-oil scam and the Qigong craze occurred. Alright, let's go to the cafeteria first. Lu Erzu was afraid Li Xiangyang would cause more of a stir, so he hurriedly led the group to the cafeteria. After arriving at the cafeteria, Guo Ming and the others were still a bit stiff. Facing the elevated status of Lu Erzu, they suddenly didn't know how to act. Seeing this, Lu Erzu kicked Guo Ming. Don't listen to brotherly's nonsense. I'm not a relative of the bureau chief. Even if I were, we're still good friends, so what are you afraid of? Guo Ming didn't believe Lu Erju's words because he thought the police couldn't possibly lie, let alone be bored enough to cooperate with Lu Erzu in lying to them. However, Lu Erju's words eased Guo Ming's tension a lot. They were good friends who slept on the same communal bed, and having such a friend made Guo Ming feel like he could stand tall. Lin Yukai was the same, standing proudly by Lu Erju's side with Guo Ming like the 2 guardian generals, Heng and Ha, receiving the envy and awe of the 2 men and 2 women nearby. Only Song Enying took a deep look at Lu Erzu without saying much. Alright, let's get the things to make the cake first, Lu Erzu urged. Guo Ming hurriedly took off the bag he had been carrying and carefully took out 2 eggs and a small paper bundle. When opened, it revealed white sugar, though there was at most only a gram or so. Finally, he took out 1 caddy of white flour, placed it by the stove, and started staring blankly. Lu Erzu frowned. Don't tell me you don't know how to make a cake. I do, of course I do. My second uncle's neighbor's 3rd elder uncle makes egg cakes, and I've even asked him for advice. I just can't remember it for the moment. Wait for me to recall. It should start with boiling water. Guo Ming pondered seriously. The others nearby didn't even dare to breathe loudly, fearing they might disturb him and miss out on the egg cakes. But Lu Erzu was dumbfounded. Didn't he say birthday cake? How did it become egg cake? At the cafeteria door, Li Xiangyang leaned against the door, smoking and watching. Seeing Guo Ming clumsily boiling water, he couldn't stop laughing. He could tell at a glance that this bastard definitely didn't know how to make it, or had forgotten the technique entirely. Forget it, there are some vegetables in the cafeteria. Whoever knows how to cook can make a couple of dishes for themselves. Why bother with egg cakes? Li Xiangyang said, overcome with laughter. He was giving Lu Erzu plenty of face. After all, these vegetables were bought with money and were public property. Being able to bring them out for Lu Erzu to eat meant Li Xiangyang was willing to take the blame. Lu Erzu sighed. Fine, I'll help you all the way. I'll make it for you. Guo Ming was pleasantly surprised. You know how to make egg cakes? It's a birthday, why the hell would you eat egg cakes? I'll make you a birthday cake. Lu Erzu kicked the obstructive Guo Ming aside and began preparing the ingredients irritably. Guo Ming wasn't angry either. He patted the footprint off his backside and cheekily leaned in. Just give me your orders. Get lost. You got it. Guo Ming nimbly dodged and said to several classmates, everyone, step back a bit. Don't interfere with my brother Zhu Zi making the cake. Being beholden to the one who feeds you. Guo Ming, who was clearly a few months older than Lu Erzu, started calling him brother, just like Lin Yukai. Everyone retreated to the cafeteria door, watching Lu Erzu curiously along with Li Xiangyang. Birthday cakes were still a top-tier rarity at this time, found only in large cities like Shanghai or the old name for Beijing. Even in those places, only venues hosting foreign guests or important leaders could provide birthday cake services, so ordinary people, let alone seeing one, had never even heard of them. When commoners had birthdays, they usually just ate some solid food. Even having a can of food was considered excellent. And Lu'er Zhu recalled slightly his experience making cakes in his previous life. Speaking of this, Lu'er Zhu had to thank his bastard. At that time, it was his bastard who was spoiled by the family and always liked to chase trendy things in society, not only doing various handicrafts but also signing up for all sorts of interest classes. But he himself had a short-lived enthusiasm. Often, once the money was paid for the interest class, he wouldn't go. The child's grandmother was pained by the money, so she forced Lu'er Zhu to attend the classes instead. So Lu'er Zhu had learned cooking, baking, piano, and cello. Although he was just a dabbler in all of them, what he produced was at least enough to impress people of this era. Lu'er Zhu first took the eggs, separated the whites and yolks, and added sugar, oil, and water to the yolks. Actually, he should have added milk, but Guo Ming certainly couldn't get any, and Lu'er Zhu didn't have any either. Even if he did, he would definitely prioritize his own family drinking it. Once the yolks, sugar, and oil were mixed evenly, he added flour and stirred it into a batter. Lu'er Zhu then went to beat the egg whites. This required removing the fishy smell, which should have been done with white vinegar or lemon, but those were rarities. So he could only take out a bottle of a strong Chinese liquor and add 2 drops, which served a similar purpose. Then he folded the beaten egg whites into the batter, took a lunchbox, brushed it with oil, poured the cake mix in, and finally put it in the pot to steam. After all, an oven was a rarity that the police station cafeteria didn't have. Seeing Lu'er Zhu's skillful manner, everyone was very surprised. Guo Ming couldn't help but ask, "Do you cook often at home?" "More or less. I found their cooking unpalatable," Lu'er Zhu said without looking up, keeping an eye on the heat. "Zhu Zi, what is this you're making? Why is it so complicated?" Li Xiangyang also couldn't help his curiosity. A birthday cake, eaten during birthdays, Lu'er Zhu didn't explain much. He couldn't very well say this was what foreign guests and leaders ate, not to mention whether these people would believe it. The key was that he couldn't explain how he had learned it. Li Xiangyang curled his lip. "I obviously know it's for birthdays. If you always ate something this complicated, the cook would kill the diner, believe it or not." Lu'er Zhu shook his somewhat aching arms, missing the egg beater of the later generations. Places that specialize in making this kind of thing have dedicated tools. What special tools? Apprentices? Li Xiangyang couldn't help laughing. Lu'er Zhu thought about it carefully, and hey, he was damn right. Finally, the cake was steamed. Lu'er Zhu carefully took out the lunchbox and opened the lid. Looking at the snow-white cake, he showed a satisfied expression. His skills hadn't been lost. Although modern people would definitely not like it, to people of this era, this was absolutely a top-tier delicacy. "By the way, what's your zodiac sign?" Lu'er Zhu turned back to ask Yanzi. Yanzi also saw the cake and smelled the rich aroma, and couldn't help swallowing her saliva as she said, "I'm an ox, why?" "Nothing." Lu'er Zhu saw a carrot nearby, picked it up, carved a lifelike ox, and stuck it into the cake. Quote, "There, it's done." The others nearby stared wide-eyed at the beautiful cake they had never seen before. 85. Number 85 Good Daughter-in-Law. Chapter 85. A Good Wife. "Lao Guo," Lu'er Zhu called out. "Take it over to your partner and let her have a taste." Guo Ming was also staring at the cake incessantly. Hearing the call, he hurriedly ran over and took a deep breath. It smelled so good. The aroma made him lightheaded. Fortunately, he still remembered whose birthday gift it was. After swallowing hard several times, he patted the bottom of the lunchbox with a rag and carried it over to Yanzi. Although Yanzi knew Guo Ming was celebrating her birthday today and was full of anticipation, she really hadn't expected to eat such a rare delicacy. In this era, this cake was a rarity no less than ice cream, perhaps even more precious and high-end, so much so that the girl looked at the snow-white cake with great restraint. She glanced at Guo Ming, then at Lu'er Zhu. Can I eat it? This is the gift Guo Ming got for you. Although I made it, Guo Ming collected all the ingredients. He put 100% of his heart into it. Taste his sincerity, Lu'er Zhu said with a smile. Yanzi was deeply moved by these words. Her small face flushed, but her eyes grew even redder. As a girl, she had never felt this kind of favoritism since she was a child. Whenever there were fine grains, candies, or snacks at home, her grandmother and mother would hide them or call her older and younger brothers out to eat them in secret. Seeing Yanzi's aggrieved look, Guo Ming thought she didn't like it and quickly said, "Don't mind that it's in a lunchbox. It smells wonderful. Hurry, try some." Yanzi wiped her tears and carefully scooped out a piece with a spoon. Soft, fragrant, and with a hint of sweetness, it was simply the most delicious thing she had ever eaten. Yanzi couldn't help but close her eyes, a look of pure enjoyment on her face, almost reluctant to swallow. Guo Ming looked at Yanzi expectantly. How is it? The blissful Yanzi finally realized there were many people around. She quickly opened her eyes and said, both embarrassed and excited, "It's delicious, you all should try some." Two boys nearby instinctively moved closer to try it, but Lin Yukai pulled them both away with one hand each. The young couple is celebrating a birthday. Why are you two butting in? Lin Yukai snapped irritably. The two boys were suddenly embarrassed, realizing that it was fine grain. How thick-skinned would they have to be to eat fine grain that someone else had procured? Guo Ming didn't want to share either. With eyes only for Yanzi, he held the lunchbox and smiled foolishly. "Yanzi, you eat first. Once you've had your fill, then we can share." Looking at the cake in the box, Yanzi couldn't resist taking 2 more bites, then looked at Lu Erzu. "Can I share the cake with Anying and Yuan? Up to you. Anyway, this is from Guo Ming. I'm just the cook." Lu Erzu took out a cigarette and began to puff away, a look of self-satisfaction on his face. For a cook, the greatest honor was having everyone salivate over his food. Li Xiangyang walked over, took out an economy cigarette, lit it using Lu Erzu's cigarette, and asked curiously, "How did you make this, kid? Teach me. I'll go back and make one for your sister-in-law. She'll be thrilled to death." "Oh, I didn't know you had such a tender side," Lu Erzu said, quite surprised. In this day and age, men who doted on their wives were rare. Almost everyone was chauvinistic, believing that whatever a wife did was her duty. Especially since Li Xiangyang always had that reckless attitude and used to be a street hoodlum. Who would have thought he'd be a man who cared for his wife? Li Xiangyang glared at Lu Erzu. "What's with that look? As if your elder brother here is some kind of scoundrel. Besides, your sister-in-law really is a good woman. Back when I was such a mess that there was no food on the table, she never complained and even managed the household well. My mother was bedridden for 3 years, and she served her at home for those 3 years. She washed her every day and fed her carefully every meal. In those 3 years, my mother didn't suffer at all, not even a single bedsore. She was clean when she passed away. What's wrong with me doting on a good woman like that?" Lu Erzu was also somewhat moved. As the saying goes, there are no filial sons before a long illness. Only those who have cared for the sick know how difficult it is to prevent bedsores for someone bedridden for 3 years. He couldn't help but look at Li Xiangyang with admiration. "You're really lucky." "That's true, hey? What do you mean?" Li Xiangyang's eyes widened. Quote, "Are you saying I'm not good enough for my wife? Speak from your conscience. Isn't this a case of your ancestral graves smoking? No. This is like your ancestral graves underwent a nuclear explosion for you to get such a deal." Lu Erzu rolled his eyes. Li Xiangyang couldn't argue. He gave a dry cough. "Enough nonsense, just tell me how to make it. Take out your phone and note it down, as if you could remember it just by hearing it once." Lu Erzu retorted reflexively, realizing his mistake as soon as the words left his mouth. Li Xiangyang was also bewildered. "What phone, did you just say?" "I said, bring a notebook and write it down," Lu Erzu corrected himself, feigning composure. "Oh, okay." Li Xiangyang scratched his head and walked away, feeling that Lu Erzu had used a strange new word. By the time he returned with a notebook and Lu Erzu had written down the method, he saw the 3 women, including Yanzi, had already started sharing the cake in the distance. However, Song Anying and Yuan only had a small piece, and Guo Ming held a small piece too. Yanzi, who had just eaten a piece, was now eating the cow carved from a carrot. Half the cake remained in the lunchbox. She couldn't bear to eat it all. She was surely going to take it back. After all, every household was struggling, so whenever people had something good to eat, they would instinctively think of their families, especially the women of this era, who seemed to be natural-born homemakers, starting to worry about the family and manage chores as soon as they grew a bit older. Seeing Lu Erzu looking over, Yanzi quickly nudged Guo Ming with her elbow. Guo Ming immediately said, "Zhu Zige, come and have some cake with us." Lu Erzu shook his head. "I'm not interested. You guys eat. We'll make something else to eat." He was indeed a bit hungry after making the cake, so Lu Erzu began preparing to steam some wo-wo. "Alright, you guys head out first. It's a mess when I'm cooking. Don't stay here and get in my way." Lu Erzu shooed them away. Everyone obediently left and went to the police station's duty room. Li Xiangyang settled the others with some hot water and returned to the canteen, looking at Lu Erzu. "What are you planning, kid? I really can't hide anything from Brother Li. My throat is delicate. I don't like eating coarse grains. I'll stir-fry a couple of dishes in a bit. Shall we too have a drink?" Lu Erzu nimbly prepped the vegetables in the canteen, then, like a magic trick, pulled a piece of wild boar meat wrapped in oil paper from his satchel. Li Xiangyang was dumbfounded, staring at Lu Erzu's bag. "You just keep this meat in your bag? I just picked it up at the black market and haven't had time to take it home yet." Lucky you, Luer Zhu lied casually. Then you'd better not stir-fry the meat. The canteen has eggs anyway. Just fry a couple of eggs for the two of us to eat. Li Xiangyang quickly pressed down on Luer Zhu's hand as he was about to cut the meat. No family had it easy. Many people couldn't even eat meat once a year. Even though Li Xiangyang treated Luer Zhu as a brother, he wasn't thick-skinned enough to eat his meat. Besides, true brothers look out for each other. Only fair-weather friends always think about eating someone out of house and home. Don't worry, I'm just cutting a few slices to flavor the pot, Luer Zhu said, cutting off a piece of meat the size of a fist. Li Xiangyang had relaxed and let go, but seeing the chunk of meat Luer Zhu cut, his lip twitched. Your family uses that much meat just to flavor a pot? Luer Zhu didn't bother to explain and began stir-frying. Since he wasn't cooking for family, he didn't bother with fancy dishes. Just a large bowl of pork stewed with Chinese cabbage, a plate of hot and sour shredded potatoes to go with the drinks, and a plate of cold-dressed carrots. The aroma made Li Xiangyang famished. The people in the duty room outside couldn't sit still either, peeking into the canteen one after another. 86. Number 86. Good men have no good wives. Chapter 86. A good man has no good wife. Along with Luer Zhu's shout, dinner was served. Guo Ming and the others quickly ran over. Without even looking at the wo-wo in the basket on the table, their eyes were fixed on the 3 plates of food. It smelled so good. If the birthday cake from before had given them a desire for something new, then these home-cooked dishes were what truly made them unable to stop. Because they actually knew how these dishes tasted, yet they couldn't even eat them once a year, especially that pork stewed with cabbage. The aroma made their stomachs growl incessantly. Even Song Enying couldn't help but swallow her saliva. Her father was a section chief, so her family's situation was indeed much better than the others. However, given that the general environment wasn't great, she could only eat meat once a month at most. Besides, the flavor of these dishes didn't just rely on the meat. Luer Zhu's own skills were also excellent. Everyone, sit down and eat. Luer Zhu took out a bottle of a strong Chinese liquor and poured some for himself and Li Xiangyang. The others were all students and had to return to school in a while, so he didn't give them any alcohol. As for the liquor in his space, he didn't take it out either. When they were eating dumplings before, because Nizi had coaxed him until he was like a fool, added with the delay from Xiao Hu's matter, he had forgotten to give the liquor to his family. Since his own family hadn't even drunk it yet, he naturally wouldn't take it out for others to drink first. However, having a strong Chinese liquor to drink made Li Xiangyang very happy. He picked up the tea mug filled with alcohol and raised it toward Luer Zhu. Come, let's have a sip first. Luer Zhu also raised his mug and took a sip. When he put down the mug, he noticed that although the others were sitting around the table, staring at the food and drooling, no one dared to pick up their chopsticks. Eat. What are you just staring for? Luer Zhu asked, puzzled. Zhu Zge, you worked hard, you should eat first, Lin Yukai said hurriedly. The others nodded repeatedly. Their elders at home had taught them that when eating at the table, if the elders didn't move their chopsticks first, they couldn't eat. Although Luer Zhu wasn't their elder, his identity as a relative of the bureau chief and his exquisite culinary skills had already filled the students with respect for him, making them afraid to be presumptuous. Luer Zhu realized and immediately picked up a piece of food. Eat, everyone eat. Seeing him start eating, the others finally picked up their chopsticks. Everyone immediately reached their chopsticks into the large bowl of pork stewed with cabbage. From this, one could see the usual status of boys and girls in their families. For their first bite, the 3 girls all picked up cabbage first. The boys, however, went straight for the meat. They were used to being spoiled by the adults at home. Seeing them all eating the meat dish, Li Xiangyang also hurried to use his chopsticks. The group ate like a whirlwind, and in less than 5 minutes, only the soup remained in the large bowl. Even so, they were still eager to try the meat soup. Go get a few bowls and divide it up to drink, Luer Zhu said to Guo Ming. Guo Ming quickly brought the bowls and poured a little bit of soup into each person's bowl. Then, feeling embarrassed, he filled a bowl for Luer Zhu. You didn't eat much just now, I'll give you more of the soup. Luer Zhu poured the soup from his bowl back to Guo Ming and Lin Yukai. You guys eat it, I'm sick of eating this at home. Hearing these arrogant words, the others were somewhat skeptical. Li Xiangyang, however, knew Luer Zhu wasn't lying. After all, if someone could sell such a large pig just like that, how could his family be unable to afford meat? He said full of envy, Zhu Zi, if it really comes down to it, I'll call you, Ge, too. Send me some more meat later. Take that leftover piece of meat I have home later, Luer Zhu said casually. Really? Li Xiangyang was very happy. Although he had received a few caddies from the large wild boar the station bought earlier, who would complain about having too much meat. Moreover, the piece of pork Luer Zhu brought out was a large piece of fat that he didn't want to eat himself, which Li Xiangyang actually liked very much. "This meat isn't for you," Luer Zhu said with emotion. "I admire my sister-in-law. As the old saying goes, a good man has no good wife, while a lazy man marries a flower. Just consider this my way of compensating her on your behalf." Li Xiangyang didn't care if Luer Zhu was insulting him. He knew he was a bit of a rascal, but if it meant his wife could eat meat, being insulted a bit didn't matter. He happily ran over, weighed the meat, and then took out 2 big black tens and stuffed them into Luer Zhu's hand. "Here's the money for the meat." Luer Zhu was stunned and hurriedly tried to return the money. "I'm giving it to you, not selling it. Stop talking nonsense. If I take your meat for nothing, your sister-in-law won't eat it. She has very strong principles. Besides, I just don't have a place to buy meat. It's not like I can't afford it." Li Xiangyang carefully put the meat away, lest those animals at the station start eyeing it tomorrow morning. Seeing how principled this guy was, Luer Zhu admired his wife even more. "I really want to visit your home and see what kind of goddess she is to make a rascal like you so obedient," Li Xiangyang said proudly. "No problem, come over for a meal sometime, and I'll introduce you." "Alright, it's a deal then." Luer Zhu really did want to go and see. He had seen too many little fairies in the future who were always asking, "Who understands this family?" And he was practically traumatized. He had to witness a truly good woman to soothe his past wounds. The people nearby were even more surprised to see Luer Zhu easily earn 20 yuan. In their understanding, making money was very difficult. Even in a dual-income family, parents worked from dawn to dusk and could only make 40 or 50 yuan a month. In the time it took to have a conversation, Luer Zhu had earned 20. Because he had Li Xiangyang's backing, Luer Zhu wasn't afraid of these people reporting him. After all, even if they did report him, where would they go? Wouldn't it still be the police station? By then, maybe after they reported it, the one responding to the call would be Li Xiangyang. Besides, the group now firmly believed that Luer Zhu was a relative of the bureau chief and didn't dare to be reckless. After the meal, Luer Zhu and Li Xiangyang were happily tipsy, and the others were also very satisfied. As for cleaning the canteen, there was naturally no need for Luer Zhu to do it. The boys and girls worked together. Luer Zhu went to the duty room to drink tea and chat with Li Xiangyang. While he was talking, he saw Song Enying standing in the corridor between the duty room and the canteen, looking at him as if she had something to say. Li Xiangyang also saw Song Enying and immediately curled his lips slightly, whispering, "The bragging your brother did for you worked. Go see what the girl wants with you." Hearing this, Luer Zhu frowned slightly, feeling a bit unhappy inside. If Song Enying really was the type to curry favor with the powerful, he would only feel that he had liked the wrong person. He wouldn't be happy at all. To confirm, Luer Zhu went into the corridor. Looking at Song Enying, who was only half a head shorter than him, he asked, "Is something the matter?" Song Enying pursed her red lips and remained silent for a moment. Then, she took a deep breath, as if gathering some kind of courage, and looked at Luer Zhu seriously. "Actually, you're a pretty good person. You can make birthday cakes, you can cook, you're fun to talk to, and you're generous. All of this would make many girls like you and many people admire you. So you don't need to pretend to be a relative of the Public Security Bureau chief anymore. Otherwise, if the chief finds out, he'll be angry, and you'll be the one who ends up in trouble." 87. Number 87. Good for nothing. Chapter 87. Good for nothing. Luer Zhu had a look of utter confusion on his face. "No, I didn't mean to impersonate anyone. It was that guy who took it upon himself." "Wait a minute. Isn't your dad the literature and art section chief? How do you know about the bureau chief's family? How are you so sure the Public Security Bureau chief isn't my relative?" Song Enying said softly, "I know you weren't bragging on purpose. Otherwise I wouldn't have come to warn you. As for the Public Security Bureau chief, he and my father were once comrades in arms, so they have a very good relationship and often eat together. Besides, the Public Security Bureau chief was transferred here from out of town, so it's impossible for him to have relatives locally." Luer Zhu realized the truth and then turned back to glare at Li Xiangyang. Li Xiangyang was baffled by the glare, not knowing what he had done wrong. He thought Luer Zhu was annoyed that he was in the way, so he simply glared back. Did he have to hide away so the two of them could have some privacy to kiss? What a pipe dream. "Anyway, thanks for the warning. I'll treat you to a meal sometime," Luer Zhu said generously, quickly shaking off his embarrassment. Song Enying also showed a beautiful smile, with cute little dimples on her cheeks. "No need, the cake you made today was very delicious. Then I'll make it for you again when I have the chance," Luer Zhu chuckled. Song Anying didn't speak. After a slight hesitation, she asked tentatively, "Do you know how to cook Sichuan cuisine?" Lu Erzu nodded. "A little bit. Is someone in your family from Sichuan? You really know how? That's great. My mother is from Chongqing and has been wanting to eat Sichuan food for a long time, but unfortunately, no one around here knows how to make it." Song Anying's beautiful eyes lit up, and her breathing quickened with excitement. Her two full-grain barns rose and fell rapidly, making them even more noticeable. Lu Erzu couldn't help but steal a few more glances, thinking to himself that some people were truly gifted, being able to grow such large grain barns even in these lean years where people couldn't get enough to eat. However, at the thought that Song Anying had the blood of a Sichuan Chongqing Tyrannosaurus flowing in her veins, he secretly felt intimidated. He casually joked, "That's not easy. There are still people from Chongqing who admit they're from Sichuan." Huh? Why wouldn't they admit it? Song Anying looked puzzled. Lu Erzu was also stunned by the question, then slapped his forehead in regret. He'd said the wrong thing again. He had forgotten that Chongqing only became a direct-controlled municipality in 1997. Lu Erzu quickly changed the subject. "It's nothing, I'm just talking nonsense. What dishes does your mother like to eat?" "I don't know much about Sichuan cuisine, but I've heard my mother mention things like yushang shredded pork and boiled meat slices. If you can teach me, I'll give you 5 yuan for every dish I learn." "Okay." Song Anying was afraid Lu Erzu would be unwilling to teach her, so she decided to pay to learn. After all, learning to cook was very difficult nowadays. Even with connections, one would need to formally apprentice and then serve the master for several years before being taught. She was asking to learn his trade secrets right off the bat, so 5 yuan a dish wasn't expensive. Lu Erzu had thought she wanted to learn some elaborate dish, but hearing it was these two, he said without hesitation, "No need. Those are very common dishes. It's just that they aren't easily seen around here. I'll write them down for you on paper." In this era, ingredients were scarce and travel was difficult, so famous dishes from various places were hard to spread. A dish might be ordinary in its local area, but in other places, many people might not have even heard its name. For example, with yushang shredded pork, everyone's first reaction upon hearing the name would be that it was made with fish. In reality, it used pork tenderloin. If an outsider tried to make it, they probably wouldn't be able to replicate that flavor even if they scratched their head raw. It wasn't until the 1980s and 1990s when the culture of feasting became prevalent and people studied food to cater to their superiors, some even spending large sums to bring in chefs from thousands of kilometers away to teach them, that dishes from all over the country began to merge and spread, eventually blooming everywhere. Lu Erzu got some paper and a pen, wrote down the recipes for the 2 dishes, and handed them to Song Anying. "For your father, gathering the ingredients shouldn't be too much trouble." Song Anying tucked the note away as if it were a precious treasure. Her beautiful oval face was full of gratitude as she looked up at Lu Erzu from a 45-degree angle. "Thank you, I'll give you the money later." Looking at Song Anying's grateful expression, Lu Erzu suddenly felt a sense of satisfaction, fulfilling a beautiful dream he'd had for decades in his previous life. Once he snapped out of it, Lu Erzu laughed, thinking he was truly good for nothing. Song Anying looked at him curiously. "What are you laughing at?" "Nothing, I just feel like I'm good for nothing. Just one sentence from you and I'm over the moon," Lu Erzu said with a self-deprecating laugh. But those words were no different from a confession, leaving Song Anying stunned. Seeing that Lu Erzu's expression didn't look like he was intentionally teasing her, Song Anying was certain that this guy really liked her. A shy blush gradually crept onto her beautiful oval face, and her small hands played with the hem of her clothes, not knowing what to say. She was sure that she definitely didn't like Lu Erzu in that way. Of course, she didn't dislike him either. To put it plainly, her feelings for Lu Erzu right now were just normal classmate camaraderie, with maybe a bit of gratitude, but not to the point of wanting to marry him. Lu Erzu also quickly realized his words were ambiguous and explained with a smile, "Don't overthink it. I'm not going to force you to start a relationship with me just because I taught you 2 dishes. It's simply because you're good looking and have a good temper, so I have some favorable feelings toward you." That wasn't a confession just now. "At least, I have no plans to look for a partner in the short term." Song Anying breathed a sigh of relief. "I don't want to look for a partner in the short term either. Besides, I'm thinking about going abroad to study. I want to go to Harvard University to learn the world's most advanced knowledge and see the world." Seeing the light and anticipation in the girl's eyes, Lu Erzu couldn't help but remind her, "If you really want to go abroad, take your parents with you early on. Otherwise, being separated will be very hard on you." He remembered hearing from a classmate in his previous life that this girl almost went to study abroad but didn't make it because of the coming political storm. It was also fortunate that she hadn't gone. Given the fate of many literary and art workers at that time, combined with having a daughter studying abroad, Song Enying's parents would have been driven mad if not killed. Song Enying gave Lu Erzu a strange look. I want to go abroad precisely because I want to get away from my parents and be a free bird. What's the difference between taking them with me and being at home? Parents aren't a shackle, they are the platform from which you take flight. No matter where you fly or how high you go, with them there, at least they can catch you when you're too tired to fly anymore. Lu Erzu reminded her patiently. These words moved Song Enying slightly. Your words are so philosophical. Do you usually like reading philosophy books? I like them too, but unfortunately, many are in English, and I find them very difficult to read. My English is also just average. They're here, you should head back to school first. Lu Erzu looked toward Guo Ming and the others, who had finished cleaning the cafeteria and were now peeking sneakily from around the corner of the hallway. Song Enying felt that chatting with Lu Erzu was very interesting and wanted to continue, but being watched by her classmates while talking to a boy also made her feel a bit embarrassed. She could only say regretfully, "All right then, we'll talk more when I come to bring you the money another day. We'll head back to school now." Only when Guo Ming and the others saw that the two had stopped talking did they dare to walk over. Lin Yukai even secretly gave Lu Erzu a thumbs up. Lu Erzu didn't bother to explain. He first saw the group out of the police station and watched them ride their bicycles toward the school. Only then did he return to the duty room, gnashing his teeth as he complained to Li Shangyang. "Let me ask you, were you necessary? That girl saw through the lie that I was the bureau chief's relative in one glance. You really made me lose face." Li Shangyang said sheepishly. Who would have thought that girl was so smart? But this also proves your taste isn't bad. You chatted for so long just now, did you get her? Looking at the winking Li Shangyang, Lu Erzu said crossly, "I have no plans to look for a wife for the time being." "Oh, so that means you didn't get her. If you can't do it, just say so. Don't use those fancy words," Li Shangyang said dismissively. "I'm serious," Lu Erzu defended himself. Li Shangyang waved his hand. "Come off it. What man doesn't want a woman? Especially at your age, where you wake up needing to change your underwear 3 times. You're telling me you don't want a wife? Take some advice from your brother. I saw plenty of girls like that when I was hanging out on the streets. They're very smart and know exactly what they want. They're definitely not someone an ordinary person can handle. How about this? There's a young girl on the street where I live. She's quite pretty, and those grain barns of hers are guaranteed to raise 2 sons and keep you well fed to boot. Plus, she's famous for being filial and obedient. I'll have your sister-in-law go and help set things up for you later." 88. Number 88 The Rolls-Royce of Lighters. Chapter 88 The Rolls-Royce of Lighters. "Brother Li, you'd better be quiet for a while." Lu Erzu handed him a brand of cigarette. He had originally intended to give him a Chunghwa, but upon hearing he wanted to introduce a potential match, the quality dropped instantly. Li Shangyang wasn't picky. Instead, he happily took it. "You've got nothing but good stuff on you, kid. You have to come by more often in the future," Lu Erzu said crossly. "What's in it for me coming here, other than working for free? What are you talking about? Didn't I give you 20 yuan? Li Shangyang's eyes widened. "As if I'm desperate for those 20 yuan, Lu Erzu said as he pushed some chairs together, patted them with his military overcoat, and lay down comfortably. He planned to wait until dawn to go to the supply and marketing cooperative and the textile factory for another trade. Li Shangyang was left somewhat speechless by Lu Erzu's display of wealth. 20 yuan was enough for many people's monthly salary, yet he didn't care for it? But then again, a pig could sell for over 1,000 yuan, so he naturally looked down on these small amounts. "Hey, let me give you something good." Li Shangyang wanted to build a good relationship with Lu Erzu, so he scurried off to the warehouse and returned mysteriously holding something. "Are you using public funds again to build your personal connections?" Lu Erzu asked, lying sideways on the chair as he noticed Li's hand tucked in his pocket, seemingly clutching something. "What kind of talk is that?" Li Shangyang snapped. Quote, "I'm giving you something and you're mocking me? Believe it or not, I won't give it to you now." With that, Li Shangyang pulled the item out of his pocket. An S.T. DuPont lighter. In the future, S.T. DuPont would be known as the Rolls-Royce of lighters. Even in this era, it was quite influential and a top-tier luxury item. Lu Erzu sat up abruptly and took the lighter to examine it. Yes, it was an L1, the first generation of the S.T. DuPont L series. It was said that S.T. DuPont lighters were all handmade, and the exterior used lacquer techniques passed down from Chinese ancestors, making them look incredibly exquisite and high-end. Specifically, its rectangular shape, clean lines, and gold-plated solid copper craftsmanship made it something ordinary people could never afford. To put it bluntly, in a few years, just taking this thing out would be enough for Lu Zhu to be executed by the righteous bullets of the people for 5 minutes, but he truly liked it and couldn't bear to put it down. Seeing Lu Zhu fiddling with the lighter, Li Xiangyang said triumphantly, "How is it? Rare, right? See how well your big brother treats you." Lu Zhu had previously taught Li Xiangyang how to make cakes, and Li Xiangyang had been thinking about how to repay him. This lighter happened to come to mind. Lu Zhu looked at him. "You definitely don't know how much this thing is worth. Do you think I'm stupid?" Li Xiangyang proudly held up 5 fingers. Quote, "I'm not bragging, this thing is worth at least 5 yuan. Lu Zhu tucked the lighter away and sighed with emotion. "Truly, a fool has a fool's luck. I don't know where you confiscated this from, but let me tell you, add 2 zeros to the price you just quoted." Even with that price, Lu Zhu was still being modest. After all, the gold-plated solid copper alone was beyond most people's reach, and with the traditional lacquerwork, it was exceptionally precious. The St. DuPont brand, from its inception, was essentially created for the foreign upper class. Selling a lighter for 500 wasn't considered expensive. Li Xiangyang was also startled and said in disbelief, "Zhu Zi, don't scare me. This lighter is worth over 500? I've seen lighter prices in Old Name for Beijing, and the most expensive one was only 15 yuan. Those were domestic, this is imported. How can they be the same?" Lu Zhu lay back down, crossing his legs and looking at the lighter in his mind space, liking it more and more. Li Xiangyang grew anxious and hurriedly said, "Zhu Zi, give that lighter back to me. I'll trade you for something else good, something worth over 500 yuan. While he didn't dare sell it, giving it to a superior could at least get him a promotion, right? Lu Zhu looked at Li Xiangyang with a confused expression. "What lighter? I'm just a country bumpkin. I've never heard of such a fancy gadget." Li Xiangyang was almost in tears. Quote, "Brother, don't mess with me. This is about my future. When I get promoted, I definitely won't forget you. I'll get you a job in the public security, no matter what. How about it?" Seeing Li Xiangyang pleading so pitifully, Lu Zhu, being a kind-hearted person, felt his heart soften, so he decided to close his eyes and pretend to sleep. Li Xiangyang wanted to plead more, but hearing Lu Zhu starting to snore, he felt utterly helpless. But he had given the item away himself. It would be quite shameful to ask for it back, and he couldn't exactly turn against Lu Zhu. The helpless Li Xiangyang could only return to his seat, sighing with deep regret. The more he thought about it, the worse he felt. He was so consumed by regret that he couldn't sleep, feeling like his heart was being clawed at. Finally, he glanced at Lu Zhu, steeled his heart, ran to the canteen, picked up the strong Chinese liquor that the two of them had left over, and gulped it all down, returning to sleep in a drunken stupor. As long as he was asleep, he wouldn't feel the heartache anymore. Early the next morning, the people at the police station arrived for work, and Director Lu arrived as well. As soon as he entered the duty room, he smelled a strong stench of alcohol and saw Li Xiangyang sleeping soundly. His face instantly darkened, and he stepped forward to deliver a kick. Clatter! Li Xiangyang tumbled to the floor. The pain woke him up. Clutching his hip and backside, he instinctively cursed, "Fuck, who the hell dares to kick him? Hello, Director." Once Li Xiangyang saw clearly who had kicked him, he scrambled to his feet and gave a frantic salute. Director Lu looked at him with a fake smile. "What were you about to say? Go on, finish it." "No, I didn't want to say anything." Li Xiangyang stole a glance at where Lu Zhu had been sleeping and found the spot empty. He groaned inwardly. "You little brat, you could have at least woken me up before you left. Taking my 500 yuan lighter and setting me up to get kicked." Director Lu glared at Li Xiangyang. "Get home and sleep, I'll deal with you when you're back on duty." Li Xiangyang groaned inwardly, knowing he wouldn't escape having to write a self-criticism. He could only bite the bullet and go to grab his coat. As soon as his hand touched the coat, he sensed something was wrong. He peered inside and found a burlap sack wrapped in the garment. When he looked into the sack, good heavens, a massive pig's head stared back at him. Holy crap! Li Xiangyang jumped back 2 steps in fright, as if he'd seen a ghost. The surrounding public security officers were about to boil water for tea. Startled by Li Xiangyang's shout, they all looked over with wordless sympathy. They knew Li Xiangyang was definitely going to get beaten again. Sure enough, Director Lu, who was on his way to his office, heard Li Xiangyang making another scene. Furious, he walked back and raised his foot to kick. You bastard, are you ever going to stop? Don't think just because your uncle knows me, I won't dare to. Holy shit, what a huge pig's head. Hearing this, the other public security officers gathered around curiously. Inside Li Xiangyang's coat was a burlap sack, and inside that sack was a pig's head with its eyes wide open, staring back at everyone. 89. Number 89. Does getting promoted depend on Urzuzi? Chapter 89. Does promotion depend on Urzuzi? Holy crap, Li Xiangyang, you're something else. Where did you get this? Yang Zi, you have to share the good stuff. How about I give you some money for the ears? You can't keep it all to yourself. We've been colleagues for so many years. Several police officers were talking at once, and some even pulled out money to shove into Li Xiangyang's hands. Li Xiangyang had realized by now that no one but that kid Lu Erzu could have given him such a large pig head. He was both angry and amused. Thinking about how that kid had taken his lighter worth several hundred yuan made him want to kick him, but a pig head this large was quite expensive. In fact, as a gift, it was in some ways even more high class than a 500 yuan lighter. Because you can't eat or drink a lighter, it wasn't as practical as a pig head. Li Xiangyang understood Lu Erju's intention. Hearing everyone coveting his pig head, he quickly said, "Everyone, it's not that I don't want to share, but I bought this pig head for someone else. Do you really think I could afford a whole pig head on my salary?" The officers all nodded slightly in agreement, though they looked a bit disappointed. Li Xiangyang hurried outside, wrapping the pig head in his overcoat, and gave the director a meaningful look. Director Lu was also feeling disappointed, but seeing Li Xiangyang's look, he was first stunned and then overjoyed. He didn't rush to follow. Instead, he cleared his throat and said, "Don't just stand around here. Get cleaned up and ready for work. I'm going to my office. Hey, where are my keys? Damn it, I must have left my office keys at home." Director Lu walked out grumbling, his pace so fast it was as if he were being chased by a dog. The people in the duty room weren't ordinary citizens, they were police officers, each one shrewd from handling cases. They saw right through the director's act, connecting it to the large pighead Li Xiangyang had just been carrying. The officers quickly caught on. There was certainly jealousy and envy toward Li Xiangyang, but no one tried to interfere. After all, being able to get a pighead was his own skill. Who wouldn't want a promotion? Director Lu rushed out and looked around. Seeing Li Xiangyang hiding in the shadows of an alley, he hurried over. "Xiao Li, quick, let me see that thing again." Li Xiangyang looked around warily. Then, the two police officers crouched in the corner like thieves and lifted the pighead out of the sack. Looking at the massive pighead, Director Lu couldn't hide his joy. "Good stuff. I've had braised pighead before. That snout is incredibly fragrant." Seeing the director liked it, Li Xiangyang quickly put it back in the sack and handed it over. "Director, this is for you. Ever since I became an officer, you've taken good care of me. I have no other way to repay you, so I can only bring you some meat to satisfy your cravings. Unfortunately, my rank isn't high enough, so I could only get this pighead for now." Director Lu was also a sharp man and understood Li Xiangyang's meaning. It was essentially telling him, "As long as you promote me, you'll always have meat to eat." "You little rascal," Director Lu said, shaking his head with a smile. Then he suddenly asked, "Is the source of this thing okay? Zhu Zi gave it to me. He was celebrating a birthday here with a classmate last night. We had a great chat and he gave me a pighead." Li Xiangyang wasn't a very good liar. The pained look on his face made Director Lu realize immediately that he had definitely traded something valuable for it. "If Zhu Zi gave it to you, then there's no problem." Director Lu accepted the pighead with satisfaction and patted Li Xiangyang on the shoulder. Quote, "Have you heard about the deputy director being transferred soon?" Hee, it's not exactly a secret around here," Li Xiangyang admitted. "Well, I won't hide it from you. I was originally considering Wang Jianjun for that position, since he can get meat for the station. But you've been performing excellently lately, so it's a very difficult choice for me. After all, your abilities are about equal, and your relationships with Zhu Zi are also quite similar." Director Lu looked at Li Xiangyang meaningfully, practically saying outright that whoever could get Lu or Zhu to send more meat would become the leader. As the director, he couldn't directly promote someone to deputy director, but his recommendation would be a key reference for the higher-ups. Li Xiangyang hadn't expected that his ultimate hope for promotion and a raise still rested on Lu or Zhu. He suddenly stopped feeling bad about the lighter and said proudly to Director Lu, "To be honest, I gave him a lighter worth over 500 yuan that I confiscated yesterday, and he gave me this pighead. We're like brothers now, so I don't think it'll be hard to get meat from him in the future." The smile on Director Lu's face froze instantly. He stared intently at Li Xiangyang. What did you just say you gave Lu Zhu? A lighter worth over 500 yuan. Oh, I didn't know it was that expensive. I thought it was only worth 3 or 5 yuan. Who would have thought that kid would say it was an S.T. DuPont and that it's used by the upper class abroad. Those damn capitalists selling a lighter for so much. They're really not human. Li Xiangyang was still complaining, not noticing Director Lu's murderous gaze. A lighter worth over 500 yuan. If it had reached Director Lu's hands, he could have pulled some strings and maybe even landed a section chief position at the bureau. Instead, this idiot gave it to a country boy. Director Lu suppressed the anger in his heart, rubbing his chest repeatedly, and then asked, "Is there any way to get the lighter back?" Li Xiangyang also noticed his director's wrong attitude and said cautiously, "That kid knows his stuff and he's very crafty. I'm afraid it's a lost cause." Xiao Li, Director Lu gritted his teeth and patted Li Xiangyang's shoulder twice with force. "I'm giving you 2 days off. Go home and get some rest." "It's okay, I'm not tired," Li Xiangyang said quickly. "Who the hell cares if you're tired? I'm afraid if I see you, I won't be able to stop myself from killing you, you brainless fool." Director Lu kicked Li Xiangyang aside and walked off carrying the pig head. This was the first time he had ever been so furious while receiving a gift. Li Xiangyang also understood why the director was angry and felt very aggrieved. He had lost something worth over 500 yuan. Did they think he didn't feel the sting? But he couldn't afford to offend Lu Zhu, so he had to take the loss and focus on getting the deputy director position first. Meanwhile, Lu Zhu arrived at the supply and marketing cooperative where Director Zhou worked. Lu Zhu entered the shop and immediately saw the young man who had helped him deliver goods last time. He walked over and asked, "Is Director Zhou in?" Seeing Lu Zhu, the young man remembered the scene of being paraded in front of the police station and felt instinctively nervous. He's upstairs. Thanks." Lu Zhu tossed him a Dachshunmin cigarette and turned to go upstairs. The young man sniffed the Dachshunmin cigarette and immediately broke into a happy smile. "Take it slow, brother Zhu Zi. The stairs are old, don't trip." The 2 middle-aged women nearby didn't mock his sycophancy. Instead, they looked on with anticipation. Was he here to deliver meat again? After going upstairs, Lu Zhu knocked politely, mainly fearing he might interrupt Director Zhou feeding some saleswoman ice cream or something. Only when he heard, "Come in," did he push the door open, subconsciously glancing under the desk. Seeing no female secretary or saleswoman crouching there, he sat down with relief. Director Zhou was very enthusiastic, quickly pouring tea and bringing it over personally. He then looked at Lu Zhu with intense eagerness. "Is it all settled?" 90. Number 90 Uncle and Nephew. Chapter 90. Uncle and Nephew. "It's done. I've secured a large wild boar, about 200 pounds. That should be enough for your gift, right?" Lu Zhu took a sip of tea and said with a smile. Director Zhou breathed a sigh of relief, his face beaming with smiles. "Enough, more than enough Zhu Zi, you really are capable. I was desperately asking everyone for help before, spending 200 or 300 yuan just to get information, and in the end, I only managed to get 2 or 3 pounds of meat. I didn't expect you to bring a whole wild boar so easily. I don't know how to thank you. If you really want to thank me, just set aside some fine grains for me. Of course, it would be best if you could get me some seeds as well. Also, I'd like to buy some malted milk extract and powdered milk." Lu Zhu said with a smile. Director Zhou gave a bitter smile. "You think too highly of me. Let's not even talk about top-tier items like powdered milk. Even the slightly lower-grade malted milk extract isn't something a small supply and marketing cooperative like mine can get. You'd have better luck asking at the Bureau of Commerce. If all else fails, wait until the department store opens. I'll definitely allocate a batch for you. I can set aside some fine grains for you, but too much would cause trouble. I'll be fine, but I'm afraid of involving you when the time comes. As for those seeds, I can think of something. I have a friend at the seed station who can give you some, but it won't be much, at most enough for a flower bed in your courtyard." Lu Zhu had grown more disappointed as he listened, but at the last sentence, he couldn't help but show a look of pleasant surprise. "You can get seeds? That's great, take me there quickly." Cough. Well, Director Zhou looked a bit sheepish. Quote, "Even though I'm on good terms with that buddy, giving away seeds is a risk for him, so they definitely can't be given for free." "That's no problem. I have some wild pigeons here." "Are 10 enough?" Lu Zhu said immediately. Wild pigeons had very tight and sparse meat. It was hard to cook them tender without a pressure cooker. As for stewing soup or grilling, only squabs were truly delicious. He was just wondering what to do with these pigeons, so he might as well use them as gifts. Even if he didn't value them, countless people would fight tooth and nail for these wild pigeons. Sure enough, Hearing this, Director Joe couldn't help but say, 10 wild pigeons is too many. That kid doesn't have that big an appetite. Just give me 5. Lu Zhu nodded immediately. Then I'll give those 5 to you as a fee for the middleman. Oh, that's not right, that's too inappropriate. Director Joe's mouth was wide with joy, even as he made a show of declining. There's nothing inappropriate about it. I treat you like my own uncle. Shouldn't I give you a little something? Lu Zhu said very warmly. Director Joe's eyes lit up and he followed the lead. Oh, I won't hide it from you. Ever since I first saw you, I felt a special connection. We were fated to meet. From now on, I'll call you Zhu Zi, and you call me Uncle. You got it, Uncle Joe. Lu Zhu nodded with a smile. The two of them found each other quite agreeable and changed their way of addressing each other with great warmth and intimacy. Director Joe, in particular, liked Lu Zhu immensely. He was good-looking and capable. How great would it be if he were his own son? After confirming their new, relative, status, the two went downstairs chatting and laughing. Once downstairs, Director Joe said to an older saleswoman, I remember we still have some red shrimp crisps. Wrap up 2 pounds for me. Let Zhu Zi take them back for my brother and the others. The saleswoman looked bewildered, wanting to ask who the director's brother was. Lu Zhu quickly declined. This isn't right. Red shrimp crisps are quite expensive, so what if they're expensive? Can't an uncle give his nephew something? Director Joe glared at him playfully. Once the red shrimp crisps were wrapped, he pulled Lu Zhu outside and said seriously, this is just an appetizer. I'm telling you, once I become the manager of the department store, I'll save any good stuff for you first. Even if the leaders of the Bureau of Commerce come, it won't matter. Lu Zhu didn't fully believe Director Joe's words, but he knew that if the man became manager, there would definitely be great benefits for him. Then I'll thank Uncle Joe in advance. No need for thanks. I'm even thinking of getting you into the department store. When the time comes, I'll make you a section chief. Wouldn't that be great? Director Joe was full of expectation and vision, as if he had already become the manager of the department store. In fact, the position was practically his. A wild boar over 200 pounds. What did others have to compete with him? Lu Zhu had no interest in being a shop assistant. Although people said every industry had a bright future, that was only for these 10 or 20 years. After the reform and opening up, the importance of these shop assistants would rapidly diminish, and their social status would continue to drop. But it seemed like a good arrangement for his sister-in-law. When she and his brother moved to the city in the future, his brother's job at the furniture factory alone wouldn't be enough to support the family. Being a shop assistant at the department store, or even a section chief, would definitely be reliable. Alright, then Uncle Joe, you must keep that spot for me. Lu Zhu handed over a Zhonghua cigarette. Absolutely. Director Joe put the cigarette in his mouth and felt in his pocket for matches. Lu Zhu, however, took out a lighter and flicked open the metal cap with a clack. As expected of an S.T. DuPont, the Rolls-Royce of lighters, even the sound of opening the cap was so satisfying. Chua. Lu Zhu flicked the side wheel, and a blue flame spat out, looking gorgeous and high-end. Director Joe was stunned. Whoa, a lighter, it looks really beautiful. Doesn't look like a domestic product. S.T. DuPont. Have you heard of it, Uncle Joe? Lu Zhu proudly lit Director Joe's cigarette, then lit one for himself. Men had very little resistance to these metal mechanical gadgets. Especially smokers, their resistance to such a good-looking lighter, particularly someone else's lighter, was almost zero. I've heard of it, a big foreign brand. You're something else, kid. Director Joe marveled and immediately reached out. Quote, let me have a look. Lu Zhu was a man himself and understood all too well what these smokers were like. That lighter would definitely look its way right into Director Joe's pocket. So he unhesitatingly put the lighter back into his satchel. Let's go get the meat first, we'll talk later. Alright, you go get the meat first, and then I'll take you to get the seeds. Director Joe was a bit disappointed. He hadn't expected Lu Zhu to be so young yet so sharp, actually seeing through his intentions. After Lu Zhu found a deserted spot, he took a stunned wild boar out of his mind space, stuffed it into a duffel bag, and rode his bike to find Director Joe. Director Joe had long been waiting with a small tricycle. Seeing the duffel bag that was nearly bursting, he immediately helped Lu Zhu hoist it onto the tricycle and said seriously, when I get back from delivering the gift, I'll take you to the seed station. I'll give you a brand new bag then too. Although canvas duffel bags were rare, Director Joe was going to the Bureau of Commerce to deliver a gift. Couldn't he get some good stuff there? He even made up his mind to get a wool coat from an old buddy at the Bureau of Commerce for the kid later. While military overcoats were warm and somewhat fashionable, they were too old-fashioned for a young man. A wool coat would look much better. Unknowingly, Director Joe had truly begun to care for Lu Zhu as a nephew. If you'd like to hear other novels, feel free to request them in the comments. If there are no issues with posting the requested novel, we'll post it. You can also listen to more audio novels for free at patreon.com/xlightnovel.